so much wine left in this bottle. The wine is opened, and Wang Zhenxing has no reason to taste it and stop at least drink a small half bottle, which is normal. Looking at his daughter, Tang was curious and waiting for an answer. Because after drinking a little wine, Brother Zhenxing suddenly pulled me into the room. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not believe the matter of the two, Tang Qingye directly threw out a heavy news. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was stunned, and went to his daughter's room suspiciously, and then lifted the quilt and looked at it. On the light-colored sheets, there are shocking plum blossoms. From a distance, you can't smell the faint ketchup smell. What a crime, Lao Wang, you still took the bottle to feed Xiaoya to drink milk powder. You can also do this. I fought with you. Tang Zheng rushed out of the bedroom and returned to the hall in a fit of anger, and pounced on Wang Zhenxing. Tang Zheng is imposing, and at first glance looks like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Wang Zhenxing was calm and relaxed, and after Tang Zheng rushed over, he made a stagger and pinched his wrist with his backhand, and then twisted it slightly. Oh, it's broken. Tang Zheng made intimate contact with the floor, exhaling pain in his mouth, and his momentum instantly collapsed. If you have something to say, what kind of hands? Said Wang Zhenxing helplessly. Not to mention that his current combat power is amazingly comparable to the protagonist Qin Yi, Tang Zheng cannot be an opponent. Even a long time ago, Tang Zheng singled out and never won him. Tang Zheng was angry just now. Naturally he didn't think so much. His face was pressed against the floor at the moment, and he woke up to the fact that the action of opening his teeth and dancing his claws just now was completely self-inflicted. Okay, there is something to say, you let go of me. Being defeated in front of his daughter, Tang Zheng already felt very humiliated. If he was still pressed on the floor like this, then this old face really couldn't be put at all. Releasing the hand that held Tang Zheng, Wang Zhenxing got up and sat down in his seat again. Tang Zheng rubbed his wrist and looked at his daughter, who didn't say a word, and felt a little hurt in his heart. My father was pressed to the floor just now, and when my daughter didn't know to come and persuade him. And from Tang Qingye's standpoint, in fact, it is not appropriate to help anyone. One is a father and the other is a lover, so you can only choose not to help each other. I don't agree with you being together. Leaving the floor and sitting in his seat, Tang Zheng felt that he could do it again, and yelled out against it. Tang Zheng still remembers clearly that when he was a child, he would still compete with Wang Zhenxing to see who booed further. Now this guy actually got together with his daughter. Tang Zheng's mentality naturally had to explode a little. Dad, didn't you say before that fertile water does not flow into the fields of outsiders, and now that I am with my brother Zhenxing, I have not fulfilled your wish. How can I backtrack? Tang Qingye said, dissatisfied. I'm joking. Don just wanted to pout a few of his big mouths, regretting that he would say such a thing. But I took it seriously, said Tang Qingye. Tang Zheng wanted to cry without tears, and wanted to save it, so he said, Lao Wang and his family have 9 generations of single transmission. This generation is such a man. Our family is recruiting a son-in-law. He is not suitable. Our family doesn't have the throne to inherit, so why can't I marry off? If you have a child, you don't still have the blood of the Tang family. What does it matter? Tang Qingye retorted. Xiaoya, it's not easy for dad to raise you so big. Do you really want to leave your dad behind a lonely life? Tang Zheng was miserable, trying to squeeze out some tears to gain sympathy, but he didn't squeeze out the slightest tear. Dad, since I was a child, I listened to your arrangements for everything. Where to study, what major to study in college. You arranged everything for me, but you never asked, what do I like? But even if I don't like it, I still listen to you, because you are my father. But only in marriage. I don't want to accept your arrangement. I can't bear to live with a person without feelings for a lifetime. Tang Qingye originally just said calmly, but as she spoke, her emotions became more and more excited, and finally tears flowed out. Tang Zheng, who had never heard his daughter say this, was suddenly stunned. He always thought that arranging everything for his daughter was good for his daughter, and indeed he never thought about what her daughter liked and what kind of path she wanted to take in the future. Tang Zheng was moved, not as resistant to the matter of brother becoming son-in-law as before, but he still wanted to struggle to see if there was room for maneuver. What if I just don't agree with you? Said Tang Zheng seriously. Then I'll die for you. Tang Qingye had already made a decision, and when she saw Tang Zheng's resolute statement, she said these words without the slightest hesitation. You, rebel girl. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes angrily, then fainted on his head. Dad, Dad! Tang Qingye shouted in a panic, but saw no response, so she looked at Wang Zhenxing for help. Wang Zhenxing got up, walked over and gave Tang Zheng a pulse, and then said to Tang Qingye, "Your father is angry and bloody, and he needs to be treated immediately. Take that fruit knife." Tang Qingye said, trotting and taking the knife on the coffee table and handing it to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing also did not mean to disinfect the knife, groped with his hand to determine the location of the heart, and then raised the knife to make a gesture and wanted to stick down. Can this really be cured? Tang Qingye was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Absolutely. Wang Zhenxing smiled confidently. Stop, I'm okay. Tang Zheng opened his eyes and hurriedly spoke. Look, isn't this cured? Wang Zhenxing handed the fruit knife to Tang Qingye and said with a smile. Only then did Tang Qingye understand that her father was pretending just now. When you're older, don't get too excited, otherwise it's really easy to have a good villain. Wang Zhenxing patted Tang Zheng's shoulder and reminded. Tang Zheng was indeed angry just now, but it was far from fainting. If it's your daughter, can you not be excited? Said Tang Zheng as he shrugged his shoulders and said without breath. We've known each other for so long, you still don't know me. Wang Zhenxing looked upright. On that sheet Tang Zheng wondered. You said that ketchup. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Tang Zheng woke up, quickly went to the bedroom again, and found that it was indeed ketchup. Oh, I see, Xiaoye, you don't want to go on a blind date, so you made such an outrageous drama with your Uncle Wang. In fact, Dad is not an unreasonable person. If you don't go on a blind date, you won't go on a blind date. Tang Zhengxi said to his daughter with a smile. Tang Qingye almost wanted to break her little brain, only to think that such an idea that could go smoothly with Wang Zhenxing, how could it be allowed to be destroyed like this? Except for the ketchup, everything else is true, don't believe you ask him. Said Tang Qingye seriously, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally, and she also glanced at the fruit knife on the coffee table just put on, and secretly made a decision in her heart. If Wang Zhenxing dared to deny it, she would die to show him. Wang Zhenxing did not speak, but stepped forward to hold Tang Qingye's hand and showed it with actions. The host and the heroine Tang Qingye determined the relationship, affected the direction of the plot, and obtained a counterattack point of 300. The protagonist Qinyi's luck value was -30, and the host's luck value was +30. Feeling the warmth from that big hand, Tang Qingye was completely relieved. Seeing this scene, the smile on Tang Zheng's face froze. The ups and downs of this life also came too quickly. Look at the opening. Wang Zhenxing patted Tang Zheng's shoulder again to express comfort, but he also understood that it was unlikely that Tang Zheng would agree to this immediately. And taking a step back, if Tang Zheng immediately agreed, it would not be a good thing for Wang Zhenxing. Because once Tang Zheng fully approves, he may open up to let him get engaged to Tang Qingye. So, Wang Zhenxing pretended to answer a phone call and lied that the company had urgent matters to go back to deal with. Wait, you take this bottle of wine. Tang Qingye hurriedly called out to him. Alas, leave me a bite. Tang Zheng interjected. Good. Tang Qingye agreed quickly, then took out a goblet and poured a drop of red wine, and then gave all the remaining red wine to Wang Zhenxing. Xiaoye is so good, go to my house tonight to eat together, and we will taste this bottle of Romani Conti together, romantic and romantic. Pinching Tang Qingye's soft and tender face happily, Wang Zhenxing held Roman and Kangdi, who had been longing for a long time, and left the Tang family with brisk steps. Well, then we'll see you. Tang Qingye replied in a low voice, showing a sweet smile and watching Wang Zhenxing leave. I really left a sip. Seeing the shallow liquor in the goblet on the table, Tang Zheng almost collapsed, sighing that it was really a big girl. The only thing that comforted him was that he had been fighting with Wang Zhenxing for a long time to be the father, and he became the ultimate winner. A little depressed after drinking only one sip of Romani Conti, Tang Zheng said to Tang Qingye, Xiaoye, I have no objection to you and that rebel, but you have to promise your father one thing, that is, you must keep a safe distance before you and him get married, you know. Well, I will definitely not let him touch a finger. Yong'an Cemetery. Qin Yi, who was very unlucky recently, came to the grave early in the morning and checked the feng shui of his father's grave by the way. This is strange, since there is no problem with the feng shui in my father's grave, then what is the reason why everything has not gone well recently? Qin Yi was very puzzled in his heart, and he couldn't think of a reason. In the end, an important decision was made, and that was to divination. Divination to spy on the heavenly machine will damage luck and even life yuan. Qin Yi usually does not use it indiscriminately. But the current situation has to be used. After making up his mind, Qin Yi began to divination. After a while, the results came in. I'm not going well, it's really because of a problem with feng shui in my father's cemetery, but obviously everything is normal here, unless isn't the father buried in the cemetery here. Qin Yi was shocked, and looked around the cemetery, and sure enough, he found some subtle traces of excavation. The father's graveyard is passive, which is not trivial. Qin Yi was not allowed to use divination again, searched for the direction of his father's body, followed the guidance, and soon came to Han Jia's father's tomb. I see, someone secretly exchanged my father's coffin with Han Jia's father's. I thought it destroyed Han Jia's father's feng shui, but in fact it was me. Qin Yi suddenly woke up like a dream and guessed everything. Remembering his recent grievances, he gritted his teeth and used divination to spy again. Qin Yi could clearly feel that there was a trace of life breath passing. This is due to the loss of Shouyuan using divination. Soon, Qin Yi blurrily saw some pictures. The picture shows a group of people digging a cemetery, and there is a person standing by and watching. But this bystander covered his face tightly, and it was night, and he couldn't see it at all. However, the appearance of the other gravediggers, Qin Yi took a look. One of them, Qin Yi felt a little familiar. When I entered the cemetery just now, I still took a picture. Qin Yi was angry and came to the cemetery management office and found a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. A few days ago, someone instructed you to change the coffins of 2 cemeteries. Is there such a thing? Who is that person? Qin Yi pinched the other party's neck and interrogated. I don't understand what you're talking about. The middle-aged man pretends to be stupid. Don't deny it, I already know everything. Tell me the information of the person who instructed you, and I will let you go, otherwise there are so many pits in the cemetery, I don't mind throwing you into one of the pits. Qin Yi threatened. Big brother spares his life. I also collect money to do things, but I don't know who he is. I only know that he is a man, and his surname is Han. The middle-aged man hurriedly said after recalling for a while. How do you know his surname is Han? The surname is Han, then it is probably Han Jia. Qin Yi nodded. He originally suspected that it was Wang Zhenxing. After all, only Wang Zhenxing knew that he was going to do something to Han Jia's father's grave. Unexpectedly, the mastermind behind the scenes was actually Han Jia. Han Jia is a straw bale. It is impossible to have this kind of foresight. Could it be that the relative of the Han family, who knows the number of feng shui techniques, anticipated my actions, so he changed the coffin in advance? If so, then this person is too terrible. Qin Yi looked solemn. However, for Qin Yi, the current urgent need is not how to deal with the master of the Han family, but to relieve his troubles. In order to take revenge on Han Jia, Qin Yi's means were relatively vicious. Even if he replanned feng shui now, the obscurity that lingered on his body could not be easily dispelled. It is estimated that it will take about a year to wait for the obscurity to dissipate automatically. Qin Yi couldn't wait so long. If you want to transfer as soon as possible, there is one way, that is, to borrow blessings. Some women who are favored by God are born with great blessings. In ancient times, there was often the saying of rushing joy, which probably happened that a man who was sick or faced some other bad thing was transferred by marrying his wife in Chongxi. Qin Yi now needs to rush joy. If you can be with a woman with great blessings, you can use her blessings to quickly dispel the bad qi in him. Qingling is so big, it must not be difficult to find such a woman. The difficult thing is how to quickly achieve good things with each other. Blessed women are generally born into wealthy families. Qin Yi also had self-awareness, knowing that he currently had no money and no name, and the possibility of being with such a rich and noble woman was extremely low. Unless, he can quickly have a good family background, so that he can match the woman of this rich family. The son of the revitalization group, this identity is not bad. Qin Yi thought for a moment, and suddenly muttered to himself. Leave the cemetery and return home. It's only 4:30 in the afternoon, and Shu Yuro is cooking. Based on his previous experience, Qin Yi knew that after Shu Yuro finished the meal, he would dress up and go out on a date, and then come back the next day. Mom, there are so many dishes prepared today, I can't finish eating alone, so it's better for you to call Uncle Wang over and eat it together. Qin Yi came to the kitchen and said to Shu Yuro. Hearing this, Shu Yuro was stunned, thinking that she had heard it wrong. Mom, it's really not easy for you to raise me so big. I shouldn't have opposed you pursuing your own happiness before, but now I have finally figured it out and approved of you and Uncle Wang's affairs. Qin Yi said against his will. Xiao Yi, are you serious? asked Xu Yuro incredulously. Of course, call Uncle Wang over for dinner, let me apologize to him properly, and make amends for the words that rushed to him before. Qin Yi showed a good child's smile. For Xu Yuro, Qin Yidong's disagreement with her and Wang Zhenxing is now completely unimportant. But for the sake of family harmony, Xu Yuro still had some expectations to see that the relationship between Qin Yi and Wang Zhenxing was eased. Xu Yuro turned off the fire and stopped stir-frying, lest Wang Zhenxing come over later to eat cold, wiped his hands, left the kitchen, took out his mobile phone and dialed Wang Zhenxing's number. Qin Yi wants to apologize to me. Wang Zhenxing almost burst out happy when he heard the news. I see that he seems to be quite sincere, but if you don't want to come, forget it. Of course, Xu Yuro will not force his lover to do what he is unwilling to do. Come, I'll definitely come, but I have a business to talk about after work, so I'll go later. Wang Zhenxing agreed with a smile. Of course, he knew that Qin Yi was hypocritical, but he was a little curious about what medicine Qin Yi sold in the gourd. I heard Sissy say that there is a couple restaurant on Jixing Road, which is said to be quite good. It's about to leave work, Lin Keqing said nonchalantly after reporting his work. With Wang Zhenxing's wit, of course, he knew that the little secretary wanted to have dinner with him after work. It's just that he has to go to 2 appointments in a row after work, and the time is a little tight. I have a business to talk about later, and I can't eat with you. Wang Zhenxing said to Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing let out an "oh," and some small loss appeared on her white and tender beautiful face. Seeing this, Wang Zhenxing suddenly remembered something and took out a beautiful jade bracelet from the drawer. This is a bracelet handed down from my ancestors, and now it is given to you. Wang Zhenxing said solemnly. Heirloom, how can I ask for such a valuable thing? Lin Keqing was flattered. It was originally for my future wife, but now it's a head. Wang Zhenxing's face was full of affection and said softly. The heroine Lin Keqing has a favorability rating of +5 for the host, and the current total favorability is 78, unswerving. It turns out that you already regard me as your wife Lin. Keqing was immediately moved, tears rolled down her bright eyes, and she opened her white and slender arms and hugged her. Originally after work, Wang Zhenxing insisted on adding nearly an hour of work before going home. Wang Zhenxing's mansion has no resident maids, and the hygiene in the mansion is cleaned by hourly workers on time, and there is no cooking aunt. But since he invited Tang Qingye to eat, of course he was prepared. Wang Zhenxing had already invited a hotel chef in advance to come to the mansion to prepare a sumptuous dinner. After dinner was prepared, Wang Zhenxing paid the hotel chef a large tip. The hotel chef smiled tightly, said hello respectfully and left. In the house, only Wang Zhenxing and Tang Qingye were left. In the restaurant, romantic piano music is played on high-end stereos, and some candles are lit around. The slightly dim light was scattered on the handsome men and women sitting opposite each other. It looks somewhat romantic. Wang Zhenxing opened the bottle of Romani Conti with a lot of leftover and slowly poured 2 cups. Yesterday, because of the special situation, Wang Zhenxing and Tang Qingye were not able to taste the wine properly, but today is different, and you can completely relax and taste the aftertaste. The meal took more than an hour to finish. Looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and Tang Qingye, who had never stayed at night, subconsciously wanted to go back. But just left, feeling a little reluctant. So, she and Wang Zhenxing sat next to each other on the sofa and chatted. Tang Qingye shared some interesting facts about her company today. Wang Zhenxing, on the other hand, poured out his grievances and sufferings over the years through drunkenness. In order to wait for her, he never got married, nor did he find a girlfriend, and he kept clean and waiting. Do you know how I got over the past 10 years? Wang Zhenxing's voice trembled, with a crying tone. Tang Qingye was moved and couldn't bear it, hugged him, and said with a tender relief that everything is over, and he will never be allowed to live such a tormenting life in the future. Emotions surged, coupled with the faint drunkenness brought by Roman and Kangdi. Tang Qingye threw all her father's instructions out of Cloud 9. The host was captured by the heroine Tang Qingye and obtained part of the protagonist Qin Yi's ability, advanced divination. Because the heroine takes the initiative, the reward is doubled, and the advanced divination technique is upgraded to Grandmaster level divination. The heroine Tang Qingye has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1000, the protagonist Qin Yi Qi luck value is -100, and the host Qi luck value is +100. After hard work, Wang Zhenxing received multiple messages in a row. Grandmaster level divination. Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but be overjoyed, and couldn't wait to extract and use it. Soon, a lot of information came to mind. Wang Zhenxing had checked Qin Yi before, and he had long known that Qin Yi could divination. I had never heard Qin Yi mention divination, but I had only seen Qin Yi apply the feng shui knowledge contained in divination. At this moment, Wang Zhenxing finally understood. The use of divination is a snooping machine, which will damage qi luck and even reduce shouyuan. Wang Zhenxing doesn't care much about losing luck. After all, he can get the protagonist's luck. Even if it is damaged, he can also come back. Can reduce the life yuan, this is more pitted. But fortunately, there are only 2 cases of reducing shouyuan. The first is the use of divination multiple times a day. The second is to divinate past, present, or future events. The larger the event and the larger the time span, the more shouyuan will be damaged. For example, if Wang Zhenxing now divined when aliens would attack Blue Star in the future, he would not be able to make up for the lost shouyuan, even if it was 100. Just divining small things, and not overdoing it, that's not enough. Depressed. For a while, Wang Zhenxing quickly figured it out again, and also divination. The matter of divination is related to Tang Qingya. It's good that I won't get pregnant. After getting the divination results, Wang Zhenxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, I was a little worried about the risky operation, but now I don't need to care about it at all. I have a friend who has something going on at home and I'm going to go over and take a look. Wang Zhenxing still has to catch up with a scene, and he can't just rest like this now. Tang Qingya's cheeks were crimson, and his eyes were a little resentful, but seeing his solemn expression, it was naturally impossible to stop him. Wang Zhenxing left smoothly, and at about 9 o'clock in the evening, he came downstairs of Shuyuru's house. He did not go upstairs immediately, but opened the perspective very steadily and checked to see if Qin Yi's combat power value had changed. It's still the same as before. After checking, Wang Zhenxing was immediately relieved and went upstairs to Shuyuru's home. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Zhenxing saw a lot of hearty dishes on the table, and it seemed that he had not touched the chopsticks. There is something delayed, busy until now, have you not eaten yet? No, wait for you to eat together. With a gentle smile, Shuyuru went to warm up the cold dish. After the dish was hot, Shuyuru said that he could eat. Qin Yi had been hungry for a long time, but because he had something to ask Wang Zhenxing, he waited patiently. Now that it was finally time to eat, he couldn't wait to sweep up the meal. But as soon as he picked up the chopsticks, he saw Shuyuru's eyes suddenly colored. Qin Yi agreed, squeezed out a smile to Wang Zhenxing, and said politely, "Uncle Wang, please first." Wang Zhenxing did not move his chopsticks immediately. After all, he had already eaten dinner, and he was not hungry, but just looked at Qin Yi with interest. "Xiao Yi, don't you have something to say to Uncle Wang? You can say it now." Shuyuru reminded. Qin Yi brewed his emotions for a while, looked like a good child, looked at Wang Zhenxing and said, "Uncle Wang, I was wrong before, I shouldn't have yelled at you, now I know it's wrong, I sincerely apologize to you, I hope you can forgive me." The protagonist Qin Yi bowed his head to the host and admitted his mistake. The host's qi luck value is +20, and the protagonist Qin Yi's luck value is -20. This also has a reward. Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing was slightly surprised, but after thinking about it, since Qin Yi is the protagonist, he actually apologizes to himself as a villain, which is a thing that undermines the dignity of the protagonist. Qin Yi lost some qi luck value, which was also more reasonable. "Qin Yi, I treated you like my own before, but you really broke my heart too much, and I want me to forgive you, just talking about it is not enough." Wang Zhenxing saw that this little rabbit cub had asked for himself, and wanted to rectify him well. "Then how can you forgive me?" asked Qin Yi. Wang Zhenxing was deliberately silent, which made Qin Yi feel uneasy. Xiao Yi Shuyuru turned to Qin Yi, pointed to the floor, and gave him a good suggestion. "Mom, a man has gold under his knees, he can kneel to the sky, he can kneel to the ground, he can kneel to his parents, how can he kneel to other people?" Qin Yi agreed, but felt very embarrassed. After hearing Qin Yi say that, Shuyuru sighed, disappointed in him, but not forced. "Xiao Yi, it seems that you don't really want to treat Uncle Wang as your father, it's just that." After that, he turned his head and said softly to Wang Zhenxing, "Let's eat." Seeing this, Qinyi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The reason why he pretended to tell his mother that he wanted to apologize to Wang Zhenxing was not to win the identity of a son of the revitalization group. And if you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to bring it up next time. The eldest husband can flex and stretch, kneel and kneel, what is great. Qinyi figured it out, moved from his seat, and then knelt on one knee. The protagonist Qinyi knelt down to the host, congratulating the host for obtaining a counterattack point of 200. The protagonist Qinyi's luck value is -20, and the host's Qi luck value is +20. Receiving the reward, Wang Zhenxing was a little happy, but felt that he could continue to brush points, looking at Qinyi's action of kneeling on one knee, indifferently. What is this doing, proposing? Qinyi had a black line in his head, but he also understood what he meant, struggled in his heart, and then knelt on both knees. The protagonist Qinyi kneels to the host, congratulations to the host for obtaining a counterattack point of 200, the protagonist Qinyi has a luck value of -20, and the host's Qi luck value is +20. I apologize to you, I shouldn't have yelled at you before. Qinyi hung his head and whispered. Did you hear what he said? Ignored Qinyi, Wang Zhenxing asked Xu Yuro. Xu Yuro accused Qinyi, louder, you are a man, don't be like a little girl. I apologize to you, I shouldn't have yelled at you before, Qinyi repeated, but this time it was louder. What are you doing so loudly, quarreling? Reprimanded Xu Yuro. Being reproached by Xu Yuro like this, Qinyi felt a little aggrieved, but because he had asked for others, he could only ask for perfection. After brewing in his heart for a while, Qinyi said in a loud and sincere voice, Uncle Wang, I sincerely apologize to you, please forgive me, is this sincere enough? Wang Zhenxing was determined to tease him and deliberately make things difficult. Hearing this, some joy immediately appeared on Xu Yuru's beautiful face. Qinyi also understood the meaning of Wang Zhenxing, and his heart was extremely angry, but after thinking about it, isn't this his purpose? Dad, please forgive me, I know it's wrong. Qinyi shouted out this key title with difficulty and humiliation. The protagonist Qinyi recognizes the thief as the father. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a counterattack point of 500, Qinyi's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Good son, this is like the attitude of admitting mistakes. Wang Zhenxing smiled heartily, but of course, it was not satisfied with Qinyi's attitude of admitting his mistake, but because he had a wave of counterattack points and luck rewards. While speaking, he also reached out and touched Qinyi's head. Although the movement was gentle, but there was a sense of déjà vu of touching the dog's head. Qinyi felt extremely humiliated, but he did not dare to attack, so he could only endure it silently. After a while, Wang Zhenxing withdrew his hand. Dad, then you forgive me. Yi raised his head and looked at Wang Zhenxing with a hopeful expression. Perhaps because he had already shouted once just now, this time he was not as resistant as before. A child of your age is when he rebels, and if he forgives you easily, you will definitely turn around and forget. Wang Zhenxing said solemnly, turned his head and swept around, and then pointed to the shrine in the room and said, Go to the shrine and kneel well, and don't get up without my orders. Qinyi was stunned and angry. No matter how naughty he was from childhood to adulthood, he was not punished for kneeling in front of the god platform, turned his head to look at Xu Yuro, and asked for help. Mom, look at this, Dad is what he says, go quickly. Xu Yuro did not relent, but completely obeyed the decision of Wang Zhenxing, the head of the family. Seeing that there was no way to ask for help, Qinyi could only walk unwillingly to the side of the divine platform, and then silently knelt down. Seeing Qinyi, the eye-catching guy, walking away, Wang Zhenxing was much more comfortable and ate with Xu Yuro. When the meal was finished, Wang Zhenxing did not call Qinyi up. Xu Yuro completely obeyed Wang Zhenxing, even if Qinyi pretended to be pitiful and made her eyes suggest that she was interceding, she didn't see it. Sitting in the living room for a while, Wang Zhenxing and Xu Yuro watched TV for a while, and then secretly whispered something to her. Xu Yuro hesitated a little, looked at Qinyi who was kneeling in front of the divine platform in the hall, and finally nodded. I'm going to talk about something with your mother. You kneel here, don't play tricks. If you get up by yourself without my permission, then I won't recognize your son. Wang Zhenxing and Xu Yuro walked to the bedroom, and said jokingly when they passed Qinyi's side. Mom, what are you going to talk about? Qinyi was a little puzzled. Adult things, children don't ask nonsense. Xu Yuro said with a slightly red face. Qin Yihu hesitated for a while. The surname Wang will not deliberately walk away, and then secretly stare at me, as long as I move, and then immediately appear and say that I am disobedient and did not kneel properly, and then there will be a reason not to recognize me as a son. The young Qin Yi guessed the intention of Wang Zhenxing's move, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was very likely. I definitely can't let him succeed, otherwise I won't kneel in vain and call my father in vain. Although his knees are a little sore, after all, with 10 years of true Qi foundation, Qin Yi can fully support it. Even if he kneels until tomorrow morning, his legs are at most a little numb, just move. After figuring this out, Qin Yi knelt silently, motionless. After a while, a strange sound came from the bedroom. Qin Yi's eyes suddenly widened incredulously. The surname Wang, I fought with you Qin. Yi was angry, and wanted to get up and fight with Wang Zhenxing, but as soon as his knees left the ground, he suddenly realized something. If I get up and hit his plan, he will have a good reason not to recognize me as a son. If so, then won't I be wronged in vain? Also, the surname Wang and his mother don't know how many times they have talked about things, and it's not the first time. Qin Yi saw through Wang Zhenxing's scheme in time, suppressed the idea of stopping it, but he was so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. Because in Qin Yi's heart, Xu Yuro has always been a dignified and gentle image. I didn't expect to put it like this. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged and obtained 50 counterattack points. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged and obtained counterattack points 50. When observing the bodhisattva at ease, walking in the depths of prajnaparamita, seeing the emptiness of the 5 essences, and surviving all suffering when his mind was on the verge of collapse, Qin Yi suddenly had a flash of light, and suddenly recited the Heart Sutra. While Wang Zhenxing worked hard, he also received news of the point reward in a row, which made him extremely happy, so he worked harder. But it soon became clear that the message stopped. Puzzled for a moment, Wang Zhenxing opened the perspective to check Qin Yi kneeling in front of the divine platform, only to see that he had his eyes closed, his mouth moving lightly, muttering something. Revealing the truth of Polo. Wang Zhenxing read his lips, and quickly understood what Qin Yi was doing, and he couldn't help but be stunned. This little rabbit cub was reciting the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, no wonder it was suddenly undisturbed. Worthy of being the protagonist, something. Early the next morning, Wang Zhenxing came out of the bedroom with Xu Yuro refreshed, and found that Qin Yi was still kneeling honestly in front of the god platform. In order not to let Wang Zhenxing have a reason to repent, Qin Yi also went out, and he didn't even sleep all night. Wang Zhenxing noticed that above Qin Yi's head, there were fewer clouds invisible to the naked eye than yesterday. Since obtaining the Grandmaster level divination technique, Wang Zhenxing could see things like clouds of wealth and obscurity on the heads of others. When I saw Qin Yi yesterday, I noticed the obscure clouds on Qin Yi's head. Of course, Wang Zhenxing knew that it was caused by Qin Yi's feng shui destroying his own father's grave, so he didn't care at all. But the obscure clouds above Qin Yi's head now are one less lost than yesterday. It seems that this little rabbit cub used divination to find out the cause because everything was not going well, and found out that the problem was in the cemetery feng shui, so he changed the feng shui pattern again, so the obscure clouds will slowly begin to dissipate over time. Wang Zhenxing now has Grandmaster level divination, which is a grade higher than Qin Yi, and after a little thought, he can figure out the reason. It looks like you've been kneeling all night, Xu. Yuro looked at the motionless figure in front of the god platform, a little relieved, turned his head and looked at Wang Zhenxing, wanting to see his reaction. Wang Zhenxing was silent, and after eating the breakfast made by Xu Yuro, he slowly said to the figure of the god platform, "Get up. It is simply unrealistic to let Qin Yi kneel to death in front of the divine platform." Moreover, Wang Zhenxing couldn't do nothing, just staring at Qin Yi and kneeling here. Another point is that Wang Zhenxing wants to know what the reason why Qin Yi suddenly bowed to himself was. When Qin Yi heard Wang Zhenxing's words, he was amnestied. "I didn't even eat dinner yesterday, and I knelt all night, my knees ached, and my stomach was hungry. Unfortunately, only some bun skins remained on the table. It was Wang Zhenxing who ate the rest. This guy specializes in eating meat fillings of meat buns, and does not eat bun skins. If you are angry, your mother Xu Yuro will not stop it, and she will eat the remaining bun skin of Wang Zhenxing." and eat with relish. The host caused the protagonist Qinyi's mentality to be damaged and obtained a counterattack point of 50. Although he was particularly angry, Qinyi forcibly endured it, silently recited a few heart sutras to calm his mood, and then followed his mother to eat bun skin. Go lying down and tasting courage, 3000 yu jaw swallowing wu, with Chenxian as a model, what do I get by eating a bun skin? Qinyi quickly looked away, picked up the bun skin on the table and nibbled it, and looked forward to the picture of stepping on the king's revitalization in the future, and immediately ate with relish. After filling his stomach a little, Qinyi tentatively asked Wang Zhenxing, "Dad, when are you going to hold a wedding with your mother?" "Xiao Yi, eat your things, say what to do." Xu Yuro himself did not mention this to Wang Zhenxing, patiently waiting for Wang Zhenxing's arrangement, and even thought that he had been silently beside Wang Zhenxing like this, without a name or a score. She herself knew that she was not worthy of Wang Zhenxing, plus there was another oil bottle. Wang Zhenxing is unmarried, beautiful outside, and a well-known conscientious entrepreneur. If the matter between her and Wang Zhenxing is made public, it may put a stain on Wang Zhenxing. Hearing Qinyi's mouth, Xu Yuro naturally blamed. "Do you want me and your mother to have a wedding as soon as possible?" Wang Zhenxing did not answer positively, but asked Qinyi in turn. He knew that Qinyi called his father, it was completely hypocritical, Qinyi had no reason to urge marriage, and there must be a reason for suddenly mentioning this. "For such a big thing as marriage, you are in charge, I just asked casually." Qinyi smiled, and then said his true purpose, Actually, I want to get married." "Xiao Yi, you have just turned 18 and are not of marriage age, how can you think about this kind of thing, it's really shameful." Xu Yuro felt embarrassed for her son and frowned and said, "I don't want a face, you fucking want a face. I didn't know the convergence point last night." Accused by Xu Yuro, Qinyi secretly slandered, but his face did not dare to show anything. "Aru, you should understand and understand everything at the age of 18, it is normal to have this idea. In the past, it was not uncommon for him to get married at this age, if he was bold, maybe he would have children." Hearing what Qinyi said, Wang Zhenxing was very tolerant, and after saying to Xu Yuro, he then looked at Qinyi with a smile and asked expectantly, "Which girl do you fancy again?" As the protagonist, most of the women who can enter her eyes are the heroine. And the two heroines of Lin Keqing and Tang Qingye have almost no intersection with Qinyi. Qinyi categorically couldn't possibly marry these two. So Wang Zhenxing guessed that there may be a new heroine appearing. "Zhenxing, why did you add the word, again?" asked Xu Yuro next to him in surprise. "Oh, he took a fancy to my secretary before, and begged me with a dead face to help him pull the strings." Wang Zhenxing explained. "Xiao Yi, a man can't be so half-hearted, you learn more from your father, you must follow his example." Xu Yuro educated Qinyi. Qinyi didn't think so in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute on the surface, responding to Wang Zhenxing's previous words, "I don't know who she is or what her name is, but I just saw her on the bank of the Qingling River." "Did you take pictures of people?" Wang Zhenxing wanted to see it. "Nope." Qinyi shook his head. In fact, he had never seen this so-called her at all, but he had just damaged some shouyuan to divinate for himself, knowing that he could meet this her as long as he was on the bank of the Qingling River in the past few days. As long as she appears, then you can let Wang Zhenxing, the cheap father, come forward and ask for a kiss. Although you are not yet old, you can get engaged first. In this era, it is too normal to buy tickets after getting on the bus. As long as he is engaged, he can rush the joy in advance and dispel the obscurity in his body. When we met, I wanted to marry someone, maybe they already had a boyfriend, or even married and had a husband. Asked Wang Zhenxing. I'll go to the bank of the Qingling River tomorrow and wait, just ask people then. Qinyi pulled up. You will scare people like this, why not, you take some pictures from afar, and then show me, and I will help you inquire and find out whose daughter. Wang Zhenxing intends to secretly socialize. Dad, you think really thoughtfully, then listen to you, I really like people, if she is to be married, then can you help me to raise a kiss? Asked Qinyi with a look of expectation. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing completely understood why Qinyi changed his previous attitude and suddenly recognized the thief as his father. This little rabbit cub originally wanted to take advantage of Changxi to dispel the bad qi on his body as soon as possible. It's a good idea. Let's see how the woman's family lineage is, but it's not any kind of family that can be worthy of my son. Wang Zhenxing looked kind and reached out to touch Qinyi's dog's head. Although he could directly reject Qinyi and destroy his thoughts of rushing joy, Wang Zhenxing felt that if he gave Qinyi enough hope first, and then destroyed it, this blow would be more violent. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing was also curious whether Qinyi was still useful after withstanding this blow. Okay, well, I will tell Dad about you as soon as I take the picture. Qinyi agreed. Since she is a blessed woman, her family lineage will definitely not be bad, and Wang Zhenxing's side has now negotiated it, so he just waits for him to meet. As for whether the woman likes herself or not, Qinyi has already thought of a solution to this problem. Among the divination techniques he learned, there was a spell called marriage robbery. The effect was somewhat similar to the mythical and legendary Moon Old Man drawing red thread. However, the use of marriage robbery requires paying some shoyuan as a price. But in a hurry to dispel obscure qi, Qinyi couldn't care so much. After all, as long as he practiced the inner martial arts method of the sect, he could improve his true qi cultivation and increase his life. The loss of a year and a half of shoyuan is not completely unacceptable. As for the marriage robbery itself, it is not difficult to use. As long as the marriage robbery spell is cast on the two red ropes, and then one is tied to Qinyi's wrist, and the other is tied to the woman's wrist, the marriage between the two parties who are tied to the red rope will occur. When the marriage takes effect, the woman will certainly not object to the engagement, and the resistance is only on the side of the woman's parent. Wang Zhenxing can get the woman's parents, then he can facilitate the engagement. The engagement is completed, and the preconditions for the joy are achieved. The so-called rush joy needs the blessing of the elders on both sides, and it is useless to make a private agreement for life. This is why the ancient people held a special ceremony. The purpose of the ceremony is to receive the blessings of the elders on both sides. Wang Zhenxing also wanted to go to the company, and after negotiating with Qinyi, he left Shuyuru's house. Qinyi wanted to go to the bank of the Qingling River to squat, and also left with Wang Zhenxing. When he arrived downstairs, in order to save some taxi fares, Qinyi looked at Wang Zhenxing and wanted him to give him a ride. Dad is going to the company right away to deal with important matters, you can take a taxi yourself. Of course, Wang Zhenxing would not agree, and after refusing, he also touched Qinyi's dog's head. Qinyi was quite unhappy with Wang Zhenxing's behavior, but he didn't dare to show it, and even showed a smile and pretended to be a good child. It wasn't until Wang Zhenxing left in the car that Qinyi put away his smiling face and looked indignant. Stopping a car on the road near the community, Qinyi went to the bank of the Qingling River. I waited for almost a day and found nothing. Undeterred, Qinyi left early and returned late for several days in a row, waiting on the bank of the Qingling River. One morning 3 days later, leaning against the stone bridge by the river, Qinyi looked blankly at the stone bridge, some girls dressed in Han clothes who were taking pictures. These girls in Hanfu are relatively beautiful, which provokes people passing by around and frequently look sideways. One of the girls, in particular, stands out. It is extremely difficult to pick out the flawed beautiful face, tall and delicate body, and the graceful and luxurious temperament that exudes from the body. With a noble Hanfu, this young girl has a sense of déjà vu of an ancient royal princess. If you go to make peace with your relatives, you can at least exchange the border for 100 years of peace. It's so beautiful, it's finally time. Qinyi's eyes straightened, and he muttered something in his mouth, and then took out his mobile phone to prepare to take a secret photo. But suddenly found that some passers-by around were also taking out their mobile phones and making the same actions as Qinyi. This woman in Hanfu is so beautiful, passers-by are amazed when they see it, and they can't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures and keep some beautiful pictures. In addition, the woman in Hanfu was already asking her friends to take pictures, and she was maintaining an elegant posture, and the picture was simply not too beautiful. Don't shoot at this time, let alone when. The Hanfu woman and several female friends who were also wearing Hanfu took turns taking pictures of each other. But as more and more people passed by and stopped around, they were a little surprised and panicked, and after taking a picture in a hurry, they quickly left here. Qinyi regretted a little, but thinking that he had already taken no less than 100 photos, he nodded quite satisfied. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Qinyi called Wang Zhenxing, but Wang Zhenxing deliberately did not answer. Anxious, Qinyi could only leave the bank of the Qingling River and came to the revitalization group, and recklessly rushed in to find Wang Zhenxing. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by a tall security guard and asked him why he was here. Qin Yi said directly to the security guard, "Find your boss Wang Zhenxing." "Do you have an appointment?" asked the security guard. "To see your boss, do you still have to make an appointment?" Qin Yi was surprised. He dropped out of school at a young age, and then went to the mountains to learn art, with no social experience at all. "Do you think our boss can meet casually?" The security guard complained, and then realized that Qin Yi might be a relative of the boss or something, otherwise he would not be so presumptuous. "What's your relationship with our boss?" asked the security guard cautiously. Qin Yi subconsciously wanted to say that I was his son, but soon felt that this was a shame. The so-called family ugliness should not be publicized, and it is better not to spread this matter. "I am his distant nephew, my name is Qin Yi, and I have something important to find him." Qin Yi spoke. The security guard nodded, then went to the front desk and asked the reception lady to call the president's office to inquire. The one who answered the phone was Lin Keqing, the little secretary. Lin Keqing relayed it on his behalf and asked Wang Zhenxing if he wanted to see Qin Yi. Wang Zhenxing guessed that Qin Yi came to find him, most likely with news of a woman he liked. It was definitely not appropriate to drive Qin Yi away, but just seeing him like this was too cheap for him. Wang Zhenxing thought about it and asked Lin Keqing to convey it on his behalf, which roughly means that he is very busy now, and he has no time to see Qin Yi, only a little rest at noon. And let the reception take Qin Yi to a separate reception room to wait, and specially instructed not to turn on the air conditioner, and did not allow Qin Yi to leave the reception room to wander around. If Qin Yi did not want to stay, drive him away. It's late summer and it's hot. There is no air conditioning in the house, which is comparable to the steamer. Wang Zhenxing handed over all the affairs to Lin Keqing to handle, put his legs on the desk, lit a cigarette in his hand, and leisurely blew the air conditioner. After swallowing clouds and spitting fog a few times, he communicated the system and checked the change in counterattack points. Counterattack points, 6,500 with such abundant points, it's time to spend it. According to the current needs, Wang Zhenxing checked the system mall and looked at a product called Talent Gift Package. The Talent Gift Package is priced at 5,000 points, which is somewhat expensive, but it contains hundreds of talents such as blowing, playing, singing, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, etc., and each talent is at the level of a grandmaster. Wang Zhenxing has long planned to socialize with the girl Qin Yi fancy, and naturally wants to improve himself more and increase the success rate of base. Spending 5,000 points, Wang Zhenxing redeemed the Talent Gift Package. Qin Yi was in the room without air conditioning, suffering for almost 2 hours, sweating and very embarrassed. Time passed, and finally a reception lady came over and informed Qin Yi to go to another reception room to see Wang Zhenxing. Under the leadership of the reception lady, Qin Yi walked into another reception room. As soon as I entered the room, a cool air rushed in. However, the air conditioning in this reception room is turned on extremely low. Under the heat and cold, Qin Yi's whole person was not good. Fortunately, there is a 10-year foundation of true qi, otherwise you have to catch a cold. But even so, Qin Yi was not comfortable. "Huh, why are you sweating?" asked Wang Zhenxing, who was waiting leisurely in the reception room, and after seeing the embarrassed Qin Yi, he asked in surprise. After suffering for 2 hours in the room without air conditioning, Qin Yi suspected that Wang Zhenxing deliberately made things difficult, and after seeing Wang Zhenxing's surprised reaction, Qin Yi couldn't help but be stunned, and then told the encounter of the Zhenxing group. "Why did you come here after 10? My little secretary told me you were here just a few minutes ago." Wang Zhenxing said with a surprised look. The reception lady at the front desk obviously called. "Why don't you know?" asked Qin Yi. "During my working hours, my mobile phone is always placed in the small secretary's place, and the calls from the front desk are also answered by the small secretary." Wang Zhenxing said. "I see, it was your little secretary who deliberately made it difficult for me." Qin Yiming came to his senses. He misunderstood Wang Zhenxing, and it turned out that the initiator was Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing didn't wait to see him before, and deleted his friend, which is also reasonable to make things difficult for him. "How can this be reasonable? This Xiao Lin is really bold. I will rectify her in a while." Wang Zhenxing seemed very angry. "Forget it, I'm not angry with her." Qin Yi hurriedly stopped it, afraid that Lin Keqing would be punished. "This is not okay, you will be punished for doing something wrong." Wang Zhenxing has made up his mind, but it is not for Qin Yi, but a necessary process almost every day. That Uncle Wang Dad, Don't punish you heavily, for my sake, just mean it. Qin Yi interceded for Lin Keqing. Wang Zhenxing did not respond to this question, and instead said, "What is the matter with coming to Dad?" Hearing this, Qin Yi did not get entangled in Wang Zhenxing's punishment of Lin Keqing, but immediately took out his mobile phone, showed Wang Zhenxing some photos, and said, "This is the girl I fancy. When she left, I seemed to hear her friend call her Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi should be her name. It's so beautiful." Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but sigh. "No, can my vision be poor?" Qin Yi was a little proud. Wang Zhenxing was slightly stunned, glanced at him, smiled and did not speak, but suddenly left the reception room and flipped to Yang Yuchen's number in the address book. Yang Yuchen works in a public service unit and has access to information systems that ordinary people cannot access. Just provide a photo and name, and it is too easy to find out a person's background identity. After the call was connected, Wang Zhenxing did not immediately say business, but chatted with Yang Yuchen, making her smile. At this time, Wang Zhenxing made a request. After Yang Yuchen listened, she hesitated a little, and immediately inquired. Although this operation is a bit illegal, Yang Yuchen is afraid that Wang Zhenxing will not be happy, and she is too lazy to care so much when her brain is hot. After a while, Wang Zhenxing received the results of the query. It turned out to be Lao Yang's daughter. Wang Zhenxing was a little stunned, frowning and slowly walking towards the reception room. Lao Yang's full name is Zhang Yangyuan, who is an investment company with a large net worth, and is also one of the shareholders of Zhenxing Group. But these are not the keys. The point is that Zhang Yangyuan, Tang Zheng, and Wang Zhenxing are all people in a circle of friends, and they occasionally gather together for tea. Wang Zhenxing originally thought that after redeeming the talent gift package, he went to socialize with the girl that Qin Yi fancy, and he was basically stable. After all, a rich and golden, good at sweet talking, and versatile man, there is really no woman who can resist. But after learning that this was Zhang Yangyuan's daughter, Wang Zhenxing was a little worried. When old Tang and old Zhang drank tea together, if the mouth scoop shook out the matter of Tang Qingye and Wang Zhenxing, then the difficulty of Wang Zhenxing to communicate with Zhang Yi was definitely comparable to ascending to the sky. With some sadness, Wang Zhenxing came to the reception room. Zhang Yi's information was found. She is the daughter of a shareholder of my company. Wang Zhenxing felt that there was nothing to hide about this kind of information, so he told Qin Yi, and at the same time it was a temptation, wanting to set up Qin Yi's specific plan. Zhang Yi's father turned out to be a shareholder of your father's company, so how much is his net worth? Qin Yi had already guessed that Zhang Yi was born in a wealthy family, but there was also a difference between wealth and nobility, and he couldn't wait to know how rich his father-in-law would be in the future. Most of the equity of Zhenxing is in my hands. He only accounts for about 10% of the shares, but in my company's shares, it is only a part of his investment. I estimate that he is worth about the same 10 billion. Wang Zhenxing said more conservatively, 10 billion is only Zhang Yangyuan's previous net worth. Recently, because of the revitalization of the stock price skyrocketed, Zhang Yangyuan also made a lot of money, net worth rose a lot, absolutely exceeded 10 billion. 10 billion net worth. Qin Yi was surprised and delighted. Wang Zhenxing looked at his happy look, secretly felt funny, thinking that people have money, and you have a chicken feather relationship. Your father and I are not rich, it is considered to be high to give you a kiss. I can't pull this face, so I still think this matter is done. Wang Zhenxing said. Dad, you can't regret saying good things. Qin Yi was anxious. Zhang Yi is studying at a prestigious university, what about you? Wang Zhenxing took the opportunity to reprimand, reached out and knocked Qin Yi's brain, looking like he hated iron but not steel. Qin Yi was knocked on the head so painfully, he only dared to be angry in his heart, and his face did not dare to show anything, not to mention how much he was depressed. Dad, maybe I have a fate with Zhang Yi, you can help me to raise my family. If this thing is done, you will also follow the light and climb into a rich in-laws, don't you say? Qin Yi endured the humiliation and burden, and tried to persuade Wang Zhenxing with a smile. He said so, but Qin Yi was thinking viciously in his heart, once the good thing with Zhang Yi is determined, he will immediately break off the father-son relationship with Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing was unmoved, and also attacked Qin Yi. Otherwise, you arrange for me to meet Zhang Yi, is this always okay? Nope. But I'll meet you for you, and it's fine. Wang Zhenxing said. Qin saw that Wang Zhenxing oil and salt did not advance, and he suddenly had some difficulties. The marriage rope needs to be tied voluntarily by Zhang Yi, and if someone else forcibly ties her, it will have no effect. After thinking about it carefully, Qin slowly took out 2 braided bracelets woven with red thread in his pocket, handed one of them to Wang Zhenxing, and said with a sincere face, "Dad, this is the peace bracelet that I asked for at the Yuwang temple on the bank of the Qingling River, and after you went to her house to meet her, I gave her the peace bracelet on my behalf." Looking at the bracelet that Qin took out of his pocket, Wang Zhenxing was very disgusted, thinking that such a broken thing, you want me to give it to others for you, I will be humiliated. However, after Wang Zhenxing's gaze continued to stay on the rope for a few seconds, he was suddenly secretly shocked, and realized that this rope did not seem to be simple. The peace bracelet that the Yuwang temple asked for, Wang Zhenxing said, took the hand rope directly from Qin and looked at the light. There are some obscure lines on the bracelet. Wang Zhenxing has a grandmaster level divination technique, his eyesight is amazing, and he naturally sees the doorway immediately. Marriage robbery, this little rabbit cub really spares his life in order to pick up a girl, he is a ruthless person. Wang Zhenxing was silent on the surface, but secretly marveled in his heart. Daddy, be careful, don't break it. Qin Yi was a little anxious when the bracelet was taken away, but he didn't dare to snatch it, for fear of accidentally tearing the bracelet. Wang Zhenxing took the rope and pretended to continue to observe, and a torn thought rose in his heart. If he tears the hand rope in front of Qin Yi, then Qin Yi's mentality will definitely explode. It's just that Wang Zhenxing suddenly thought of a better idea. King Yu is a water cure, can you still ask for a peace bracelet in the temple? The 2 hands of the rope were squeezed in his hands, and Wang Zhenxing held the absolute initiative and was not in a hurry at all. Yes, you can. Qin Yi had never been to the Yuwang temple on the bank of the Qingling River, and he didn't know if he could ask for a safety rope in the temple, but the lie had just been told, so he could only answer hard. Yes, I thought that Yuwang Miao could only ask for ornaments such as waterproofing. Wang Zhenxing smiled jokingly. Like Qin Yi, he had never been to the Yuwang temple on the bank of the Qingling River, but he respected this water control saint very much. When it comes to King Yu, the most famous is, of course, the illusion to not entering the house 3 times because of water control. Wang Zhenxing also followed the example of Chenxian and reproduced illusions, such as when he asked Han Mei for 2 billion before. Well, after I see Zhang Yi, I will give her the hand rope for you. Wang Zhenxing agreed, and put 2 hand ropes into his pocket. Alas, Dad, just send a hand rope. Qin Yi said urgently. I know, you asked for 2 piece ropes, one for Zhang Yi and the other for your mother, isn't that so? Asked Wang Zhenxing solemnly. Qin Yi was speechless for a while, and after adjusting his mood, he said with a smile, yes, that's right, but Mom's side, let me send it. Or let my father send it, it should be my request, since it is the peace bracelet requested by Yuwang temple, presumably in addition to ensuring safety, it should also have the effect of treating water and waterproofing. Wang Zhenxing rebuffed. Qin Yi was puzzled for a moment, and did not fully understand Wang Zhenxing's words, but just said, whoever asks for the peace rope, who will send it is effective, let me give it to my mother. Okay, then Zhang Yi's side you can also send it yourself. Wang Zhenxing picked the pick. Qin Yi was speechless for a while, and finally said helplessly, in fact, whoever sends it will not affect the effect, then listen to your father, and you will send it. That pair of marriage bracelets will only take effect if they are tied to the opposite sex, Xu Yuro and Zhang Yi are both women, so naturally it will not have an impact. Qin Yi made up his mind in his heart, after Wang Zhenxing gave another bracelet to his mother, he would go to his mother to ask for the bracelet back, and then tie it around his wrist again. Compared with Wang Zhenxing, this cheap father, it must be his own mother Xu Yuro who is better to talk to. It must not be difficult to get the rope back from Xu Yuro. After the matter was discussed, Wang Zhenxing immediately wanted to dismiss Qin Yi. But Qin Yi proposed to go upstairs to the president's office to take a look and see the world. How could Wang Zhenxing not guess that this kid saw Lin Keqing? Of course, he would not agree to this kind of thing. Not to mention, Wang Zhenxing and Lin Keqing will still have things busy for a while. Wang Zhenxing found an excuse to refuse Qin Yi's proposal to go upstairs. Qin Yi was also reluctant and could only leave work in the evening. Wang Zhenxing carried the bracelet given by Qinyi and brought some gifts to visit Zhang Yongyuan's house. Why did brother Wang suddenly come here? Welcome and welcome, please come in. Zhang Yongyuan saw Wang Zhenxing coming, and warmly invited him into the house. During this time, the revitalization stock price soared. Zhang Yongyuan also made a lot of money. The original investment of about 100 million, suddenly increased tenfold. How can you not be happy? Zhang Yongyuan even called Wang Zhenxing many times, wanting to invite him to have a good meal and stabilize the friendship between the two. It's just that Wang Zhenxing is really busy, so he refuses all invalid communication. Zhang Yongyuan's invitation was one of the ineffective communication before this. Brother Wang, I should have visited you, but I got you to visit my house. How embarrassing it makes me. Zhang Yongyuan took out the best tea leaves in the house, brewed a pot of tea to entertain Wang Zhenxing, poured a cup of tea and pushed it to the coffee table in front of Wang Zhenxing, and said with a smile. Zhang Yongyuan is in his 40s, his body is fat, but he does not have the greasy feeling of an ordinary middle-aged boss, and from the outline of his facial features, he can even vaguely glimpse the handsomeness of his youth. Old Zhang, they are all acquaintances, don't say these foreign words. Wang Zhenxing took a sip of the tea on the coffee table, then smiled heartily. His eyes casually looked around, trying to search for a young and beautiful figure. It's just that as far as the eye can see, there is only a middle-aged beautiful woman with quite grace, and it is not a match for the young and beautiful. I like brother Wang, you are not informal. Zhang Yongyuan smiled and said warmly, since you are here, you have to stay and finish dinner before leaving, otherwise I won't agree. That is, since brother Wang is here, he must stay here for dinner. The middle-aged beautiful woman came over, sat down next to Zhang Yongyuan, and said with a smile. This beautiful woman is Zhang Yongyuan's wife, Dai Qing. Wang Zhenxing and the couple have known each other for a long time. Brother Zhang and his sister-in-law have spoken, then I can only be respectful and obey. Wang Zhenxing agreed to come down. While waiting for dinner, Wang Zhenxing chatted idly with Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing, and talked about Wang Zhenxing's single and unmarried problem. Dai Qing had a very good impression of Wang Zhenxing, and enthusiastically proposed to introduce him to objects. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he knew that Tang Zheng had not yet talked to the couple about himself and Tang Qingya. Tang Zheng didn't mention it, and of course Wang Zhenxing couldn't mention it. Sorting out the wording and preparing to respond, but at this moment, Wang Zhenxing's eyes saw a silhouette wearing a Han costume, and suddenly came to the hall. Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but turn his head to look, and an ancient beauty with the posture of captivating the country and the city came into view in an instant. Although he had seen the photos in advance and was mentally prepared, when Wang Zhenxing really saw Zhang Yi himself, he couldn't help but feel very surprised. This Zhang Yi is obviously only about 20, but he is not as graceful and noble as he is. Fuyun covers the top, the anger is rushing, it's amazing. Looking at Zhang Yi's qi on his head, Wang Zhenxing was shocked again. After looking at the appearance and qi phase, look at the body shape. It's just that the hanfu is long and loose, and it doesn't show much of the figure. However, this is difficult for Wang Zhenxing. After all, the previous 1,100 counterattack points were not spent in vain. Blinking his eyes and looking again, Wang Zhenxing immediately understood, and commented overall. This Zhang Yi is not inferior to Lin Keqing and Tang Qingya, regardless of his appearance or figure, and the graceful and luxurious temperament on his body is even slightly better than Lin Tang and the two. Communication system, Wang Zhenxing used a probing technique, wanting to know more about Zhang Yi. Female protagonist, Zhang Yi. Qi luck value, 563. Heroine aura, 431. Combat power value, 35. Charm value, 121. Ability Goldfinger, song and dance talent full level. Fate fortune, heavenly destiny blessing girl, Fuku's relatives and friends, Wangfu intermediate. Whether it is luck or the aura of the heroine, they are quite outstanding, especially the value of the charm value, which even surprised Wang Zhenxing. The system's calculation rule for the charm value is the average of the three scores of appearance, figure and temperament. The full score of appearance and figure is 100, but the score for temperament is unlimited. Take Wang Zhenxing himself, the previous charm value was 113. The specific value is 96 in appearance, 100 in figure, 143 in temperament, and the average value of the three is 113. The value of temperament is especially high. The so-called temperament is actually subdivided into pre-weather quality and post-weather quality. The nature of the weather is innate and cannot be changed. After the weather, the quality is enhanced by factors such as dressing, as well as wealth. The reason why Wang Zhenxing's temperament value is high is mainly because of money. Of course, with the increase of Wang Zhenxing's wealth, the value of temperament has also increased slightly, and even the charm value has also increased by a loss. Of course, the current charm value is not 113, but it is still not as high as Zhang Yi. Wang Zhenxing was a little curious, so he checked the specific value of Zhang Yi's charm value. Appearance value 99, body 99, temperament 165. The value came out instantly, and the temperament item was as high as 165. Unlike Wang Zhenxing, Zhang Yi's temperament is mainly innate, not acquired. Brother Wang, this is my daughter, Zhang Yi, you should see it for the first time. Zhang Yongyuan introduced it with a smile, and after speaking, he gestured to Zhang Yi, this is Uncle Wang. Zhang Yi walked over slowly, not far in front of Wang Zhenxing, because he felt that Wang Zhenxing was too young and handsome and did not look like his uncle, and he was slightly stunned, and after reacting, he quickly said hello politely. Hello Uncle Wang. Hello, Wang Zhenxing responded to Zhang Yi's greeting with a smile, and then praised Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing, saying that the two were really powerful, giving birth to such a flower-like girl. Revitalization, if I'm not mistaken, you should be 36. In the past, because I was busy with my career, I didn't have time to talk about the object, but now that my career is successful, I should also divide some of my heart to start a family. Dai Qing insisted on introducing objects to Wang Zhenxing. When Zhang Yi next to him heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. If it weren't for her mother's words, she would never have thought that Wang Zhenxing would have been 36. This kind of thing depends on fate. If you can't force it, let it be. Wang Zhenxing responded to Dai Qing's words with a smile, avoiding Dai Qing from continuing to discuss the matter, quickly changed the topic, and asked Zhang Yi next to him. Are you studying or have you already joined the work? The elders asked. Of course, Zhang Yi had questions and answers. What major did you study? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Department of Dance, majoring in classical dance. Zhang Yi replied. I used to learn classical dance, no wonder I am so temperamental. Speaking of which, I know a little about classical dance. While Wang Zhenxing appreciated, he caused another topic by the way. Zhang Yi was originally a little restrained in the face of the elder question, but after hearing Wang Zhenxing say this, his crystal eyes widened slightly, and his black jewel-like eyes showed curiosity. Putting Zhang Yi's micro-expression in his eyes, Wang Zhenxing smiled secretly and continued to talk about classical dance. Zhang Yi likes classical dance very much, otherwise he would not choose this major. With Wang Zhenxing's narration, Zhang Yi also listened more and more fascinated. She who was originally standing restrained, also inadvertently sat down on the chair next to Wang Zhenxing so that she could listen better. When Wang Zhenxing talked about the famous dances of ancient times, he was more detailed than the professors of Zhang Yi's dance department. Zhang Yi encountered something incomprehensible and occasionally asked questions. Wang Zhenxing answered them one by one. The heroine Zhang Yi has a favorability rating of +20 for the host, and the current total favorability is 30. Friendliness Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing saw that Wang Zhenxing and their daughter were talking speculatively, and some looked at each other but they didn't stop it. Uncle Wang, I've been practicing the shocking dance recently, but I can't practice it well, can you give me some advice? Wang Zhenxing happened to talk about one of the famous ancient dances, the shocking dance, and Zhang Yi followed the trend to ask for advice. Absolutely. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Zhang Yi was delighted, looked at the spacious hall, and prepared to dance a stunning dance here. She was already wearing hanfu, and her classical dance was not obtrusive at all, but complemented each other. However, as soon as Zhang Yi took a pose and was ready to dance, Wang Zhenxing suddenly said, Do you have a guqin at home? Yes, Uncle Wang, Zhang Yi had a guess, but he was not sure. Just jump, don't you think there's something missing? Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. Zhang Yi nodded, left for a while, and when he came back, he held the guqin in his arms, and then with a trace of doubt, handed the guqin to Wang Zhenxing. Fingers caressed the strings, and several crisp notes sounded. Wang Zhenxing nodded quite satisfied. The pitch of this guqin is correct, the timbre is crisp and good, and it is the best guqin. Wang Zhenxing didn't have to look at the strings, so he played the ancient songs, and in just 1 minute, no less than 10 ancient music preludes floated on the strings, and the transitions were extremely natural, flowing clouds and water. If it weren't for the superb piano skills and the knowledge of ancient music, he would never be able to do this. In addition to practicing classical dance, Zhang Yi also practiced Guqin, and has reached the level of entering the hall. As soon as the so-called expert makes a move, he knows whether there is one or not. Wang Zhenxing's operation made Zhang Yi stunned. The doubts in Zhang Yi's eyes also completely dissipated with Wang Zhenxing's magical operation. The beautiful Guqin notes floated, and Zhang Yi soon danced with it. The amazing Hong dance is one of the most famous ancient dances, from the Tang dynasty for more than 1,600 years. As the years have passed, the true dance has actually been lost. The amazing dance that has been passed down to the present day was compiled by the ancients in the later era according to the description in the materials. But even so, the ornamental and artistic nature is still amazing. I saw Zhang Yi's soft and beautiful figure, dancing in the hall, and his movement and demeanor were extremely beautiful. Zhang Yi's so-called bad training is actually too strict with himself. You know, her talent for singing and dancing is full. If you watch a dance once, you can perform it decently, not to mention practice it many times. Soon, a thrilling dance was over. Zhang Yi's absolutely soft face bloomed with joy. The interpretation just now was almost perfect, and she herself was very satisfied. Previously, she had always felt that she had not practiced well. In fact, she felt that she could not dance the charm of the amazing dance. But this time was different, Wang Zhenxing's Guqin accompaniment, which easily brought her into a wonderful realm. Therefore, Zhang Yi's almost perfect interpretation came out. Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing as the audience, although they can't see any Shen Yun or not Shen Yun, they still feel so powerful. At the moment when Zhang Yi danced just now, the two of them even had the illusion of dreaming back to the Great Tang. Dad, Mom, did you record the video just now? Asked Zhang Yi hurriedly. Both of them shook their heads, they were too absorbed to think of anything else just now. Seeing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a little regretful that he couldn't record this almost perfect interpretation of the amazing dance. In the past, when she danced by herself, she used to have the habit of recording videos, but this time she didn't. Uncle Wang, you know classical dance, and you play the Guqin so well, which top university should you be a professor? After calming his mind, Zhang Yi asked curiously. Do I look like a professor? Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment, then smiled a little, and said, I am in business, I opened a daily chemical company, and I sold shampoo, shower gel and other things. Zhang Yi felt a little incredible, and couldn't help but ask, then where did you learn these skills? Oh, it's all ancestral family learning. In fact, it's not just classical dance and Guqin, I have all involved in chess, calligraphy and painting. Wang Zhenxing has long thought of words, and what he said is the same as the truth. Brother Wang, I heard that you started from scratch before, and I always thought that you were from a poor family, but I didn't expect that you were actually from a scholarly family, and your family education was so originated. Zhang Yongyuan and Dai Qing were amazed. It's okay not to mention it. Wang Zhenxing smiled shamefully and ended the topic. Uncle Wang, I have a reluctant request, I wonder if you can agree. Asked Zhang Yi in a low voice. Talk about it. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. I'll learn Guqin with you. Zhang Yi felt presumptuous and paused slightly when he spoke. Your Uncle Wang is busy, how can I teach you this? Besides, this is still Uncle Wang's family learning, how can I teach it casually? Without waiting for Wang Zhenxing to answer, Zhang Yongyuan said first. That is, I am also ready to introduce Brother Wang to someone. If this thing is done, Brother Wang will be even busier. Dai Qing echoed. Although it is a homeschool, it is not a secret that is passed on. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. The apprentice has seen master. Zhang Yi reacted quickly, called sweetly, and then poured a cup of tea again and held it to Wang Zhenxing. The heroine Zhang Yi has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 35, friendliness. Wang Zhenxing took the teacup, drank most of it with a smile, put down the teacup and pretended to think bitterly, and said, I didn't expect to accept apprentices today, and there was no meeting gift, so I will give you the peace rope I asked for from the temple. As he spoke, he also took out the safety rope from his body. Thank you, Master. Zhang Yi accepted it happily and tied it directly to Hao's wrist. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but laugh heartily, holding the remaining Jingxi tea just now in his left hand, and drank it all in one go. On his left wrist, wrapped in his dark shirt, there was also a safety rope. When Zhang Yi tied the safety rope, his heart surged and he looked at Wang Zhenxing inexplicably. Wang Zhenxing also looked at her. The four eyes looked at each other for a few moments, and Zhang Yi suddenly looked away with a slightly red face. "Brother Wang, I heard you say that you can still play chess just now, do you want to come to a few games?" Zhang Yongyuan liked to play chess, and seeing that this would not be the meal, he suggested. Wang Zhenxing nodded in agreement. After the hand rope is tied at the same time, the marriage robbery will not take full effect until half an hour later. Wang Zhenxing originally wanted to stay a little longer to make sure that nothing was wrong and prevent Zhang Yi from removing the hand rope. In fact, Wang Zhenxing was overthinking. Zhang Yi tied the hand rope, and did not feel the slightest discomfort, and even felt that it was sent by the master, and he liked it quite much, and he didn't even have the idea of taking it off. The next game of chess, normally speaking, is not short. However, due to Zhang Yongyuan's chess skills, the gap between him and Wang Zhenxing was too big, so every game ended extremely quickly. "Master, you are really powerful." Zhang Yi watched from the sidelines, and his heart suddenly worried. Zhang Yongyuan's chess skills are actually not bad. There were few opponents in chess with people in the past. Even if they encountered powerful ones, they could have back and forth, winning and losing in half. But here in Wang Zhenxing, only losses are not won. Zhang Yongyuan didn't have a sense of experience, and he lost in disgrace, but he was indeed convinced. If it weren't for the fear of chaos, he would even want to worship Wang Zhenxing as a teacher and learn chess skills. At this time, it is finally time to open the meal. The Zhang family is a large family of 5 generations. Zhang Yi's grandparents, great-grandfather, great-grandmother, and great-grandmother are still alive. The highest-ranking grandmother is even over 100 years old and can still take care of herself. It's incredible. Wang Zhenxing was not surprised. Zhang Yi is a blessing woman of heaven's destiny, and her relatives and friends around her are blessed by blessings. However, according to the close relationship, the one who can be blessed by Zhang Yi's blessing the most is Zhang Yi's lover. Qin Yi's eyes were okay, and he picked Zhang Yi as the object of rejoicing. If this thing really happened, Qin Yi's obscurity could not only be wiped out in an instant, but also easily soared. It's just that Qin Yi is still bad after all, and finally makes a wedding dress for others. Wang Zhenxing squinted slightly, looked at the red rope on his wrist under his dark shirt, and smiled inadvertently. Zhang Yi on the side, his eyes always looked at him from time to time, and there was some slight shame between his eyebrows. The heroine Zhang Yi has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 40 close. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to know Zhang Yi's mood, and after sitting for a while, he got up to leave. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove by on the road under the night sky, and a red hand rope was thrown out of the window, mercilessly crushed by passing vehicles. The marriage robbery is fully effective, and the hand rope is already dispensable. Throw away the hand rope, and you can't break the marriage robbery. After leaving Yang's house, Wang Zhenxing came to Xu Yoru's house. It was destined to be an unquiet night. But perhaps Qin Yi had accumulated experience, and when he was restless, he immediately recited the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, and his state of mind was not affected much. Early the next morning, Qin Yi watched Wang Zhenxing leave, and then ran to Xu Yoro in a fart, and asked expectantly. Mother, where did Uncle Wang give you the peace bracelet?" "What peace bracelet?" Xu Yoro looked puzzled. Hearing his son Qin Yi's question, Xu Yoro looked at him suspiciously. "It is the Yuang temple that Uncle Wang asked for you at the Yuang temple on the bank of the Qingling River, saying that it has the effect of ensuring peace and controlling water and releasing water." Qin Yi reminded. Of course, he remembered that Wang Zhenxing mentioned it yesterday. As Wang Zhenxing asked for it, Qin Yi didn't want to argue. Just think that Wang Zhenxing asked for it, it didn't matter. What waterproofing and water cure? Mess, what nonsense. Xu Yoru's gentle expression changed, and he said a little anxiously. "That's what Uncle Wang told me. Yesterday, I saw him holding a red bracelet. I thought it was strange, so I asked him. He said that it was Yuang Miao to ask to give you. Hasn't he sent you yet?" "No, he didn't say a word, and I haven't seen any peace bracelet." Xu Yoro shook his head, and then reacted to Qin Yi's title to Wang Zhenxing just now, and reproached. "What Uncle Wang, it's Dad. Yes, yes, it's Dad, I can't change it for a while. Qin Yi smiled, and then took out his mobile phone and dialed Wang Zhenxing's number. Son, what's the matter with looking for Daddy? Came a loud inquiry on the other end of the phone. Didn't you go to the Yuang temple yesterday to ask for a peace bracelet? Did you forget to give it to your mother? Asked Qin Yi nervously. Oh, I'm depressed when I talk about this. I just tied the peace bracelet to my wrist because I was afraid of forgetting, but I don't know how. When I went to your house, the peace bracelet on my wrist somehow disappeared. Wang Zhenxing complained in a resentful tone. Every word he said was as if it was pierced in Qin Yi's heart. The peace bracelet is gone. Qin Yi broke his voice. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged and obtained a counterattack point of 100. Yes, but it's okay, I'll just go back to the Yuang temple and ask for one. Wang Zhenxing's tone was no longer resentful, and he said indifferently. How is it okay? There is a relationship, there is a relationship, there is a big relationship, said Qin Yi with a numb scalp. How? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Qin Yi didn't dare to say why, but at the same time realized a more serious problem, and asked, Dad, what about the other peace bracelet? I visited Yang's house yesterday, and I have already sent that safe hand rope to Zhang Yi. You can rest assured of this, Wang Zhenxing replied. Is Zhang Yi tied up then? Qin Yi's face became more and more bad. Fastened. I saw it with my own eyes. She didn't untie it before I left. It's really strange to say, a broken hand rope, people don't dislike it. Wang Zhenxing said. Then when you sent the peace bracelet to Zhang Yi, the other peace bracelet, you are also tied to, is it tied to your hand? Qin Yi said behind, and his voice had begun to shake a little. Wang Zhenxing held back a smile and replied, that's right, when I left Yang's house, I took a special look, and the peace bracelet was tied to my hand, but when I arrived at your house, the peace bracelet was gone. Oh, I remember, I guess I was smoking with the window open, not paying much attention, and let the bracelet on my wrist be blown away by the wind. Speaking of this, Wang Zhenxing could faintly hear the sound of Qin Yi's teeth fighting. The host causes the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged and gets 100 counterattack points. The host causes the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged and gets 100 counterattack points. Hey, son, why don't you talk? The other end of the phone was silent for a long time before Qin Yi's voice came again. Dad, I suddenly feel that it is not suitable for that Zhang Yi. I am not worthy of others, or do not delay her. I don't need you to ask for a kiss anymore. Are you sure? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Sure, very sure. Qin Yi replied in a loud voice, and solemnly instructed, by the way, you better stay away from the people of the Zhang family. You must be far away. Why stay away from the Zhang family? I have a friendship with Zhang Yangyuan, and he is still a shareholder of my company. By the way, Zhang Yi worshipped me as a teacher yesterday, and wanted to learn Guqin with me. I see that she has a good talent, and is preparing to teach her hand in hand. Wang Zhenxing deliberately revealed information and sprinkled a handful of salt on Qin Yi's wounds. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged and obtained 100 counterattack points. Dad, Mom loves you so much, you must not be sorry for her. Qin Yijian could not stop Wang Zhenxing from contacting the Zhang family, so he could only change his strategy. Son, what are you talking about? How can I be sorry for your mother? Well, I don't tell you, I went to the door of Yang's house. That Zhang Yi seems to be still greeting at the door. Don't talk to you, bye. After Wang Zhenxing finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone, and then walked out of the Rolls-Royce and looked at the beautiful figure not far away. Zhang Yi is on holiday today and happens to be free. Wang Zhenxing did not go to the company and handed over all the affairs to Lin Keqing. Zhang Yi saw Wang Zhenxing coming, politely called master, and then invited him into Yang's house. After entering Yang's house, Wang Zhenxing was in the piano room, teaching Zhang Yi to play the Guqin very seriously. During this period, he always maintained the majesty of the master, did not have the slightest kind of flirtatious words and behaviors, and taught Zhang Yi to learn the Guqin in a serious way. Prior to this, when Wang Zhenxing contacted the heroine or female match, most of them were calculations and created opportunities. This time, Wang Zhenxing didn't want to be so tired and calculated to deliberately create opportunities. Because of the marriage robbery, there is no need to deliberately do anything, just go with the flow and let the destiny arrange. Wang Zhenxing taught Zhang Yi hand in hand, so as not to be touched. Although Wang Zhenxing is a serious Guqin teaching, Zhang Yi did not study it well, and he often lost his mind during the period, and frequently cast his eyes on the handsome face next to him. Just at this time, Zhang Yi played the wrong tune. Wang Zhenxing went hand in hand to correct it, and the moment the fingertips of the two touched, Zhang Yi seemed to be electrocuted, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The heroine Zhang Yi has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. As if when the body is really electrocuted, it is difficult to move out of control, and the two fingertips touching the strings seem to be frozen. The two looked at each other, neither of them spoke, just looked at each other. I don't know how long it took. Wang Zhenxing felt that he couldn't see the flowers just by looking at it, which disrupted the situation. Be attentive and study. Wang Zhenxing put on the majesty of the master, reached out and gently knocked Zhang Yi's smooth forehead. Yes, master. Zhang Yi stuck out his tongue and tried to fix his mind. Before you know it, an hour of class has passed. Wang Zhenxing saw the point, so he took his leave and left. In the next few days, Wang Zhenxing would spare an hour every day to teach Zhang Yi to play the guqin. Wang Zhenxing didn't need to do anything deliberately, that is, to teach Zhang Yi to play the guqin normally, so that the intimacy of the relationship between the two increased day by day. When a week later, Wang Zhenxing felt that the time had come, so after completing the last course, he suddenly said, "You are really talented. In such a short time, you can make such progress, with your current level, compared to your university teachers. I have taught you everything, and the fate of our master and apprentice will end here." "Master, don't you want me?" Zhang Yi was a little flustered, regretting that he was eager to show that he would not hide it, originally wanting to please master's praise, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. "There is no banquet in the world, and I really have nothing to teach you in terms of guqin, the rest can only be comprehended by yourself. With your qualifications, your achievements in this aspect of guqin, in time will definitely not be inferior to me, and even surpass me." Wang Zhenxing said. "Then will we meet again in the future?" Zhang Yi lowered his eyes and asked softly. "I have a lot of things in my company, I have very little leisure, and you need to finish college, I'm afraid it won't be seen again." Wang Zhenxing responded quietly. Hearing this, Zhang Yi did not doubt it. Wang Zhenxing has known her parents for a long time, but she was stunned that she saw Wang Zhenxing for the first time a few days ago. "Xiao Yi, I'm leaving, bye-bye." Wang Zhenxing looked at Zhang Yi, who was sad in his eyes, and then said. Saying that, he walked towards the door, but between walking, his steps were relatively slow. Feelings are such a thing, whoever takes the initiative first will fall into a passive situation. With Wang Zhenxing's rich experience in this area, of course, he knows that if he wants to take the initiative, he must not do anything first. Wang Zhenxing slowly walked to the door, and there was a sound of hurried footsteps behind him, and it was getting closer and closer. Soon, he felt someone hugging him from behind. I don't want you to go." Zhang Yi's voice came from behind him, faintly mixed with sobs. "What are you doing?" asked Wang Zhenxing in surprise. "I want to see you often, I want to talk to you often, I want to hear you play the guqin, I want to do many things with you, I know you actually want to see me too, don't deny it, I can feel it." Zhang Yi slowly let go of Wang Zhenxing, met his helpless gaze, and said firmly. "Xiao Yi, my king has been bright for decades, you can't harm me." Wang Zhenxing looked embarrassed. "We're just a dozen years apart, you're unmarried, I'm not married, what does it matter?" Zhang Yi didn't feel any shame. "I've known your parents for so long, and you're going to put me in an unrighteous situation," Wang Zhenxing said. Zhang Yi frowned slightly and thought for a while, then let me tell them, all the responsibility is borne by me. It's not a question of who bears responsibility, but it's difficult for your parents to accept this kind of thing. If you tell him directly, the relationship between me and your father will definitely break up. Wang Zhenxing was guiding Zhang Yi's thoughts. "Well, don't tell them for the time being, you can hint at them slowly, let them mentally prepare, and then tell them," Zhang Yi said after thinking about it. "But I'm usually busy, and I probably won't spend much time with you." Wang Zhenxing is not lying, he is really busy in normal times, often rushing everywhere to go to appointments, and now he has to add a field, and he must plan and allocate it well in terms of time. "I can understand that as long as you can take a little time out of time every week to spend with me, I am very satisfied." Zhang Yi was empathetic and knew that it was not easy for Wang Zhenxing to manage a large company, so he was not greedy. Alas, in a few years I will be 40 years old, and I am actually wise. I really shouldn't have promised to teach you to learn the piano. Wang Zhenxing sighed and reached out to pinch Zhang Yi's white and tender face. It's fate, you can't escape. Zhang Yi snorted proudly, as if he was proud. He was too attractive, which made Wang Zhenxing feel uncontrollable. Wang Zhenxing took her look in his eyes, and by the way, he checked Zhang Yi's current favorability level of up to 90 unswerving for himself, and secretly thought that this was okay. The marriage robbery that Qin Yi sacrificed Shouyuan in exchange for was really powerful enough. Wang Zhenxing hadn't even had the slightest cross-border interaction with Zhang Yi to reach such a level. Counting carefully, in addition to Zhang Yi, Shouyuan has reached this level at present. But Wang Zhenxing worked hard for many days and nights for this. Zhang Yi gently dragged Wang Zhenxing back, and then chatted with him. Wang Zhenxing saw that the time was ripe, and he was a little eager to try, but he thought that if Zhang Yi took the initiative, he would have a double reward, so he maintained his gentleman's appearance and sat down. Seeing him like this, Zhang Yi pouted slightly and had some resentment. After chatting for a while, Wang Zhenxing received a call from Lin Keqing, saying that the acquisition of the live broadcast platform had been discussed, and he needed to personally come forward to sign the contract. Wang Zhenxing knew that this matter was not easy to delay, so he could only bid farewell to Zhang Yi for the time being. Zhang Yi is understanding. Of course, it is impossible to stop it. It's just that when Wang Zhenxing left, Zhang Yi couldn't help but put his head together, dragonfly like water, and even a few times. This is what a system. Wang Zhenxing looked resistant, but his heart was quite beautiful. What, we're a couple now, what is this? Zhang Yi said with a red face. She is a more restrained person, originally not to take the initiative, but seeing that Wang Zhenxing is a humble gentleman, she thought that if she was still restrained, the two would only be afraid that they would always maintain such a somewhat distant way of getting along. My famous name, Wang Zhenxing complained, took out a tissue and wiped the faint lipstick mark on his face in the mirror. Our affairs, can you not disclose them for the time being? I understand, you are famous in your life, I am afraid that it will be ruined, right? Zhang Yi could understand him and said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing was relieved. Tang Zheng and Zhang Yongyuan are relatively familiar, and I don't know if Tang Qingye and Zhang Yi of the later generation have a relationship. With Zhang Yi's words, then there is no need to worry too much about the overturn. After leaving Yang's house, Wang Zhenxing successfully contacted the Shark platform. The final purchase price negotiated was 2.8 billion. Because Lin Keqing negotiated everything in advance, Wang Zhenxing only needed to come forward and sign, and after the signing was completed, Wang Zhenxing officially became the boss of the Shark platform. There is no problem with the management and operation of the Shark platform itself, and Wang Zhenxing naturally will not interfere and make decisions such as replacing the management. What's more, Wang Zhenxing did not have this idle work, but after signing the contract, he briefly met with the senior management of several platforms. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zhenxing rushed to Shouyuan's home. Shouyuan spoke with Wang Zhenxing on the phone in advance, knowing that he was coming at this time, and pinched the time to prepare the meal. As soon as Wang Zhenxing came, he could basically eat. Qin Yi also waited for a long time, and he was quite dissatisfied with Wang Zhenxing in his heart, thinking that he was really so busy every day. In order to wait for him, the meal at home for the past 2 nights was changed to 9 o'clock. However, although Qin Yi was not happy, his face did not dare to show it. Qin Yi packed a large bowl of rice and placed it on the table. Son, why are you sitting down? Said Wang Zhenxing to him suddenly. If I don't sit while eating, am I still standing? Asked Qin Yi. Son, I don't care how you used to be, but now that you are my son, there are some rules that you must obey, and before eating, you must serve food to your parents first, you know. Wang Zhenxing took the opportunity to educate. Treating the protagonist as a son, this feeling is too comfortable, and of course you can't let go of the opportunity. Don't be angry with you, I didn't teach him well. Shouyuan was ashamed to say. To Wang Zhenxing, turned his head and changed his expression to a serious expression, and said to his son, what are you still stunned about, didn't Dad hear you talking? Qin Yi was depressed, unwilling to put down the bowl and chopsticks, went to serve 2 bowls of rice, and served them to Wang Zhenxing and Shouyuan respectively. After doing this, Qin Yi thought to himself, now he can always eat, right? But as soon as the chopsticks reached for the vegetable bowl, Wang Zhenxing said again. Did I allow you to pick vegetables? Question mark. Mom and Dad haven't moved the chopsticks first, you can't move the chopsticks, understand? Shu Yuro echoed and explained, wanting Qin Yi to understand the reason. Qin Yi was depressed, dropped the chopsticks on the table, and said, Parents, then you go first. Go and stand next to you, and don't come over to eat without my permission. Wang Zhenxing said. Mom Qin Yi was dissatisfied and wanted to ask for help. Listen to your father, go quickly. Shu Yuro didn't mean to help her son at all. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and the counterattack points were +100. Qin Yi gritted his teeth, quickly silently recited a few words of the Heart Sutra, suppressed his anger, and went to stand next to him honestly. The rules of my old Wang family are like this, I came here like this when I was a child, you won't mind, right? Asked Wang Zhenxing to Shu Yuro. Of course not. Shu Yuro shook her head violently, not feeling sorry for her son at all. In her heart, she already regards Wang Zhenxing as her husband. As the so-called marrying a chicken follows a chicken and a dog follows a dog, of course, everything must be listened to the husband. What my husband says is what it is. Mom listened to Wang Zhenxing's words like this, so I will be in this house in the future, I am afraid that I will not be able to raise my head all the time, no, I must destroy their relationship. Qin Yi was very worried when he saw it, thinking about the countermeasures to separate the two. At this time, he suddenly noticed that there was a faint red mark on Wang Zhenxing's neck behind his ear, which seemed to be pecked by a woman. Wang Zhenxing had just entered the house, and after coming in, he had been in Qin Yi's field of vision again. Qin Yi could be sure that that mark had nothing to do with his mother. Hey, Dad, why do you have lipstick marks on your neck? Asked Qin Yi in a strange manner. When Shu Yuro heard this, the hand that raised the chopsticks suddenly froze, and then silently continued to eat. Wang Zhenxing was also stunned, recalled it, and reacted that this belonged to Zhang Yi. At that time, I wiped the mark before leaving Yang's house, but it turned out that it was not completely erased. However, Wang Zhenxing did not panic at all. With Shu Yoru's relationship with him now, even if he doesn't explain, Shu Yuro won't ask. However, Wang Zhenxing wanted to rectify Qin Yi, a low-mouthed guy. Snap! Smashing the chopsticks in his hand on the table, Wang Zhenxing said angrily and self-blamedly, Aru, I'm sorry for you. Mom, you see he confessed, he betrayed you, separated from him, quickly separate. Qin Yi was overjoyed, and Wang Zhenxing was surprised that he didn't quibble, and immediately picked up Shu Yuro. Before recognizing the thief as the father, he hoped to claim the identity of the son of the revitalization group, and then go to Yang's house to raise his family. Now that the matter of raising relatives has failed, Qin Yi seized the opportunity and immediately wanted to pull his mother and Wang Zhenxing to draw a line. Aru, I'm sorry for you, let's separate. Wang Zhenxing followed Qin Yi's words and said to Shu Yuro. No, I don't want to part with you. Shu Yoru's eyes instantly welled up with mist, and she hurriedly grabbed Wang Zhenxing's hand, lest he leave him. I made a mistake, are you still willing to follow me? Asked Wang Zhenxing. I think there must be a reason for this, you definitely wouldn't mean it, right? Shu Yuro had known Wang Zhenxing for so long and trusted his character very much, so she asked speculatively. I'm an honest person, of course I can't do this kind of thing intentionally, it's a 20-year-old girl, I feel guilty when I think about it. Wang Zhenxing beat his chest, as if he was extremely reproachful. Can you tell me about the situation? Shu Yuro didn't mean to blame, just a little curious. It's like this, Wang Zhenxing pointed at Qin Yi, this smelly boy took a fancy to a girl named Zhang Yi before, and asked me to go to Yang's house on his behalf to ask for a kiss, I don't know how, I like that girl named Zhang Yi. And that Zhang Yi is also strange, and he likes me very much, as soon as these two look at each other, something happened. Alas, I am famous in my life, how could I do such a thing? The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and the counterattack points were +100. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and the counterattack points were +100. Watching at ease Bodhisattva. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and the counterattack points were +100. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and the counterattack points were +100. Qin Yi's mentality exploded, and he missed the Heart Sutra to calm his emotions, but this time the Heart Sutra didn't work very well. Wang Zhenxing didn't know the reason, he knew. Marriage. Robbery, it's all this damn marriage robbery. Well, don't blame yourself, you are so attractive, it's normal for a little girl to like you. Shu Yu said softly and relievedly. That's right, but I'm an honest person, I only like you alone, there is no reason to like a 20-year-old girl, I feel evil when I think of this. Wang Zhenxing kept complaining, his eyes gradually turned to Qin Yi, as if waking up from a dream, he thought of something. Son, I know you understand some evil doors, is there something wrong with the pair of peace bracelets you handed me? The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and the counterattack points were plus 100. If you don't speak, you will admit it. I, Wang Zhenxing, have acted brightly and honestly all my life, with a clear conscience, but I didn't expect to be ruined by your rebel son, I Wang Zhenxing. Felt that his emotions were almost in place, so Mari pulled out the belt around his waist. Hey, what do you want to do? Seeing Wang Zhenxing's action of drawing the belt, Qin Yi was a little puzzled, and did not understand the purpose of this move. When Shu Yuro was still pregnant with him, his father was gone. Qin Yi had never met his biological father, and naturally it was impossible to experience the fatherly love that ordinary children experienced. And Shu Yuro, as a mother, although she is occasionally stern, but on the whole, she is still gentle, of course, it is impossible to educate her children. Quickly raising his hand and raising the belt, Wang Zhenxing jerked over. Ah! Qin Yi, who could not dodge it, shouted in pain. Wang Zhenxing raised his hand again. Qin Yi was prepared this time, avoiding the belt that was drawn, and then grabbed Wang Zhenxing's hand and pushed him slightly as a protest. Wang Zhenxing stepped backwards, fell to the ground, and screamed pain in his mouth. Qin Yi was stunned. He knew that the surname Wang was his mother Shu Yoru's heart and liver baby, and although he protested, he was still measured, lest too much strength hurt him. The moment he pushed Wang revitalization just now, he didn't use any strength at all. What's more, Wang Zhenxing is tall and big, and he is not weak. How could it be? I see, this guy touches porcelain, Qin Yi reacted quickly. Qin Yi. An extremely angry voice sounded next to him. As if the bloodline was suppressed, Qin Yi instantly snorted, and then trembled and turned his head to look at his mother Shu Yuro. I saw Shu Yoru's pretty face with anger, and went to help Wang Zhenxing up, staring at Qin Yi with wide eyes. Mom, I didn't use any strength at all, he fell by himself. Okay, I was wrong, I shouldn't have done it to Dad. Qin Yi explained weakly, but saw that the anger on Shu Yoru's face was growing, so he quickly changed his words. Wang Zhenxing had a backer, and immediately picked up the belt and turned to Qin Yi left and right. The crackling sound sounded in the hall. The host taught the protagonist in the posture of a strict father, and obtained a counterattack point of 500, the protagonist Qin Yi's luck value is minus 50, and the host Qi luck value is plus 50. After Wang Zhenxing waved the belt for a while, his mood was particularly refreshing. Qin Yi was extremely aggrieved. The marriage robbery that was exchanged for life finally cheapened Wang Zhenxing, and he was beaten severely. Do you know it's wrong? Asked Qin Yi. I know. Qin Yi nodded. Quote, I shouldn't have pursued girls in a crooked way. Crackle. Another sound of a belt falling. Dad, I recognized my mistake and beat me. Qin Yi gasped in pain. What's wrong? Asked Wang. Qin Yi frowned and thought, and immediately thought of it, but he was not happy to say it. What's wrong? Asked Wang Zhenxing persistently. You shouldn't ruin Daddy's name. Qin Yi replied with a grudge. Wang Zhenxing nodded in satisfaction and fastened the belt again. Qin Yi has 10 years of true Qi protective body, and it is impossible to kill him with a belt. And Wang Zhenxing does not want to expose his true strength for the time being. Moreover, Qin Yi ate a full meal of fried meat with bamboo shoots, which was enough for him. Wang Zhenxing put away his belt, calmed his mood, and then ate with Shu Yuro. Qin Yi was still watching from the side. That girl named Zhang Yi, how do you plan to settle it? After eating for a while, Shu Yuro asked cautiously. I just want to be with you, but I don't want to be sorry for people, so I just give my life to others. Wang Zhenxing said self-defeatingly. Shu Yuro immediately became anxious when she heard this, and hurriedly said, this is not a matter of harm, how can you think so? I don't want any title, you just have me in your heart, if you want to marry Zhang Yi, then marry her. Shu Yoru's expression was calm, obviously this was a decision after deep consideration, and it was not a hothead to say this. Thank you for your understanding, but I just wronged you. Wang Zhenxing patted the back of her hand. It's okay. Xu Yuro showed a gentle smile. When Qinyi heard it next to him, his eyes were almost white in surprise. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't pull his face because he had eaten a meal of fried meat with bamboo shoots just now, he would probably kneel in front of Wang Zhenxing and beg him to teach him the skills of picking up girls. After Wang Zhenxing and Xu Yuro finished eating, they went to the room hand in hand. Seeing the two leave, Qinyi touched his hungry stomach, and quickly ran to the table to eat the leftovers in humiliation. After a while, a familiar and strange voice came from the other side of the room. Qinyi turned a deaf ear and smothered his head to grill rice. I remember the fairy master said that I also have a senior sister who is also in Qingling, and the matter of Chongxi is to soak in the soup. It is better to ask the senior sister for help, and see if she has any way to dispel the bad qi in my body. While eating, Qinyi calculated the countermeasure. Under the night sky at the same moment, in a slightly dilapidated house, Yang Yuming, who had black satin wrapped around his eyes, reached out and groped by the wall, ready to go to the hut for convenience. Yang Yuchen was not at home because of the gathering of colleagues in the unit. The parents went to the countryside to visit relatives and did not return. Yang Yuming could only rely on himself. Although he is blind, Yang Yuming grew up in this house and is familiar with everything about this house. It was not difficult for him to touch the walls to get to the hut. It's just that the house is old, and the wires on the side of the walls have lost a little bit of insulation. When Yang Yuming groped the wall, he just touched the wire. In an instant, Yang Yuming only felt a burst of electricity hit and wanted to take his hand away, but half of his body seemed to be numb, and his hands seemed to be sucked in, and he was electrocuted for dozens of seconds. Yang Yuming turned his head to the ground, and there was some faint smell of burnt paste on his body. After 10 minutes, Yang Yuming's fingers moved, and soon this subtle movement gradually spread. Yang Yuming slowly sat up from the ground and pulled off the black satin from his eyes. I'm not dead. Yang Yuming looked at the familiar scene around him, recalled the situation before fainting, and was overjoyed. Getting up from the ground, Yang Yuming went to the hut to boo. Then he walked briskly towards his bedroom. Halfway there, I suddenly realized something. Can I see the clear scenery around made Yang Yuming surprised and delighted. But soon I discovered something incredible. That is to go to the bedroom, and when you look in the mirror, you can't see what you look like. What's going on? Am I dead and now a ghost? Yang Yuming guessed in panic, but pinched his arm and found that it was not nothing, and had the temperature of an ordinary person. Judging from this situation, it is clearly not a ghost. Also, now you can obviously see the surrounding scene, but the ability to see through is completely lost. Yang Yuming pondered in the mirror, guessing the reason, and it took about half an hour. His figure appeared in the mirror, but only for a moment, and darkness returned to his eyes. Yang Yuming was even more confused. Yang Yuming was very puzzled by the strange events that happened to him. But he is now blind, and the most he does every day is lie in bed and have plenty of time to think. A few days later, Yang Yuming figured out the situation. Perhaps because of the electric shock, the structure of the body has changed, he can actually be invisible. And in the state of stealth, he can see the surrounding scene clearly. As for the time of stealth, it is only about half an hour a day. This discovery made Yang Yuming, who was disappointed in life due to blindness, see hope in dawn. It seems that my body structure is different from ordinary people. I inexplicably gained the ability to see through because of the steam burned my eyes before, and now I have gained the ability to stealth because of electrocution. Yang Yuming thought happily. There is a saying called misfortune depends on, and Yang Yuming feels that this sentence is simply too suitable for himself. Every time something bad happens, it can make him gain wonderful abilities. Perspective ability can make money by gambling stones. Can stealth ability make money? Yang Yuming quickly thought about the usefulness of the new ability. The family's economic conditions are not very good, and they have always lived in a dilapidated slum. Yang Yuming's first thought, of course, is to make money through new abilities. Just like before he obtained the ability to see through, he was dead-faced, and asked his sister Yang Yuchen to pay him to gamble stones. Unfortunately, not only did he not earn it through gambling stones, but he also accidentally lost his sight. Go to Chenjuang. Yang Yuming came up with a bold idea, but quickly felt that the level of danger was too high. After these few days of practice, he found that even in the stealth state, the body is not nothing but invisible to the naked eye. In theory, a thermal imager could easily make him invisible. It's better to follow the example of the ancient heroes to rob the rich and help the poor. Yang Yuming quickly thought of another idea that was relatively safe and righteous. From ancient times to the present, there have been many people who have not been benevolent. Taking their money and using it, Yang Yuming felt at ease. That Wang Zhenxing is quite rich, so let's start with him, but where does he live? Yang Yuming was a little worried. Because of his blindness, he can't walk around now. And the daily stealth time limit is only half an hour. If you want to go to Wang Zhenxing's house to rob the rich and help the poor, you must know where he lives. Xiaoming, you can eat. Yang Yuming was thinking when a familiar voice suddenly came from outside. But it was her sister Yang Yuchen who had already made dinner and called him over for dinner. Yang Yuming got up and touched the wall to the hall of the house. The shabby cottage has a limited space, but there is not so much attention, and a table in the hall can be used as a dining room. Yang Yuchen's parents were not at home, only the two siblings ate. Sister, do you know where that guy lives? After eating a few bites of food, Yang Yuming suddenly asked Yang Yuchen. What that guy, who are you talking about? Yang Yuchen didn't understand. It's that Wang Zhenxing. When Yang Yuming mentioned his name, he chewed the rice hard, and his teeth were crunching. Xiaoming, can you be a little polite? He is now my sister's boyfriend, or your benefactor. If he hadn't paid you the 100,000 yuan in advance for the operation, would you be able to sit here and eat peacefully now? Yang Yuchen frowned and put down her chopsticks and said seriously to Yang Yuming. Isn't it just 100,000 yuan? I'll give it back to him, said Yang Yuming disdainfully. To put it lightly, what else do you take? Asked Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuming opened his mouth and suddenly closed it again. The stealth ability is his secret and must not be revealed. Just like when he gained the ability to see through before, no one would tell. Let's eat, don't talk about it. Yang Yuchen's voice was muffled, obviously a little unhappy because of Yang Yuming's words just now. Yang Yuming naturally heard it, and after thinking about it, he suddenly said, Sister, I just said angry words just now, and I don't really hate that Wang Zhenxing. Is it? Yang Yuchen's face softened slightly, but Yang Yuming couldn't see it. Of course, I just can't accept it, sister, you were with him so quickly, but now that it is a fact, it is useless for me to say anything. I'll try to get along with him, sister, you ask him if he'll be free tomorrow night, call him home for a meal, and I'm going to thank him in person for helping me pay my medical bills. Yang Yuming calculated some small juju in his heart, so he changed his attitude and said to Yang Yuchen like this. I'm happy that you can say that. Yang Yuchen was a little relieved. Sister, then after you finish eating, call him quickly. Yang Yuming urged. Yang Yuchen nodded, then finished eating at the speed of light and hurriedly went to call. Since the last time she was separated from the hospital, Yang Yuchen has not seen Wang Zhenxing for many days, and she misses it very much. Going to your house for dinner tomorrow night. Wang Zhenxing, who was busy, received a call from Yang Yuchen and was slightly stunned. Mainly my brother said that I want to see you and thank you in person for helping to pay the medical bills, but if you are not available, then another day. Yang Yuchen was thin-skinned, embarrassed to say that she missed him. Yang Yuming wants to thank me. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing wants to laugh a little. As a natural enemy, the protagonist cannot really do such a thing. To say this suddenly must be an ulterior motive. Wang Zhenxing is familiar with this routine. Qin Yi is a prime example. It's not that there is no time, but will it be a little inconvenient to go to your house for dinner at night? Are your parents at home? Wang Zhenxing agreed while also sounding by the way. My parents went to the countryside to visit relatives, and they should not come back in a short time, and my brother and I were at home. Yang Yuchen replied. Okay, you send me a location then, I'll be there on time tomorrow night. Wang Zhenxing smiled and agreed. Yang Yuchen's parents were not at home, so there was no need to worry about making noise that night. I hope that Yang Yuchen's house has poor sound insulation, which is more conducive to noise transmission. Electricity, phone calls, are you done fighting? Asked Tang Qingyu resentfully. It's over. Wang Zhenxing threw the mobile phone aside, and his eyes inadvertently saw that there were stars outside the window. There are so many stars, let's go outside and look at the stars. Is that all? Tang Qingyu was surprised, looking at him resentfully, as if blaming him for making a phone call and forgetting what to do. Forget it, let's go to the rooftop to see the stars. Although Wang Zhenxing's mansion does not have a large swimming pool, it has a large rooftop with a spacious place on it. In the past, Wang Zhenxing often looked at the stars on the rooftop at night and fell asleep with the starlight. Of course, it was a person at that time. By the way, do you know Zhang Yi? It is Zhang Yangyuan's daughter. On the way to the rooftop, Wang Zhenxing suddenly remembered something and couldn't help asking. You said Xiao Yiya, of course you know, we always have a good relationship, but it's good. Tang Qingye replied happily. The corners of Wang Zhenxing's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Why did you suddenly ask this? Tang Qingye was curious. Just ask, just happened to come to the rooftop at this time. Wang Zhenxing pointed to the stars in the sky. Look. It's so beautiful. Tang Qingye looked up and couldn't help but exclaim softly. The host looks at the stars on the rooftop late at night, it is indecent, and the villain's aura points +30. Host early morning rooftop to see the sunrise, there is a bad weather, villain halo points +30. After breathing in the fresh morning air, Wang Zhenxing went to work in good spirits. After work in the evening, he guided a flight according to the positioning sent by Yang Yuchen and drove towards his destination. A certain intersection in a run-down slum. Yang Yuming, who wrapped her eyes in black satin, waited here with a crutch in her hand. Yang Yuchen was worried that Wang Zhenxing would not find a specific location after coming here, so she asked Yang Yuming to wait at a nearby intersection. After waiting for a short while, Yang Yuming heard footsteps passing by. Xiao Ming. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and an uncertain woman's call sounded. It's Sister Yumeng. This voice Yang Yuming heard familiarly, and after a pause, he recognized it. The sister of Yumeng in Yang Yuming's mouth is called Lin Yumeng. Lin Yumeng is 2 years older than Yang Yuming and is Yang Yuming's sister next door. Yes, it's me. Lin Yumeng nodded, and then asked carefully, your eyes. There was a little accident, blindness. Yang Yuming was very uncomfortable when he answered. Lin Yumeng has been very beautiful since she was a child. Yang Yuming has liked this neighbor's sister for a long time, and even imagined many times before that she would marry Lin Yumeng as a wife in the future. Although I can't see it, with my ability, I believe that it will still develop in the future. Yang Yuming was afraid of being looked down upon by Lin Yumeng, so he put away his sadness and said something bold. After Lin Yumeng listened, he did not respond. Yang Yuming has loved to brag since he was a child, and Lin Yumeng has long been numb to hearing it, and he didn't take it seriously at all. What's more, it is still invisible. Of course, Lin Yumeng did not look down on Yang Yuming, but some sighed that fate was too tricky. Because Lin Yumeng's home is also a mess now. Lin Yumeng's father has uremia and has reached an advanced stage, although there is currently a suitable kidney source, but the cost of more than 400,000 yuan is not something that poor families can take out casually. The Lin family scraped together and barely managed to scrape together 100,000, and there was still a gap of 300,000. Lin Yumeng was anxious for this, then studied at Qingling University, but because of this, he applied for a leave of absence and wanted to work to make money. However, the wages earned from part-time work are too meager, and I don't know how to save up the remaining 300,000 yuan. Lin Yumeng's father couldn't wait so long. Is Uncle Lin okay now? Yang Yuming listened to Lin Yumeng for a long time, and immediately remembered the situation of the Lin family, so he asked. Yang Yuming heard about the Lin family's situation about a month ago. During this period, Yang Yuming had never even seen anyone from the Lin family. Today is the first time I met Lin Yumeng. Yang Yuming obtained the clairvoyance ability half a month ago, and he was still thinking about taking a good look at Lin Yumeng. Unfortunately, before Lin Yumeng appeared, he lost his ability to see through and became blind. But thankfully, fortunately, it now has stealth capabilities. It seems good to find an opportunity to secretly go to see Lin Yumeng. Yang Yuming thought beautifully in her heart. My father's situation is not optimistic, he needs surgery to replace his kidney, the doctor estimates that the cost is 450,000, the family's savings plus borrowed from relatives and friends, it makes up 150,000, and there is a difference of 300,000, if I can't make up enough medical expenses in a short period of time, my father is afraid. Lin Yumeng said slowly, and finally his voice gradually trembled, his emotions collapsed, and he actually sobbed. Sister Yumeng, don't worry, isn't it just 300,000 yuan in medical expenses? Yang Yuming heard Lin Yumeng's cry, his heart ached to death, and he quickly said with relief. Lin Yumeng slowed down for a while, and her mood stabilized a bit, only then responded to Yang Yuming's previous words, "Thank you, Xiaoming." There was no trace of hope in his voice and tone, but Yang Yuming comforted himself. She and Yang Yuming's family are neighbors, of course, they know the situation of the Yang family. The Yang family themselves are relatively tight, where can they get so much medical expenses? However, in order not to hurt Yang Yuming's self-esteem, Lin Yumeng still thanked him. "Sister Yumeng, don't you believe me?" Yang Yuming was blind now, but she was exceptionally sensitive to her voice, and she could detect her emotions from the tone of Lin Yumeng's speech. "No," Lin Yumeng was about to explain, but suddenly heard a car horn. Turning around, I saw a luxury car coming towards this side. Lin Yumeng has lived here for so many years, and it is the first time he has seen this kind of luxury car haunted here, and he was slightly stunned, and quickly reminded Yang Yuming. Xiaoming stepped back, and a car came. "Say, take the initiative to retreat to the side of the road." When Yang Yuming heard this, he hurriedly retreated a little with his crutches. The luxury car passed by the two and suddenly stopped. The window fell, and the face of a mature and handsome man was revealed. "Little girl, do you know where Yang Yuchen's family lives?" Wang Zhenxing looked at Lin Yumeng with a smile and asked for directions. He didn't mean to pick up the conversation, but he really couldn't find the specific location, so he asked someone for directions. After staying in Qingling for so long, Wang Zhenxing really didn't expect that there was such a dilapidated place in the bustling Qingling city. The road is difficult to walk in potholes. Wang Zhenxing wandered around for a while before finally arriving at the intersection closest to Yang Yuchen's house. "You know, we are neighbors with Sister Yuchen, and her house is not far from the front." Lin Yumeng was also enthusiastic, and after being stunned for a moment because he was surprised by Wang Zhenxing's handsomeness, he quickly stretched out his hand to show Wang Zhenxing. "I'm such a big person, can't I not see it?" Yang Yuming heard Wang Zhenxing's voice, feeling that he was ignored, and his self-esteem was a little damaged. Since he became blind, his mind has also become a little sensitive, and he always feels that others look down on him. "Oh, Xiaoming, you have a black cloth wrapped around your eyes, I really don't recognize it." Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Just now, when he was about to ask for directions, he recognized Yang Blind. However, he deliberately did not talk to Yang Blind, and instead asked the beautiful girl next to him. This girl is plain and dressed very plainly, but she is really naturally beautiful. Even if she is ordinary and dressed, it is difficult to hide her outstanding appearance. Speaking of which, there are some similarities with Yang Yuchen, both are extremely simple beauty. It's just that there are slight differences in the temperament of the two. Yang Yuchen is weak with tenacity and strength, a woman with the potential to do great things, and this girl is not only weak, giving people a feeling of pity. "You guys know each other?" Lin Yumeng was surprised. "Of course I know, he's my sister's boyfriend Yang." Yuming didn't want to admit this to his face, but he was afraid that Wang Zhenxing would hit Lin Yumeng's idea, so he quickly declared and revealed the information that Wang Zhenxing was not single to Lin Yumeng. No matter how attractive Wang Zhenxing is, it is impossible to pursue Lin Yumeng in a non-single state. Yang Yuming has known Lin Yumeng since she was a child, and she is very clear about her person. Lin Yumeng is definitely not the kind of gold-worshipping woman who is greedy for money and loves money, plus she advocates love very much, and it is impossible to be a junior. It turned out to be Yuchen's sister's boyfriend. Hearing Yang Yuming's explanation, Lin Yumeng was envious. This person is handsome and golden, and Sister Yuchen can be regarded as flying on the branch and becoming a phoenix. What if only I had a boyfriend like this? For the medical expenses, Lin Yumeng is really cornered now, and after hearing that Sister Yuchen found such a handsome and golden boyfriend, a very bold idea could not help but arise in her mind. However, this thought only passed in a flash, and did not think deeply. Lin Yumeng led the way ahead, and Wang Zhenxing drove slowly, and finally stopped in an open space in front of Yang Yuchen's house. Yang Yuchen heard the movement, and she didn't even have time to take off her apron, so she immediately came out to greet her. "The home is so shabby, it makes you laugh." Yang Yuchen lowered her head slightly, her hand inadvertently grabbed her apron, and said with some inferiority. "It's nice to be away from the city, the air is very fresh. I also lived in this kind of clean place when I was a teenager, and I miss it very much." Wang Zhenxing smiled and strode towards the house. Lao Wang often deals with people in the business field, and he is still comfortable, and his emotional intelligence is naturally not low. A simple sentence solved Yang Yuchen's embarrassment. Yang Yuchen smiled and followed Wang Zhenxing in. Tap. Yang Yuming hit the ground with his crutches and slowly followed. The table in the hall of the house is full of dishes, which look full of color and smell. Wang Zhenxing picked up the chopsticks and tasted it, and immediately nodded with satisfaction. Yang Yuchen, like Xu Yuro, is a woman of the type of good wife and mother, and her cooking skills are quite excellent. During the meal, Wang Zhenxing and Yang Yuchen talked and laughed, and served him dishes from time to time. Yang Yuming couldn't see anything clearly, and it was a little difficult to pick up a dish. However, Yang Yuchen Shu was so happy, her attention was almost entirely on Wang Zhenxing, and she ignored Yang Yuming a little. Yang Yuming was a little sad, and couldn't help but coquettishly, "Sister, I can't catch the dishes." "I'm sorry, Bob." Only then did Yang Yuchen react. I'm coming." Wang Zhenxing enthusiastically took over the conversation and stretched out his chopsticks to help, but there were not many dishes, and there were quite a lot of peppers. Yang Yuming couldn't see clearly, pulled the dish to his mouth, and when he bit it, the spicy taste instantly spread, so spicy that tears were about to come out. Host whole protagonist Yang Yuming, villain Halo points +10. Yang Yuchen brought a glass of water over in time, and even if Yang Yuming drank the whole glass of water, it took a while to slow down. "What are you doing with chili peppers for me?" said Yang Yuming dissatisfied. "Who said that I only sandwiched chili peppers? Obviously there are dishes. How do I know that you just eat chili peppers and don't eat vegetables?" Wang Zhenxing said innocently, and only pretended to react when he said this. "Oh, I forgot, you can't see it now." Yang Yuming wanted a theory. "Xiao Ming, you forgot what you said yesterday, didn't you?" Yang Yuchen saw that the situation was wrong, and quickly stopped it. Hearing this, Yang Yuming woke up in shock, and he wanted to pretend to show favor to Wang Zhenxing, and then let him relax his vigilance and create opportunities for himself to rob the rich and help the poor. "Of course I remember, I wasn't angry, I was just joking with my future brother-in-law. You won't mind my future brother-in-law, right?" Yang Yuming changed his face. "Of course not, in fact, I am also joking with you. You should not mind if you put a little more chili pepper in your bowl," asked Wang Zhenxing with a smile. The reason why he deliberately sandwiched chili peppers for Yang Yuming to eat was not to cheat for the sake of cheating, but to test whether Yang Yuming was completely blind. After all, Yang Yuming's luck is still there, although it is not particularly high, but after all, he is a protagonist. Although the eye has been damaged organically, it is not impossible to regain sight, but the chance is relatively small. "No, it won't." Yang Yuming gritted his teeth, secretly thinking that when the evening came, there would be you good looking. Wang Zhenxing sat next to Yang Yuchen, and Yang Yuming was on the opposite side. Although Yang Yuming's eyes were wrapped in black satin, his facial expression was still visible. Of course, Wang Zhenxing could see that he was saying something against his will, and he also caught the corner of his mouth, and there was a trace of contempt. This is something very abnormal. Yang Yuming is blind, why should he have contempt for himself? In fact, the easiest way is to use probing techniques to see Yang Yuming's information. However, the use of probing is not unlimited, it is initially in a free trial period, and the use of probing does not consume anything. Now that the free period has passed, it takes a small amount of counterattack points to use it. Although 100 counterattack points are not much, Wang Zhenxing thought that he could save money, so he did not use it at will. However, after seeing Yang Yuming's micro-expression again, Wang Zhenxing felt that it was better to be steady. Communication system, consuming 100 counterattack points to check Yang Yuming's information. Yang Yuming's chi luck value, aura and combat power value can be described as mediocre compared to Wang Zhenxing, and there is nothing to be afraid of. But the ability of the Golden Finger made Wang Zhenxing slightly shocked. Ability Goldfinger. Stealth ability. Note, it can only be used once in 24 hours, and the duration of each time is half an hour. No wonder it floated again, it turned out to be a new ability, but why are the abilities this guy obtained so obscene? Wang Zhenxing thought in his heart. Previously it was clairvoyance, now it is stealth. These two abilities are simply specially designed to do obscene things. But to be honest, Wang Zhenxing also wants to obtain this stealth ability. "Future brother-in-law, can you lend me some money?" said Yang Yuming suddenly after eating a few mouthfuls of food. Xiaoming, what do you want money for? Yang Yuchen, who did not wait for Wang Zhenxing to respond, felt that her younger brother Yang Yuming's move was very presumptuous, took the conversation first and asked the reason. I have an urgent use, I need about 300,000. Yang Yuming said vaguely. 300,000 you want to help Yu Meng borrow money, right? Yang Yuchen immediately thought of something. Lin Yumeng's father had uremia, she had known for a long time, and she had brought some fruits to the hospital before and gave 3,000 yuan. This is what Yang Yuchen can do to the maximum. After all, the situation at home is also more worrying, how can there be so much ability to help others? That's right. Yang Yuming knew that it was useless to deny it, so he simply admitted it. Lin Yumeng, is that the girl who was at the intersection just now? Asked Yang Yuming. Yes, it's her father has uremia and needs kidney replacement surgery, and there is still a cost of 300,000 yuan. The future brother-in-law is a well-known good person, you should lend me this money, right? Yang Yuming said confidently. Xiaoming, can you discuss this kind of thing with me first? Yang Yuchen frowned and looked at her younger brother. Yang Yuming's words just now are simply moral kidnapping. Even she, as Yang Yuming's sister, felt uncomfortable listening to it. Xiaochen, it's okay, it's just 300,000 yuan. Saving people from danger has always been my principle, if I don't know, then forget it, since I know, of course I can't sit idly by, said Wang Zhenxing. Thank you future brother-in-law, I'll tell you my card number after eating, just call me Money. What do you do with money? Asked Wang Zhenxing with some amusement. Future brother-in-law, why did you regret this thing that was just said? Hearing that, Wang Zhenxing did not give him money, Yang Yuming was immediately unhappy. Since Lin Yumeng needs money, I will give it directly to her, so why should I call you the money in one step? Asked Wang Zhenxing reasonably. It's like this, if I borrow money from you, you give me the money, and when I have money, I will return the money to you. Yang Yuming explained. He had already secretly calculated that he would borrow Wang to revitalize 300,000, and then use his stealth ability to rob Wang Zhenxing's wealth, and then return 300,000 to Wang Zhenxing. In this way, Yang Yuming not only didn't have to pay a dime, but also had the good impression of Bottle and Yumeng, which was simply not too wonderful. Xiaoming, what are you taking back? Yang Yuchen was displeased as she listened, and couldn't help but interject. Although she loves Yang Yuming's younger brother, she is not a brother-supporting demon. Yang Yuming is in this situation, how can he make money, but he opened his mouth and promised to pay it back, which is obviously planning to be a lie. In short, I have a way to return it, insisted Yang Yuming, with stealth ability, are you afraid of lack of money? Okay, then you pay back the 100,000 yuan in medical expenses that you were in the hospital a few days ago, immediately. Yang Yuchen said. I said Yang Yuming, it is inconvenient to act in this daylight, and this is a slum, it is estimated that when thieves come to this area, they will leave crying. Xiaochen, go and call that Lin Yumeng over. Wang Zhenxing said. Fortunately, Yumeng's family has changed greatly during this time, and it is estimated that she is not in the mood to cook, so she just asked her to come over and eat together. Yang Yuchen got up and quickly called Lin Yumeng. Lin Yumeng was timid, and he was embarrassed to sit down when he came here, but he was still pulled by Yang Yuchen to sit down. Wang Zhenxing asked Yang Yuchen for a pen, and then wrote a few times on the check and placed it in front of Lin Yumeng's desktop. This is a check of 300,000, let your father undergo surgery as soon as possible. Wang Zhenxing said. Lin Yumeng's whole person was stunned, and he was stunned for a long time before saying, you don't know me either, why help me? Yang Yuming hurriedly answered, trying to brush a good impression. Unexpectedly, Yang Yuchen immediately dismantled the stage and said, don't listen to Xiaoming, it has nothing to do with Xiaoming. It's my boyfriend who is kind and helpful, he is a famous philanthropist in Qingling, you should have heard the name Wang Zhenxing, right? Xiaoming's eye was accidentally injured before, and he urgently needed 100,000 yuan for the operation, which was also from my boyfriend. Sister was demolished by her own sister, Yang Yuming couldn't help but complain. Yang Yuchen ignored him. Yang Yuming likes Lin Yumeng, which Yang Yuchen has long known. It's just that in Yang Yuchen's opinion, her younger brother is not worthy of Lin Yumeng, a good girl. Lin Yumeng is currently studying at Qingling University, which is one of the top 10 famous universities in China. And Yang Yuming's grades are extremely poor, and he is sure that college is hopeless, plus now he has become disabled. Yang Yuchen didn't want her brother to delay such a good girl as Lin Yumeng. Wang Zhenxing hearing what Yang Yuchen said, Lin Yumeng quickly recalled that she had seen relevant reports on TV some time ago. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Wang. The problem of medical expenses was suddenly solved. Lin Yumeng was a little excited, directly left her seat, and knelt down in front of Wang Zhenxing to thank her. Because apart from this way, she also does not know how to return this great favor. Host cut off the protagonist Yang Yumeng, help the heroine Lin Yumeng solve the problem of surgery costs, get a counterattack point of 500, the protagonist Yang Yumeng's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. What to do with such a big gift? Hurry up. Wang Zhenxing held her arm and pulled her up, thinking how this Lin Yumeng was the same as Yang Yuchen, and if she didn't say thank you, she knew to kneel for herself. Yumeng, you haven't eaten yet, let's eat together, take the money to the hospital tomorrow morning, and let your father have surgery as soon as possible. Yang Yuchen said softly. Well, Lin Yumeng nodded emphatically, and her gaze slightly peeked at the man beside Yang Yuchen. She is not good at expression, but she has made up her mind in her heart that she will not take Wang Zhenxing's money in vain. The way to repay, or to earn money in the future, and then return this money to Wang Zhenxing with principal and interest. Or, go to Wang Zhenxing's company to apply for a job and give him a lifetime of work as a reward. The heroine Lin Yumeng's favorability to the host is +20, and the current total favorability is 30 close. After eating for a while, Yang Yumeng wanted to drink some wine with Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing listened and did not object. Yang Yuchen quickly took out the homemade rice wine. Yang Yumeng and Wang Zhenxing both drank a lot, but the amount of alcohol was not bad, and there was no drunkenness. After eating, it was getting late. Yang Yuchen cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, and Lin Yumeng took the initiative to help. Future brother-in-law, it should be late now, you can't drive if you drink a little, or you can live in my house. Yang Yumeng suddenly said to Wang Zhenxing. Okay. Wang Zhenxing directly agreed. He didn't plan to leave Yang Yuchen's house before dawn, and even if Yang Yumeng didn't mention it, he wasn't going to leave today. Promised so quickly, I must want to bully my sister, I won't let you succeed. Yang Yumeng sneered in her heart. After Yang Yuchen and Lin Yumeng cleaned up the table, Yang Yumeng suggested, Sister Yumeng, anyway, you are at home alone, it is better for you to live in my house today, you haven't had a good chat with my sister for a long time. Lin Yumeng heard it, and thought about it, but he was afraid to disturb Yang Yuchen. After all, Yang Yuchen is not single now, not like before. Turning her head slightly to look at Yang Yuchen's face, Lin Yumeng waited for her reply. Yumeng, if nothing happens, then stay here. Yang Yuchen was actually more willing to chat with Wang Zhenxing, but out of the girl's reserve, she didn't say it in front of several people. Okay, then it's still the same as before, I live in Sister Yuchen's room, I do have some things that I want to talk to you about. Lin Yumeng peeked at Wang Zhenxing next to him, and then looked at Yang Yuchen, and there was some gossip in her watery eyes. Where do I live? Asked Wang Zhenxing with a smile. There is not a big place at home, so I can only wrong you to live in my room. Yang Yuchen said. Living with you. There are people next to me, and I can't sleep. Wang Zhenxing said with some embarrassment. Yang Yumeng didn't believe that someone next to him couldn't sleep, but he didn't expose it. Then I'll just bunk the floor in the hall and give you the room alone. Yang Yumeng said generously. Okay. Wang Zhenxing nodded. By the way, there are always some strange movements in my room at night. Yang Yumeng teased. What do you mean? Asked Wang Zhenxing. The old man on our side said that our area was a cemetery a long time ago. Yang Yumeng began to lay the groundwork and said in a gloomy tone. Xiaoming, don't talk nonsense. Yang Yuchen was afraid of scaring Wang Zhenxing, and wanted to stop Yang Yumeng from talking about it. I'm not talking nonsense, that's what the old people say. Yang Yumeng said seriously. This used to be a grave cemetery. Wang Zhenxing's voice trembled faintly. Yang Yumeng listened to it in his ears, and snickered in his heart, secretly thinking that Wang Zhenxing was really a coward. As everyone knows, Wang Zhenxing's big knight dares to go to the cemetery to oversee the worker, how can he be frightened by such remarks? Future brother-in-law, if you are afraid, then you better go back to live. Yang Yumeng sneered. This has what is there to be afraid of? Wang Zhenxing stammered. Yang Yumeng listened, secretly happy, thinking that tonight must be scared this guy to pee his pants. Also, the hut is outside, if you get up at night carefully, the lights on the road are a little dim. Yang Yuming added. I don't usually need a little solution at night. Wang Zhenxing said. Yang Yuming listened and smiled without speaking. He had a plan, otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled Wang Zhenxing to drink together. At the end of summer, the weather is relatively hot, and bathing is almost an essential thing every day. Yang Yuchen put the bath water for Wang Zhenxing, and then called him over. What is that? On the way to the bathroom, Wang Zhenxing saw some clips in the corner, and asked Yang Yuchen curiously. That's a mousetrap, a mouse, we have a lot of rats in this place, which makes you laugh. Yang Yuchen said a little embarrassed. It turned out to be a mouse trap, which is quite interesting. Wang Zhenxing seemed very interested, and stared at the mousetrap several times. After continuing to walk a few steps, she came to the outside of the bathroom, and Yang Yuchen said, Go in by yourself, I'll put the water away. Wang Zhenxing nodded, and after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned his head and called Yang Yuchen. I like to drink hot tea at night, can you help boil some boiling water? Of course you can, but my family only has ordinary tea, which is the kind of homegrown tea tree stir-fried. I am afraid that you will not be used to drinking it. Yang Yuchen had some concerns. Yes, just have tea. Wang Zhenxing shook his head indifferently. Drinking tea was just a pretense, what he really wanted was boiling water. After taking a bath, Wang Zhenxing came out of the bathroom. Yang Yuchen took Wang Zhenxing to Yang Yuming's bedroom. The hot water and tea are here, you can drink it whenever you want. Yang Yuchen put the hot water bottle, tea can, and cup on the small table in the bedroom and said to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing opened the cork of the hot water bottle, and saw that the hot air came out instantly, and it was very hot at a glance. Nodding with satisfaction, Wang Zhenxing did not make tea, but blocked the hot water bottle with a bottle stopper, lest the heat be lost. Yang Yuchen saw that her affairs were done and she could leave at any time, but she wanted to stay with Wang Zhenxing for a while, so she looked for a topic and said. Yumingren is sensible, well-behaved and beautiful, you should also be able to see that my brother likes her, right? Yang Yuchen understood what he meant. Xiaoming is not worthy of others, Yumeng deserves to have a better person, but this Nizi is a recalcitrant character, and if she finds a good person in the future, she will naturally be happy, but if she is not a person, I am afraid that she will be bullied for a lifetime. Mentioning Lin Yumeng, Yang Yuchen's tone was also full of love. She almost played with Lin Yumeng since she was a child, and her feelings were naturally deeper, and she almost regarded Lin Yumeng as a sister, and naturally hoped that Lin Yumeng would be happy. Reverse obedience. Hearing this evaluation, Wang Zhenxing's eyes flickered. Many children who grow up in poor families are like this. In fact, I'm also quite inferior, but not like Yumeng. Yang Yuchen lowered her eyes. You are excellent and do not need to be inferior at all. Wang Zhenxing was relieved. Excellent don't dare to be, but I am really happy to meet you, and I hope that Yumeng can be like me, and I can have a good man like you to take good care of her. Yang Yuchen's eyes were as bright as water, and she wished. Wang Zhenxing smiled and did not respond, just pretending to be a little sleepy. Yang Yuchen originally wanted to talk more with Wang Zhenxing, but after seeing this scene, she could only dispel her mind. Don't disturb you to rest, call me at any time if you have something, I'll go first. Yang Yuchen smiled, waved her hand, and gently closed the door and left. Seeing Yang Yuchen leave, Wang Zhenxing regained his spirits, looked at the hot water bottle on the table, and then looked at the mouse trap he had stolen just now, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't know how long it took, the lights in the Yang family's house went out. Yang Yuchen lived in the same bedroom with Lin Yumeng, and they were chatting at this time. Lin Yumeng was very curious about the story of Yang Yuchen and Wang Zhenxing, and asked how the two got together. Yang Yuchen did not hide it and told them all. My first love passed away for more than 10 years, and I can't forget it until now. Is there really such an affectionate man in this world? Lin Yumeng felt very incredible after hearing Yang Yuchen's story. I didn't believe it before, I thought that this kind of man only existed in TV series, but I didn't expect it to exist in reality. You should have heard of it, he is our famous Diamond Old King, who has been single for many years, and this is no secret. When Yang Yuchen talked about Wang Zhenxing, her eyes lit up. Lin Yumeng also heard about it, and when she heard this, she no longer doubted Yang Yuchen's words, and Wang Zhenxing's image became more magnificent in her heart. The heroine Lin Yumeng's favorability to the host is +10, and the current total favorability is 40 close. If there is a man who loves me so much, I am willing to die for him. Lin Yumeng, who has always had a beautiful yearning for love, whispered silently in his heart. Yumeng, you should have met very good boys in Qingling University, did you fancy it? After telling her emotional experience, Yang Yuchen also gossiped, wanting to know Lin Yumeng's emotional state. There were boys chasing me, but I didn't like them. Lin Yumeng's situation is too simple, and he can finish it in 1 or 2 sentences. In the hall of the house, Yang Yumeng slept on the floor. After feeling that everyone was almost asleep in the dead of night, he immediately used his stealth ability and got up from the bunk. There is some moonlight coming in inside the house, which can blur the interior situation. Yang Yumeng was afraid that the footsteps would be too heavy, so he came to his bedroom barefoot. The house is dilapidated, and the door locks are basically broken except for the gate. Yang Yumeng was also not afraid that Wang Zhenxing would sleep and lock the door, because it could not be locked at all. The bedroom door opens and closes slightly, and there is a gap. Yang Yumeng could see the scene inside through the gap. I saw a tall guy lying on the bed, breathing evenly, obviously asleep. Yang Yumeng smiled playfully, then gently pushed open the door and slowly walked in, wanting to use his stealth ability to tease this guy well. But what Yang Yumeng didn't notice was that there was a steaming water cup on the edge of the top of the door. As soon as the door was pushed open, the hot water in the cup is poured down. Meanwhile, I just stepped on my right foot in the bedroom, and I stepped on something. The mousetrap expands the triggering sound. The next moment, in the silent night, a screaming like a pig suddenly sounded. Host the protagonist Yang Yumeng, villain aura points +20. Wang Zhenxing happily accepted the reward, and then pretended to wake up and pressed the light switch in the house in a panic. The dimly lit room instantly lit up. Yang Yumeng had already shaken off the rat trap, endured the burning pain in his scalp and the pain of his right foot, and did not dare to make a sound. He knew that he was now invisible, and his normal vision was invisible. But he didn't know that Wang Zhenxing could see him after opening the perspective. Under the vision of perspective ability, Yang Yumeng's body shape is different from ordinary people, and it looks blurred, as if it is a ghost with nothing and no substance in the TV series. Yang Yumeng's howl like a pig also woke up Yang Yuchen and Lin Yumeng, the other bedroom. The two followed the voice and came to Wang Zhenxing's side to check the situation. Yang Yuchen walked into the house and saw a broken water cup on the ground, as well as a pool of water, and a mousetrap. Wang Zhenxing, on the other hand, was horrified and obviously frightened. "What's going on?" asked Yang Yuchen hurriedly. "This door can't be locked, and I'm afraid that something unclean will come in after I fall asleep, so I put a glass of water on the door, and put a mousetrap on the ground," Wang Zhenxing explained. Yang Yumeng listened to it, and finally understood the reason, thinking what brain circuit this king revitalized, what kind of spell should be the whole thing normally, how could he think of using these things to catch ghosts? Yang Yumeng felt a little aggrieved, and at the same time secretly scolded himself for being cheap. He should not scare Wang Zhenxing in advance, saying that the house was not clean, so that he had such a preparation. "Your side of the house isn't really unclean, right?" asked Yang Yuchen with a pale face. "No, it won't." Yang Yuchen's expression changed slightly. "In this dilapidated slum, something strange has happened that cannot be explained." Yang Yuchen had also heard the ant in the district talk about these things before. But Yang Yuchen had never encountered it, so naturally she didn't take it seriously. The movement just now was indeed too strange. "Don't you think that the voice just now is a bit like Xiaoming?" Lin Yumeng suddenly spoke. "Don't say it, it's kind of like it." Yang Yuchen nodded in agreement. Yang Yumeng directly broke the voice under the painful cry just now, and the voice changed greatly, but it was still slightly related to the original voice. "Isn't he bunking in the hall? Do you want to take a look?" asked Lin Yumeng. Let's go together." Such a strange thing suddenly happened at night. Yang Yuchen also felt a little oozing, pulling Wang Zhenxing and Lin Yumeng to go together. The invisible Yang Yumeng heard this next to him and immediately became anxious. "If you go to the hall and don't see yourself, you must have some doubts. Once stealth is used, it is impossible to actively exit the stealth state, and can only automatically exit when the time is up." Yang Yumeng didn't want to be known about what he could be invisible. Wang Zhenxing could see Yang Yumeng's anxious appearance, but he did not expose it, but went to the hall with Yang Yuchen to check it. There was a floor shop in the hall, but there was no Yang Yuming's figure at all. "Xiaoming, where have you been?" Yang Yuchen shouted several times in a row, and did not see a response for a long time. After a while, he heard Yang Yuming's voice coming from the direction of the hut. "Sister, are you calling me what to do?" But it was Yang Yuming who was in a hurry and ran to the hut. He expected that everyone would not dare to enter the hut to check, so he only needed to respond out loud, and did not need to show up at all. "Did you suddenly shout over there in the bedroom just now?" asked Yang Yuming, looking far away. "No, I've been in the hut and haven't heard anything." Of course, Yang Yuming would not admit it, deliberately creating panic. Yang Yuchen and Lin Yumeng heard this, looked at each other, and suddenly shuddered. With such a loud sound just now, it is absolutely impossible to be an illusion. If it wasn't for Yang Yuming, who would it be? Wouldn't there really be anything unclean? Would there really be anything unclean? "Be careful in the hut," Yang Yuchen instructed, and then quickly went back to the bedroom with Lin Yumeng and Wang Zhenxing. After cleaning up the cup fragments and mouse traps in the bedroom, Yang Yuchen and Wang Zhenxing waved and went back to the other bedroom with Lin Yumeng. After a few minutes, Yang Yuming estimated that everyone had returned to the house, and then limped out of the hut. The hot scalp and the continuous severe pain on his right foot made Yang Yuming angry. "If you don't find this time, you won't be able to sleep tonight." Taking advantage of the stealth time left, Yang Yuming lightly came to the bedroom where Wang Zhenxing lived again. This time, Yang Yuming was very careful and carefully checked to make sure that there were no other ghost-catching props around. Yang Yuming slowly approached the bedside, wanting to tease Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing sneezed violently and sat up from the bed. Yang Yuming was facing Wang Zhenxing, and a sneeze came, only to feel that it was raining on his face. Host: the protagonist Yang Yuming, villain aura points +10. Yang Yuming was angry, but before he could make a move, the lamp in the house was suddenly turned on. I saw Wang Zhenxing suddenly walk out of the bedroom, and then walk towards the direction of the thatched house. It looks like he is going to go to the hut. Seeing this, Yang Yuming laughed, his mouth was almost behind his ear, and he immediately followed quietly. In the hut, there was soon some sound of water. Yang Yuming was invisible, first stretched out his head to look at Wang Zhenxing, and after seeing something, his eyes widened in shock. This was followed by a distressed emotion. "I feel sorry for my sister Yang Yuchen." Yang Yuming saw Wang Zhenxing standing still, saw the opportunity to take a few steps back, found a good angle, and predicted the landing point of Wang Zhenxing. "Let you like to catch ghosts, go you." Yang Yuming muttered with resentment in his heart, and then flew up and wanted to send Wang Zhenxing to take a bath in the pit. Who knows, when he kicked over, Wang Zhenxing turned sideways coldly. Yang Yuming kicked into the air, because the momentum of the running was too large, and the whole person was uncontrollable, and plunged headlong into the pit in front of him. The sound of heavy objects crashing into liquids. Host: trick protagonist Yang Yuming, villain halo points +60. Congratulations to the host villain aura reaching 600, achieving the first level of villain achievements, and unlocking the title extremely evil. The halo effect is suppressed, and the extremely evil title can allow the host to be forgiven after doing evil. See the detailed description for the specific effect. I received 2 messages in a row, but the acting had to be performed in a full set, and Wang Zhenxing didn't have the time to check the details at the moment. "What? Ghost, there are ghosts!" shouted in horror, and Wang Zhenxing ran out of the hut as if fleeing. "Save, AAA, help me, ahem." Yang Yuming let out a vague cry for help, and finally seemed to be choked by something, and coughed. After the strange thing just now, Yang Yuchen and Lin Yumeng were originally frightened birds, and after hearing the movement, they immediately came out of the bedroom hand in hand to check the situation. "What's wrong?" Yang Yuchen thought that Wang Zhenxing had suffered some injury, and looked him up and down while saying, "Thatched house over there, thatched hut over there." Wang Zhenxing deliberately stammered and stalled for time. "What's wrong with the thatched house?" Yang Yuchen was confused. "Thatched house. There are ghosts over there." Deliberately stammered for a minute or two before Wang Zhenxing got to the point. Hearing that Yang Yuchen and Lin Yumeng objected at the same time, Yang Yuming had no choice but to hit the floor alone. However, Yang Yuming did not let down his vigilance, and dragged the floor that was originally placed in the hall to the corridor outside Yang Yuchen's door. In this way, once there is movement in Yang Yuchen's room, then he can hear it at the first time, so as to knock on the door to destroy Wang Zhenxing's good deeds. It's just that Yang Yuming feels that Wang Zhenxing is unlikely to mess around. After all, there was still a Lin Yumeng in the room. Wang Zhenxing's face can't be so thick, right? Yang Yuming slept on the floor of the corridor, listening carefully to the movements of the room. I listened for almost half an hour, but I didn't hear anything. It doesn't seem like anything will happen. Yang Yuming thought so in his heart. It was already 1:30 in the morning, and people gradually began to get sleepy. The strange incident that happened before the house, Yang Yuming knew the reason. Naturally he would not be afraid. Sleepiness struck, and Yang Yuming quickly fell asleep. In the bedroom, Yang Yuchen and Lin Yumeng were anxious because of the strange things that happened at night, and they couldn't sleep over and over. On the floor, there was an even sound of breathing. Yang Yuchen and Lin Yumeng knew that Wang Zhenxing should be asleep. "Sister Yuchen, you can't sleep either?" asked Lin Yumeng quietly. "Yes." Yang Yuchen nodded. "I can't sleep anyway, so let's talk," asked Lin Yumeng in a low voice. "Okay, what do you want to talk about? How far have you and your boyfriend developed now?" "Can I refuse to answer no?" said Yang Yuchen embarrassedly. "Can't refuse, tell me, I'll keep it secret," Lin Yumeng said. Yang Yuchen said 2 words, and a certain acupuncture point on her neck suddenly became numb, and an inexplicable sleepiness struck, and she fell into a deep sleep in a few seconds. "Sister Yuchen." Lin Yumeng waited for a long time without hearing a response, and called softly. But what answered her was the sound of even breathing. "If you don't say it, and pretend to sleep," Lin Yumeng muttered. The room fell silent again. "Xiaochen, shish, it's me. I don't know how long it took," Lin Yumeng heard a voice in her ears. "I'm not Lin." Yu dreamed of explaining, but after only 2 words, he was banned and unable to speak. Early morning. Yang Yuming was awakened by the cold, and a cool breeze blew through, and the whole person shivered. This made Yang Yuming feel very strange. In the indoor corridor, there is no reason that there will be wind. "Xiao Ming, how did you sleep on the ground outside?" Just as Yang Yuming was puzzled, a voice came. But it was Yang Yuchen who asked in surprise after seeing Yang Yuming bunk on the open space outside the house. Yang Yuming was so cold that he sneezed several times in a row, and then he wondered, "I am obviously working on the floor in the corridor, why did I come outside? We can't really have anything unclean in this house, right?" Yang Yuming was afraid for a while. "I guess it's true," Yang Yuchen echoed with a strange look, and then put the sheets into a basin, intending to soak them in water for a few hours to facilitate the cleaning of the marks of the sheets. "Did something strange happen over there last night?" Yang Yuming heard that something was wrong in her sister's tone. Yang Yuchen was silent, not knowing how to reply for a while. At this time, there were faint sobs in the house. Yang Yuming heard that this was Lin Yumeng's voice, and immediately walked in blindly to check the situation. "Yumeng, are you crying? What happened?" Yang Yuming came to the source of the cry, that is, Yang Yuchen's bedroom, and asked nervously. Lin Yumeng didn't answer, just sobbed slightly. Yang Yuming was anxious to die, but he was helpless. "Oh, how so? I remember that it was obviously Xiaochen, why did it become you?" "Soon." A remorseful voice came from the room. Yang Yuming heard that this was Wang Zhenxing speaking. "What happened, who can tell me?" Yang Yuming became more and more anxious. "It's all to blame me, it's me who is confused and treats Yumeng as Xiaochen." Wang Zhenxing did not skimp on explaining to Yang Yuming. However, and then, Yang Yuming's heart was half cold, and he asked in a trembling voice. "I think Yumeng is your sister, and then do you still need to ask?" Wang Zhenxing sighed while checking a large number of system messages received last night. The host captures the heroine Lin Yumeng and obtains the ability of the protagonist Yang Yuming, stealth. Due to the violation of the heroine's will, the reward is halved, and the duration of stealth is reduced from half an hour to 15 minutes. The host is evil, the villain's aura points +30. The heroine Lin Yumeng's favorability to the host is +10, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host greatly affects the direction of the plot, obtaining a counterattack point of 800. The protagonist Yang Yuming's luck value is -80, and the host's luck value is +80. The reason why Yang Yuming was dragged from the corridor to the ground outside the house inexplicably with the floor was exactly what Wang Zhenxing did in order to test stealth. "Sister Yumeng, actually what are you waiting for? Express officer, arrest him." Yang Yuming finally heard something, and suddenly trembled with anger, and said to Lin Yumeng. The host caused the protagonist Yang Yuming's mentality to be damaged and obtained 200 counterattack points. Forget it. Lin Yumeng suddenly stopped sobbing and shook her head and sighed. The host caused the protagonist Yang Yuming's mentality to be damaged and obtained a counterattack point of 200. Yang Yuming jumped to his feet and said, "How can this kind of thing be calculated? This kind of bad guy must be arrested." Although Lin Yumeng sobbed, she was actually not particularly uncomfortable, and she didn't blame Wang Zhenxing, but Yang Yuming kept talking, which made her feel irritable. Yang Yuming still wanted to pamper. But before the words could be spoken, Yang Yuchen on the side hurriedly said, "He didn't mean it, he just took Yumeng as me." Even if he didn't recognize the wrong person, Yumeng was next to him, was it appropriate for him to do that? Said Yang Yuming bitterly. Your future brother-in-law may be evil-spirited, not only your brother-in-law, you are probably also evil-spirited, otherwise you would not sleep outside and I don't know. Yang Yuchen analyzed. So, then that's it. Yang Yuming was unwilling. I didn't pursue my dreams, what are you talking about? Yang Yuchen was a little dissatisfied, feeling that this younger brother was an outsider and was simply nosy. If she really wants to arrest Wang Zhenxing, then she must not cry to death. Sister Yuchen, I went to see my father in the hospital. Lin Yumeng and Yang Yuchen said hello, then secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing, and then limped away. Qingling University. On a boulevard. This is the jade pendant that master gave me, if you wear it for a few days, you should be able to dispel the obscurity on your body. A tall woman wearing a white gauze dress handed a piece of jade to Qinyi in front of her with an indifferent expression. Qinyi looked at the beautiful face of the woman in the white dress, and couldn't help but lose his concentration, until he felt a killing intent in that cold eye, and then he put away his gaze in a panic. Master's things. Qinyi was slightly excited, and carefully took the jade pay. Thank you senior sister Leng. The woman in the white dress was named Leng Qinghan, and she was from the same door as Qinyi. It has been a year since Leng Qinghan went down the mountain to join the WTO, majoring in martial arts, and is now a professor in the Department of Classical Music of Qingling University. Okay, you can go. Cold and Cold directly evicted customers. It's still my first time entering Qingling University, I feel that this place is so magnificent, can senior sister Leng show me around? Qinyi wanted to contact Leng Qinghan to see the relationship between senior sisters and brothers. Can't. Cold and Cold voice. Qinyi was a little embarrassed, but he was not angry. The martial arts heart method practiced by Leng Qinghan is called Sacred Heart Gong, and it takes the ruthless path, and his temperament is extremely cold. If he can have a good attitude, it is strange. Then don't bother. Qinyi was helpless and was about to leave, but suddenly noticed that the cold red cloud was at the head, which was a sign of the impending marriage. For ordinary women, this is a good thing. But for the Cold and Cold, this is a disaster. Practicing the martial arts mental method of the ruthless path, once emotional, will definitely damage the cultivation. Senior sister Leng, there are red clouds above your head, this is a sign that marriage is coming, you must pay attention to it, recently reminded Qinyi. Leng Qinghan was slightly startled, and then a little disdainful. Since she joined the world, she has naturally been ready to meet the calamity, how can she be prevented from cultivating? No need for you to remind me, Mo said that I will not be emotional, even if it is really emotional, I will definitely kill the preaching. Leng Qinghan's voice was not loud, but every word was full of fierce murderous aura. Of course, Qinyi knew that he had nothing to do with him, but he still shuddered to hear it. The upper limit of the martial arts of the ruthless way is extremely high, but there is an obvious drawback, that is, fear of emotion. The deeper the emotion, the more cultivation will be lost, and it may even lead to the loss of years of cultivation. But many things in the world are two-sided. Emotions are disasters, but they can also be chances. If Leng Qinghan could ruthlessly kill the people who made her emotional, she would prove her ruthless Tao heart and greatly improve her cultivation. Qinyi's purpose was achieved, and he left with the Cold and Cold jade pay. At night, Wang Zhenxing came to the house to eat again. Qinyi was very depressed. Wang Zhenxing didn't come last night, and he was finally able to sit down and eat a hot meal. Today it looks like it's going to eat scraps again. As Qinyi guessed, when it was time to eat, Wang Zhenxing casually stuffed him with a crime, saying that Qinyi did not respect his elders, and then asked Qinyi to stand by and watch. I didn't want to make my mother angry before I gave him face, did he really think I was afraid of him? Qinyi stood aside, staring at Wang Zhenxing's back, thinking of countermeasures to change the situation. It is a good idea to secretly attack Wang Zhenxing, put a sack on a stuffy stick, and then throw Wang Zhenxing into the Qingling River. However, Qin Yi was a little worried about retribution. Before he asked Wang Zhenxing, he ostensibly recognized Wang Zhenxing as his father, and he also called Wang Zhenxing so many times. Although there is no blood relationship, after recognizing my father, there will be some slight bonds. Killing one's father is a great disobedience, and if you don't get it right, you will be punished by heaven. Therefore, to deal with Wang Zhenxing, it is best to fake people. Then whose hand to borrow? Qin Yi pondered, and a ruthless woman with murderous aura in her eyes quickly appeared in her mind. Mom, I went to Qingling University today and saw a beautiful woman. Qin Yi said casually. What's wrong, you want to marry someone again? Said Xu Yuro angrily. No, I just think she looks a lot like her mother when she was younger. Qin Yi pulled up. Your mother, I'm very old now, isn't it? Xu Yuro put down her chopsticks and looked at it sharply. Qin Yi was stunned by this look. Just said that the two are like each other, it is nonsense, but at this moment, the murderous eyes cast by Xu Yuro are really a bit similar to senior sister Leng Qinghan. Mom, you're not old at all, you look like a young girl, otherwise, Uncle Wang Dad won't like you that much either. Qin Yi is in his favor and has to pat the horse. When Xu Yuro heard this, her face suddenly softened, revealing a smile. Mom, I took a picture, do you want to see that woman? Said Qin Yi. Bring it to me. Xu Yuro stretched out her hand. Qin Yi opened the album and showed off a few photos of Leng Qinghan who had been secretly taken. Beauty is really beautiful, but it's not like me. Xu Yuro commented after reading it. I think it's a bit like, Dad, what do you think? Qin Yi took the mobile phone to Wang Zhenxing and caught the fish. He has long known that Wang Zhenxing is a peach blossom phase, easy to commit peach blossoms. This kind of person is basically not a good man, to put it badly, he is a scumbag. Such scumbags are definitely interested in beautiful women. Leng Qinghan is so beautiful, Wang Zhenxing will probably take the bait. Once Wang Zhenxing starts his pursuit, no matter whether he succeeds or not, there will be no good fruit to eat. Most of them will be slaughtered and preach, and if they do not, they will definitely be taught a lesson. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously glanced at the woman in the white gauze dress in the photo, and felt very amazing. This won't be another heroine, right? Wang Zhenxing wondered. With this posture and temperament, it is absolutely impossible to be a passerby role. And as the protagonist, Qin Yi also took photos specifically. With the protagonist Qin Yi can be cited, the probability is related to the plot, which is even more unlikely to be a passerby. This feminine temperament doesn't look like a college student. Do you know her identity? Asked Wang Zhenxing casually. She is a professor in the Department of Classical Music at Qingling University. Qin Yi quickly replied. And what? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Her name is Leng Qinghan. Qin Yi replied. Knowing so well, it seems that you and her are quite familiar. Wang Zhenxing felt that Qin Yi was a little abnormal, and when he asked him, he actually answered anything, and he answered quickly. I'm not familiar, I just saw that she was beautiful, and I casually inquired from passing college students. Qin Yi explained. What are you doing at Qingling University? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Boring, just go and see. Qin Yi smiled. Wang Zhenxing looked at him deeply a few times, and saw that Qin Yi was a little weak-hearted, and did not continue to ask, and he probably had a bottom in his heart. Qin Yi revealed this information to him, and he must not have any good intentions. But no matter what, Wang Zhenxing still wanted to go to Qingling University to see this professor called Leng Qinghan. To be on the safe side, Wang Zhenxing secretly divined for himself a simple fortune of this trip. The result is cat. Wang Zhenxing put down his heart. It's time for the next afternoon. Qingling University. A classroom in the building of the Department of Classical Music. Zhang Yi played the guqin, which surprised everyone and attracted applause. As a teaching professor, I was also a little surprised. Zhang Yi is from the dance department, but he often comes here to observe. Over time, Leng Qinghan also knew her. Compared with 10 days ago, Zhang Yi's piano skills can be described as a qualitative improvement. After the course, Zhang Yi came to Leng Qinghan's side very politely and waved goodbye. How can you progress so fast? Leng Qinghan was a little curious and asked Zhang Yi. I recently met a guqin master who taught me hand-in-hand lessons for 7 days, 1 hour a day, which made me feel very rewarding. Zhang Yi naturally did not hide it, and replied immediately. It's only been 7 days since I taught you. After Lang Qinghan heard this, a faint sense of disobedience flashed in the phoenix's eyes. If memory serves, she has taught Zhang Yi about 20 lessons. Although Zhang Yi has made obvious progress, it is far from the progress brought by the 7-day course. In this regard, Lang Qinghan is naturally not convinced. She practiced the sacred heart gong in the heartless Tao, and her inner tranquility was quite important. Many classical piano pieces have a calming effect. Lang Qinghan has put a certain amount of effort into the piano technique, and has also reached a very high level in this way. Otherwise, he would not have been hired as a professor in the department of classical music. Zhang Yi, summon the master in your mouth for me to see, I want to consult with him. Lang Qinghan said to Zhang Yi. Professor Lang, he is usually very busy and may not be free. Zhang Yi said. Just ask, if he doesn't want to come, forget it. It's not reluctant to be cold and cold. Then I'll call and ask him. Zhang Yi hasn't seen Wang Zhenxing for some days, and he misses it strangely in his heart, and he also wants to take this opportunity to get along with him, even if it is good for a moment. Wang uncle, a professor of classical music at our university, heard that you have good piano skills and want to talk to you about it. Are you free? Listening to the word professor, Wang Zhenxing's mind subconsciously emerged the image of the old man and the old lady. He takes care of every day, and only when there is something wrong will he go to exchange piano skills with the professor of the classical music department. However, thinking so in his heart, Wang Zhenxing did not rush to refuse, but casually asked, how old is your professor? Zhang Yi replied, so young. Wang Zhenxing gradually lost interest. Heaven is fair, she became a professor at a young age, I think she must be ugly, right? Zhang Yi glanced back at the cold woman not far behind him, and replied in a low voice. Wang Zhenxing was completely interested. I used to set up a charitable student fund to sponsor some college students at Qingling University, and I am still familiar with it and know some high-level management and professors in the university. What's her name? Tell me, maybe I know me. The surname is Lang, and the name is Lang Qinghan. Zhang Yi replied. Hearing this name, Wang Zhenxing was slightly startled. Isn't this the senior sister in Qin Yi's mouth? I like to exchange piano skills with people the most. You tell that professor, I will set up a banquet to entertain her in the evening, and you will come with you at that time. Wang Zhenxing replied. Good, Zhang Yi replied with a smile, and then turned to Lang Qinghan to say about Wang Zhenxing's banquet. I don't like to eat with unfamiliar people. You can ask him to come to Qingling University and meet to discuss piano skills. Lang Qing replied indifferently. Zhang Yi froze for a moment, and then relayed the cold words to Wang Zhenxing. Little lady skin, lousy gives you face, what kind of music do you put up? Wang Zhenxing was suddenly a little upset, and said to Zhang Yi on the phone, you told that professor, just say that I suddenly have no time today and can't go to see her. Zhang Yi turned his head to look at Lang Qinghan and acted as a microphone again. Then tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Lang Qinghan frowned. Professor Lang asked, are you free tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Zhang Yi relayed Lang Qinghan's meaning and said to Wang Zhenxing. Not only will I not be free tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, but I will not be free this year. Wang Zhenxing pouted. He won't be available this year, Zhang Yi said helplessly to Lang Qinghan. Hearing this, Lang Qinghan snorted softly and turned to leave. Professor Lang Zhang Yi wanted to call out to her, but Lang Qinghan didn't look back. My professor got angry and left. Zhang Yi reported to Wang Zhenxing. Let's go, I don't want to meet with unrelated people. At noon, I will come to Qingling University to see you. Wang Zhenxing said. Although he refused to go to the cold appointment, he still wanted to see the situation and explore the bottom of the cold. Since Lang Qinghan is Qin Yi's senior sister, he must be very powerful. Know her bottom early, and if you clash with her in the future, you should be prepared. Okay, let's go to dinner then. Zhang Yi turned his worry into joy. Okay. Wang Zhenxing nodded in agreement. After the morning's events, Wang Zhenxing left the revitalization group and took a car to Qingling University. The wind-pulling Rolls-Royce Phantom, as soon as it entered the university campus, immediately attracted countless lights. After Wang Zhenxing arrived at his destination, he got off the bus, and the management of Qingling University came to greet him when he heard the news, asking him what was wrong with his visit. Wang Zhenxing returned with pleasantries, indicating that he had come to see his niece. After greeting, Wang Zhenxing waited in place for a while, and Zhang Yi walked over with brisk steps. "Uncle Wang, you're here, let's go eat." Zhang Yi remembered the previous agreement with Wang Zhenxing and did not call him blindly in front of outsiders. "Let's go." Wang Zhenxing nodded. The two walked side by side. "What do you want to eat?" asked Zhang Yi with a tilted head as he pulled Wang Xing's hand. "Whatever you eat, just miss you, come to see you, it doesn't matter what you eat," Wang Zhenxing said in a low voice. "Then go to our cafeteria, the dishes there are very rich, there are dishes from the south and the north, and the level of the canteen chef is also high, no worse than the big restaurant," Zhang Yi suggested. Wang Zhenxing did not object, and walked with Zhang Yi to one of the university cafeterias. Along the way, Wang Zhenxing saw many young and beautiful figures. Although their posture is not as good as the level of the heroine, they are still quite eye-catching in large numbers. Zhang Yi noticed that Wang Zhenxing had been looking at the girl passing by, and was a little jealous, and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. "The school flower of Qingling University is around, it's not good to see me." Hearing the muttering, Wang Zhenxing withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhang Yi, and said in surprise, "Xiao Yi turned out to be a school flower. In your opinion, am I not worthy of the title of Colonel Flower?" Seeing his reaction, Zhang Yi was a little injured. "I'm a bit blind and can't tell who is beautiful or not, and I'm with you, not because you're beautiful, because I can't tell very well," Wang Zhenxing said seriously. Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard this, and felt that these words were a little familiar, but where he had heard it, he couldn't remember. "By the way, besides you, are there any other school flowers?" Without waiting for Zhang Yi to continue thinking, Wang Zhenxing suddenly asked again. "There are 4 school flowers in our university, I am one of them, and of the remaining 3 school flowers, 2 of them I am not familiar with at all, and the other is a little more familiar. Her name is Lin Yumeng, she is a shy girl. I heard that she applied for suspension some time ago, I don't know what the situation is," Zhang Yi said. Lin Yumeng, hearing this familiar name, Wang Zhenxing subconsciously chanted, secretly thinking that Qingling University would have to be more careful in the future. "Hey, do you know her?" Zhang Yi wondered. "How could I possibly know it?" Wang Zhenxing smiled awkwardly. "Does my name sound good?" asked Zhang Yi expectantly. "Sounds good." So perfunctory, Zhang Yi pouted. While talking, the two had already arrived outside the cafeteria. The canteen has 5 floors. The degree of consumption of each layer is different, and the higher the upgrade, the more expensive. Generally, students eat on the first floor. The first floor is also the floor with the most diners. Zhang Yi directly took Wang Zhenxing to the 5th floor. There are relatively few people on the 5th floor, and the people who eat here are basically college students, teachers or professors from wealthy families. "Uncle, that person is Professor Cold and Cold." Zhang Yi saw a familiar figure on the 5th floor, secretly pulled the corner of Wang Zhenxing's clothes, and said in a low voice. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he quickly followed Zhang Yi's gaze. Qin Yi had shown Wang Zhenxing photos before, and his cold appearance was extremely outstanding. As soon as Wang Zhenxing turned his head, he instantly found the tall woman in the white gauze dress, and then almost reflexively, carefully looked up and down, left and right. Wang Zhenxing was fascinated, and his eyes lit up. And Leng Qinghan was looked at like this, as if he felt something, his eyes were like electricity, and he turned his head and suddenly looked towards Wang Zhenxing. As if driving at night and being shaken by the high beam on the opposite side, Wang Zhenxing subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes were blurred for a very short time. After slowing down, Wang Zhenxing immediately withdrew his cold gaze and did not look at her. This woman is not simple, and her strength value is definitely above Qin Yi and me. Wang Zhenxing immediately made a judgment. After a pause, Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi used a meal for a while, and then peeked at the cold not far away. Only this time, instead of looking people up and down, left and right, he used a probing technique on Zhang Yi. Female protagonist, cold. Chi luck value, 298. Heroine aura, 331. Combat power value, 2319. Charm value, 118. Ability Goldfinger, martial arts savvy full level, Qinchi calligraphy and painting grandmaster level, practice Sacred Heart Gong Ruthless Dao advanced martial arts internal skills, a total of 9 layers, currently practicing to the 6th layer. Fortune journey, martial Dao strong luck. After glancing at the cold information, Wang Zhenxing secretly smacked his tongue. The polemical power value was nearly 800 higher than him. If it is a head-on battle, Wang Zhenxing estimates that he will lose if he does not last more than 3 seconds. Fortunately, Qinyi seemed to be unable to command. However, Qinyi finally went out with Lang Qinghanshi and had the same friendship. Wang Zhenxing was a little worried that the cold would become a hidden danger. Fortunately, the cold are strong, but the internal strength of cultivation has obvious defects. Wang Zhenxing almost copied Qinyi's martial arts, and of course he also knew some doorways. The internal strength of the ruthless path has an inherent drawback, that is, once it is emotional, it will damage cultivation. As long as the cold sacred heart skill is broken, then she has nothing to worry about. Yesterday, there was a verbal conflict with Lang Qinghan, and it is probably impossible to communicate normally, and this Lang Qinghan has been practicing the sacred heart gong for a long time, and his heart is estimated to be colder than the ant who killed fish for decades in the vegetable market. And take a step back and say, even if I can succeed in communication, it is somewhat dangerous. In case I am slaughtered and preach, it will become a stepping stone to help Lang Qinghan improve my cultivation, then I will be wronged. What should I do? Wang Zhenxing analyzed for a while, feeling a little tricky. Do you want to sneak up on a wave and directly destroy the flowers? Wang Zhenxing thought of not doing two things. Although his combat power is not as cold, he has a strange ability, stealth. Although the master can judge the enemy's position through the change of air flow, as well as breath, heartbeat, etc., without eyes, Wang Zhenxing himself has a foundation in martial arts. Stealth alone is not enough to cause damage to a master like Lang Qinghan. But Wang Zhenxing will martial arts, and with stealth, it is not difficult to quietly calculate the cold. It doesn't seem that it is necessary to hurt the killer, as long as Lang Qinghan's shoe is damaged and cannot pose a threat to me. Wang Zhenxing's mind turned. Lang Qinghan is a heroine after all, which is equivalent to a walking treasure, which can bring him many rewards, and it is a pity to kill him directly. And if the cold is really cold, then dealing with it afterwards is not a small problem. Wang Zhenxing has never done this kind of thing before, and if he lacks experience, if he leaves a clue, it will only lead to more trouble. But how can you make her emotional and damage her cultivation without letting Lang Qinghan know her identity? Hey, what are you thinking? Zhang Yi saw Wang Zhenxing's gaze scattered, a little like a daze, so he asked curiously. Coming back to his senses, Wang Zhenxing asked, I have a friend who likes a girl, but he is very shy and dare not confess. You are a girl, is there any good suggestion to let my friend pursue the girl I like without showing up? Online dating is good, and when it is done, it can be rushed again. Zhang Yi replied after thinking. Online dating? Wang Zhenxing smiled. It's hard to chase normal communication, and online dating is even more impossible. HMPH, Yin thief, Zhang Yi said angrily, coldly scolding softly. You, what are you talking about? Wang Zhenxing drummed in his heart, looking at her in surprise. Oh, look. Zhang Yi pointed to the TV on the wall behind Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing turned to look at it, and the Condor heroes were playing on the TV. The plot is that Yang Feng taught Yang Guo Toad Gong, but he was afraid that Xiaolongnu would steal learning, so he stopped Xiaolongnu by point. As Yang Feng and Yang Guo left, a Taoist priest slowly emerged from the grass. Wang Zhenxing then understood that Zhang Yi was scolding the stinky Taoist priest on TV. Secretly relieved, Wang Zhenxing returned to his senses and took a bite of food, and then suddenly came to life. That Professor Lang Qinghan you were talking about, where is he from? Wang Zhenxing asked Zhang Yi after continuing to eat a few mouthfuls of food. I don't know, but she should not be a pure soul person. She lives in the apartment of a university teacher, except for teaching, rarely leaves the apartment, has no leisure activities, and does not deal with people much. She is a very strange person. Zhang Yi admired Lang Qinghan for becoming a professor at a young age, so he went to learn about Lang Qinghan in particular. Actually, I have always had a dream to teach some of the things I have learned to more people. Wang Zhenxing suddenly sighed. Uncle, with your piano skill level, it is more than enough to be a professor. It is better to come to our university to teach and educate people. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. If Wang Zhenxing could serve in Qingling University, then the two would be able to meet often. It's just an interest, I can't completely leave it alone at the company, but I can be a visiting professor. Wang Zhen smiled. After eating with Zhang Yi, Wang Zhenxing went to the top of the university. The scholarship fund founded by Wang Zhenxing has helped many poor college students, and has even been invited to speak here, and is familiar with the high level here. Getting a visiting professor's position is a breeze. The so-called visiting professor is to invite well-known people from the society to come to the university from time to give lectures or something. As the president and chairman of Zhenxing Group, Wang Zhenxing is also a well-known charity entrepreneur, not to mention various grandmaster-level talents, which fully meets the requirements of visiting professors. In just half an afternoon, things were done. After receiving the title of visiting professor, Wang Zhenxing asked for a teacher's apartment. Evening. Wang Zhenxing went to the apartment assigned to him and familiarized himself with the environment. Some teachers taught something, recognized Wang Zhenxing, and showed greetings one after another. Wang Zhenxing responded politely one by one, and asked which apartment Lang Qinghan lived in. The moon is dark and windy. The lights in the apartment building have mostly been extinguished. After practicing the Sacred Heart Gong for a while, Lang Qinghan was ready to sleep. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside. Lang Qinghan was slightly puzzled. She hardly interacted with her colleagues, so late, who would come to her? With puzzlement, Lang Qinghan opened the door to take a look, but there was no half-figure outside the door or even in the entire corridor. Frowning and closing the door, he returned to the house coldly. Who? Lang Qinghan sensed that there was a breath approaching, but the moment he reacted, someone pointed the acupuncture point from behind, and the whole person froze in place and could not move, and could only say in a nervous and panicked voice. You, which senior are you? Since Lang Qinghan entered the world, he has not met an opponent, let alone been restrained by someone from behind. She obviously didn't see any figure just now, but the other party could quietly appear behind her. Such light feats are rare in the world, and they will definitely not be nameless. Lang Qinghan estimated that it should be a master of her master's generation. Hearing the inquiry, this senior master did not say a word. Lang Qinghan wanted to ask again, but he was hit dumb, couldn't even say a word, and completely turned into a wooden person. Soon, a light gauze obscured the cold vision. The host makes a subjugation behavior, the villain's halo points are +20. The heroine Lang Qinghan has a favorability rating of +5 for the host, and the current total favorability is 5. Just after returning to his apartment, Wang Zhenxing received the news. Evil should, normally, lead to disgust. However, his villain aura is much higher than the cold heroine halo, because the aura is suppressed, so he can be forgiven relatively easily. Just like in some cool novels, the original protagonist and the heroine themselves have no feelings. Because of accident or other reasons, the protagonist went crazy and did something to the heroine, and the heroine can actually forgive the protagonist. Even, the heroine may have accidentally won the lottery, but still chose to forgive, and finally chose to be with the protagonist. This is actually the reason for the aura suppression, because the protagonist's aura is higher than the heroine's halo. Wang Zhenxing is such a situation now, but the difference is that his villain aura. But the two are the same. The stealth ability obtained from Yang Yuming was only 15 minutes, and it was definitely not enough to do big things. Coupled with the fact that Lang Qinghan's cultivation was profound, giving her some time, she was able to unravel the acupuncture points on her own and regain her mobility. Moreover, if it is too much, it may cause the opposite effect. After all, he is not familiar with Lang Qinghan and has no emotional foundation. Unlike Lin Yumeng's side, there is the emotion of borrowing money and favors in advance as a foreshadowing. Based on these reasons, Wang Zhenxing naturally stops at the point. In the same apartment building, in another room 3 floors apart. This person is a senior, he actually secretly counts me as a junior, he simply does not have a bit of a master's demeanor, and when I become a martial artist in the future, I will kill you and crush you to ashes. Lang Qinghan regained his ability to move and speak, and his body was murderous. It's just that the blush on Lang Yan's face that has not completely dissipated makes her look a little inward-looking. She had never been treated like this since she was this age. Angry, but inexplicably feeling a little novel. As the day passed, it was a new night. Knock knock. Lang Qinghan heard a knock on the door outside. Bastard, you dare to come, Lang. Qinghan gritted his teeth, put all his strength on guard, and then went to open the door. But this time, she didn't go out the door and take a look in the hallway. After opening the door, she took a few steps back, staring at the doorway with her eyes fixed, running Truchi ready to attack. But strangely, there was obviously no figure at the door, and the cold were secretly calculated from behind. This man's light skill is comparable to a ghost, I can't even catch a trace. Soon, his eyes were again clouded by the familiar light gauze. The host makes a subtle behavior, the villain's halo points are +20. The heroine Wang Zhenxing has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 10. Wang Zhenxing received the reward without accident, and glanced at the movement on the cold side at night. I saw Wang Zhenxing angrily smashing things in the smashing room, and after smashing for a while, he went to rest. Time flickered by, and a new night came. Knock knock. Another familiar knock on the door. Wang Zhenxing learned to be smart this time, pretended not to hear, and did not open the door. After about a minute, suddenly there was the sound of a door lock turning. Wang Zhenxing was shocked, and immediately went over to check. A wire was found on the ground in front of the door. Apparently someone had locked the door with wire. Then, the cold could not move again. Wang Zhenxing was a little unconvinced, but after a few days he was still pinched in various ways, and he couldn't help but feel desperate. This senior is too powerful, no matter how guarded he is, there will only be one result in the end. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing directly gave up treatment. Thinking about it, if I heard a knock on the door at night, I simply went to open the door, and then covered my eyes with a light veil. Anyway, these days, she is also sure that this senior did not mean to hurt her life. But this time, Wang Zhenxing waited until dawn, but did not hear a knock on the door. Why didn't you come again? Wang Zhenxing inexplicably felt some feelings of loss, and soon found that his true qi cultivation had even regressed a little. How could I? Wang Zhenxing's face suddenly turned pale. She aspired to become a martial arts powerhouse and worked hard to practice the sacred heart gong for many years. In this situation, it is very likely that the sacred heart gong that has been practiced for many years will be destroyed. This is something that the cold will never want to see. After trying to calm his emotions, his cold heart gradually returned to coldness. Now if you want to turn the situation around, you can only kill that guy to preach the heart. But the problem is that she doesn't even know who the other person is. Moreover, the other party's cultivation was far higher than her. Can't afford to provoke, can't I still hide? Wang Zhenxing was cold, and he could only change his strategy, planning to find a place to hide and wait for his state of mind to calm down. After taking half a month's leave, Wang Zhenxing went to a place with beautiful mountains and waters to travel and relax. Xiaochen, I have a friend who recently fell out of love and traveled outside alone. I am worried that she will find out her short-sightedness, you help find out where she went. Wang Zhenxing dialed Yang Yuchen. What is her name, what unit does she work in, and when did she leave Qingling? Asked Yang Yuchen again and again when she heard that someone might want to find short-sightedness, where to take care of the rules. Wang Zhenxing informed one by one. Through the information system, Yang Yuchen checked the records of people entering and leaving Qingling, and quickly found the relevant information. She went to Fengqi Mountain. Wang Zhenxing got the information, bought a plane ticket and set off immediately. Fengqi Mountain is not a famous tourist attraction, and it is not the peak tourist season. It's not difficult at all to find someone here. Night. In a homestay under Fengqi Mountain. After seeing the beautiful scenery for most of the day, my heart became a little calmer. Knock knock. There was a knock outside the door. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously snorted, but soon thought that he had left Qingling and came to Fengqi Mountain more than 1,000 kilometers away. That person had no reason to find himself again, right? After grunting coldly, he went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, no figure was seen. The cold are secretly not good. Sure enough, the next moment I couldn't move again. And it's you again. This familiar operation, except that he will not be anyone else. Even if I run to the ends of the earth, I can still find you. Wang Zhenxing hid behind Wang Zhenxing, deliberately changed his timbre, and said in a deep voice. What do you want? Wang Zhenxing was a little mad. For the first time these days, she heard the other person speak. I want you to help me practice. Wang Zhenxing said. Let me help you practice. It will damage my cultivation. Wang Zhenxing gritted his teeth. You have good roots and understanding, you are a rare martial arts wizard, the sacred heart gong, an internal skill with obvious drawbacks, is not suitable for you, I am here to help you again. Wang Zhenxing's tone was somewhat inscrutable. His words are not nonsense, but grounded. Lang Qing's martial arts comprehension talent is full level, and with martial arts strong luck, most of them can become martial arts peak powerhouses in the future, and they do not necessarily have to practice the sacred heart gong with obvious defects. Hearing the remarks of the superior person, Lang Qinghen was a little shocked. She had heard similar words from Master a long time ago. She is a martial arts wizard and has many profound inner martial arts methods to choose from. But in the end, Lang Qinghen still chose to practice the sacred heart gong. One of the big reasons is that she hates stinky men very much and feels that she will not be trapped by love, so she takes the upper limit of the ruthless road as terrifying but has obvious drawbacks. Before that, Lang Qinghen felt that his heart was like an iron stone, and he would definitely not be emotional. But the facts told her that she had overestimated herself. She was a woman, not a piece of wood or stone. And unfortunately met a dog thief with rich experience. May I ask you where you came from? Lang Qinghen, perhaps used to it, was not afraid at all, but asked curiously. You can call me Yin Daoren. Of course, you can't use your real name when walking in rivers and lakes, and Wang Zhenxing still understands this. Yin Daoren. Lang Qinghen thought bitterly, without any relevant information associated with this name. She estimated that this Yin Taoist should be a hidden powerhouse of Master's generation. Perhaps Master should have heard it. Then what kind of exercises are you cultivating? Asked Lang Qinghen again. What do you think? Asked Wang Zhenxing. No, if you had followed this path, I wouldn't be able to be now. Could it be that what you are cultivating is also the inner strength of the heartless Tao? Lang Qinghen carefully analyzed. It seems that you are not stupid yet. Wang Zhenxing was still thinking hard about how to make it up, but when he heard Lang Qinghen say this, he immediately admitted it. Gao Ming, why didn't I think of this method before? Lang Qinghen praised, but after reacting, he felt shameful. She wants a face, and as a woman, she is not like this Yin Taoist. Even if she thinks of it, she can't practice like this. Didn't you say that the Heartless Tao has obvious drawbacks? Why do you still practice the Heartless Tao exercises? Suddenly thinking of something, Lang Qinghen asked suspiciously. I'm different from you, my comprehension root bone is not good, but the victory is naturally cold-blooded and ruthless, and I am a person who is naturally suitable for cultivating the Ruthless Tao exercises. Wang Zhenxing's tone was cold. Hearing this, Lang Qing was silent for a long time. She is very clear about her charm. This Yin Daoren is obviously a normal person, but there are so many opportunities during this time, and they have all reached that extent, but she can always keep her heart and not take the last step. Such perseverance and determination are simply terrifying. Cold all kinds of brain supplements. But I didn't know that after Yin Daoren left, he hurriedly went to find someone to put out the fire. There are so many people under the sky, but why are you looking for me? Lang Qinghen wondered what he had done wrong, to be unlucky. You are not bad looking, suitable for me to reach the peak of martial arts grindstone. Wang Zhenxing said. Hearing this strange compliment, Lang Qinghen was speechless for a while, and only after a long time said. Last question. Said. How old are you? More than 30 years old, tall, handsome, a beautiful man praised by everyone in the rivers and lakes. Don't provoke me. If you want to see my true face, you are not qualified enough. Wang Zhenxing sneered, so that he would not be fooled like this. You say that I am not suitable for the ruthless path. I prefer to take the ruthless path. It is me who helps you practice, and conversely, you can help me practice. You are the grinding stone for me to reach the peak of the martial path. After Lang Qinghen figured it out, he had some thoughts of competition. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment, and for a while he didn't know what to say, so he simply didn't say anything. And as a result, naturally, both sides lose. After leaving the homestay, Wang Zhenxing had a headache. But now there will be no way to return to Qingling for a while, so he can only jump into the lake at the foot of Fengqi Mountain. In the cold lake, swim for half an hour before coming ashore. Counting up, in fact, no 1-1. But Wang Zhenxing is not cultivating any ruthless Tao, and it has no effect. The most you can do is go for a swim in the lake. The cold is a bit miserable. Soon days passed. The heroine Lang Qinghen has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 500. The protagonist Qin Yiki luck value is -50, and the host Qi luck value is +50. Look, I said long ago that you are not suitable for practicing the Heartless Tao exercises. Wang Zhenxing said in a victor's tone. Leng Qing was silent and did not refute it. The cultivation realm of the Sacred Heart Gong had already fallen from the 6th layer to the 1st layer. Years of practice, almost nothing. However, Leng Qinghen was not much sad, but a little relieved. Stop here, I won't come to you again in the future, you are free. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Wang Zhenxing was also ready to say goodbye. After all, if you stay on the side of Fengqi Mountain for too long, it is time to return to Qingling. You, just kill me. Leng Qing said sadly. Yin Daoren practiced the Heartless Tao inner spiritual method. She knew that this was destined to be a fruitless expectation. It was better to save herself from the pain of lovesickness. If you want to die, I won't stop you. The tone is cold and ruthless, showing the cold-blooded temperament of Yin Daoren. Wang Zhenxing knew in his heart that Leng Qinghen was far from the point of seeking death, so he was not afraid to hit her. As for the matter of revealing his identity, Wang Zhenxing did not think about it. But now I have mixed a visiting professor position at Qingling University, and it is estimated that I will often haunt Qingling University in the future. After all, college is a high place for protagonists and heroines. Revealing the identity of Leng Qinghen, a professor of Qingling University, is equivalent to increasing the danger of overturning. Or steady with a trumpet. If you really want to find something cold and cold, you can use the trumpet. After Wang Zhenxing finished his blow, he waited for Leng Qinghen's response. Sure enough, the cold and cold were motionless, and there was no sign of looking for death and tiredness. Leng Qinghen is now unrestrained and can move freely, but his eyes are covered with a cloth and his vision is obscured. After the big fall in cultivation, Leng Qinghen also lost his powerful combat power value, and he was not Wang Zhenxing's opponent at all. Let me see what you look like, okay. Was silent for a long time, and Leng Qinghen suddenly said. Only, no response was obtained. Tentatively pulled off the cloth from his eyes and looked around coldly. I saw that the house was empty. Only one window is open. He's gone. Leng Qinghen was lost for a while, and 2 lines of tears quickly slipped down his snow-white cheeks. At this moment, she was very different from her cold and frosty appearance before. It looks like I'm just pitiful. Whoever sees it can't help but be moved. Next, Leng Qinghen cleaned up, left Fengqi Mountain to fly back to Qingling, and in the first class, bumped into Wang Zhenxing. Coincidentally, the two were still sitting next to each other. Wang Zhenxing looked leisurely, as if the tourist vacation was over, and he embarked on the journey home in a beautiful mood. Leng Qinghen had a cold face, as if everyone owed her millions. When he saw Wang Zhenxing, a look of surprise flashed on Leng Qinghen's face. A few days ago, the two bumped into each other in the cafeteria of Qingling University. At that time, Wang Zhenxing was dining with Zhang Yi. Wang Zhenxing was looked at by her, and his heart was a little drummed, and he tentatively said to Leng Qinghen. Beauty, I see that you are a little familiar, are we in? I don't know you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted impatiently by Leng Qinghen. She didn't want to talk to irrelevant. Wang Zhenxing saw her attitude and smiled secretly. Obviously, Leng Qinghen did not associate Yin Daoren with him. All the way without words. After the plane landed, Wang Zhenxing stepped on the land of Qingling. Yang Yuchen suddenly called and asked his friend who was looking for short-sightedness and how the situation was. Wang Zhenxing said that his friend's mood has stabilized and will not seek death. Yang Yuchen was relieved after hearing this, and immediately said that her younger brother Yang Yuming was clamoring to go to his future brother-in-law's house as a guest. Xiaoming really wants my family to be a guest, doesn't he? Asked Wang Zhenxing with a smile. Yes, I've been annoying me for days, but forget it if you're so busy, don't pay attention to Xiaoming. Yang Yuchen said. Although it is a little busy, there is still time to greet the future brother, since he wants to come, then come, you also come together, I will show you around my house. Wang Zhenxing said generously. Yang Yuchen was overjoyed after hearing this and asked for the specific time. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing quickly replied that it was the evening. Just came back now and it's a little too late to prepare something. Tomorrow will definitely be about the same. The other side. Leng Qinghen left the airport and returned to Qingling University in a daze. After Qin Yi wore the jade pei for several days, he found that all the obscurity in his body had dissipated, and he came to return the jade pei. Senior sister, how do I feel that your cultivation is as if Qin Yi noticed something unbelievable, and his face was full of surprise. The sacred heart gong that I have been practicing for many years has been broken. Lang Qinghen didn't hide it, and he couldn't hide it if he wanted to. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged and obtained 100 counterattack points. Which bastard is it? Qin Yi gritted his teeth and asked with envy and hatred. And after Lang Qinghen heard the word, bastard, his originally somewhat godless eyes rose some edges. You are not allowed to scold him. The voice was cold, as if it had changed back to the cold and frosty cold before. Although she herself has scolded that Yin Daoren countless times, and even cursed. But she scolds her, and others are not allowed to scold. Qin Yi saw her reaction, knew that she was poisoned, did not dare to say anything to denigrate, but asked suspiciously. Is that guy's surname Wang? His surname is Yin, subconsciously replied. After reacting, Lang Qinghen looked at Qin Yi coldly. This is my business, don't ask more. Yes, senior sister. Qin Yiwei promised. Yu Pei returned me. Lang Qinghen stretched out his hand. Give. Qin Yi respectfully handed over the jade pei and asked in a weak voice, Senior sister, then what are your plans in the future? On the way home, Lang Qinghen made plans for the future. If you want to surpass Yin Daoren in terms of force, only Zhou Tianshan Zhaogong has a chance. Qin Yi was taken aback when he heard this. Zhou Tianshan Zhaogong is the supreme inner skill heart method in the sect, which requires extremely high talent, understanding and chance, and the difficulty of cultivation is comparable to ascending to the sky, and only the fairy master in the sect has refined it. That junior brother wishes senior sister Lang early success. Qin Yi knew that it was not a good thing to contradict senior sister at this time, so he was polite. I'm sure the day will never be too far away. There was a sense of confidence and firmness in the cold tone. Seeing her expression, Qin Yi's heart moved, and he asked in a low voice, Senior sister Lang, if you practice Zhou Tianshan Zhaogong, what are your plans? I want to find him. Then kill him to crush his bones. Qin Yi's face was full of expectation. No, let him marry me. The cold light in the cold eyes was a little softer. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained a counterattack point of 200. The great contrast made Qin Yi almost vomit blood on the spot. There's nothing you can do, you can go. Lang Qinghen didn't want to talk more, he just wanted to seize the time to cultivate, and left quickly after speaking. Looking at some Xiao Suo's silhouette, Qin Yi felt a little distressed. Lang Qinghen swore a few days ago that he would not be emotional, and even if he was emotional, he would kill that person and preach. But now like this, it seems that he has completely said goodbye to ruthlessness. The only thing that gave Qin Yi some comfort was that the murderer was not Wang Zhenxing. It seems that I still thought too much, and after seeing that senior sister Lang was about to marry, I actually pampered my father. He actually prodded Wang to revitalize this old thief to contact senior sister Lang. Who is senior sister Lang? How can you fancy Wang Zhenxing, that old thief? This old thief is just good-looking and rich, to put it bluntly, a copper-smelling businessman. How can he get into the eyes of senior sister Lang? Forget it, don't care about Wang Zhenxing, that old thief. Now I am dispersed, and it is the right way to get rich as soon as possible. Single quote. However, what exactly should I do? Treating people without qualifications. If I give people divination, I can only divinate once or twice a day, and I can't divinate major events, otherwise it will damage my luck. Qin Yi thought secretly. At this time, a man holding a selfie stick passed by, talking to himself on his mobile phone and picking up a passing college girl. Qin Yi secretly watched for a while in confusion, only to know that the man was conducting an outdoor webcast. This man's popularity is quite high. There are nearly 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, and dozens of gifts of hundreds of dollars are flying all over the screen. Qin Yi was suddenly surprised. This man is not amazing, the main one is thick-skinned, there are actually such people to see, and there are people who brush gifts. I'm handsome and quite thick-skinned, so it's definitely very funny to go outdoors to talk live. Qin Yi suddenly came to inspiration, and he was a little excited to talk to himself. Evening. In a mid to high-end mansion with a large rooftop. Mr. Wang, according to your arrangement, 20 thermal imaging pinhole cameras have been installed in the house, and the equipment has been connected to your mobile phone. You can check it to see if you are satisfied. An installer said to Wang. Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and opened an app to check it, but did not find fault. Mr. Wang, I see that there is surveillance in your house. Why do you install thermal imaging monitoring in a hidden place? The installer was a little curious. Wang Zhenxing did not answer, and settled the wages on the spot. After the installer left, Wang Zhenxing walked around the house casually. There is basically nothing valuable in the mansion except for expensive furniture. Furniture is too heavy to carry. After a little thought, Wang Zhenxing dialed Tang Qingya's phone. I'll be free and come over in a moment. After the call was connected, before Wang Zhenxing could speak, he heard Tang Qingya's impatient voice. Then I'll wait for you. By the way, didn't old Tang collect a lot of calligraphy and paintings and antiques? I want to buy some to decorate my home and make it more magnificent. What do you think? Wang Zhenxing said. Okay, but just give the money, I'll take it directly to you. This is not appropriate, right? Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised. He just thought about buying it at a low price, but he didn't expect Tang Qingya to come out like this. Something is inappropriate. Tang Qingya ran to the treasure pavilion where her father collected antiques, quickly searched for valuable antique calligraphy and paintings, and then loaded them into the car. It didn't stop until it couldn't fit in the car. Xiaoya, haven't you eaten dinner yet? What are you going out for? Asked Tang Zheng just as soon as he returned and saw his panicked daughter. I went out to eat, let's go. As soon as he stepped on the accelerator, Tang Qingya walked away. Tang Zheng turned and walked into the house, and when he passed the gate, he found an ancient painting left on the ground. Carefully picking up the ancient painting, Tang Zheng walked into the treasure pavilion with suspicion. What about my antiques? Tang Zheng looked at the scene inside the treasure pavilion with wide eyes, and lost his voice. The various collections in this treasure pavilion were originally full, but at this moment, they were almost half less. The anti-theft door lock outside the treasure pavilion was customized for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if the family is thief, it will not be able to open this treasure pavilion. What's more, the door lock of the treasure pavilion is not broken. Then the result is obvious, it must have been done by the daughter. Apart from himself, only Tang Qingya could open the door lock. Picking up the mobile phone, Tang Zheng dialed Tang Qingya's number. Xiaoya, what are you doing with your father's antique calligraphy and paintings? Your brother's house is empty, I'll take something and put it in his house to support him, don't be so petty. Tang Qingya grunted. You're trying to me off, oh, my head is so dizzy, called Tang Zheng. Dad, don't pretend. Tang Qingya instantly saw through. What kind of distinguished guests does Lao Wang want to receive? But also antiques to support the scene, forget it, and take it back carefully when it's over. Tang Zheng was too lazy to calculate. I won't move back when I move over, it's too troublesome, I'm so tired. Tang Qingya said. My precious daughter, that's your father's treasure for many years, you gave it to someone else. Of course it's not for nothing, Dad, you have a daughter for me, and when I marry in the future, can't you get a dowry? Tang Qingya said seriously. You go and tell that old Wang guy that he must come to see his father every 3 days, otherwise he will marry you, and there will be no door. Tang Zheng laughed angrily at this leaky little cotton jacket. Dad, aren't you not against us? Not objecting and letting you marry are two different things. Well, I know, I'll tell him. This will still be driving, not talking to you. Tang Qingya hung up the phone perfunctorily, and after about 10 minutes, came to Wang Zhenxing's mansion. Wang Zhenxing looked at the car full of good things, a little stunned, and after a long time, he said, you really don't need to give money. Tang Qingya said with disgust. Wang Zhenxing pinched her face happily. It's not because of saving money, but because Tang Qingya makes him feel too worry-free. Is worthy of being the heroine in Shuangwen's novel, a love brain, after really liking a person, unconditionally paying, infinitely good to this person, and especially tolerant. Wang Zhenxing estimated that even if he overturned one day, he should be able to coax people well. After making up the picture of the harmonious family a little, Wang Zhenxing began to move things. Tang Qingya was not idle, and happily helped to arrange the home. When antique calligraphy and paintings are placed, the whole house is instantly up to several grades. The time quickly came to the next day. Wang Zhenxing went to Yang's house to pick up Yang Yuchen and Yang Yuming and came to the house. While waiting for the meal, Wang Zhenxing offered to take Yang Yuchen to visit the house. Yang Yuchen was very happy and let the invisible Yang Yuming wait in the hall. However, Yang Yuming was not happy and had to follow. Wang Zhenxing also did not object, and every time he came to the place where the antiques were placed, he would introduce them in more detail. For example, what dynasty the antiques came from, then how much they were probably worth, and so on. Yang Yuchen listened to her ears, and became more and more inferior, feeling that she was not worthy of Wang Zhenxing. Yang Yuming showed some excitement. After about 20 minutes, the tour was finally completed. These antique calligraphy and paintings add up, a total of almost 120 million feet. After Yang Yuming lost his sight, he was particularly sensitive to his voice and quickly calculated the value of all antique calligraphy and paintings. The three returned to the living room. "Future brother-in-law, don't you have so many treasures in your house, aren't you afraid of being stolen?" asked Yang Yuming suddenly. "You didn't pay attention to the key locations in the house, there are all monitors." Wang Zhenxing explained, and then pretended to react, and quickly said, "Hey, I forgot again, Zhao Ming, you can't see. This guy is so bad that he deliberately poured salt on my wounds and didn't empty his antique calligraphy and paintings, and that's really sorry for myself." Yang Yuming said viciously in his heart. After continuing to sit for a while, the meal finally began. After eating, Wang Zhenxing stayed with Yang Yuchen and Yang Yuming. Wang Zhenxing specially arranged Yang Yuming in a guest room next to his bedroom. In the dead of night, Wang Zhenxing is making noise. When he went to Yang's house last time, he had this plan, but in order to rectify Yang Yuming, he gave up this plan. Today, the opportunity is coming again, and Wang Zhenxing will naturally not miss it. The host caused the protagonist Yang Yuming to suffer mental damage and obtained 100 counterattack points. The host caused the protagonist Yang Yuming's mentality to be damaged and obtained 100 counterattack points. Yang Yuming heard the noise, his fists clenched, and he couldn't wait to kick the door of Wang Zhenxing to make him quieter. But thinking about it, the source of this noise came from her sister Yang Yuchen. "If you really want to kick the door, it will make my sister very embarrassed, and maybe I will be beaten by my sister. Forget it, my sister is like a demon, I can't manage it, let's hurry up and rob the rich and help the poor." Yang Yuming put on gloves and socks, avoiding fingerprints and the like, and then used his stealth ability to walk out of the room. The corners of the house are monitored. Yang Yuming had studied it early and knew that this kind of monitoring was ordinary monitoring, and like the vision of the human eye, he could not be seen. After being taken around the house by Wang Zhenxing, Yang Yuming already had a general outline in his mind. In the stealth state, the thing Yang Yuming is holding in his hand, as long as it does not exceed his volume, then this thing will also enter the stealth state. Monitoring is a myth for him. Yang Yuming quickly scraped antique calligraphy and paintings, and then gathered them all in a utility room in the attic of the mansion and covered them with cloth and the like. There is a lot of dust in the utility room, and I don't expect anyone to come easily. Yang Yuming is not stupid, knowing that these things are difficult to get rid of in a short time, and can only be traded through the black market. When Wang Zhenxing finds that things are missing, he will definitely go to this kind of place to look for them with great fanfare. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Wang Zhenxing would never have imagined that things were still in his home. And in order to divert his attention, Yang Yuming even deliberately broke the door lock, creating the illusion of thieves outside. When the limelight is completely over, I will find an opportunity to move these things and sell them on the black market, and it should not be a problem to make 780 million. Yang Yuming thought so in his heart. Calculate the time, the stealth time limit is almost up. Yang Yuming hurried back to the guest room and found that the noise next door had not stopped. The host caused the protagonist Yang Yuming's mentality to be damaged and obtained 100 counterattack points. The next day, Yang Yuming got up listlessly, and heard Wang Zhenxing shouting that the thief's things in the house had been stolen, and he couldn't help but snicker. Not long after, people from the government came to investigate. Leading the team was a young woman in her 20s. This woman is absolutely beautiful, a little more heroic than ordinary women. Wang Zhenxing guessed that this woman was not a passerby character, and couldn't help but take a few more glances and found that it was very cruel. My mind became more and more certain. Team Shen, the scene has been blocked. There are subordinates who report to the heroic woman. Start collecting evidence. The woman known as Team Shen finished instructing her subordinates, and then asked Wang Zhenxing and Yang Yuchen about something. Wang Zhenxing and Yang Yuchen both said that they did not hear any movement last night, and when they got up early in the morning, they found that many antique calligraphy and paintings in the house were missing. When replying, Wang Zhenxing also glanced at the handsome woman's certificate and knew that her name was Shen Yu, and her position was a deputy headhunter in the official government. Take the liberty of asking, what is the relationship between the two of you? Shen Yu saw Yang Yuchen's gaze, always looking at Wang Zhenxing softly, so he asked. Wang Zhenxing paused. Relative, I am his distant niece. Yang Yuchen was considerate, afraid that she would affect Wang Zhenxing's image, and quickly said first. Shen Yu nodded, and quickly looked at the other person in the hall, asking if he had heard anything last night. I went to bed early and didn't hear anything. Yang Yuming was also embarrassed to say the noise thing, plus he was a little weak-hearted, so he simply hid it. Since you went to bed very early, then why do you look unenergetic? Shen Yu noticed that something was wrong with Yang Yuming. I can't see with my eyes, can I still steal people's things? Asked Yang Yuming. Shen Yu was shocked when he heard this, and only then did he notice that Yang Yuming's eyes were blank. Mr. Wang, there should be surveillance at home, we need to take a look. Shen Yu said to Wang Zhenxing. Yes. Wang Zhenxing took out the monitoring records. After Shen Yu carefully checked, he did not find any figures in the monitoring of last night and this morning. At this time, Shen Yu's subordinates also finished collecting evidence. Shen Yu summarized the information obtained so far, and the preliminary judgment was that there was a thief in the house, and this thief hacked the surveillance through some means, and then took the antique calligraphy and painting away. Mr. Wang, we will inform you immediately if there is a progress in the matter, and if you think of anything missing to add, you can call me casually. Shen Yu said, giving his phone to Wang Zhenxing. Then troubled Team Shen, can you help me make another announcement? Said Wang Zhenxing. Mr. Wang, you said. Shen Yu said. As the so-called mercy, I believe that this thief should be cornered to do this kind of theft. If this person is willing to turn himself in and return all the lost things, I am personally willing to contribute 500,000 yuan to help this person solve his difficulties. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Yang Yuming slightly, with some teasing in his heart, and then said to Shen Yu like this. There is no way to make this kind of incident private, and Wang Zhenxing is also very sure that Yang Yuming will not turn himself in, so he naturally has no fear. After all, Yang Yuming is Yang Yuchen's younger brother, and now he has given Yang Yuming the opportunity, and after the matter is exposed, Yang Yuchen has nothing to say. Yang Yuming on the side listened to the drumming in his heart, but he was strong and calm. The heroine Shen Yu's favorability to the host is +10, and the current total favorability is 30, friendly. Listening to Wang Zhenxing's words, Shen Yu sincerely admired. Mr. Wang is worthy of being a famous charity entrepreneur in our Qingling, who has stolen so many valuable things, and is actually willing to give people a chance to repent. After a while, Shen Yu led the team to leave. 2 days flew by. Wang Zhenxing flipped to Shen Yu's number and dialed out. Team Shen, I suddenly remembered that I also have thermal imaging monitoring installed in my house. Do you want to take the monitoring records and take a look? After the phone was connected, Wang Zhenxing said to Shen Yu. Okay, Mr. Wang, are you at home now? Said Shen Yu hurriedly. I'm almost home. Then I'll come right away. Shen Yu drove his own jeep and immediately set off, slamming the accelerator along the way. As a well-known entrepreneur in Qingling, Wang Zhenxing's case of losing valuables at home is very much taken seriously. Shen Yu was sent over to investigate. But after 2 days of investigation, there was no progress in the case at all, and there was constant pressure from above. Shen Yu has been sad these 2 days. Quickly came to Wang Zhenxing's home. Shen Yu checked the thermal imaging monitoring on the night of the incident, and all the answers came out. The thief is none other than Yang Yuming. Why didn't normal monitoring capture him, but thermal imaging could photograph him? Shen Yu was a little puzzled. I'm a businessman, where do I understand this? Shen team, you are professional, or you go to analyze. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be confused. After obtaining the stealth ability, Wang Zhenxing specially tested the shortcomings of the stealth ability in order to make better use of it. Of course, we know that this so-called stealth is only invisible to the naked eye, and it still exists in the form of an entity. Normal people have temperature. Even after using stealth ability, they are still invisible in the field of view of thermal imaging. Following the records of thermal imaging monitoring, Shen Yu found all the lost antique calligraphy and paintings in the attic. Yang Yuming sat leisurely in the rocking chair, fantasizing about what to do after becoming rich. A group of officials suddenly visited and took Yang Yuming away. Yang Yuchen hurriedly asked, only to know that Yang Yuming was suspected of stealing antique calligraphy and paintings. The evidence in the case is conclusive, and Yang Yuming can't deny it if he wants to. Host phishing caused the protagonist Yang Yuming to be arrested and get 300 counterattack points. After Yang Yuming was taken away, Wang Zhenxing came to Yang's house on his hind feet to comfort Yang Yuchen and let her see the point. After Yang Yuchen calmed her emotions for a while, she gradually looked away from this matter, but she was a little worried about Yang Yuming's subsequent life situation. Xiaoming's eyes can't see, and it is estimated that it is difficult to take care of himself. Don't worry too much, there are some preferential treatment for disability, and I consulted a lawyer, and the lawyer said that he would probably be sentenced to 5 to 8 years, and when he comes out, I hope he will be a good person. Wang Zhenxing's mouth was so relieved. In fact, he didn't think Yang Yuming would be locked up for too long. Yang Yuming, the protagonist, seems to have awakened some special abilities every time he encounters a calamity, and his ability is biased towards obscenity. This is how the two abilities of perspective and stealth come in. This time Yang Yuming went in to squat the number, naturally it was also a disaster. I don't know what new abilities he will gain this time. The reason why Wang Zhenxing wants to fish Yang Yuming is, of course, not to solve this protagonist. Because if you want to solve Yang Yuming's trouble, there is a better and faster way. Yang Yuming, the protagonist, is too young, has no culture, and no city government, and it is difficult to pose a threat to an old fox with rich social experience like Wang Zhenxing. In Wang Zhenxing's eyes, Yang Yuming is a treasure boy who produces Goldfinger. Evening, Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi eat at a restaurant near Qingling University. During the meal, Wang Zhenxing took a few sips, and then pretended to be a little drunk. I'm a little dizzy, do you have a hotel near here? Wang Zhenxing held his forehead slightly, looking a little uncomfortable, and said to Zhang Yi. The hotels near the university are not particularly upscale, I guess you are not used to it, it is better to why don't you go to my villa? Zhang Yi suggested. I remember you weren't a home before. Asked Wang Zhenxing in surprise. Zhang Yi is a local of Qingling, and his home is not far from Qingling University, and he has always lived at home before. It's a little inconvenient to have morning classes, it takes 20 minutes to get from home, so I simply asked my father to buy a villa nearby, and they have been living here for a few days. Zhang Yi explained. Wang Zhenxing nodded and followed Zhang Yi to her villa. At this time, it was getting late. Zhang Yi directly cleaned up the guest room and let Wang Zhenxing rest well. Night. Wang rejuvenated the night and then went into the wrong room. The host captures the heroine Zhang Yi and obtains part of the ability of the protagonist Xiao Yu, advanced medical skills. Not against the heroine's will, get a normal double reward, because the host itself has advanced medical skills. The reward is automatically converted into a large number of medical skill upgrade experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grandmaster level medical skills. The host and the heroine Zhang Yi become their good deeds, blessed by the fate of heaven and the luck of women, and the luck value automatically increases by 2 points every day. The heroine Zhang Yi has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 95, unswerving to death. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1200. The protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -120, and the host's Qi luck value is +120. Wang Zhenxing received several messages in a row. Xiao Yu. This unfamiliar name made Wang Zhenxing stunned, and then he had some understanding. Zhang Yi was introduced by Qin Yi to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously believes that Zhang Yi is the heroine in Qin Yi's plot. I should have thought long ago, Zhang Yi's heroine aura has more than 500, while Qin Yi's protagonist aura is only more than 300, how can it be the heroine in Qin Yi's plot? Wang Zhenxing secretly reproached himself. Generally speaking, the aura of the protagonist in Shuangwen novels must be higher than the aura of the heroine, otherwise, the protagonist cannot suppress the heroine. The protagonist can't suppress the heroine, so can't the backyard catch fire. Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi went to a nearby hotel for breakfast together. For last night's incident, no one felt embarrassed, it was a natural thing. Feelings reach a certain point, and stories are inevitable. Zhang Yi knew that Wang Zhenxing deliberately went to the wrong room, and Wang Zhenxing also knew that Zhang Yi deliberately left the door, but both of them tacitly agreed as Xiao Juju who did not see each other. Do you know someone named Xiao Yu? While eating breakfast, Wang Zhenxing suddenly asked Zhang Yi. Xiao Yu. I don't know, I've never heard that name. Zhang Yi chewed something with a small mouth, looking extremely cute, and shook his head and replied. After thinking for a while, Wang Zhenxing said again. I remember you didn't say, do you have 4 school flowers in your school? Lin Yumeng sighed. You don't care, you go and get to know the other 2 school flowers, and then take the opportunity to ask them, do you know a person named Xiao Yu? After you have news, call me immediately. Oh, got it, leave it to me. Although Zhang Yi was curious about Wang Zhenxing's actions, he didn't ask much, and directly agreed. After breakfast, Wang Zhenxing went to work, and Zhang Yi walked into Qingling University. A few minutes after arriving at Qingling University, a beautiful girl with brisk steps passed by. Zhang Yi had seen the photos on the forum and knew that this girl was one of the school flowers. Oh, that. Zhang Yi hurriedly wanted to call out to her, but he didn't know what her name was, and he was a little embarrassed. Are you calling me? The pretty girl turned around and asked Zhang Yi. Yes, hello, my name is Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi showed a friendly smile and said to the beautiful girl. I know you. The beautiful girl showed a cheerful smile, and then her eyes were keen to find that Zhang Yi was walking a little unfavorably. You sprained your foot, didn't you? Zhang Yi's face was inexplicably a little rosy. So you want me to help you? Pretty girls look extroverted. My name is Qin Yiruo. The beautiful girl came over and held Zhang Yi's arm, walked slowly with her for a while, and suddenly said her name. Qin Yiruo, it's a nice name, and besides, you're so beautiful. Zhang Yi looked at her a little and couldn't help but praise. You are also very beautiful, I look better than the photos on the forum, especially the face, wow, so slippery. Qin Yiruo looked at her, couldn't help but reach out and gently brush it, and said with a grin. This action made the somewhat shy Zhang Yi cry and laugh. However, it was precisely because of Qin Yiruo's character that the distance between the two was quickly brought closer. Do you have a boyfriend? After getting acquainted with each other, Qin Yiruo sounded a little gossipy. Didn't number, what about you? Wang Zhenxing is now a visiting professor at Qingling University, and Zhang Yi is afraid of giving him trouble, so naturally he will not say that he is not single. The man who can move Miss Ben's heart has not yet been born. Qin Yiruo has never suffered the bitterness of love, and she looks high-spirited. Do you know someone from Xiao Yu? Zhang Yi suddenly asked, remembering Wang Zhenxing's instructions. Xiao Yu, what kind of stuff? I don't know. Qin Yiruo shook her head. Zhang Yi let out an "oh" and didn't ask more. Qin Yiruo supported Zhang Yi, chatted idly along the way, sent her to the dance department building, and then prepared to say goodbye. Before leaving, Qin Yiruo took the initiative to add friends with Zhang Yi. Leaving the dance department building, Qin Yiruo went to the literature department building. Hey, mother-in-law, wait for me. Mother-in-law on the way. Qin Yiruo heard an unfamiliar voice shouting behind him, secretly thinking which neuropathy actually ran here to find her mother-in-law. After continuing to take a few steps, a figure suddenly jumped in front of Qin Yiruo. Qin Yiruo was taken aback and glanced at it subconsciously. The man was a man, who looked about his age, dressed in shabby clothes and carrying a sack, and he felt a little dirty. Taking a few steps back with a disgusted face, Qin Yiruo said angrily, Who are you? I am your son-in-law, and you are my mother-in-law. The man carrying the sack said with a serious look. Are you neurotic? I'm only 20 years old, I don't even have a boyfriend, how can I become someone else's mother-in-law? Qin Yiruo looked at the man in front of him like a fool, and after speaking, he walked around the man with a frown and walked forward. Did I recognize the wrong person? The man scratched his head and pulled out a picture from his body. There is a beautiful girl in the photo, it is Qin Yiruo. That's right, hey, mother-in-law, wait for me, the man trotted after him. I said I don't know you, who are you? The man was stopped again, and Qin Yiruo said impatiently. Forgot to introduce myself, my name is Xiao Yu, your future son-in-law. Xiao Yu showed a smile that considered himself sunny and handsome. Are you Xiao Yu? Qin Yiruo remembered Zhang Yiruo mentioning this name. That's right, I'm Xiao Yu, mother-in-law, do you recognize me? Asked Xiao Yu with a smile. I know you as a big-headed ghost, I warn you not to follow me again, otherwise call security. Qin Yiruo warned, then walked forward, took a few steps and glanced back, only to be slightly relieved to see that the neurotic man did not follow. That's right, that's her. Xiao Yu took the photo again and compared it, making sure that he was not looking for the wrong person, but this time he didn't follow with a dead face, but took up the sack and asked someone how to go to the principal's office. His windy dress attracted the attention of some people. Soon 2 security guards came over and asked Xiao Yu what he was doing here. Xiao Yu said that he came to report. The 2 security guards immediately laughed. It has been a long time since school started, and it was only at this time to report for duty, wasn't it trouble? The 2 security guards immediately wanted to drive Xiao Yu out. Xiao Yu did not agree, and there were some conflicts between the 2 sides. At this moment, Principal Wang Zhenxing appeared. You are Xiao Yu, but you can be considered here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wang Zhenxing was a middle-aged Confucian figure, looking Sven, trotting over and warmly welcoming Xiao Yu's arrival. The 2 security guards were stunned, they didn't expect that this scruffy-dressed man actually knew the principal. Xiao Yu scolded the 2 security guards, proudly pretended to be forced, and then followed the principal to the office. Quick, show me the disease. Wang Zhenxing closed the door, and then said to Xiao Yu eagerly. Xiao Yu took the pulse for him, and then gasped and showed some lewd smiles. I see that you are 45 years old, this disease is not light, did you go to the fence? Question mark. Wang Zhenxing hurriedly said. How old is your wife? Asked Xiao Yu. 28 years old. Old husband and young wife. It's not 20 years old, and I'm not old. Wang Zhenxing touched the wrinkles on his face and said with some unconfidence. You are not yet 50, but your body is almost the same as that of a 78-year-old man, and you can enjoy some blessings. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Then, can that still be saved? Asked Wang Zhenxing nervously. No one else can save it, but you met me. Xiao Yu smiled proudly, and then reached out and rubbed a ball on his body and placed it in the palm of his hand. Wang Zhenxing hesitated, then swallowed the pill and washed it with warm water. This strange smell almost made Wang Zhenxing spit out the overnight meal. Can this be cured? Asked Wang Zhenxing expectantly after slowing down. Of course not. Wang Zhenxing picked up the pen and paper in the office and wrote down a prescription. 2 pairs a day, eating for half a month can make you rejuvenated. Wang Zhenxing was pleased, if he had obtained the most precious treasure, but he was still a little puzzled, what was the use of that ball just now? It's useless, I just rubbed my body itching, accidentally rubbed the ball out. Who knows that you people in the city actually have this strange proclivity and like to eat mud balls? Xiao Yu picked his nose and said lazily. Wang Zhenxing was speechless for a while. He and Xiao Yu's elders talked on the phone, and they had heard that Xiao Yu liked to joke, but he didn't expect to meet this time, so he was teased by Xiao Yu. However, Wang Zhenxing is not a person with a small belly, and after being depressed for a while, he does not think about Xiao Yu, a junior. By the way, old man Yang, hurry up and arrange it for me, I will have a class with my mother-in-law. Xiao Yu said. What is the situation of your matter, why would a girl in your 20s become your mother-in-law? Wang Zhenxing understood some details, felt that this matter was very strange, and asked with some doubts. My grandfather and Qin Peng made a grandchild marriage contract more than 40 years ago, that is, I have a marriage with Qin Peng's granddaughter, but Qin Peng married relatively late, and her daughter Qin Yiruo is only 20 years old now. If it makes sense, isn't Qin Yiruo my mother-in-law? Xiao Yu unceremoniously sat down on Wang Zhenxing's office chair, put the dirty tripod on the desk, and said lazily. So that's the case, so what are your plans to come to Qingling University? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Of course, it is to protect my mother-in-law, supervise her to get married and have a daughter as soon as possible, and then wait for her daughter to grow up, and then marry her daughter and complete the marriage. Xiao Yu said slowly. This Wang Zhenxing felt a little outrageous, does your grandfather also agree? Question mark. Xiao Yu nodded. Wang Zhenxing smacked his lips, secretly thinking that both grandfather and grandson were a little abnormal, but he didn't comment on anything. By the way, my grandfather also said that if I think it is too difficult to wait, there is a backup plan. Xiao Yu added. What backup plan? Asked Wang Zhenxing subconsciously. Marrying my mother-in-law directly saves 20 years. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Wang Zhenxing, you understand everything, quickly arrange for me, let me and my mother-in-law have a class. Xiao Yu urged. You grew up in the mountains and didn't study, I'm afraid it's a little. Wang Zhenxing felt embarrassed and wanted to arrange a security position for him. It's because I haven't studied before, so I have to read more, quickly arrange for me, don't grind it, my old man can be kind to you back then, let you do something small and push around, say a bunch of Xiao Yu was a little irritable, habitually spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground, and said to Yang Jing, "I'll try my best." Yang Jing sighed helplessly. End of afternoon class. Qin Yiruo, who has a jumpy personality, sent a message to ask his new friend Zhang Yi to go shopping together. Zhang Yi saw that Wang Zhenxing didn't come to find himself today, and he was a little bored, so he agreed to Qin Yiruo's invitation. While shopping, Qin Yiruo remembered that she was called her mother-in-law by a neurotic this morning, and couldn't help but complain. What kind of clothes is this person wearing? It won't be a mental hospital, right? Zhang Yi was surprised after hearing this, and asked speculatively. I didn't wear a hospital gown, but a yellowed and shabby clothes, and a marijuana bag on my back, looking like migrant workers entering the city. Qin Yiruo recalled and said. It sounds like this person is a little out of spirit, and it would be nice to see it a little farther away in the future. Zhang Yi gave advice. Qin Yiruo nodded in agreement, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, he said his name is Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. After hearing Qin Yiruo's words, Zhang Yi's bright eyes flickered. You asked me before, do you know a person named Xiao Yu? Is it because you also encountered this neuropathy before, and then stopped you and called your mother-in-law? No, but that's pretty much it. After thinking about it, Zhang Yiruo said to Qin Yiruo. This person seems to be a little mentally ill, and when he sees a beautiful girl, he stops him, and then says some strange things. I asked you at the time, just to make you careful. This person is not like a psychopath, he is simply psychotic. Qin Yiruo complained. As soon as the words fell, her mobile phone suddenly rang. Qin Yiruo took out the mobile phone wrapped in a cartoon phone case, saw that the caller ID was his father Qin Peng, and immediately answered the call. Yiruo, I have an old friend's grandson who will come to Qingling's side, and he should also arrange to go to your class, and you will take care of others at that time. Qin Peng said to his daughter on the phone. The grandson of an old friend. What's your name? Asked Qin Yiruo warily. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. That neurosis. Qin Yiruo broke his voice. What neurosis? What are you talking about? Qin Peng's eardrums tingled, and he paused before replying. Qin Yiruo said the bizarre things he encountered this morning. Qin Peng was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said strangely. Actually, there is such a thing. I made a grandchild marriage contract with Xiao Yu's grandfather. In theory, Xiao Yu is your son-in-law, but my father married relatively late, and you were born when Xiao Yu was born, so it caused this situation. Dad, why did you make such a grandchild marriage contract with someone? Qin Yiruo felt that it was too outrageous. It's a long story. Anyway, there is such a thing. I always thought that my friend didn't care about it, and I didn't mention it to you, but recently we suddenly got in touch, and my friend suddenly mentioned the agreement back then. Qin Peng explained. So Dad, you don't object to this? Asked Qin Yiruo. The eldest husband said everything. The horse was difficult to chase, and of course the promised things must be done. Don't see that Xiao Yu is from the mountains, but listen to my friend, Xiao Yu will have a lot of things, not an ordinary person, that is, it's just that the personality may be a little strange. Qin Peng said. I don't care how powerful he is, I won't promise me this marriage contract. I won't allow my future precious daughter to marry such a thing, said Qin Yiruo in an old-fashioned manner. She was startled by Xiao Yu this morning, and her first impression of Xiao Yu was extremely bad. Things in the future are still far away, let's not mention it for the time being. Xiao Yu is in your class, you can take care of others. Qin Peng instructed. Take care of a ghost, this person is dirty, I don't know if he hasn't bathed for a month, so I don't pay attention to him. Dad, don't bring him to my class, so as not to affect the air in my class. Qin Yiruo pouted. Xiao Yu's arrival in your class was not arranged by me, and I can't stop it. Qin Peng was about to rush to a meeting, and he didn't have time to talk too much, so he hung up after saying this. Oh my god, how could I encounter such a thing? Qin Yiruo's face was depressed, tilted her head and leaned on Zhang Yi's shoulder, sighing. Zhang Yi heard vaguely just now, not very clear about the situation. After seeing her like this, he asked suspiciously. Qin Yiruo immediately said everything. It's really big in the world. Zhang Yi was stunned for a long time after hearing this, before he expressed his feelings. No, I definitely can't let that Xiao Yu into my class. Qin Yiruo perked up, and then asked Zhang Yi. Do you know the high level of Qingling University? Zhang Yi shook his head. Then do you know your father? My father runs an investment company and doesn't have connections from Qingling University, but I have an uncle who founded a charitable bursary fund and has a lot of dealings with the top management here. Zhang Yi said. This is great, please help. Let your uncle come forward to prevent Xiao Yu from entering Qingling University, as long as things can be done. Qin Yiruo thought about what to pay. The first thing that came to mind was money, but thinking that Zhang Yi's uncle should be a rich man, there is no shortage of this kind of thing. In a hurry, he simply said. I think your uncle is a father. Zhang Yi was amused by her, covered his mouth and smiled, and then went to the side to dial Wang Zhenxing's phone and tell him the strange things he heard. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he could basically determine that Qin Yiruo was the heroine in Xiao Yu's plot. My friend is very anxious about this, can you help her? Although I only met today, Zhang Yi liked Qin Yiruo's character very much, and really regarded her as a good friend, and a good friend had difficulties, so he naturally wanted to help her. I just got off work and will go to Qingling University later. Wang Zhenxing should inherit it. In fact, even if Zhang Yi didn't say it, he would stop it. Arriving at Qingling University by car, Wang Zhenxing went straight to the Academic Affairs Office of Qingling University, inquired about special recruitment, and soon learned that Xiao Yu's entry into the literature department of Qingling University was being handled. If nothing else, I will be able to do it tomorrow and enter the Faculty of Literature. Xiao Yu's matter was specially greeted by Yang Jing, and the relevant materials were also prepared by Yang Jing. Naturally, the academic affairs side did not dare to obstruct it. Wang Zhenxing directly gave up his plan to obstruct from the side of the academic affairs, intending to start from the source. He and Yang Jing were not very familiar, and it was mostly in vain to come forward to find Yang Jing directly to revoke Xiao Yu's special move. Qingling University has a long history, and Yang Jing, as the president, is still very decent. Wang Zhenxing is now worth nearly 10 billion, but he can't eat everything. But fortunately, it is not Yang Jing's final say here. There are several levels that are the same as Yang Jing, and one of them is even one level higher than Yang Jing. It's just that Wang Zhenxing is also not very familiar with these people. Wang Zhenxing's face is only useful in ordinary high-level people, and the effect is much worse in the top few high-level people. But it's not a big problem. Wang Zhenxing had seen the news before and knew that Han Mei had donated 1 billion yuan to build a building for Qingling University. This kind of face is good in any place in Qingling University. Wang Zhenxing contacted Han Mei and asked her to help with things. You have been absent from work recently, I haven't said anything about you, and now you still want to spend my favor in vain. Han Mei's voice carried some resentment. It's not that my company has been doing a lot lately, tomorrow I will make up for all the absenteeism. Wang Zhenxing said. Good, but double. Han Mei snorted softly. Okay, you just don't back down then. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Who is afraid of whom, walk and see. Han Mei was a little flustered, but more of an expectation. Of course my wife is beautiful, otherwise how could I get this sick? Yang Jing pushed his glasses, and his face showed some lewd intentions that did not match Confucianism. Wang Zhenxing glanced at the photo in Yang Jing's hand one more time, and slowly withdrew his gaze. Although Yang Jing's wife is beautiful, she belongs to the kind of quick glance that is very stunning, but she can't stand up to scrutiny. Although it is also very beautiful, it is still a grade away from the heroines, and Wang Zhenxing's experience is extraordinary, and he does not have any thoughts. How do I think your wife? After Wang Zhenxing glanced at it a few more times, he felt that Yang Jing's wife was a little familiar, but he could be sure that he had never seen her before. Like that big star Gu Feiyao, right? Yang Jing was not surprised by Wang Zhenxing's reaction at all, and asked with a smile. Yes, Wang Zhenxing doesn't pay much attention to things in the entertainment industry, but Gu Feiyao, as a diva singer, often appears on TV or on billboards on the street. Coming and going, it is difficult for Wang Zhenxing to know whether he wants to. Gu Feiyao is my wife's own sister, it is somewhat similar, my wife is often recognized by people when walking on the street. Yang Jing said. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Yang Jing remembered the business, and suddenly took out a prescription from his body. That rude brat just now prescribed me a medicine, saying that it can cure my disease, can you help me see if it works? Wang Zhenxing took the prescription and looked at it carefully, and patted the table. Quacks harm people, how can this medicine be eaten? Something wrong with this prescription. Yang Jing was startled by the sound of slapping the table. The prescription can indeed cure your disease, at least within 3 years, comparable to a young man, but after 3 years, it is basically not far from death, and this prescription is to overdraft your life in exchange for 3 years of happiness. Wang Zhenxing looked solemn. To say that death is not far from 3 years later is certainly an exaggeration. After all, Xiao Yu has advanced medical skills, and he still has 2 brushes. This prescription would overdraw his life potential, but it would only make Yang Jing live for a year or 2. For Yang Jing's situation, it can also be said that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. But in general, it is a fact that there are drawbacks in the prescription. This stinky boy is so vicious. Yang Jing was angry for a while, and asked for help. Do you have a way to help me? As long as it can help me recover my health, then I think you can be the big brother, and if there is anything in the future, you only need to say a word. As long as I can do my best, I will definitely do it for you. In fact, the root of the problem is not only you, but also your wife. Wang Zhenxing now possessed Grandmaster level medical skills, and his insights were naturally higher than Xiao Yu's. How do you say this? Yang Jing was puzzled. Your wife Kev. Yang Jing recalled for a while, thinking that it was quite fatal, then how to treat it. If you're a young man, then you can be prescribed medicine, but you're old, and there's a saying that don't do porcelain work without diamonds, so both of you have to take medicine for treatment. Wang Zhenxing said. Yang Jing's old face turned red with embarrassment, and then asked with some concern, after the treatment, can you still? Of course, but don't sing night and night. Wang Zhenxing said. When Yang Jing heard this, he was relieved, and immediately asked Wang Zhenxing to help diagnose and treat and prescribe medicine. Wang Zhenxing did not grind, quickly came up with a treatment plan, and wrote 2 prescriptions to Yang Jing. Yang Jing was grateful, thanked him, and asked Wang Zhenxing's diagnosis and treatment fee to be. Wang Zhenxing is not bad at this money, and he hopes that Yang Jing owes him a favor, and immediately said that he will not take anything. Yang Jing is also a real person, and he deeply remembers his kindness in his heart. The kid who prescribed you the medicine, his mind is vicious, you better guard against him. Wang Zhenxing instructed. This kid has no manners at all, just came here to tease me, tricked me into eating the mud pills rubbed off his body. I just thought he was just playful, I didn't expect his mind to be so bad. Yang Jing hated his teeth. The host destroys the relationship between the supporting character Yang Jing and the protagonist Xiao Yu, affects the direction of the plot, and obtains 300 counterattack points. The protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -30, and the host's luck value is +30 receiving. The news, Wang Zhenxing smiled, chatted with Yang Jing for a little more time or 2, and left. He came to find Yang Jing, in fact, just to find out how friendly the relationship between Yang Jing and Xiao Yu was. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded in ruining the relationship between the two. Yang Jing was originally a person in the protagonist camp, and now Xiao Yu has lost this help, which is a big loss for Xiao Yu. At the very least, Xiao Yu can't easily cause trouble here. Things are done, that Xiao Yu's special move is broken. After leaving the office, Wang Zhenxing made a phone call to Zhang Yi to inform her of the situation. Uncle is really powerful, and he got things done as soon as he came out. Zhang Yi smiled and praised, and then said a few words to the people next to him. And then said, my friend said that he is very grateful to you, and wants to invite your uncle to dinner. Do you have time? It's late afternoon, and it's almost ready for dinner. Wang Zhenxing promised Han Mei to work later in advance, but there was still time for dinner. I just happened to be going to dinner, since there are people treating, why not go? Wang Zhenxing readily agreed. 10 minutes later, Wang Zhenxing came to a mid to high-end restaurant near Qingling University. In the place next to the entrance of the restaurant, there were 2 young and beautiful girls. When people passing by, they all cast their gazes. Some men with poor concentration saw it, forgot to look at the road when they walked, bumped into things in embarrassment, or fell under their feet to make jokes. These 2 girls are Zhang Yi and Qin Yiruo, the second of the 4 school flowers of Qingling University. After Wang Zhenxing saw Qin Yiruo, he habitually looked at it and secretly gave a thumbs up. Is this your uncle? It's too handsome, Qin Yiruo said to Zhang Yi in surprise. She also thought that the uncle in Zhang Yi's mouth was a greasy middle-aged man, but she didn't expect to be a mature handsome man. This is my man, my uncle, of course, is handsome. Zhang Yi curled the corners of his mouth slightly proudly. Hello uncle, my name is Chin Yiruo, thank you for your help, let's go to eat whatever you want, don't save me money. Chin Yiruo opened his head and walked towards the restaurant first. The three of them soon arrived at a table. What's your father's name? After ordering, Wang Zhenxing asked Chin Yiruo. Let's not mention Chin Yiruo's clothes, just say that the bag she carries with her can't be bought without 100,000 yuan. Chin Yiruo must be a rich girl. In Wang Zhenxing's circle of friends, there were many rich people, and there were also a few surnamed Chin, so he asked like this. My father's name is Chin Peng. Chin Yiruo replied. Chin Peng of Pengzhan Group. Hearing Chin Yiruo's name, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but ask. Hey, uncle, do you know my dad? Chin Yiruo said in surprise. Wang Zhenxing smiled strangely, and was about to answer, when the mobile phone suddenly had a message prompt sound of V letter. Took out his mobile phone and opened it to take a look, and Wang Zhenxing found that someone in a friend group was himself. This group of friends are all some of Wang Zhenxing's friends, a total of more than a dozen people. Tang Zheng, Zhang Yangyuan, and Old Man Chin, that is, Chin Peng, were all in this group. The group is full of busy people, occasionally chatting idly, but most of the time they talk about business matters and exchange some economic news that they have learned. At this moment, the focus of everyone's chat is Wang Zhenxing. Recently, the stock of the revitalization group has risen again, and it has been up for several days. Everyone wants Wang Zhenxing to bubble and exchange the secrets of doing business. Among these people in the group, Tang Zheng shouted the most. Always Wang Zhenxing, a mouthful of rebels hurry out. The second is Zhang Yangyuan. However, Zhang Yangyuan's attitude is very good. He has a stake in the revitalization group, and the share price of the revitalization group has soared, and he is also a beneficiary. Zhang Yangyuan even said that his wife Dai Qing found a suitable object for Wang Zhenxing, so that Wang Zhenxing had time to meet and see. Tang Zheng, Zhang Yangyuan, don't blindly introduce me to this villain. If you introduce him to the object, you must first ask me this father. Zhang Yangyuan, don't mix it up, what I said is true, you see that Lao Wang is not young, it's time to find an object. Tang Zheng, I'm not kidding, in short, this rebel marriage must require my consent, otherwise this marriage don't want to get married. Chin Peng, Tang Zheng, I really envy your relationship with brother Wang, my childhood friend, either broke off contact or passed away. Tang Zheng, haha, we are father and son, the relationship cannot be good, but old Chin I really admire you. Chin Peng, what do I have to admire? Tang Zheng, of course, the old man is strong, a 67-year-old person actually has a 20-year-old daughter, if it weren't for the tea I heard you mention yesterday, I wouldn't know about it. Chin Peng, it is a blessing to have a daughter in old age, but it is too spoiled by her, causing her to be willful and arrogant, and now she can't control it if she wants to, unlike brother Yang's teaching daughter to be generous, and the daughter who teaches is gentle and polite, this is the real ladies' show. Zhang Yangyuan, brother Chin, don't praise me, my daughter is now grown, but she is not as well behaved as when she was a child. My wife recently discovered that something was wrong with my daughter and now does not live at home, renting a house outside. Our husband and wife estimated that our daughter should be in love, and my wife asked my daughter, and my daughter denied it. Tang Zheng, Zhang Yangyuan, then you have to watch your daughter, don't let him be easily abducted. Zhang Yangyuan, it's about to look at the point, people's hearts are not ancient, and the young people today are very bad. Tang Zheng, not only are young people very bad, older people are not good things. Chin Peng, haha, it seems that brother Tang and brother Zhang are worried about their daughter's emotional problems. This point my daughter is quite good, her eyes are high to the sky, no one puts it in her eyes, no one can look at it, I am not worried about her love at all, but worried that she will completely become an unmarried person. Wang Zhenxing watched the chat content for a while, and only felt that his scalp was numb. Fortunately, Tang Zheng wanted to save face, and he was embarrassed to tell his daughter Tang Qingya's affairs. And Zhang Yi's mouth is relatively strict, and he has not revealed any news about his boyfriend to Zhang Yangyuan and Dai Qing. After chatting about his daughter's problems for a while, the old guys in the group turned to Wang Zhenxing, and they all came out to speak. Even seeing that Wang Zhenxing did not move for a long time, everyone directly opened the group video chat. I'll go take a video call. Wang Zhenxing knew that if he didn't respond, the old guys were expected to call over, so he said hello to Zhang Yi and Qin Yiruo and went to find a quiet and uninhabited place to answer the video. Your uncle is really handsome, there must have been many women chasing him when he was young, right? After seeing Wang Zhenxing leave, Qin Yiruo asked Zhang Yi with some gossip. When he was young, he was not old, and he looked no different from that of young people, and he was the dream lover of many women in Qingling. Zhang Yi said proudly. Then your aunt must not be jealous often. Qin Yiruo said with a smile. Where is my aunt? He's not married. Zhang Yi said. Qin Yiruo never paid attention to the news, and he didn't know about Wang Zhenxing before this, and he was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Yi say this. That girlfriend should have it, right? Qin Yiruo asked. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, no. Her current relationship with Qin Yiruo is not the kind of place where everything is said, and when she is more familiar with it in the future, she can tell Qin Yiruo the truth. With such good conditions, you don't even have a girlfriend. Then he must be a super stuffy person. Qin Yiruo said. Zhang Yi disagreed with this view, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that someone was coming to the side. This man was wearing shabby clothes, and he was looking at Zhang Yi at the moment, looking like a pig brother. Zhang Yi's brows furrowed. Why are you again? Qin Yiruo on the side suddenly screamed strangely. What a coincidence. Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze to Zhang Yiruo, waved his hand at Qin Yiruo with a playful smile, and shouted. Xiao Yu's voice was not small, attracting many eyes around him. Don't shout nonsense, okay. Qin Yiruo felt embarrassed and glared at Xiao Yu. I didn't shout, you are my mother-in-law, hasn't your father told you yet? If you don't believe it, ask your father, you are really my mother-in-law. Xiao Yu said persistently. As he spoke, he sat down on the empty seat next to him. What are you doing here? Let's eat. Qin Yiruo said urgently. I'll eat too. Xiao Yu didn't feel anything wrong. I mean, looking at you will affect my appetite. Qin Yiruo was not as cultured as Zhang Yi, and immediately said to Xiao Yu bluntly. This Xiao Yu's body is dirty, and I don't know how long he hasn't bathed. Qin Yiruo felt disgusted when he saw it, and if he really wanted to eat at the same table with him, he might vomit out. It's simple, mother-in-law, don't look at me, don't you have an appetite? Xiao Yu was extremely thick-skinned, still smiling, and he was not embarrassed at all. What the hell are you going to do? Just say it. Although Qin Yiruo is brutal and willful, he will not start beating people, and there is really no way to take someone like Xiao Yu, so he can only say this. Xiao Yu shook his legs and said lazily, I just hope that your mother-in-law will find a boyfriend to talk to as soon as possible, and then get married quickly if there is no problem, and then give birth to a daughter. After 20 years, I can marry your daughter and complete the grandfather's agreement. You want to be beautiful, when my daughter is born, you will be in your 40s, the old guy still eats tender grass, don't be delusional. Qin Yiruo looked at Xiao Yu's shaking posture and the robe-like expression on his face, and suddenly said angrily. Mother-in-law, if you don't want my old cow to eat tender grass, then I have another backup plan, that is, I simply marry you. Xiao Yu's face was full of salivation. Go and die, I'll be annoyed when I see you. Qin Yiruo didn't have a good airway. In that case, then you better hurry up and find a boyfriend, I don't want to wait too long. Xiao Yu said. I can't look at stinky men, and I already plan not to fall in love or get married for the rest of my life, so you die this heart, go back to the mountains as soon as possible, and marry a wife in your ravine. Qin Yiruo was not in a hurry, but he did have this idea. What's good about stinky men? Isn't it fragrant to be a single nobleman? Mother-in-law, how can you have such thoughts? This is a disease, just because I can heal, I will take a look for you. Xiao Yu said, and wanted to help Qin Yiruo take the pulse. Qin Yiruo retracted his hand and didn't let him touch it. Roll the calf, I'm not sick. If you don't like men, it's sick, let me show you the disease. Xiao Yu stood up and walked towards Qin Yiruo. Stop, stop for me, Qin Yiruo scolded. Xiao Yu's footsteps stopped in place. I lied to you just now, in fact, I still like men, and I also have a boyfriend, so don't hit my idea, and don't hit my daughter's idea in the future. Because I discussed with my boyfriend that I will get married in the future, I don't want children, so you better go back to the mountains and marry your wife. Qin Yiruo's mind turned, and he said it differently, wanting Xiao Yu to retreat. Mother-in-law, do you really have a boyfriend? Xiao Yu felt a little heartbroken after hearing this. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he was still more willing to marry Qin Yiruo than wait 20 years. Of course there is, I don't believe you, ask my friend. Qin Yiruo gave Zhang Yiruo a look. Yes, she has a boyfriend. Zhang Yi said very cooperatively. I don't believe it, you called him out for me to see. Xiao Yu questioned. What does this have to do with you, look at what? If Qin Yiruo didn't agree, it would be too late even if he wanted to find a dragon, said actor. Of course it matters, your boyfriend is my future husband, let me talk to him, maybe I can convince him to change his mind. As a man, how can you not have children? This is a sorry thing for the ancestors. Xiao Yu said. You're really annoying, my boyfriend is very busy, how can I have time to see a small role like you? Qin Yiruo was very depressed. Mother-in-law, you must be lying, right? In fact, there is no boyfriend at all. Xiao Yu saw some clues. So speculation. I said I have a boyfriend, believe it or not. Qin Yiruo said irritably. Then you call him out. You. Qin Yiruo just wanted to respond, but suddenly saw Wang Zhenxing walking towards this side. In order to get rid of Xiao Yu, the spirit moved, and quickly stepped forward to hold Wang Zhenxing's hand. He's my boyfriend. Qin Yiruo held Wang Zhenxing's arm and said affectionately. Xiao Yu had seen Wang Zhenxing in Yang Jing's office before, and although there was no conflict, he still had a bad impression of him. At this time, seeing Qin Yiruo holding his hand, Xiao Yu directly hated him. Zhang Yi on the side was a little jealous when he saw the actions of his good friend Qin Yiruo, but thinking that if Qin Yiruo wanted to send Xiao Yu, he naturally would not expose it. Are you really my mother-in-law's boyfriend? Xiao Yu asked Wang Zhenxing with a questioning face. Wang Zhenxing looked at the faces of several people present, and although he did not hear the process of the previous conversation, he could probably guess what happened. Good. Wang Zhenxing smiled and nodded. Xiao Yu looked at the two carefully and found that they were a little detached, so he said, you and your mother-in-law don't look compatible at all, not like boyfriend and girlfriend. Are you blind? We are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, it looks like a natural match, why don't you match? Qin Yiruo retorted. Look, mother-in-law, you are actually in a hurry, you are definitely not boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao Yu laughed, feeling complacent about his wit. Qin Yiruo was so angry by this oily and salty hillbilly that his head was a little dizzy, and after taking a deep breath, he suddenly tiptoed and smacked at Wang Zhenxing's side face. The smile on Xiao Yu's face instantly stiffened. The host caused the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged and obtained 100 counterattack points. Zhang Yi on the side saw this scene, and his small mouth pouted. How? Now believe it. Qin Yiruo's snow-white face was flushed, and he said to Xiao Yu with a show of might. No, you see that your boyfriend didn't react at all, you can't see the slightest emotional component, you must be temporarily pulling him as a shield. I guess not, the witty Xiao Yu judged again. But before the words were finished, he suddenly saw Wang Zhenxing holding Qin Yiruo's head with one hand, and then lowered his head slightly. Panic flashed in Qin Yiruo's eyes, and he subconsciously wanted to reach out and push, but immediately reacted again. This is Wang Zhenxing helping himself. Thinking so, Qin Yiruo acquiesced. At first, it was just pretending, but somehow, Qin Yiruo gradually had some strange feelings in her heart, and then her eyes slowly closed. The heroine Qin Yiruo has a favorability rating of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 30, friendly. The host caused the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged and obtained a counterattack point of 100. The host caused the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 100 counterattack points. Okay, I believe you are boyfriend and girlfriend, you should pay attention to the influence in public. Xiao Yu's heart was about to break when he saw it, and he quickly stopped him and said. Qin Yiruo's snow-white face was red, and she lowered her head for a while and did not dare to look at people, but after slowing down, she regained her wayward demeanor, and said to Xiao Yu with her waist crossed. Then you can go now, right? Since you met in the restaurant, let's have a meal together. Xiao Yu still didn't want to leave. Wang Zhenxing suddenly stretched out his hand to help Qin Yiruo's head. I'll go right away, you guys eat slowly. Xiao Yu was afraid of being stimulated, and after seeing Wang Zhenxing's action, he quickly got up and walked away. This annoying guy is finally gone. Qin Yiruo sighed and sat down on the seat. Wang Zhenxing also sat down, Qin Yiruo on the left and Zhang Yi on the right, but intentionally or unintentionally a little closer to Zhang Yi. Just because Zhang Yi's face is full of flying vinegar, if he doesn't stabilize a bit, something may happen. Zhang Yi didn't say anything on his lips, just looked sour, reached out and took a few tissues and handed them to Wang Zhenxing, and then pointed to his mouth. Wang Zhenxing agreed, and quickly wiped the strawberry-flavored lipstick with a tissue. When Wang Zhenxing wiped his lipstick with a tissue, Qin Yiruo lowered his head, not as jumpy as usual, not knowing what was going on in his head. After eating, Qin Yiruo returned to her usual appearance. Qin Yiruo, Zhang Yi and friends have an appointment to go to the concert. Wang Zhenxing was ready to leave. But before he went far, he was stopped by Zhang Yi. It turned out that Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi's other friends suddenly had an urgent matter and couldn't go. 3 concert tickets or 1 more. Zhang Yi wanted Wang Zhenxing to go with him. I still have some things to deal with, you guys go, I won't go to make fun. Wang Zhenxing was not interested in going to the noisy concert, so he immediately declined. Zhang Yi was not reluctant, just looked at the extra ticket in his hand, and didn't know how to deal with it, so he looked at Qin Yiruo. The ticket was bought by Qin Yiruo, and it is still the front row. The location is excellent, but it is not cheap. Do you have any other good friends? Don't waste this Gu Feiyao concert ticket. This is still what I asked an acquaintance to spend a lot of money to get a few months ago. Qin Yiruo said. Zhang Yi shook his head and was about to say no. Wang Zhenxing, who had not gone far, suddenly turned back after hearing the conversation between the two. Are you going to see Gu Feiyao's concert? Wang Zhenxing asked. Yes. Zhang Yi nodded. Actually, my affairs are not particularly urgent, and it is okay to deal with it later. Wang Zhenxing changed his tune and planned to work part-time later. The concert of ordinary stars, he is really not interested in watching it, but Gu Feiyao, the star, may be the heroine. For the heroine's words, Wang Zhenxing is still more interested. That's great, let's go, from here to the Qingling Stadium, the concert is almost about to start. Zhang Yi said happily. Host cut off Hu Xiaoyu's concert ticket and get 200 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing suddenly received the news, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and quickly understood something. Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi's friend couldn't come because of something, not by coincidence but the arrangement of Xiaoyu's plot. The purpose is to find a reasonable way to give this concert ticket to Xiaoyu. It's just that because of Wang Zhenxing's intervention, the plot was disrupted. Maybe there will be a plot happening at the concert. Wang Zhenxing secretly judged in his heart, then opened his perspective and swept around, and soon saw Xiaoyu's sneaky figure. Pretending not to find Xiaoyu, Wang Zhenxing, Qin Yiruo, and Zhang Yi left the restaurant and walked out. And just after the 3 left, Xiaoyu appeared from a corner. Gu Feiyao's concert. Xiao. You just left Qin Yiruo's field of vision just now, but he still ate in this restaurant, and he had been secretly paying attention to Qin Yiruo's movements. He had excellent hearing, and although he was a little far away, he could probably hear the conversation of several people and knew that several people were going to the concert. After quickly settling the bill, Xiaoyu stopped a car on the side of the road to go to the gymnasium. He treated a patient on the road today, received a large amount of medical bills, and his pockets were still quite bulging, otherwise he would not have been able to come here to eat. Wang Zhenxing called the driver over, and the driver drove Wang Zhenxing, Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi to the Qingling Gymnasium. On the way, Wang Zhenxing specially downloaded a music app, and then charged as a member, and quickly listened to dozens of Gu Feiyao's small songs. Gu Feiyao is a talented woman, and most of these songs are written and composed by herself. The style of the songs is varied, both ancient and contemporary. Some of the ancient style songs are about pleasure and some are about poetry. Some modern songs are about love and sadness, and some are about young aspirations. Wang Zhenxing had spent 5,000 points to obtain a talent gift package before, which naturally included the talent of singing, and his appreciation ability was extremely high. Overall, I feel that Gu Feiyao's songs are very good, except for the songs of love and sadness. It is estimated that Gu Feiyao has never been in love, let alone suffered from love, and these love and sad songs written always feel almost meaningful. Wang Zhenxing finished listening to the song, and the destination also arrived. The 3 got out of the car, checked their tickets and walked to the gymnasium. When passing through the aisle, there are also staff members who deliver some small gifts. Each person has 2 glow sticks plus an intricately crafted cartoon mask. The cartoon image of the mask is based on Ji Feiyao, which looks particularly cute and beautiful. Wang Zhenxing and several people came to the seats in the front row, and after waiting for 10 minutes, the concert officially began. Under the attention of everyone, Ji Feiyao appeared. The opening song is one of her ancient famous songs, Moon Death. There are not many lyrics in this song, each sentence only needs 3 short words, but the 3 words have 18 bends. The song difficulty index can be described as full of stars. Some powerful singers who are not convinced have also tried to cover on variety shows, but the results are all overturned without exception. It can be said that except for Ji Feiyao herself, no one has been able to really cover this song so far. It is precisely because of this song that Ji Feiyao became popular overnight 3 years ago and became today's top singer. The prelude to The Moon fell down, and Ji Feiyao's ethereal voice soon sounded. Except for Wang Zhenxing, everyone present couldn't help but be attracted by Ji Feiyao's singing. This is not because Wang Zhenxing feels that Ji Feiyao is not singing well, but Wang Zhenxing is now busy looking at Ji Feiyao. Ji Feiyao is the kind of beauty that is stunning at first glance and addicted to people when they look closely. This kind of woman who wants to marry, and does not have an iron body, that designation is to be short-lived. Wang Jing married Ji Feiyao's sister, and it was basically abolished after 3 years. If an ordinary man marries Ji Feiyao, it definitely doesn't take 3 years, it only takes 3 months to enter the soil. But Ji Feiyao's situation, from another point of view, is simply the best partner for cultivating the yin and yang Changchun Palace. Wang Zhenxing suddenly thought of something. On the stage, after Ji Feiyao sang a few words, her footsteps inadvertently moved slightly. Wang Zhenxing made a new discovery and was more certain of his guess. In some cool novels, there is often such a plot, that is, the protagonist with medical skills. Just by looking at the subtle posture of the heroine walking, you can judge whether the heroine is a blank piece of paper. The reason for this is because this protagonist has grandmaster level medical skills and extraordinary eyesight. Wang Zhenxing is like this now. Just watching Ji Feiyao's steps move slightly, he judged that Ji Feiyao was definitely not in love. 3 years in this entertainment industry, but still a blank piece of paper, this can definitely not be an ordinary person. There is no doubt that this Ji Feiyao is 1000% heroine. And according to the normal plot, Ji Feiyao is estimated to cooperate with Xiao Yu to practice yin and yang Changchun Gong. However, as a professional villain, Wang Zhenxing certainly will not allow this kind of thing to happen. The last note of The Moon fell for a few seconds, the afterglow of the song dissipated, and the stadium burst into thunderous applause. After a long time, the applause stopped. The song of Moon Death can only be sung so perfectly by Ji Feiyao Buddha. After Qin Yiruo finished clapping vigorously, he said with a sigh. She is a fanatic fan of Ji Feiyao, and she has participated in almost every Ji Feiyao concert, and there are posters of Ji Feiyao everywhere in the room. It's not perfect, but it's really good that the live performance can be sung like this, and the song Ji Feiyao not only didn't leave room for covers but also didn't even leave room for herself. After hearing Qin Yiruo say that, Wang Zhenxing, who has a very high music appreciation ability, couldn't help but comment. I've heard this Moon Death song at least hundreds of times, and I think Ji Feiyao sang it perfectly. As an avid fan of Ji Feiyao, Qin Yiruo feels that she still has a lot of say and does not agree with Wang Zhenxing's point of view. The first word in the middle of the 3 words in the third sentence has 2 fewer turns, the second word in the third sentence has 1 less turn, and the last word in the penultimate sentence has 1 more turn. There are 3 mistakes in total, but overall it is really good, even professional music connoisseurs may not be able to hear it. Wang Zhenxing made a mistake. Professional music connoisseurs can't hear it, can you hear it? Qin Yiruo looked at him suspiciously. I have absolute tone, and I can hear anything wrong with a song. Wang Zhenxing looked confident and calm. After getting the talent package, Wang Zhenxing also gained many novel abilities, and the absolute sound sense is attached to the grandmaster level song singing ability. It's really fake, so how do you prove that you're right? Qin Yiruo was half convinced. When Ji Feiyao sang wrong, her expression changed slightly. She should also have an absolute sense of tone, you can know it if you ask her. Wang Zhenxing quipped. How to ask this? Qin Yiruo was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to think of something, revealing some expectant joy. Ji Feiyao will draw lucky audiences every time she performs and have some interaction with her on the stage, hoping that I can become this lucky audience in a while. Yiruo, tens of thousands of people here, the probability of drawing you from so many people is too small. Zhang Yi smiled. I've always had good luck, and I became a lucky audience at Ji Feiyao's concert last year. Qin Yiruo said. My luck is also very good, maybe it will be me. Zhang Yi, who has had a smooth ride since he was a child, is also a little looking forward to it. Hearing the conversation between the two, Wang Zhenxing also followed. I think the luck of the two of you may not be as good as mine. His luck value is as high as more than 1,000, which is much higher than the protagonist Xiao Yu, and Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi are even less comparable. After a slight pause after the end of the moon death, Ji Feiyao soon sang another song. Time passed quietly, and before you knew it, the concert was already halfway through. This also means that it is time to draw lucky spectators at halftime. Many seat numbers on the big screen jumped quickly. Ji Feiyao looked at the big screen, and after a while, she shouted a stop. The beating numbers slowly stopped, and the first 3 words first row were displayed. Wang Zhenxing, Qin Yiruo, and Zhang Yi all sat in the first row. After Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi saw it, they were looking forward to it. Soon, another word was shown, number 8. The lucky audience is the 8th in the first row. Isn't this Uncle Yu? It really got you right. Qin Yiruo looked strange, a little envious, and a little regretful. Uncle, you're so lucky. Zhang Yi was not disappointed, but was happy that Wang Zhenxing was selected as a lucky audience. Congratulations to the lucky audience of number 8 in the first row, please come to the stage. Ji Feiyao's ethereal voice rose. As her voice fell, the cameraman turned the camera in the direction of the first row. On the big screen of the concert, the picture also changes with the orientation of the camera. Wang Zhenxing hurriedly put on the cartoon mask of Ji Feiyao when he entered the gymnasium to cover his appearance. His own identity is not ordinary, and appearing on such occasions will inevitably cause some topics. Moreover, one left and one right are still Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi. If this is photographed on the news, and then seen by Qin Peng or Zhang Yongyuan, it will be a little bad. The camera is frozen and locked on Wang Zhenxing, who is wearing a mask. Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi next to them also entered the picture on the big screen. The outstanding posture of the two caused cheers and screams in the audience when they boarded. Usually on some programs, the photographer sees that the audience has particularly beautiful handsome guys or beautiful women, and they deliberately go to freeze the frame to shoot. I have to say that the photography of this concert is professional. Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi found themselves photogenic, and they were a little shy. It caused countless men in the audience to cry wolves and howl. Remember to get us 2 signed photos. When Wang Zhenxing was about to take the stage, Qin Yiruo specially instructed. I'll try my best. Nodding towards Qin Yiruo, Wang Zhenxing slowly walked to the stage. What is the name of this gentleman? Ji Feiyao asked. The surname is Wang. What about your full name? It's not a blind date, don't ask so clearly, right? Wang refused to say his full name on such occasions. Mr. Wang, you are so humorous. Ji Feiyao smiled. This guy is really lucky, Xiao Yu in the audience snorted. Xiao Yu had seen Wang Zhenxing when he was in the restaurant and remembered what he was wearing. At this time, I heard Wang Zhenxing talking to Ji Feiyao, and naturally recognized it. Stage. Feiyao, let's see if you can let this lucky audience take off the mask. He can't see the expression like this, it will affect the effect of this interactive link. Ji Feiyao heard the voice of the director team in the headset. In fact, the biggest attraction of the interactive link of the lucky audience is the panicked appearance of the audience on the stage, when singing with Ji Feiyao, after running out of tune and breaking the sound. After all, in the audience, it is impossible to expect people with a high level of singing. Even if there is, if you haven't experienced a big occasion, you will definitely be nervous. And now the lucky spectator on stage, wearing a mask on his face, could not see his expression at all. This is very affecting the effect of the program. Ji Feiyao naturally understood the reasoning, and after hearing the reminder of the director team, she immediately smiled and said to Wang Zhenxing. Mr. Wang, is it convenient for you to remove the mask? Inconvenient. Wang Zhenxing replied quickly, and there was no room for negotiation in his tone. Ji Feiyao suddenly felt a little difficult after hearing this, and at the same time had some doubts. The person next to him was wearing a mask and couldn't see clearly, but he was dressed in formal clothes, showing his figure almost completely. Why is he afraid to see people? Could it be that this man is Ferrari's figure, Tractor's face? That's why you don't dare to take off the mask. Seeing that he couldn't move the other party, Ji Feiyao could only give up. The director team quickly gave a plan and told Ji Feiyao through the headset. That is, another lucky viewer is drawn. In the next interactive session, we also need a lucky audience to cooperate, so we draw another lucky audience. Ji Feiyao explained to the audience, and the staff quickly got busy. Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi, who originally had no chance with the lucky audience, suddenly raised some expectations. There were numbers turning on the big screen of the concert, and with the sound of Ji Feiyao shouting to stop, a seat number soon appeared. Number 3 in the second row. After Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi saw each other, they looked at each other with a sigh. Ji Feiyao spoke up and let the second lucky audience take the stage. In the crowd, he quickly walked to a wind-pulling man in shabby clothes. The camera bit locked onto the man. The man's figure also appeared on the big screen. This lucky spectator did not wear a mask, looked not stage fright at all, and walked swaggeringly. Hey, isn't this Xiao Yu's neuropathy? After Qin Yiruo saw the person who appeared on the big screen, he immediately said in surprise. It's really him. Zhang Yi also felt a little surprised. No, Xiao Yu seems to have only recently come to Qingling, and the tickets for Ji Feiyao's concert are sold out, and if they are not booked 2 or 3 months in advance, they can't be bought at all. Where did Xiao Yu get the concert tickets? Qin Yiruo looked at Zhang Yi and said suspiciously. How do I know this? Zhang Yi shook his head. During the conversation between the two, Xiao Yu also came to the stage. I saw Xiao Yu raising his head slightly, being watched by tens of thousands of spectators in the audience, without the slightest look of stage fright, but also raised his hand and waved, greeted the audience, and shouted. Good evening audience friends, my name is Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's voice was full of breath, and from a large distance, the sound could be transmitted from the microphone on Ji Feiyao's body to the stereo in the gymnasium. The sound resounded almost all over the audience. Ji Feiyao was stunned for a moment. She has seen a lot of people like Xiao Yu, but it is really the first time that she has seen a social cow like Xiao Yu. What is the situation today? 2 lucky spectators were drawn, one strange wearing a mask, and the other was using the stage as his home. When the people in the director team saw this situation, they all felt a little headache. Xiao Yu's character, although it is very good to create the effect of the show, but it is too casual on stage. If you do not cooperate well with Ji Feiyao, it will easily lead to a performance accident. Now that 2 lucky viewers have been drawn, if you continue to draw, it will definitely not be suitable. The people of the director team let Ji Feiyao see the opportunity to act. In the original interactive session, there was only one lucky audience. In this regard, Ji Feiyao can be said to be familiar with it. But now that there is one more lucky audience, Ji Feiyao can only think of other ways to interact. But before Ji Feiyao could come up with a reason, she heard a man wearing a mask calling himself Mr. Wang Zhenxing. Xiao Yu, I know the person in the 3rd ticket seat in the 2nd row, he is my friend, it's not you at all, where did your ticket come from? Qin Yiruo could think of a problem, how could Wang Zhenxing not think of it? Xiao Yu had only recently come to Qingling, and it was impossible to book concert tickets so long in advance. But Xiao Yu still came in, and it was still a seat in the 2nd row. There were only 2 reasons, either Xiao Yu bought tickets from others, or Xiao Yu stole other people's tickets. However, in Wang's view, the second possibility is a little more likely. Tickets for Ji Feiyao's concert are hard to find, and there are many fans who have not grabbed tickets to buy them at high prices, especially the seats in the 2nd row, and even speculated on the price of tens of thousands of yuan. Xiao Yu, a guy from the mountains, even if he made a windfall, he was unlikely to be so generous. After hearing Wang Zhenxing's words, a trace of panic obviously flashed on Xiao Yu's face, but he still forced himself to say. This was bought by me with a lot of money and people. Is it? Then I'll send a message and ask my friend. Wang Zhenxing pretended to send a message, and quickly pretended to receive a reply. My friend said that the ticket was stolen, and now it has been reported to the official, you don't run. This is actually the ticket I picked up on the ground. Xiao Yu was weak-hearted, and after hearing Wang Zhenxing say that, he suddenly changed his words. When he came to the outside of the gymnasium, he really planned to buy a ticket with someone, but the price was too expensive, so he chose to take the sheep by the hand. This sudden unexpected situation caught the people in the director team a little off guard. How can a good lucky audience segment evolve like this? However, the theft of tickets is really bad and must be dealt with. Soon, there were security guards who maintained order in the concert and walked to the stage and wanted to take Xiao Yu down first. Isn't it just a concert ticket, what's the big deal? Xiao Yu did not want to be controlled as a prisoner, so he broke away from the security guards and pulled out his legs and ran away. The host prevents the protagonist Xiao Yu from pretending to be forced at the concert of the heroine Ji Yu Feiyao and gets 400 counterattack points. The protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -40, and the host's luck value is +40 receiving. The news, Wang Zhenxing felt a little puzzled. Xiao Yu's appearance on stage was a plot trigger rather than a coincidence, which Wang Zhenxing knew in his heart. But Xiao Yu's two most important abilities are medical skills and force. Wang Zhenxing has Grandmaster level medical skills, and he can naturally see that Ji Yu Feiyao's body is still healthy, and there is no possibility of any sudden illness. In other words, Xiao Yu couldn't pretend to be forced through medical skills. Then Xiao Yu's pretend plot can only be related to force. Is there going to be an accident at the concert? Wang Zhenxing secretly guessed in his heart. Xiao Yu's affairs have set off some turmoil, but of course the concert will continue. Ji Yu Feiyao fixed her mind and prepared to start the interactive session with the lucky audience. The first link is to sing a song by Ji Yu Feiyao. The chorus song is voted on by the audience, and the lucky audience is allowed to choose one of the 3 songs with the highest number of votes. Because in this way, both the audience and the lucky audience have a sense of participation. The same is true in Ji Yu Feiyao's previous singing. The voting session is 2 minutes, and the voting method is to scan the QR code on the large screen, and then you can select the song to vote. After 2 minutes, the results came in. One of the songs with the highest votes was Moon Death. The 2 songs ranked after the moon are second only to the Moon Death in singing. To sum up, tens of thousands of viewers in the audience selected the 3 songs that Ji Yu Feiyao sang with the highest difficulty. In the song selection session of Ji Yu Feiyao's previous concerts, the 3 songs selected have hardly changed from now. I have to say that the audience of this session is still as usual, very good at trickery. Deliberately pick difficult choices to make the lucky audience on stage embarrassed. Mr. Wang, among these 3 songs, which one do you want to choose to sing with me? Ji Yu Feiyao asked like this, and at the same time realized why this Mr. Wang wore a mask on stage. Sure as this Mr. Wang knows the content of the interactive session of the lucky audience, so he specially wears a mask to prevent embarrassment. With the mentality that others can't see me clearly anyway, it doesn't matter if I lose face or not. Just the moon. Wang Zhenxing responded to Ji Yu Feiyao's words. Ji Yu Feiyao heard this, her beautiful face was full of stunned and surprise, wanting to give him another chance to choose, lightly opened her red lips and asked. It's hard to sing the Moon Death, are you really sure? Okay. Looking at Ji Yu Feiyao, whose coquettish face was full of doubt, Wang Zhenxing nodded. On the way here, Wang Zhenxing quickly listened to Ji Yu Feiyao's songs and made a rough note. But just now it was complete, listening to Ji Yu Feiyao sing the Moon Death. Of the 3 songs voted for, only Moon Death was heard twice by him. The familiarity is naturally much higher than the other 2 songs. It makes sense to choose the Moon Death. It's just that in Ji Yu Feiyao's opinion, it's just a little incredible. Or to be more precise, many viewers in the audience were also surprised by Wang Zhenxing's choice. That's right, I really want to choose the song Moon Death, how about your uncle singing? Qin Yiruo said to Zhang Yi in surprise. I only know that he plays the guqin well, and the level is worthy of being a contemporary guqin master. As for singing, I really don't know, but since he has an absolute sense of sound, since he chose to sing the difficult song of Moon Death, you should be sure. Zhang Yi said with some uncertainty. Guqin uses hands, not mouth. I seem to understand why he came on stage wearing a mask. Qin Yiruo is ready to see Wang Zhenxing out of embarrassment. Hearing Qin Yiruo say this, Zhang Yi was also stunned for a while, inexplicably feeling that it made some sense. Because I knew that I would lose face, I wore a mask. Stage. Well, Mr. Wang, since you decided to choose the song Moon Death, let's sing this song. Ji Yu Feiyao saw that he insisted on doing so, and did not persuade anything more. According to her guess, this Mr. Wang probably thinks that it is not good to sing which capital to sing anyway, it is better to choose the most difficult. In this way, even if you can't sing well, it's a matter of course. Ji Feiyao asked the staff to take the music score and lyrics of the Moon Death, and assigned it with Wang Zhenxing, which parts the two sang and which parts to sing together. There was a logo on the score, and Wang Zhenxing understood it at a glance, and said to Ji Feiyao that it was no problem. Ji Feiyao nodded, and then asked the staff to bring a whole flute. Because Ji Feiyao had already sung Moon Death once when she started, when she sang it for the second time, she wanted to bring something different. That is, when there is a gap other than the singing words, the whole flute is played to accompaniment. I heard that there was a guqin in the accompaniment of the Moon Death before, so it's better to bring another guqin over. After Wang Zhenxing saw Ji Feiyao's actions, his heart suddenly moved, and he said to her like this. Mr. Wang, you think too highly of me, I can't play the dongqiao and play the guqin again, and the level of the guqin is not good, if you don't get it right, you will laugh generously. Ji Feiyao said with a smile. I mean, I'll play the guqin, you play the dongqiao, don't you think the piano-flute ensemble is very meaningful? Wang Zhenxing saw that she had misunderstood, and quickly explained. Mr. Wang, can you play guqin? Ji Feiyao was surprised. Slightly understood. Wang Zhenxing felt that telling the truth would cause Ji Feiyao to be questioned, so he simply humble. Ji Feiyao's expression suddenly became more natural after hearing this, as if she felt that this was normal. It is not difficult to get started with guqin, but it is not so easy to reach the level of entering the hall. Ji Feiyao agreed to Wang Zhenxing's proposal and asked the staff to bring a guqin. The lucky audience interaction session is not a showmanship, the real highlight is embarrassment. After all the preparations were completed, the prelude to the Moon Death slowly sounded. At the same time, Ji Feiyao played the dong flute. The sound of the dongqiao sounded, whether it was pitch or ventilation, Ji Feiyao performed almost perfectly. According to the score, 5 seconds after the sound of the dongqiao, the guqin sound should cut in. Ji Feiyao silently read the time and mourned for her ears that were about to be tortured. I saw that this Mr. Wang, who was wearing a mask, sat in front of the guqin, and played it casually. As the fingers pluck the strings, the sound of the piano floats out. The prelude to the wonderful sound of the piano made Ji Feiyao instantly stunned. What is a little understanding of this? Even contemporary guqin masters are estimated to be at this level. This Mr. Wang wearing a mask, the guqin attainment is actually so high. Off stage, except for Zhang Yi, everyone else was shocked by Wang Zhenxing's hand piano skills. Qin Yiruo's eyes widened, staring at the figure of the man playing the guqin, and there was brilliance in his eyes. Listening to Zhang Yi's words, I was not deeply moved. But when I really heard Wang Zhenxing playing the guqin, it was a different feeling. The heroine Qin Yiruo's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 35, friendly. Soon, the prelude to the Moon Death is over. The sound of the guqin continues. Ji Feiyao took the whole flute away from her mouth and began to sing the first 5 sentences. After 5 lyrics, it was Wang's turn to revitalize. Although Ji Feiyao sang this song many times, she never dared to relax and slack. Just because this song is too difficult, although each sentence has only 3 words, but the 3 words have 18 tones. If you don't pay attention, you will go wrong. Under Ji Feiyao's serious treatment, the first 5 sentences were sung perfectly, without a trace of mistakes. His own part was temporarily completed. Ji Feiyao picked up the dongqiao and played again, her eyes looking at Wang Zhenxing next to her. Wang Zhenxing only needs to use his hands to play the piano, which does not affect the singing, and when he enters the singing beat, he opens his mouth and slowly sings. Ji Feiyao and the audience were mentally prepared for their ears to be tortured. But when the singing words came out of Wang Zhenxing's mouth, everyone's eyes gradually began to widen, and shocked colors slowly crawled all over their faces. This part of Wang Zhenxing's lyrics is also 5 sentences. The 3 words of each sentence are accurately on the beat, and 18 tones are completed. There is no one more bend, and there is no less bend. Ji Feiyao's singing Moon is more gentle and soft. Wang Zhenxing's voice is melodious and upright. The sounds of men and women are different, but they all feel amazing. Female protagonist Ji Feiyao has a favorability of +20 to the host, and the current total favorability is 20. Friendly. The heroine Qin Yiruo has a favorability of the host +5, and the current total favorability is 40. Close. Wang Zhenxing's lyrics are temporarily over, and it is Ji Feiyao's turn. Ji Feiyao was shocked by Wang Zhenxing's singing skills, and she was about to miss the beat. Fortunately, Wang Zhenxing tilted his head to her in time. Only then did Ji Feiyao react and sing along in time. In the second round, Ji Feiyao still performed perfectly. It was Wang's turn to revitalize again. Wang Zhenxing also lived up to expectations. After repeating this several times, the singing part is over, and it is the turn of the final stage of the chorus part. Wang Zhenxing and Ji Feiyao are both perfect plays, the gentle and soft female voice with the melodious and upright male voice, so good to listen to make people's scalps numb, until the last singing word fell. Then, the duo played in an ensemble to complete the epilogue of the song. The respective levels of their musical instruments have reached the level of grandmasters. Although they have not collaborated before, with a very high personal level, the ensemble seems to be extremely tacit. The afterglow of the piano flute fell, and the audience was quiet for a moment, and then thunderous applause broke out. The applause lasted for several minutes before it stopped. Since the creation of this moon song, Ji Feiyao has been a solo singer, and this is the first time to sing with someone. And the final effect came out, even Ji Feiyao herself felt amazing. More importantly, the two of them played perfectly and sang without mistakes. Mr. Wang, are you a music professor at which university? Ji Feiyao guessed the identity of the other party, and immediately thought of this possibility, so she asked. Is the interactive session over? Wang Zhenxing replied to the question. Ji Feiyao saw that he didn't want to say, naturally he wouldn't force it, and continued, it's not over yet, the next 5 minutes will be Mr. Wang's time, you can sing a song alone in these 5 minutes, and I will accompany you. So what song can I sing? Wang Zhenxing couldn't think of a suitable one for a while. There is no requirement for this, but the difference is that singing my song does not require a royalty fee. While singing someone else's song, I may have to contact the creator afterwards and pay a certain royalty. Ji Feiyao smiled and said. Wang Zhenxing is actually not very familiar with Ji Feiyao's songs, and is more willing to sing the songs he was once familiar with. It's you who loves. Wang Zhenxing looked at Ji Feiyao and suddenly said. What? What the? Ji Feiyao was obviously stunned for a moment. I said, the song I sang is called, It's You Who Loves. Wang Zhenxing explained. Although he is not young now, Lao Wang was also young, and like most teenagers, he had a youthful love past. This song was practiced many times when Wang Zhenxing was a teenager, and even after many years, the melody and lyrics of the song are still clear. On the contrary, the appearance of the object that enlightened him was a little blurred. It's you who loves. Why haven't I heard this song and who wrote it? Ji Feiyao asked confused. Seeing Ji Feiyao's reaction, Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment, and then woke up a little. The song he said just now is a song that existed in the world of a past life. And the world where I am now is a parallel world that is integrated by cool novels. The singers of the two worlds are completely different, and the songs derived from them are naturally different. Hey, what's going on with the Condor heroes? Wang Zhenxing suddenly remembered that some time ago, when he was eating in the cafeteria with Zhang Yi, he saw the TV series. It stands to reason that this should not be in this world unless. Wang Zhenxing thought of a possibility, and suddenly asked Ji Feiyao, have you heard of the Condor heroes? Do you know who the original author is? Of course I know, I have read the original novel, which was written by a person with the pseudonym, Jin Guan Liang Huang. Ji Feiyao replied. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but smack his tongue secretly. In this name, he can be sure that the protagonist of this article is to copy the novels of the 5 martial arts novel masters of Jin Guan Liang Huang and publish them in this world. Mr. Wang, who created your song, Love Is You? Ji Feiyao saw that Wang Zhenxing was silent, so she asked again. Have you really not heard? Wang Zhenxing wants to confirm again. Whether it's an old song from before, or a new song released, I will listen to it, but I really have never heard it, this song you said. Ji Feiyao said. It's right if I haven't heard of it, because I created it and never published it on a public platform. Wang Zhenxing said righteously. That's the case, but I don't know about songs, how can I accompany you? Ji Feiyao was a little difficult. I don't need your accompaniment, I'll just do it myself. Without any instrumental accompaniment, singing like this is too dry. And if you write music scores for Ji Feiyao on the spot, it takes a little time, which is too troublesome. Let Wang Zhenxing play and sing by himself, which is undoubtedly the best way. Well, okay then. Ji Feiyao looked strange. This is the first time she has been able to paddle in her own concert and watch others perform. After communicating with Wang Zhenxing a little, Ji Feiyao asked the staff to push a piano to the stage, and also brought a guitar. When everything was ready, Wang Zhenxing sat in front of the piano, playing and singing. In the land of love you happy. You are the only one who is me. Ji Feiyao listened to the side, because she didn't have any expectations. Her expression was flat at first, but after hearing the melody and lyrics of the piano, her eyes suddenly lit up. As a professional songwriter, Ji Feiyao naturally has a good level of appreciation. Just by listening to the previous melody and lyrics, she can be sure that Wang Zhenxing's song can definitely reach the level of first-class creation. Ji Feiyao had a happy smile on the corner of her mouth and listened carefully. When he saw that Wang Zhenxing was a little far away from the microphone in front of the piano, he would reach out to help support the microphone and act as a small assistant. And when Ji Feiyao reached for the microphone, Wang Zhenxing also deliberately looked at her, singing while playing the piano. I hugged you tightly into my arms. Hold you in the palm of my hand. Although wearing a mask, Ji Feiyao could see Wang Zhenxing's eyes through the mask. Those star-like eyes, as if there was a magic power, attracted Ji Feiyao to look at him involuntarily. A pair of peach blossom eyes were running electricity, and their mouths were singing fresh love songs that Ji Feiyao had never heard. Even if Ji Feiyao's resistance was extraordinary, there were some strange waves in her heart at this moment. The female protagonist Ji Feiyao has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 40 close. Wang Zhenxing received the news and continued to sing. But halfway through the song, he did not continue to receive news about Ji Feiyao. Wang Zhenxing knew that this was almost the limit for Ji Feiyao. Just relying on a love song to make the heart of this diva-level singer move, this is indeed unlikely. Wang Zhenxing remembered that there were two more people in the audience, so he stopped playing the piano, suddenly picked up the guitar next to him and got up, and continued to play and sing. While singing, he walked slowly towards the position of the audience. In the end, he came not far in front of Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi. And Ji Feiyao will completely become a tool man, follow Wang Zhenxing to move, and hold the microphone for him. In the pure world of loving you. You are the only one for me. Wang Zhenxing sang affectionately in the direction of Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi felt that Wang Zhenxing must be singing to himself. And Qin Yiruo felt that Wang Zhenxing was Zhang Yi's uncle, and it was definitely impossible to sing to Zhang Yi, but it must be sung to himself. Both subconsciously regard themselves as heroines in love songs. The heroine Qin Yiruo has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot and obtains a counterattack point of 300. The protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -30, and the host's luck value is +30. The heroine Zhang Yi has a favorability rating of +1 for the host, and the current total favorability is 96, unswerving to death. Wang Zhenxing received the news and was very satisfied. Time passed, and the song came to an end. Wang Zhenxing turned his head to look at Ji Feiyao, who was holding the microphone again, and sang the last lyrics. What I really love is you looking at each other. Ji Feiyao's heart lake that was finally calmed down swayed slightly. The female protagonist Ji Feiyao has a favorability rating of +3 for the host, and the current total favorability is 43 closeness. The end of the song fell, and the audience applauded. Backstage, several directors in the director team looked at each other and thought who arranged the script. In the link of drawing lucky audiences, professionals are deliberately invited to come up, and then the whole show effect. But everyone glanced at each other and found that everyone's faces were very dazed. Mr. Wang, this song must be written for someone you like, right? The interactive session was about to end, and Ji Feiyao asked curiously. Songwriting such as love and sadness has always been Ji Feiyao's weakness. The reason for this question is naturally to take some experience from Wang Zhenxing and obtain creative experience. Yes, for someone I like. When Wang Zhenxing said this, his eyes also deliberately glanced in the direction of Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi under the stage. Zhang Yi was suddenly excited. Qin Yiruo was shocked and rejoiced, thinking that Wang Zhenxing wouldn't be talking about himself, right? After all, Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi are still relatives, and the two are definitely impossible. Mr. Wang, may I tell us about your experience in creating love songs? Ji Feiyao humbly asked. I just like someone very much, and suddenly inspiration comes, and I write the song on a whim. Wang Zhenxing said easily. Ji Feiyao was stunned when she heard it, and after carefully pondering it, she immediately understood something. Do you want to create a good love song? Do you really want to fall in love? Ji Feiyao said in her heart. After the interactive session, it was time for Wang Zhenxing to step down. When she was about to step down, Ji Feiyao sent a signed album to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing remembered the instructions of the two girls before going on stage, and asked for an extra copy by the way. Ji Feiyao was also very happy and met Wang Zhenxing's small request and gave away an extra copy. Holding two signed albums, Wang Zhenxing was about to step down, but inadvertently glanced at the top of the performance stage. There was a hanging headlight stand, faintly swaying. That light stand looks a little unstable, I suggest you ask the staff to fix it. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his finger and pointed upwards, suppressed his voice, and reminded Ji Feiyao of friendship. Ji Feiyao glanced up, didn't notice any problem, turned off the radio microphone and said to Wang Zhenxing. It's my team who set up the concert, there has never been a mistake, don't worry about safety, but thank you Mr. Wang for your kindness. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing didn't say anything more and walked towards the stage. Ji Feiyao also returned to the middle of the stage and wanted to continue the second half of the concert. But at this moment, the lampstand hanging overhead creaked a few times, and then fell violently. Be careful. Get out of the way. When the people in the audience saw it, they shouted reminders. Hearing the movement, Ji Feiyao looked up, and saw the hanging lampstand made of metal, which gradually enlarged in her eyes. The speed at which the lampstand fell was too fast, Ji Feiyao couldn't dodge at all, but subconsciously hugged her head. Wang Zhenxing was ready for a long time, put down the album in his hand and rushed over. Ji Feiyao only felt that she was suddenly hugged by someone, and then rolled on the ground with someone. Bang! The lampstand smashed on the stage with a loud noise. Ji Feiyao had already closed her eyes in fear, but after hearing the sound, she did not feel any pain on her body, but felt some warmth. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a pair of starry eyes through a mask. Ji Feiyao instantly understood that it was the lucky audience just now, Mr. Wang, who saved herself. Turning to look again, there was an obvious pit on the ground that was hit by the lampstand. Ji Feiyao was afraid for a while. If he was hit just now, it is estimated that he would have died on the spot. The joy of the rest of her life after the disaster filled her heart. Ji Feiyao looked at the starry eyes in front of her again, and whispered with some heart tremors. Thank you for saving my life, you're not hurt, are you? No, what about you? Wang Zhenxing asked. None either. Ji Feiyao felt that she was fine, that is. Can you get me up? Ji Feiyao blushed shyly. The female protagonist Ji Feiyao has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 53. Heartbeat. The plot of the host cut off the protagonist Xiao Yu, get a counterattack point of 400, the protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -40, and the host's luck value is +40. Sorry. Wang Zhenxing slowly got up. Only then was Ji Feiyao able to get up from the floor. The audience in the audience breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that everyone was okay. Soon there were staff members on stage to quickly clean up the mess on the stage. Ji Feiyao calmed the fans, saying that it affected their viewing experience, and after cleaning up the stage, the concert would continue. Fans have said they don't mind. After all, it was an accident, and no one wanted it to happen. It's just that at this time and a half, the concert can't start, and it is estimated that it will take 10 minutes to clean up the stage. Can I see what you look like? Ji Feiyao took advantage of her free time and asked Wang Zhenxing with anticipation. I look a little ugly, I'm afraid to scare you. Wang Zhenxing deliberately teased her. Once a woman has a strong curiosity about a man, the more she has to maintain a certain sense of mystery as a man. In this way, women will be more curious and want to approach this man and explore the man's secrets. Wang Zhenxing has rich experience, of course, he understands this truth. Naturally, it is impossible to directly unmask and let Jiyu Feiyao see his appearance clearly. A man's appearance is not important, talent is the most important. Why should you care too much about your appearance? Jiyu Feiyao was not disappointed, but relieved. She had previously guessed that this Mr. Wang was the appearance of a tractor, the figure of a Ferrari. With such a psychological preparation, there will naturally be no disappointment. A man's talent can make up for a lot of things. Next time, if we have a chance. Wang Zhenxing said. Well, that's what you said. Jiyu Feiyao smiled. For emotional matters, Jiyu Feiyao has always held a casual mentality and did not deliberately pursue it. As a top singer, she is usually very busy. The possibility of meeting this Mr. Wang again is actually unlikely. But if you can really meet him, it means that you really have a fate with him. After the stage was cleaned up, Jiyu Feiyao successfully completed the second half of the concert. The concert ended, and the fans slowly dispersed. After Wang Zhenxing sent Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi back separately, he went to work for Han Meina. After work, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Wang Zhenxing got off work and went to Xu Yoru's house. Speaking of which, there has been no news of Qin Yi for a while. Wang Zhenxing wanted to know what this son was doing. Xu Yuro opened the door in her pajamas, and when she saw that it was Wang Zhenxing, she immediately hugged her happily and called her husband sweetly. What is the little bunny doing at home? Wang Zhenxing judged some information from Xu Yoru's actions, that is, Qin Yi was not at home. Because if Qin Yi was at home, Xu Yuro would definitely be more reserved. Xu Yuro muttered, I heard him say what kind of network anchor he has been working for recently, sleeping at home during the day, running out to wander around when it is dark, and usually coming back at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. On which live streaming platform? Wang Zhenxing asked. What kind of fish does it seem to be called? Shark platform. Yes, it is the shark platform. He also said that he made a lot of money, just half a month, just received gifts to receive more than 1 million. It is said that the platform is also ready to sign a long-term contract with him of tens of millions. I don't know if it's true. As soon as Xu Yoru's words fell, Qin Yi happened to come back. Wang Zhenxing, what are you doing at my house this night? Qin Yi said very unpleasantly. What do you call me? Wang Zhenxing looked at him in amazement. You heard it right, I call you Wang Zhenxing, and I won't call you dad in the future. Qin Yi squinted at Wang Zhenxing now. Listen to your mother, you made some money as an anchor, this month is not over, the salary will not arrive until at least next month, you are floating. Wang Zhenxing said with some amusement. What if I'm floating, and if you don't pay me a salary, do I still have to look at your face? Qin Yi said fearlessly. Xiao Yi, how do you talk to your father? There is no politeness. Seeing Qin Yi's arrogant attitude, Xu Yuro couldn't help but reprimand. Mom, you see that you have been with him for so long, he won't give you a better house, you have to die slamming the door. I don't think it's better to follow him, your son can make a lot of money now, I can afford to support you. Qin Yi persuaded bitterly. He gave everything you said, but I didn't ask for it myself. Xu Yu Judo. Give you money and a house, why don't you? Qin Yi sighed, feeling that his mother was really helpless. Hurry up and apologize to your dad. Xu Yu said with a straight face. I said, he's not my dad. Qin Yi snorted and walked into the hall with his own care. Xu Yuro was angry and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wang Zhenxing. He will only call my father when he begs me for something, and if he has nothing to ask me, he will not shout. Wang Zhenxing smiled at Xu Yuro. This dead child really has no conscience at all. Xu Yuro blamed. It's okay, I don't mind, maybe tomorrow morning, he will realize his mistake and come and apologize to me. Wang Zhenxing said. Don't be delusional, even if I die of poverty, starvation, and jump from downstairs in the future, I won't be able to call your father. Qin Yi scoffed when he heard this. It seems that it is really present, you are the anchor, what content do you broadcast live? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. Live streaming pickup girls. Qin Yi did not hide it either. With a mobile phone, picking up girls all over the street. Wang Zhenxing asked. What's wrong? Look down on me, Lin Keqing, I can't chase me, pick up some ordinary beauties, can this be rare for me? Qin Yi raised his head and straightened his chest and said. In terms of image, Qinyi is a handsome guy, and his appearance is very pleasing to ordinary girls. Of course it's not a contempt, you talk to girls everywhere, this is very immoral, if other girls like you can't give people a response, how much does this hurt people's hearts? Good kids shouldn't do this kind of thing. Wang Zhenxing said seriously. Qinyi listened and felt reasonable, but thought that this was to make money, making money without bumping, who let those girls still take it seriously. You're not my dad, don't you pay back 2 women yourself. In addition to my mother, there is also Zhang Yi, who actually educated me. Qinyi rolled his eyes. Wang Zhenxing smiled and didn't say anything more to him, just said to Xu Yuro, it's late, let's rest. Xu Yuro nodded happily and walked towards the bedroom. When Qinyi saw the two enter the bedroom, he couldn't help but squint his eyes, and quickly pulled 2 tissues and crumpled them into 2 balls and stuffed them into his ears. If you can't hear the movement, you won't be annoyed. Qinyi returned to the bedroom and slept beautifully until dawn. In the morning, Qinyi was hungry and prepared to eat something to fill his stomach, and then continued to go back to sleep. While brushing my teeth, I suddenly received a call. It was from the Shark platform. Are you talking about signing a contract? Qinyi asked happily. 2 days ago, someone from the Shark platform contacted him and offered to sign a long-term contract. It's just that Qinyi felt that the platform only gave himself a signing fee of 15 million a year, which was really a bit less, so he proposed a price increase. You know, Qinyi went to live broadcast at night, and the number of viewers ranked in the top 10 on the platform, and his popularity was very hot. Among the top 10 popular anchors, each person's annual signing fee is at least 20 million. The platform only gave 15 million signing fees a year, and Qinyi certainly felt that it was less. After Qinyi proposed a price increase, the platform said that it would consider it and reply to him in 2 days. Now 2 days have passed, and the platform suddenly called, which must be because of the signing of the contract. Regarding the signing of the long-term contract, our high level here talked about it and rejected your previous proposal. The customer service lady said to Qinyi on the phone. I didn't quote too high a price, compared to the signing fee of other anchors, 20 million a year is not much. Qinyi said. That's what the top side means. The customer service lady said. The price is negotiable, I'll take a step back, 18 million a year, this is always okay, right? Qin Yidao. Sir, I may not have made it clear just now, our high-level intention is not to sign a contract with you. The customer service sister explained. Didn't I just add a price? Forget it, you help me reply to the top management of your platform, just say that according to the previous talks, a signing fee of 15 million a year. Qinyi backed down and said helplessly. Sir, I just said that the platform is not ready to sign a contract with you. The customer service lady was a little tired and repeated it again. Your platform is also too stingy, don't you allow me to pay me a price. Qinyi said depressedly. It's not a matter of bargaining, it's that the content orientation of your live broadcast is not good, so the platform gave up signing with you. The customer service lady said. Bad content orientation, the platform is not only me, live streaming conversations. Qinyi said. You don't know the new specifications of the platform, right? The live broadcast room with outdoor live broadcast pickup is the main live broadcast content has all been closed, and this kind of content is not allowed to be broadcast live in the future. Qin Yi was completely stunned to hear it, what the customer service sister said later. He didn't care, just quickly ended the call, and then logged into the platform's app and checked his account. Sure enough, the live broadcast room was blocked. Qinyi immediately panicked and hurriedly went to the background to check the income. The page shows that earnings are frozen. This is also too black-hearted, even if the live broadcast room is sealed, it is really unreasonable to freeze my gift income during this time. Qinyi was furious and wanted a lawyer to sue them. But I quickly realized that finding a lawyer requires a lawyer's fee. He broadcast live during this time and spent a lot of money. In order to have a higher success rate in pickup, Qinyi bought some good-looking clothes and occasionally rented luxury cars. I spent all the tens of thousands of yuan I got from the director of the plant before. Where else is the money to find a lawyer? Qinyi frowned. At this time, I suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Qinyi quickly ran out to see Wang Zhenxing and Xu Yuro coming out of the bedroom. Good morning. Qinyi greeted with a bright smile and was very polite. Xu Yuro looked at her son suspiciously. Wang Zhenxing smiled playfully. Uncle Wang, your company must have a team of lawyers, can you introduce me to a lawyer with better business? Qinyi had a smile on his face. Yes, but my company's lawyer fees are relatively high. Wang Zhenxing said. With your relationship with my mother, can you still charge me money? Qinyi climbed the relationship. You didn't have that attitude yesterday. Wang Zhenxing said. I joked yesterday, Uncle Wang, you are a generous and kind person, you definitely won't think about me, right? Qinyi looked expectant. What did you call me? Dad, Qinyi shouted in frustration. Well, that's not bad. Seeing Qinyi bowing his head to recognize his father, Wang Zhenxing nodded with a smile. Dad, are you forgiving me? Qinyi breathed a sigh of relief and asked with anticipation on his face. It's all dawn, still dreaming. Wang Zhenxing reached out and pinched Qinyi's face hard. I really want to treat you as a son, you broke my heart too much, and now it's too late to repent. I was really joking with you last night. Qinyi said with a sad face. It's not big or small, who taught you to joke with your elders? Wang Zhenxing asked. Mom, you help me intercede. Qinyi saw that he couldn't move Wang Zhenxing, so he turned his head to look at Xu Yuro and asked for help. Xu Yuro didn't pay attention to it at all, as if she hadn't heard it. For Qinyi's attitude yesterday, she felt angry. How could she help Qinyi speak? Mom, the platform where I live broadcast suddenly blocked my live broadcast room, and also froze hundreds of thousands of gift money in my background. I want to find a lawyer to sue them. You can help me say a good word, otherwise the hundreds of thousands are estimated to be lost. Qinyi was helpless and could only say the reason. There is such a thing. Xu Yuro was surprised. What's the fuss about? He went live to pick up. This is an immoral thing, and it's normal to be blocked. Wang Zhenxing answered. It makes sense to seal the live broadcast room, that freezes the gifts I earned from live broadcasting, this is too much. Qinyi said angrily. If you conduct an improper live broadcast, of course, the proceeds earned from the live broadcast cannot be given to you, but will be returned to those who brush gifts, and it is useless even if you go to a lawyer. Wang Zhenxing popularized science for him. Is this so? Qinyi was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to realize something. Wait, why do you know so clearly? Yesterday, I heard you say that you were talking live on the Shark platform, so I called the platform and told them not to live broadcast this kind of bad content, but I didn't expect them to move quite quickly, and they blocked the relevant live broadcast room early in the morning. Wang Zhenxing explained. Do you know the top management of Shark platform? Qinyi was shocked. Not familiar. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. Then why does what you say work so well? Make a phone call and block the live broadcast room, which will make the platform lose a lot of revenue. Qinyi said. Why do my words work so well, and guess why? Wang Zhenxing looked teasing. You're the boss behind the Shark platform. This is impossible. I heard an anchor say that the Shark platform changed hands some time ago, but it was sold at a price of nearly 3 billion, how can you afford it? Qinyi looked incredulous. You didn't pay attention to the stock of the revitalization group, did you? Wang Zhenxing smiled. Qinyi really didn't pay attention to these things, and in his impression, he always felt that Wang Zhenxing was just a boss worth $1 billion. I never thought that Wang Zhenxing would be the boss of the Shark platform. Remembering what he said to Wang Zhenxing yesterday, Qinyi's intestines suddenly repented. Since the Shark platform is yours, you shouldn't block my live broadcast room, I'm working for you to make money. Qinyi tried to say that King Zhenxing changed his mind. After buying the Shark platform, I also paid attention to the platform, or I listened to you yesterday, only to know that the platform has such content as live streaming pickup. I don't care how this platform used to be, but now that it is mine, I must promote positive energy, and I absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of evil trend. Wang Zhenxing said awe-inspiringly. The host caused the protagonist Qinyi's mentality to be damaged and obtained 200 counterattack points. Qinyi cried and lost his face, eager to pump a few big mouths of himself. If he hadn't mentioned the live broadcast yesterday, Wang Zhenxing wouldn't have known about it. Dad, I know it's wrong, I won't live broadcast this kind of bad content in the future. You tell the people on the platform, lift the ban on my live broadcast room, I will definitely promote positive energy. Qinyi begged. Although he has not been live for a long time, he has accumulated a certain number of fans, and he turned his head to broadcast other content, which is still somewhat popular. Since you didn't recognize me yesterday, don't call me daddy anymore, and I don't want to recognize your son anymore. Wang Zhenxing said with a sad face. Xu Yuro was distressed to see on the side, the secret road is not a biological child, really can't raise a relative, thinking in his heart, if Wang Zhenxing is willing, simply give him a good life. Uncle Wang, for my mother's sake, you give me another chance, I am her own son, don't look at the monk's face and look at the Buddha's face. Qin Yi played the emotional card. Wang Zhenxing hesitated for a moment, and then said, okay, I can give you a chance, you go and help me do something, if it is done, I will let the platform unban your live broadcast room. Do what? Qin Yi saw that there was a turning point, and quickly asked. Come here. Wang Zhenxing beckoned to him, and Qin Yi walked over in a tumultuous manner. There is a thief over there in Qingling University recently, specializing in stealing the clothes of female college students. This guy is very good, if you can catch him, I will do you this favor. Wang Zhenxing said in a low voice. This person is so strange, what is there to steal clothes? Qin Yi couldn't laugh or cry. It's the kind of clothes that girls wear inside. Wang Zhenxing said. Qin Yi suddenly thought that this person was too obscene, even more obscene than himself, and actually stole the kind of clothes of girls. Okay, leave this matter to me, if you don't have to talk to you, don't regret it. Qin Yidao. No remorse, I swear by my personality. Wang Zhenxing is very serious. No, you swear by my mother, I believe you, Qin Yi suggested. In his opinion, Wang Zhenxing loves Xu Yuro so much, if he plans to break his promise, he must be reluctant to take Xu Yuro and swear to fight. You're such a filial son. Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised. What's wrong? Don't dare to send it, I don't believe you. Qin Yidao. Well, Wang Zhenxing immediately swore with Xu Yuro. Qin Yi believed this, and asked, does that thief have any characteristics? You must at least tell me some information, otherwise there is a sea of people, how can I find this person? The surveillance captured some blurry images. This person was wearing shabby clothes, untrimmed, like coming out of the mountains, walking particularly dragged, the same as 25,800,000. Temperament is more obscene, height and shape and age, estimated to be similar to you. Also, this person knows the environment of Qingling University very well, and should often haunt Qingling University. Wang Zhenxing described. Qin Yi nodded and noted down all the characteristics that Wang Zhenxing said, but there was still a doubt. What does this matter have to do with you? Why do you still have to worry about catching thieves? I'm a visiting professor at Qingling University, and of course I don't allow such thieves to appear there. Wang Zhenxing Zhengsei Road. A sunny morning, Xiao Yu came to Yang Jing's office and urged him to arrange his study. Yang immediately said that the matter had been completed, and he could take Xiao Yu over now. About 7 or 8 minutes. Yang Jing took Xiao Yu to a gate. That's it. Yang Jing pointed in front of him and said to Xiao Yu with a smile. Looking in the direction pointed by Yang Jing, Xiao Yu quickly saw some words. The first affiliated high school of Qingling University. Old man Yang, you made me study here. Although Xiao Yu didn't read anything, he still knew the words, and said with some jumps. That's right, this is also the place to study, and it is within the scope of Qingling University, which fully meets your previous requirements. Yang Jing pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with an elegant smile. When I go to middle school at my age, others will treat me as an imbecile, Xiao Yu said angrily. I can't help it, you have no cultural foundation at all. It took me a lot to get you into the subordinate. Do you know that our subordinate has high requirements, and ordinary people can't enter at all? Yang Jing said. With my ingenuity, I can go directly to university, so I don't have any affiliation. Xiao Yu said confidently. Since you are so confident, then you have to enter the affiliation, study for 6 years to take the big exam. As long as your grades are good enough, then Qingling University can directly admit you. What are you kidding? Let me study here for 6 years. It's better to kill me, I don't care, I'm going straight to college. Xiao Yu grabbed Yang Jing's clothes and said. I told you before, this is not my words, it is useless for you to force me. If you want to study, this is your only choice. Yang Jing endured the displeasure in his heart and said lightly. Then I won't study, you arrange for me to be a security guard. Xiao Yu really couldn't stand being treated as mentally retarded. I suggested that you be a security guard before, but you were not right, but now there is no vacancy, so I will not recruit security guards for the time being. Old man Yang, my grandfather is kind to you, you can't even handle this little thing. It's because your grandfather is kind to me that I don't think about you. otherwise I would have called the security guard to drive you away by now. Wang Jing snorted coldly. He is a person with status, and he is an elder, and this Xiao Yu viciously pulled him by the collar, and he simply did not give face at all. If it weren't for Grandpa Xiao Yu's face, Wang Jing would have been angry long ago. Seeing Wang Jing's cold expression, Xiao Yu slowly loosened his collar. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool, and he also knew in his heart that if he really offended Old Man Yang completely, then don't think about Old Man Yang to help him in the future. It's just a joke with you, how can I not joke? Xiao Yu changed his attitude and barely showed some smiles. Wang Jing's face was expressionless. I'm very busy, whether you can enter or not. If you don't enter, I'll tell someone, so as not to make people wait. I go in. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, then replied with some depression. He just wanted to find a place closer to Qin Yiruo, and while approaching Qin Yiruo, he didn't really want to learn. As long as you get Qin Yiruo, you can leave this place immediately. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's someone else who is embarrassed. Xiao Yu was cheerful by nature and thick-skinned enough, and he quickly figured it out. The host pampered Wang Jing to affect the trend of the plot, and obtained a counterattack point of 200, the protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -20, and the host's luck value is +20. Evening. Qin Peng contacted Xiao Yu and invited him to dinner. Xiao Yu jumped with joy after hearing this, and immediately agreed. Qin Peng booked a private room in the Star Hotel and told Xiao Yu the specific address. Xiao Yu rushed over on time. However, when I came to the hotel, I was stopped by security guards. Xiao Yu was wearing a shabby outfit, and he looked too windy. The security guard guessed that he had entered the hotel to ask for food. Xiao Yu immediately theorized with the other party, and after a dispute, Qin Peng suddenly came forward. In this way, Xiao Yu successfully hit the security guard who blocked the road, followed Qin Peng into the hotel with high spirits, and came to the private room. In the private room, Qin Yiruo was also there. Mother-in-law, I haven't seen you in a few days and become beautiful again. Xiao Yu greeted excitedly. Qin Yiruo glared at this neuropathy, not bothering to pay attention to it. If it weren't for being pulled by Qin Peng, she wouldn't want to come to this dinner. Eating with Xiao Yu was simply unappetizing. Qin Peng was very polite. Back then, Xiao Yu's grandfather was kind to Qin Peng, and Qin Peng naturally would not snub Xiao Yu. During the dinner, Qin Peng intentionally or unconsciously inquired about Xiao Yu's affairs to see what was special about him. Xiao Yu didn't have much scheming, and was guided by Qin Peng's 3 or 2 sentences, and said that he knew about medical skills and martial arts. Qin Peng did not doubt it after hearing this, because Xiao Yu's grandfather also knew medical skills and martial arts. Xiao Yu must have learned from his grandfather. Qin Yiruo looked at Xiao Yu very unpleasantly, and felt that he was boasting. Are you a condor hero who has seen too much? It is fictional in the novel. Where in this world does any martial arts come from? Qin Yiruo said with disdain. What condor heroes? Xiao Yu didn't understand. The information in the mountains is closed. He has never read this current very popular martial arts novel, or even listened to it. I haven't even heard of this, and you still say that you can do martial arts. Qin Yiruo looked at Xiao Yu and had no appetite to eat, holding chopsticks and pulling the rice, complaining in his mouth. I've heard of the condor heroes, what does it have to do with whether I can do martial arts? Xiao Yu said with a smile. Then tell me, what martial arts do you practice? Qin Yiruo wanted to debunk this guy, so he asked. Yin Yang Chong Chun Gong. Xiao Yu told truthfully, but he didn't mention that this was the supreme martial arts of the combined cultivation Tao. Although the martial arts of joint cultivation are powerful, they are a little dishonorable. Xiao Yu saw that Qin Yiruo had a bad attitude towards herself. Of course, she didn't dare to say this, thinking that when the relationship was harmonious in the future, she would tell her this, and then let her cooperate with herself in cultivation. Yin Yang Chong Chun Gong, it's pretty much like that. Qin Yiruo muttered. This is not made up. If you don't believe it, I can show you a hand. Xiao Yu wanted to show off and let Qin Yiruo see how powerful he was. He could tell that Qin Yiruo seemed to be quite interested in martial arts. Lu let Qin Yiruo take a look. Qin Yiruo would definitely be interested, and then learn martial arts with him. Yin and Yang Chong Chun Gong is divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume is male cultivation and the lower volume is female cultivation, and the 2 complement each other. If you practice independently, it is easy to go crazy. Xiao Yu suffered this loss at the beginning, and he practiced wildly. Fortunately, at the head of the village happened to pass by, which saved her life. Whether it is an upper or lower role, it is inevitable that cultivation alone will go crazy. Pass the next scroll to Qin Yiruo, and when she is practiced, I will appear in time to save her, and then he. Xiao Yu calculated beautifully in his heart. Then hurry up, show a hand and see, I will look at it with my eyes wide open. Qin Yiruo put down the chopsticks and said with his hand supporting his snow-white chin. Then you have to look at it, don't blink. Xiao Yu smiled, and then picked up an empty bowl on the table and put it in the right position, and then condensed all the true qi with a stroke, and a strong qi struck out, and the empty bowl clicked, directly splitting the two halves. Qin Yiruo and Qin Peng were both stunned. How's that? I'm awesome, right? Xiao Yu secretly took a deep breath, and after slowing down for a while, he smiled at Qin Yiruo and asked. In order to pretend to be forced, he actually consumed a lot of true qi, and he was not so relaxed as he seemed. This how did you do it? Qin Yiruo took the empty bowl and inspected it, only to see that the crack was neat and smooth, and couldn't help but ask in amazement. Didn't tell you. I know martial arts, do you want to learn it? Xiao Yu saw the yearning in Qin Yiruo's expression. Qin Yiruo was obsessed with martial arts novels, and when he first read The Divine Condor, he read it almost all night, and he was very yearning for the martial arts described in the novel. But I thought it was all fiction. How could it be real? Qin Yiruo suddenly moved, but after seeing Xiao Yu's lewd smile, he immediately pouted, I don't want to learn. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was disappointed for a moment, and then his brain flashed, and he deliberately excited. If you don't want to learn, forget it, martial arts is difficult to learn, you can't learn without talent. I see that you seem to be a little not too smart, so it's better not to learn, save me teaching. Miss Ben is smart and clever, who do you look down on? Qin Yiruo said anxiously. Seeing her take the bait, Xiao Yu smiled secretly, but his face was very solemn. I didn't look down on you, I told the truth, learning martial arts requires talent. Qin Yiruo thought for a moment after hearing this, and felt that there was some reason. She is a person who has read martial arts novels, such as in The Divine Condor, learning martial arts does require talent. It's like studying, some are smart, the grades are naturally good, and some are dull, the grades are naturally poor. It seems that practicing martial arts is also a truth. I believe I have the talent to practice martial arts, do you dare to teach me? Qin Yiruo said. If you are willing to learn, of course I will teach, who will make you my mother-in-law? Xiao Yu smiled. Then you hurry up, teach me now, the inner martial arts heart method you just mentioned. Qin Yiruo couldn't wait to say. Let's finish eating first. Xiao Yu's stomach is still hungry. What to eat? Hurry up and teach. Qin Yiruo originally had no appetite, so he didn't have to eat anyway. Okay. Xiao Yu was also afraid that Qin Yiruo would repent, so he nodded and agreed. Do you need me to recuse yourself? Qin Peng did not stop Qin Yiruo from learning martial arts with Xiao Yu, and saw that Xiao Yu was ready to teach it, so he said so. No need to shy away. Xiao Yu shook his head. He just taught the next scroll, and the next scroll could only be practiced by women, and even if Qin Peng heard it and wrote it all down, it was useless. Moreover, Qin Peng is old, the meridians do not have a little plasticity, and the bones are aging, let alone practice yin and yang changchun gong, even if he practices ordinary martial arts. Xiao Yu said 100 words in the next volume in an oral way. Qin Yiruo had a good memory, just listened to it once, and wrote it all down. Is there only so much in your martial arts? Qin Yiruo felt that his mental method was too short, so he asked like this. This is only a small part of the cultivation methods, there are 1,000 words behind, you practice this part one said, I will teach you the follow-up, if you tell you all of it, you will feel chaotic and not conducive to your cultivation. Xiao Yu said solemnly. In the complete second volume, the path of joint cultivation is naturally mentioned. Of course, Xiao Yu did not dare to directly say the entire content of the next volume, but only said one of the normal cultivation methods in the lower volume of the Yin-Yang Changchun Gong. If you practice according to this method, you can cultivate some true qi. It's just that when cultivating true qi, it's easy to go crazy. When Qin Yiruo read the martial arts novel, when he found the masters and disciples inside, he was also gradual, and when he heard Xiao Yu say this, he didn't suspect anything. This mental method you said, I feel quite simple, I will definitely be able to refine it in less than 3 days. Qin Yiruo was full of confidence. Then you wish you success, but there is one thing I want to remind you, if you notice something wrong in the process of cultivation, you must tell me in time, it will be dangerous to deny it, Xiao Yu instructed. The process of practicing may go crazy, right? I've read martial arts novels, I understand this, I'll pay attention. Qin Yiruo said. Call me directly if there is a situation. Xiao Yu said and reported his mobile phone number to Qin Yiruo. Qin Yiruo hesitated and saved his number, but did not tell him his number. After the dinner, Qin Yiruo couldn't wait to go back to practice. The next day at noon, Wang Zhenxing came to Qingling University and ate with Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi, wanting to get in touch with more feelings. On the TV in the cafeteria on the 5th floor, the Condor Heroes were playing again. Qin Yiruo looked at it with relish, and said to Zhang Yi and Wang Zhenxing, "Do you believe that there are real martial arts masters in this world?" "Yiruo, you are too deep into the play, this is a TV series." Zhang Yi said with a smile. "Did Xiao Yu show martial arts in front of you?" Wang Zhenxing guessed some information from Qin Yiruo's words. "Uncle, do you also know that Xiao Yu can do martial arts?" Qin Yiruo said. "I know, can you tell me what it was like?" Wang Zhenxing guessed that Xiao Yu might have triggered the plot, so he asked. "My dad pulled me together to eat with Xiao Yu yesterday. Xiao Yu was in front of me, his fingers were empty, and he cut an empty bowl in half, which looked so powerful. I also asked him to teach me martial arts. I practiced for one night last night. I felt handy, obviously I didn't sleep one night, but I felt energetic in the morning, and I didn't feel tired at all." Qin Yiruo did not hide it and roughly explained the situation. "Besides teaching you martial arts, what else did he say?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Xiao Yu also said that practicing martial arts is easy to go crazy. Let me pay attention to myself, and tell him immediately as soon as there is any situation." Qin Yiruo said. "Can I give you a pulse?" Wang Zhenxing said. "Uncle, you still know how to heal." Qin Yiruo was surprised. "Ancestral medical skills, there have been several imperial doctors in my ancestors, and I also know some martial arts." Wang Zhenxing whispered. "No wonder, at the concert at that time, uncle, you rushed over to save Jiyu Feiyao. I felt that you were too agile, it turned out that you can do martial arts," Qin Yiruo said incredulously. "Shish, these are secrets, you must not tell them." Wang Zhenxing looked at Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi respectively and instructed. He didn't want his medical skills and martial arts to be known to everyone. Hearing this, Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi nodded fiercely, indicating that they would definitely keep it secret. "I'll give you a pulse." Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand to put his hand on Qin Yiruo's pulse and probe it, and after about 10 seconds, his face showed some strange colors. "Me, what's wrong with me?" Seeing that Wang Zhenxing's face was a little strange, Qin Yiruo chuckled in his heart, and asked a little nervously. "You're a bit on fire, nothing else is a problem." Wang Zhenxing paused for a moment before replying. "No wonder, I always feel hot and a little uncomfortable, so is there any way to adjust it?" Qin Yiruo said, and took out a tissue to wipe the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. "Just make some chrysanthemum tea and drink," Wang Zhenxing said. "Then the martial arts that Xiao Yu taught me, can I continue to practice?" Qin Yiruo asked nervously. "At present, there seems to be no problem. If you want to practice, then continue to practice. In fact, no matter what martial arts you practice, there is a possibility of going crazy. If something really happens, you contact me in time, my mobile phone is turned on 24 hours a day." Wang Zhenxing said. "Good." Qin Yiruo nodded happily. "Where do you live?" Wang Zhenxing suddenly remembered something and asked again. "If there are classes during the day, I live in a villa near Qingling University, and I go home to live during the holidays." Qin Yiruo said. "Do you also live in the villa outside?" "Then where do you and Xiao Yi live?" Wang Zhenxing inquired. "I also learned yesterday that Yiruo also lives outside, and we are separated by a few villas, dozens of meters away." Zhang Yi took the conversation, and secretly cast a look at Wang Zhenxing, signaling him to come to his place as a guest, but you must pay attention. Wang Zhenxing read the meaning in Zhang Yi's eyes. In fact, even if Zhang Yi didn't remind him, he would pay attention. "Mother-in-law, what a coincidence, you are also eating here." At this time, a shouting voice came from the side. Qin Yiruo didn't need to look at it, he knew that it was Xiao Yu's guy. The cafeteria on the 5th floor is relatively quiet, and many university teachers and professors eat here. Generally, college students will be cautious when they come to eat here, lest they make any big movement and disturb the teachers and professors. Xiao Yu poured well, made noise as soon as he came, and did not pay attention to the occasion at all. As Xiao Yu shouted like this, many eyes came around. Can you whisper and think it's a wet market? Let's be quiet. Qin Yiruo felt particularly humiliated, and warned Xiao Yu in a low voice. Xiao Yu didn't care about the gazes of others at all, and swept Zhang Yi, who was sitting next to Qin Yiruo, and Wang Zhenxing, who was opposite him. The three sat at a four-person table and there was an empty seat. Everyone eats slowly, I'll go cook, wait for me, Xiao Yu said to Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi with a smile. Although it was not pleasing to see Wang Zhenxing, he thought that if he sat in the remaining position, the opposite was Qin Yiruo, and he didn't care much. Give me one of these dishes. Xiao Yu saw the rich dishes neatly arranged through the window, and immediately moved his index finger and said to the canteen ant. Young man, have you eaten so much? The cafeteria ant looked surprised. There are 20 kinds of dishes, all of which come to one portion, and the dinner plate cannot be filled. I'm a person who eats a lot, auntie, hurry up and help me cook, I'm almost hungry. Xiao Yu urged. The cafeteria ant was helpless, and after calculating the money, she asked Xiao Yu to swipe the card. Xiao Yu took out the new card and swiped it sharply on the card machine, but found that it couldn't be swiped. Is this new card broken? Xiao Yu wondered. The ant of the cafeteria also felt strange, thinking that Xiao Yu's way of swiping the card was not right, so she took a card and wanted to help him swipe the card, but when she saw the words on the card, she immediately understood why she couldn't swipe the card. Young man, it turns out that you read the affiliation, you're the attached card, you can only go to the canteen on the attached side to brush. The cafeteria ant looked at Xiao Yu with pitiful eyes, thinking that this young man looked to be in his 20s, and his IQ couldn't keep up, and such a big person was still thinking about attachment. The attached card can't be swiped here, Xiao Yu abruptly. He saw that this would be the time to eat, so he was ready to come to the cafeteria on the side of Qingling University to see if he could meet Qin Yiruo by chance, but he did not expect that the attached card could not be used on the university side. Mother-in-law, borrow your card and use it for me. Xiao Yu cheekily walked next to Qin Yiruo and reached out to ask for it. You're in the affiliation. Qin Yiruo vaguely heard the conversation between Xiao Yu and the cafeteria ant, and asked Xiao Yu in surprise. Borrow the card and use it. Xiao Yu answered what he asked. You're in the affiliation. Borrow a card. I asked if you got into the affiliate. Qin Yiruo persistently asked. Yes, it's not so that you can be worthy of your mother-in-law and your daughter in the future, study more. Xiao Yu saw that he couldn't get around this, so he could only put gold on his face and replied like this. Ha ha. Qin Yiruo's personality jumped, and after hearing Xiao Yu's admission, he couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yi, who had a gentle personality, was also infected by laughter and couldn't help laughing. At Xiao Yu's age, it is indeed a little funny to enter the affiliation. The host affects the direction of the plot, indirectly causing Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged, and he gets 100 counterattack points. After laughing, lend me the card. Being looked at with mentally retarded eyes, Xiao Yu was a little uncomfortable, but his face was thick enough, and he soon looked like a nobody. I didn't have a card today, I used my friend's card. Qin Yiruo glanced at Zhang Yi. Beauty, you are so beautiful, you must be very kind, can you lend me your card and swipe it? Xiao Yu turned to Zhang Yi and said. Sorry, the money in my card just ran out. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Xiao Yu subconsciously looked at Wang Zhenxing, but did not open his mouth to borrow the card. Mother-in-law, what I taught you, you have to practice well, if you have a problem, find me, I will go first. Xiao Yu's stomach was very hungry, and he didn't want to spend it here, so he swaggered away after talking to Qin Yiruo. Another reason was that in addition to Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi, there were some people next to him who looked at him with strange eyes. These people have pity, regret, contempt and so on in their eyes. Rao is Xiao Yu's thick skin, and he also feels a little uncomfortable. Continuing to stay here is nothing short of torture. Evening. After Wang Zhenxing got off work, he came to the teacher's apartment and prepared to live here. The apartment here is very close to Qin Yiruo's villa, and once Qin Yiruo has any condition, he can quickly rush over. While taking the elevator up to the apartment building, Wang Zhenxing met an acquaintance in the elevator. It is the cold that has not been seen in many days. Leng Qinghen's face was still covered with frost as always, and it looked unapproachable. Wang Zhenxing also did not mean to say hello, pretending not to know. The elevator rose rapidly, and it seemed that something had malfunctioned, and suddenly it shook. His feet suddenly became unstable. If you change to an ordinary person, you will definitely fall. But Wang Zhenxing and Leng Qinghen in the elevator are extraordinary, and they can easily stabilize their figures. Oops! Suddenly, realizing a problem, Wang Zhenxing suddenly secretly shouted that it was not good. The next moment, Leng Qinghen cast a scrutinizing gaze at Wang Zhenxing. The cold gaze and the oppression on the momentum made Wang Zhenxing feel a little cold. Fortunately, Wang Zhenxing's psychological quality is excellent, and there is nothing unusual on the surface. I didn't expect to be a fellow practitioner. What kind of sector you? Leng Qing said lightly. Self-taught, no way. Wang Zhenxing replied calmly, but there were some waves in his heart. The sacred heart gong was almost abolished some time ago, and it stands to reason that it should not have such a strong momentum. But her current true qi cultivation was even better than the peak state of the sacred heart gong at the beginning. Hey, her true qi running trajectory is different from the sacred heart gong now. Wang Zhenxing opened the perspective and looked at it, and suddenly made a discovery. The see-through ability can also see the blood flow and the trajectory of the movement of true qi. Each martial arts exercise has a unique trajectory of running true qi. When the sacred heart gong that was cold had not yet been abolished, Wang Zhenxing checked the trajectory of running true qi in the cold. As for the reason, it's simple. That is to make it convenient to control the cold and cut off her true qi. But now the trajectory of running true qi in the cold is completely different from before. There is only one result that causes this, that is, Leng Qinghen has practiced other martial arts exercises. I remember meeting you on the way back from Fengqi Mountain. What were you doing in Fengqi Mountain at that time? Leng Qinghen continued to ask. When she first met by chance on the way home, she always thought that Wang Zhenxing was an ordinary person, and she didn't think about other aspects. Now that he found that Wang Zhenxing originally knew martial arts, he naturally had to be suspicious. Although in Leng Qinghen's opinion, this possibility is extremely small, she still can't let go of the slightest hope. Since he parted with Yin Daoren in Fengqi Mountain, Yin Daoren has not appeared again. Leng Qinghen is also a little anxious. Fengqi Mountain is a tourist attraction, of course I am going to tour. Wang Zhenxing replied. Leng Qinghen looked deeply into his eyes, and did not catch any expression of weakness or anything like that from them. There was a silence in the elevator. Soon, the elevator reached the floor of Wang Zhenxing's residence. The elevator door opened, and Wang Zhenxing slowly walked out of it. Yin Daoren. Looking at Wang Zhenxing's back, Leng Qinghen shouted. Wang Zhenxing did not react in the slightest, and even the rhythm of his footsteps was not disrupted. It seems that I think too much. The coldness on Leng Qinghen's face dissipated, replaced by loss and regret. The elevator doors closed and the cold went to the higher floors. Wang Zhenxing looked back at this. Leng Qinghen's trick is too childish, and he wants to trick him into revealing his identity. How is this possible? It is worthy of being a heroine with strong martial arts. After the sacred heart gong was abolished, she actually broke and stood up, and it was really not simple to successfully transfer to other martial arts exercises so quickly, and reached such a point in a short period of time. Wang Zhenxing secretly exclaimed, and he wanted to get the yin-yang chongchun gong and grow his strength rapidly, otherwise once Leng Qinghen found out that he was a yin Taoist, it would be a little bad. Although it is impossible to hurt him with cold emotions, it will definitely cause him some trouble. Wang Zhenxing knew very well that if he could not suppress the cold in terms of force, then a fire in his backyard was inevitable. As a villain, if your own backyard is not well managed, how can you deal with the protagonist? Night. Qin Yiruo was in his villa, practicing the martial arts exercises taught by Xiao Yu, breathing out his breath. As time passed, she became more and more proficient, and she could already begin to let the breath in her body, barely running according to a specific trajectory. This situation made Qin Yiruo feel extremely happy. Because this means that this part of the martial arts exercises that Xiao Yu taught her can be regarded as preliminary refining. But Qin Yiruo was not happy for a while, and he found that he seemed to have a fever, and he was particularly uncomfortable. Qin Yiruo was a little irritable, went to the refrigerator and opened a bottle of ice drink, raised his head and drank it. The feeling of irritability eased a little, but I still felt uncomfortable. Am I going crazy, Chin? Yiruo quickly realized something, returned to the room in a panic, picked up his mobile phone and flipped through Wang Zhenxing's number, and then quickly dialed out. I may be crazy, I won't die, uncle, come and see. Chin Yiruo said in a little panic. Don't worry, I'll be right here. Wang Zhenxing rushed out of the apartment. He asked Chin Yiruo and knew where Chin Yiruo's residence was. From the apartment building to the villa outside, it takes about 5 minutes to copy the path. If you run away, the time will only be shorter. The rooftop of the girls' dormitory building. Xiao Yu held the telescope and observed the situation in a villa not far away. He had followed Chin Yiruo this evening and knew Chin Yiruo's residence. This dormitory building is very close to Chin Yiruo's villa. Standing on the rooftop with a telescope, you can see the situation in Chin Yiruo's villa. It's a pity that Chin Yiruo closed the curtains in the villa, and he couldn't see the situation inside. He could only see that there were lights in the villa, and a figure pacing back and forth in the villa. This big night, she has no reason to walk around the house. It is estimated that she is restless because of the madness of practice. Xiao Yu secretly guessed, and couldn't help but rejoice. But after waiting for a while, he didn't see Chin Yiruo's call. Xiao Yu thought to himself that it should be Chin Yiruo who was embarrassed, so he did not dare to call himself. That kind of crazy situation, Xiao Yu himself experienced. Chin Yiruo was ashamed to say it, it was normal. After judging this, Xiao Yu did not observe anymore, and was ready to perform a light skill to jump down from the dormitory building and rush to Chin Yiruo's villa. In fact, waiting around Chin Yiruo's villa is the best. However, security guards patrol the villa area with dogs at night. Xiao Yu naturally didn't put the little security guard in his eyes, but just had a little shadow over the dog. Coming to the edge of the rooftop, Xiao Yu used his true chi to perform a light skill, but at this time, a figure suddenly came out on his side. Clothes thief, you can be counted as waiting for you, hurry up and catch it, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind. Qin Yi appeared handsomely and issued a warning to Xiao Yu. What a clothes thief, you recognized the wrong person. Xiao Yu saw that he was very good at light work, for fear of being pestered by this person and missing his good deeds, so he wanted to make it clear with the other party. Dressed in a pulling style, with a lewd appearance, and a dragging look, you are not wrong. Qin Yi looked at Xiao Yu and said very firmly. I'm not a clothes thief. Xiao Yu had urgent matters to deal with, and he was a little angry when he was stopped. Of course a thief will not admit that he is a thief. Qin Yi sneered. Is there something wrong with you? I'm not a clothes thief. Xiao Yu couldn't help but burst into foul language. Hearing this, Qin Yi's face instantly became gloomy. I hate people scolding my mother, damn clothes thief, lie down for my master. Under the moonlight, two young men fighting together. On the way to Chin Yiruo's villa, Wang Zhenxing suddenly sensed the fluctuation of true qi and looked in one direction. Although it was night at the moment, Wang Zhenxing had night vision and far-sightedness when he turned on perspective, and soon saw two people fighting fiercely on the roof of a dormitory. When Wang Zhenxing saw the appearance of the two, he was slightly stunned, and then he smiled a little. At that time, he arranged for Qin Yi to catch the clothes thief, just to kill Qin Yi's time, but he didn't think that he really let him and Xiao Yu collide together. And looking at the fierce fight, the two obviously clashed. After Wang Zhenxing glanced at it a few times, he withdrew his gaze and quickly rushed to Chin Yiruo's villa. Now that Xiao Yu is being dragged down by Qin Yi, it is more conducive to him doing things. Arrived at Chin Yiruo's villa. I saw Chin Yiruo's face blushing, like a cooked lobster. When Wang Zhenxing was in the daytime, he took the pulse for Chin Yiruo and knew her situation, but he didn't say it explicitly at that time. After Chin Yiruo saw Wang Zhenxing, it was like seeing a life-saving straw, and he hurried for help. Wang Zhenxing symbolically took her pulse, and then said eagerly. It's not good, you have gone crazy in your practice, you must be healed quickly, otherwise your life will be in danger. This bastard Xiao Yu, I shouldn't listen to him, go and practice his martial arts, so what should I do now, how can I heal? Chin Yiruo hurriedly asked. I'll ask you a few questions, and you need to answer me quickly. Ask, what are you going to ask, hurry up. Do you have a boyfriend? None. Do you have someone you like? Yes, no, no. Then there is no way, what last words do you have? While you are still conscious, tell me quickly, I will tell your father then, otherwise you will not be able to say it later. Wang Zhenxing said seriously. Qin Yiruo was stunned for a few seconds, and then asked, "Do I have anyone I like, and does it have anything to do with healing me? This kung fu that Xiao Yu practiced for you is strange, and in your current situation, there is only one healing method." Wang Zhenxing said helplessly. "What method? Say it quickly," Qin Yiruo urged. Wang Zhenxing beckoned to her. Qin Yiruo understood and stretched out his ears. Wang Zhenxing whispered, and after Qin Yiruo heard this, he suddenly realized, and then became angry. "Xiao Yu, this bastard, no wonder he is so enthusiastic to teach me martial arts, and told me that if there is any problem, contact him in time." He rushed over immediately when he received the news. It turned out that he hit this idea. Qin Yiruo gritted his teeth and crunched, eager to smash Xiao Yu's dog's head. "I also have some responsibility. During the day, I should stop you from continuing to practice." Wang Zhenxing sighed. "It's all to blame Xiao Yu, it has nothing to do with you." Qin Yiruo is still reasonable, but he will not blame Wang Zhenxing. Moreover, on this big night, Wang Zhenxing rushed over quickly as soon as he received the call, and it was difficult for others. "Is there really no other way to save me?" Qin Yiruo asked with the last glimmer of hope. "The medicinal herb that is cold to yin can neutralize your current situation, but this medicinal material is extremely rare. Even if it is Qingling, it may not be available, and the method I just said is the only way to save you now." After Wang Zhenxing responded, he continued to ask, "Did you like anyone you liked just now? If you tell me the address quickly, I'll go and bring someone to you right away." "Yes, no," Qin Yiruo said ambiguously. "Yes or no?" Wang Zhenxing said helplessly. "Nope." Although Qin Yiruo has a jumpy personality, she is more timid than a gentle and restrained girl when it comes to emotional matters. "Then there is no way. You write your own suicide note. I will go first, bye." After Wang Zhenxing finished explaining, he observed a moment of silence, then turned around and left. Wait a minute. Qin Yiruo could feel that his situation was getting worse and worse. Of course, he couldn't let Wang Zhenxing leave. "What else?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "You, save me, I don't want to die." Under the control of the survival instinct, Qin Yiruo also did not care about the problem of facelessness. "Don't joke, I'm friends with your father Qin Peng, who doesn't know that my king is upright in Qingling. Don't harm me. If you really want me to save you, just tell me who you like, and I can help bring people here." Wang Zhenxing said with a face full of resistance. "You are a doctor, how can you see death and not save it?" Qin Yiruo walked towards Wang Zhenxing indignantly. "These are two different things. Hey, calm down." Wang Zhenxing stepped back in panic, until he reached the corner, and then there was no way to retreat. Early the next morning, Wang Zhenxing woke up with his eyes open, and there was no one around. Communicate with the system and look at the message received last night. The host was captured by the heroine Qin Yiruo and got part of the protagonist Xiao Yu's ability. Obtain the full version of Yin Yang Changchun Gong and reach the first layer realm. Because the heroine took the initiative, the reward was doubled. Congratulations to the host Yin and Yang Changchun Gong for rising to the second layer realm. The host and the heroine Qin Yiruo have become their good deeds, blessed by the strong luck of martial arts, and their martial arts understanding has been greatly improved, and they have been evaluated as 1 in 1,000 miles. The heroine Qin Yiruo's favorability to the host is +20, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains 1,300 counterattack points. The protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -130, and the host's luck value is +130. In all, it's been a lot of gains. Wang Zhenxing checked the battle power value. He didn't have to cultivate hard, and the Yin-Yang Changchun Gong directly reached the realm of the second layer, and the combat power value soared to 2,918. According to Wang Zhenxing's estimate, this combat power value is a level higher than the current cold and cold. Wang Zhenxing digested the content of Yin and Yang Changchun Gong, and immediately had a general understanding. With his current understanding of picking 1 in 1,000 miles, as long as he cultivates hard, it can be said that it is easy to practice Yin-Yang Changchun Gong to the third level. If you want to go further, you must improve your martial arts understanding. However, this problem is not big, and there is more than one heroine with martial arts strong luck. As long as you get the protection of martial arts strong luck a few more times, your martial arts understanding can naturally be improved. After sorting these out, Wang Zhenxing happily lit a cigarette and celebrated a little. The other side, Qin Yi returned home with a blue nose and a swollen face. Xu Yuro opened the door and saw Qin Yi's appearance, stunned for a moment, and quickly asked about the situation. It's all your husband, let me catch some clothes thief, and I was beaten up. Qin Yi covered his tall and swollen face and complained. Xu Yuro then understood the reason, immediately gave a thumbs up, praised his son's brave and righteous behavior, and then after taking a closer look, found that his son only suffered some skin trauma, and there was no big problem, and then asked. Did the clothes thief catch it? After hearing Xu Yuru's question, Qin Yi was speechless for a while. My own son has a blue nose and swollen face, and the mother does not know how much to care about, but instead asks if the clothes thief has been caught. That clothes thief is more powerful, I fought with him inextricably, one accidentally let him run, but he was much worse than me, and he was not lightly injured. For the sake of face, Qin Yi beautified himself in front of Xu Yuro. The reality is that when he fought with the clothes thief, he was almost completely inferior and almost beaten to the ground. But fortunately, the senior sister Leng Qinghan, who lived in a nearby apartment, heard the movement and rushed over, and after seeing his junior brother Qin Yi being beaten, Leng Qinghan Ji Yunyan helped the friendship of the same door. And the result was naturally that Xiao Yu was injured and defeated. It's a pity that I couldn't catch that clothes thief. Xu Yuro sighed regretfully. Mom, why are you so concerned about this? Qin Yi was puzzled. If you catch the clothes thief, your father will be happy, and I will be happy if he is happy. Xu Yuro said with a smile. Qin Yi was speechless for a while. The other side. Qin Yiruo sat on the bench in the boulevard of Qingling University, in a daze. A man in a cap sneakily approached. Qin Yiruo sensed that someone was coming, and he was immediately vigilant. The man wearing the cap slowly raised his head, revealing a face which startled Qin Yiruo. You, who are you? Qin Yiruo asked in surprise. My mother-in-law is me, I am Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes were bruised, and his face was a little swollen and deformed, which was not much different from his previous appearance. However, although the face has changed a lot, the voice is the same. After Qin Yiruo heard the voice, he immediately confirmed that it was Xiao Yu. You bastard, you dare to come and see me. Give me death. Qin Yiruo suddenly became angry and punched Xiao Yu in the face. Xiao Yu was injured, his strength was not as good as before, and now he was almost like an ordinary person. Qin Yiruo punched coldly, Xiao Yu couldn't dodge at all, and was directly hit. Soon, 2 lines of nosebleeds hung under Xiao Yu's nose like red threads. Have something to say, what do you hit people for? Xiao Yu covered his nose in pain and said. You're still pretending to be stupid, don't you think I don't know? There is a problem with the martial arts you taught me, and after practicing it, it will go crazy, right? Qin Yiruo questioned. Xiao Yu saw the situation in Qin Yiruo's villa through the telescope yesterday and found that Qin Yiruo was fidgeting in the house. Now that he heard Qin Yiruo say this, Xiao Yu was completely sure that Qin Yiruo must have gone crazy last night. I told you a long time ago that there is a certain possibility that practice will go crazy, why didn't you call me last night? Xiao Yu asked. HMPH, I have seen through your dirty mind, of course I will not contact you. Qin Yiruo said angrily. Then you, how did you survive the danger? Xiao Yu suddenly realized a serious problem, and his face instantly turned pale. Qin Yiruo went crazy, if it wasn't for someone to save him, he would definitely burp and would never be alive. Of course someone saved me. Qin Yiruo's tone was still angry, but there was some shame in the anger. How did you save you? Xiao Yu's heart was half cold, but there was still a glimmer of hope, imagining that a divine doctor descended from the sky and used medical skills to save Qin Yiruo. When Qin Yiruo heard this question, he was ashamed and angry, and immediately gave Xiao Yu 2 more punches in the face. Xiao Yu's left and right eyes were each beaten, and he only felt that his eyes were bursting with Venus, and he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. How did things come to be like this, mother-in-law? You can simply beat me to death. Xiao Yu said to Qin Yiruo with great grief. The host affects the direction of the plot, indirectly causing the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged and obtaining 300 counterattack points. Forget it, it still hurts to hit you. Qin Yiruo pouted. The reason why she did not calculate with Xiao Yu was because Xiao Yu indirectly contributed to her fate and became her matchmaker. Although this fate has not yet come to fruition, Qin Yiruo is still full of expectations. After beating Xiao Yu a few times just now, Qin Yiruo has already dissipated a lot. Mother-in-law, you are so kind, You can forgive me, you tell me who the person who saved you is, I will help you teach the guy who took advantage of people's dangers. Xiao Yu was a little moved, and offered to be angry for Qin Yiruo. Are you sick and people saved me, why should I let you teach people a lesson? Qin Yiruo snorted. Don't you hate that guy? He took advantage of people's danger. Xiao Yu shouted strangely. What nonsense are you talking about? It's me who can't live with people. I warn you, don't mention this matter again in the future, rot this matter in your stomach, if it gets out, I will see you hit you once and once. Qin Yiruo crossed his waist to warn Xiao Yu. Wang Zhenxing is a person with status, and his reputation is also very good. If this kind of thing spreads, it will definitely damage Wang Zhenxing's reputation. Moreover, Qin Yiruo also wanted to face. I won't say it. Xiao Yu wanted to cry without tears. Qin Yiruo nodded, ignored Xiao Yu, and left slowly. She was sitting here in a daze just now, not sad, and she was unwell and wanted to ease up. Xiao Yu looked at the silhouette who walked away with a limp, and while some tears appeared in his eyes, some hatred and anger also appeared. If it hadn't been for the sudden appearance of a man last night who said he was a clothes thief and then pestered him to fight, this would not have been like this. Dog miscellaneous, let me find you, I will definitely screw your dog's head off. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and cursed, placing all the blame on Qin Yi's head. For the accomplice cold and cold, Xiao Yu did not hate much. Xiao Yu is quite tolerant in dealing with beautiful women. Moreover, the cause of this incident was caused by Qin Yi treating him as a clothes thief. Leng Qinghan only saw his junior brother Qin Yi being beaten, and because of the same family, he helped. So Qin Yikai is the source of evil. One-on-one dog can't beat me, but he has helpers, and I'm injured and need a period of recuperation, what should I do? Xiao Yu gradually calmed down and began to think about countermeasures for revenge. The skin trauma on his body was not a big deal, but the meridians were injured and could not be fully recovered in a short time, unless a master repaired him with true qi. And there is a bigger problem, even if his injury can be improved, Qin Yi has helpers but he does not. If you go to take revenge, you will probably suffer a loss. I originally planned to wait for the Yin-Yang Chongchun Gong to reach the second realm before going to the Song family to pick up my mother, but now it seems that it will pass ahead of schedule. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and made a difficult decision in his heart. When Xiao Yu's father entered the world when he was young, he met and married a young lady of a martial arts family, and then had Xiao Yu. But because the martial arts exercises of that martial arts family are relatively special, before the exercises reach Dacheng, eating the forbidden fruit will damage the foundation of martial arts. Xiao Yu's mother has amazing talent in martial arts, and is given high hopes by the family, and violating the ban is tantamount to ruining the future of martial arts. For this reason, Xiao Yu's father was also abolished martial arts and reduced to a wasted person. The final result of this incident was that after Xiao Yu was born, he was taken away by his father. Since then, Xiao Yu's mother and Xiao Yu's father have never seen each other again. Xiao Yu became a wasted man, lost his wife, and kept beating himself up, drinking all day and buying drunk. When leaving the mountains, Xiao Yu once boasted with his father about Heiko, and after completing his martial arts, he wanted to go to the Song family in an upright manner and bring his mother back to the village to meet his father. This was Xiao Yu's original plan. It's just a pity that the plan can't catch up with the changes. Xiao Yu wanted to quickly seek the help of a master in Qingling, and he could only go to the Song family. Although Xiao Yu's father made mistakes back then, Xiao Yu always had half of the blood of the Song family. The Song family will definitely give some face. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Yu came to a large mansion with a simple style according to an address given by his father. My father is Xiao Feng, my mother is Song Jingxuan, and my name is Xiao Yu. After some twists and turns, Xiao Yu finally met the elders of the direct line of the Song family, and then reported his identity. The past more than 20 years ago made a lot of noise, and everyone in the uncles of the Song family knew about it. When they heard Xiao Yu say this, many people had complicated faces. The old man of the Song family has been meditating for many years, and he has long ignored the common affairs of the Song family, and the current head of the Song family is doing Song Yunqi, that is, Song Jingxuan's own brother. Looking at this nephew who had never seen before, Song Yunqi had some mixed feelings. That past incident back then, in the final analysis, was Xiao Feng's fault and had nothing to do with Xiao Yu. And Xiao Feng had already been punished, and also stayed away from Qingling according to the agreement, and never appeared. For Xiao Yu, Song Yunqi had no grudges. It's just that Song Yunqi has never seen this nephew before, and he feels very strange, and if he happily steps forward to hug him when they meet for the first time, it will definitely be impossible. You are injured, are you experiencing any difficulties? After Song Yunqi looked at Xiao Yu's blue nose and swollen face, he naturally guessed something. It's just that I was injured by mistake when I was talking to someone, there is nothing difficult, I just came here to meet my mother. Xiao Yu hated the Song family for breaking up their family of 3, and even wanted to hit some of the Song family's faces to avenge his father's revenge. Of course, he didn't want to ask the rest of the Song family for help. Good. Song Yunqi nodded in agreement. What Xiao Yu mentioned was just a very simple request, and he had no reason not to agree. Moreover, her younger sister Song Jingxuan blamed herself very much in her heart because of the events of that year, trapped herself in the courtyard of the Song family, and never came out and walked around for many years. Song Yunqi doted on this sister very much, and he was also very distressed in his eyes. Now that Xiao Yu is here, if her sister Song Jingxuan sees it, she must be happier, right? Song Yunqi asked a junior of the Song family to lead the way and led Xiao Yu to a side courtyard of the Song family. Aunt, uncle asked me to bring someone to meet you. Coming to the courtyard, the junior of the Song family knocked lightly on the door and said out loud. Nope. Through the door, a cold woman's voice came from the courtyard. Aunt, he is. I don't see anyone. The junior of the Song family wanted to introduce it, but was interrupted by a cold voice. Mom, it's me, my name is Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu couldn't stop speaking, with some grievances in his voice. It's like playing outside, and then being educated as a little brat, going home ready to complain to my mother. There was silence in the courtyard for a while. You, come in. Although the voice was still a little cold, it was mixed with some excitement and apprehension. Soon, the courtyard door opened. A beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes appeared in Xiao Yu's field of vision. Mom. Xiao Yu suddenly couldn't hold back, his nose was sour, and he wanted to throw himself into his mother's arms and tell his grievances. Xiao Yu. Song Jingxuan also wanted to hug her son and ask him how he had been living over the years, whether he had eaten well, and whether he was dressed warmly. She stared at the young man who walked in, trying to find similarities in his appearance. Because she remembered that when Xiao Yu was just born, he was very similar to her. It's just that Xiao Yu is looking like a pig's head with a blue nose and a swollen face at the moment. Mom. Xiao Yu came to Song Jingxuan and shouted again with a crying voice, looking forward to a warm hug in his heart. However, Xiao Yu did not wait for the expectant hug, but saw some disgust in Song Jingxuan's eyes. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, only then remembered that his father Xiao Feng had said that Song Jingxuan had a relatively serious cleanliness fetish. Looking down at his outfit, Xiao Yu was quickly stunned. He doesn't pay attention to the image and looks more sloppy. Song Jingxuan's dislike is also understandable. It's just that he is her own son, can't she just take a moment? Xiao Yu was a little injured in his heart. The courtyard is quiet, and there are flowers and plants, which looks pleasant. There are also stone tables and benches in the courtyard. Song Jingxuan took Xiao Yu to the stone bench and sat down separately. Xiao Yu, why are you hurt? Who bullied you? Song Jingxuan asked with concern. Xiao Yu sobbed, and said the matter immediately. After hearing this, Song Jingxuan did not immediately complain about the person who beat Xiao Yu, but asked. Did you really steal a woman's clothes? Of course not, how could I be so desperate to steal women's clothes? Xiao Yu explained urgently. Although he did not steal people's clothes, he did have other bad intentions, so when he explained, he looked a little weak-hearted. Song Jingxuan's eyesight was amazing, and after seeing him like this, she would be suspicious. It's no wonder he doesn't believe Xiao Yu, it's really because Xiao Yu's father, Xiao Feng, is particularly obscene and has done a lot of outrageous things. It is said that the son is like a father, and Xiao Yu is likely to inherit Xiao Feng's obscenity. You are only slightly injured in the meridians, the injury is not serious, I can use true qi to heal you. Song Jingxuan said. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Yu was a little moved, and then said, there is one more thing, I hope that mother can help deal with that person's senior sister, so that I can find that kid to take revenge. What deep hatred do you have? Song Jingxuan was puzzled. It's a long story, it's almost a hatred of taking a wife, this revenge is not rewarded, I can't swallow this breath. Xiao Yu's face was full of resentment. My cultivation has been stuck in more than 20 years, so far I have not made an inch, there is only a limit to how I can help you. Judging from the situation that the woman easily shocked you, I estimate that her cultivation is not under me, and I can only help you contain it at most. After thinking for a while, Song Jingxuan replied like this. It's enough to contain her, I can deal with that kid myself. Xiao Yu was delighted. I originally swore that if Shu Wei kept stagnating, I would never leave this courtyard in this life. Song Jingxuan felt and suddenly sighed. After Xiao Yu listened, his eyes rolled a few times and said, Mom, regarding your predicament, I actually have a solution here. I went to the mountains to collect medicine for a few years, accidentally broke into the cave, and obtained a martial arts exercise, called Yin Yang Chongchun Gong. The true qi practiced by this martial arts exercise has the effect of rejuvenating all things. If Mom, you and Dad practice together, you can fill in the gaps and successfully practice the Song family's family martial arts exercises. When Song Jingxuan heard hope, her simple face showed some joy, but she quickly sneered again. Even if I go to the street to find a beggar to practice with, I won't go to this coward. Coward Mom, why do you say that Dad? After hearing Song Jingxuan's words, Xiao Yu asked puzzled. Back then, your father and I had the opportunity to fly away, but because we were chased and killed, your father was afraid of death and finally chose to come back, but he did save a life, but he became a waste. Song Jingxuan's eyes were scattered, her thoughts drifted away, and she said some past events, with some sneers in her tone. Father is not a person who is afraid of death, he just doesn't want your mother to completely break with the Song family, so he chose to come back and want to take all the responsibility. Xiao Yu said. Is this what your father told you? Song Jingxuan's gaze regained focus and asked Xiao Yu. Yes, I guessed. Xiao Yu said. He is a cowardly and lewd fellow, where does the slightest sense of responsibility come from? You look at you, grew up with your father, just like your father, slovenly, standing or not standing, sitting or not sitting. Song Jingxuan looked at Xiao Yu's lazy sitting posture and the posture of shaking her legs, and her brows furrowed. My dad and I call it informal. Xiao Yu refuted. Song Jingxuan sighed and did not argue with it. Mom, since you think my dad is not good, then why are you with my dad? Xiao Yu could feel some disgust from Song Jingxuan's words, so he asked with some curiosity. Your father is a stinking scoundrel, and our affairs are it was an accident. Song Jingxuan's tone was complicated. After Xiao Yu heard this, his face was a little ugly. Judging by Song Jingxuan's words, he was obviously the result of accident. Before this, he had always thought that his father and mother had an unforgettable relationship, which was very poignant and moving, but he did not expect that this would be the case. Well, don't think about it too much, the events of that year will pass, you are my child after all, and I will not record your father's resentment on you. Song Jingxuan's mood gradually stabilized, and said to Xiao Yu with relief. Afternoon. In a luxuriously decorated cafe. Why did you suddenly call me here for coffee? Taking a sip of the coffee on the table, Wang Zhenxing looked at Han Mei in front of him and said. Every time you run after work, you can't talk to you about your heart, just a little empty, specially called you to come and talk about your heart, does it bother you with any good things? Han Mei looked at him with bright eyes and said urgently. I was on my lunch break. Wang Zhenxing explained a little, and then noticed that Han Mei frowned slightly, as if there was something on his mind, so he asked. Does the richest man in Qingling also have something to worry about? Tell me about it, maybe I can enlighten you. My so-called richest man in Qingling is only on the surface, and if you really want to count the value of wealth, who the richest man in Qingling is, it is still unknown. Han Mei sighed. Is there anyone richer than you in Qingling, which one? Wang Zhenxing asked a little puzzled. More than one, 4 to be exact. Han Mei said. It's not April Fool's Day. Wang Zhenxing smiled. I'm not kidding you, but it's normal for you not to believe it. With your level, you can't touch this level. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to look down on you. Han Mei noticed that Wang Zhenxing's face changed a little, so she quickly stopped and said apologetically. Then you talk about it, let me see it for a long time. Wang Zhenxing was not so stingy, but he felt a little surprised. Because he had never heard such statements before. Maybe it's really as Han Mei said, he is not yet at that level. Qingling has always been a famous ancient capital, with a long history, although the times have changed, but some families still remain, the heritage of the family, believe me not to say, you should also understand. These families are full of talents, and they are present in many industries, and some are even in relatively high positions. What I said just now doesn't actually mean 4 people, to be precise, I mean the 4 great families. Han Mei said slowly. Have you had a conflict with anyone in the 4 great families? Wang Zhenxing guessed. Yes, I and the Song family, one of the 4 great families, bid for a piece of land, and made some unpleasantness. Han Mei sighed. You also have a lot of connections, and you also have a lot of face in the official mansion, so you won't be too jealous of the family, right? Wang Zhenxing said. If it is upright, I will definitely not be afraid, but there are people who practice martial arts in the family, and their martial arts skills are unfathomable. If you want to deal with a person, I am afraid that even modern investigation methods will not be able to find anything. Han Mei said faintly. It turns out that you are worried that the people of the Song family will secretly calculate you. Wang Zhenxing understood what Han Mei was worried about. That piece of land is a very important part of my commercial landscape, and if I give up, it will disrupt my business layout. Han Mei sighed, and then squeezed out some bitter smiles. Although I know that you can't help much, I still want to talk to you about these things, so that you can be mentally prepared, although I also know that you may not have much affection for me. With that said, how could I not have feelings for you? If something happens to you, I'll cry to death. Wang Zhenxing said with a serious face. I know that most of your words are false, but I am still happy to hear it. Han Mei took a few sips of coffee and smiled. It seems that you are preparing to fight against the Song family, but are you really not afraid of death? Wang Zhenxing asked. Who am I, Han Mei? How can I be frightened by some rats and fear? Since the business, I have seen more storms. The Song family wants me to back down. It is absolutely impossible. Han Mei's eyes burst out with a domineering look, looking a little dazzling, like a queen on top. Wang Zhenxing was stunned. He saw Han Mei's bowed head, and somewhat ignored this woman's extraordinary boldness. Han Mei, a woman, can build such a tens of billions of business empire as the Han family. How can she be a simple character? I told you everything I should tell. You go get busy. We don't meet again until the dust settles on this matter. I don't want to involve you too. Also, I'll transfer another 50 billion to you later. This is all my current cash flow, and I also made a will. If it really comes that day, you don't be too surprised. Anyway, my unsuccessful son, if you give him too much wealth, he will be defeated. It is better to give it to you. When it is as my gift to you, I hope you will always remember me. Han Mei put away the strong and domineering attitude. Her face was full of tenderness, and she looked at Wang Zhenxing affectionately and said. Wang Zhenxing looked at her in surprise. It's about to part, are you so stingy with even a hug? Han Mei saw that Wang Zhenxing was still moving, and said a little sourly. To be honest, I suddenly like you a little bit, what can I do? Wang Zhenxing walked closer to Han Mei and said with a somewhat strange look. Falsehood, but I love to hear it, you go on. Han Mei's eyebrows smiled and looked forward to it. Do you know where the Song family is? Of course you know this is not coaxing my words, it does not count. I'll go to Song's house with you. What are you doing at the Song family? Han Mei was stunned. Let the people of the Song family know that there is someone behind you, Han Mei. Wang Zhenxing took Han Mei's hand and walked out. The ancient residence of the Song family. A Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop, and Wang Zhenxing and Han Mei walked out of it one after another. Wang Zhenxing wore a hat and sunglasses, and also covered his appearance with some props, looking like a person over 100 years old. Han Mei was dressed in normal business attire, looking beautiful and moving, but her expression was a little uneasy. How about calling the bodyguard I was looking for? Han Mei said to Wang Zhenxing. Your bodyguards are not deterrent, it's useless to call them over. Besides, we visit the Song family in an upright manner. Even if the Song family is stupid, it will not mess around here. Wang Zhenxing said with relief. It is. Han Mei nodded when she heard this, and then said uncertainly, do you really have a way to make the Song family back down? Of course there is, otherwise what do I call you to do, to entertain you? Wang Zhenxing said. What way? Han Mei asked. You are nothing more than a martial arts master who cares about the Song family, afraid that they will not talk about the rules, and I am here to tell them that if they do not talk about the rules, they will definitely pay a heavy price. Wang Zhenxing said. Do you know martial arts? Han Mei was surprised. Of course, my ancestors are very powerful, and martial arts is also one of the family learning. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. Why didn't you tell me this before? Han Mei's tone had some sourness. I didn't know you so well before, you didn't ask specifically, and I'm a person who doesn't like to show off, of course I won't tell you this. Wang Zhenxing explained. It turns out that you only treat me as an acquaintance now. I have made a will to leave the assets to you, shouldn't you be moved to fall in love with me completely? Han Mei said with some slight dissatisfaction. You are too smart, it is not easy to lie to you, if I say that I am really in love with you, you will not believe it. Wang Zhenxing said. Have you ever been tempted by me? Even the slightest? Han Mei asked softly. Of course. Wang Zhenxing nodded. When? Han Mei asked happily. When you go to work, and when you pay me. Wang Zhenxing Zhengse rode. Han Mei was stunned for a moment, crying and laughing, and was about to say something, when she suddenly saw someone in the ancient residence of the Song family coming out to welcome guests. Soon, Wang Zhenxing and Han Mei came to an antique living room. A servant brought tea. Wang Zhenxing picked up the teacup, but did not drink it, but looked around with his eyes. Although his current strength is very strong, he is still in people's territory, and it is better to be careful. After opening the perspective and looking around, Wang Zhenxing did not find that there was an existence that could threaten him. Instead, he found an acquaintance in the Song family, Xiao Yu. It stands to reason that Xiao Yu shouldn't be here. Wang Zhenxing estimated that Xiao Yu had something to do with the Song family. However, without deep thought, his gaze continued to sweep. After taking a closer look, Wang Zhenxing found that there were two people within the scope of the Song family's ancient mansion, which was slightly worthy of his face. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes. Wang Zhenxing stared at the beautiful woman for a while. In terms of appearance, this beautiful woman is not under Xu Yuro and Han Mei. After waiting for a while, the middle-aged man who was marked by Wang Zhenxing in his heart came to the living room. He is the head of the Song family, Song Yunqi. Han Mei explained to Wang Zhenxing in a low voice. Wang Zhenxing nodded slightly, no wonder this person was a good cultivator. After Song Yunqi came to the living room, he sat down on the main seat, and then politely Han Mei exchanged pleasantries. Han Mei also responded politely. After 3 or 2 gossip, Song Yunqi immediately entered the topic and talked about the matter of that land. Song Yunqi was resolute, saying that the Song family was bound to win, and even threatened if there was none. Han Mei lacked confidence and did not immediately express her attitude, but looked at Wang Zhenxing. The Han family is only 3 people, your Song family has at least dozens or even hundreds of people. If you really want to break the net, you can see who will suffer in the end. After Wang Zhenxing turned on his perspective ability and looked around, he already had a bottom in his heart, so he directly showdown and said to Song Yunqi. Song Yunqi could feel a thick danger from Wang Zhenxing's body, and he was very jealous in his heart, but his face did not show a bit, and he said quietly. My Song family's hundreds of years of heritage, how can you shake it at will? The surface is very imposing, but in fact, Song Yunqi's heart is also a little empty. The Song family does have hundreds of years of heritage, but the wealth accumulated has been poured into Song Jingxuan in exchange for cultivation resources, intending to cultivate a strong person at the peak of martial arts. But it's a pity that because of Xiao Feng, this hope of the Song family was shattered. Today's Song family, in terms of martial arts, there are almost no outstanding people among the younger generation. The withering of talents is one of the aspects, and the main reason is that the Song family has few resources to cultivate. There is a saying called poor culture and rich martial arts. To practice martial arts well, it takes a lot of resources. Especially to cultivate a martial arts master, the resources consumed are extremely huge. Wang Zhenxing was too lazy to grind, and said directly to Song Yunqi. It doesn't make much sense to say the background, your Song family may have an old guy who is stronger than me, but if I want to leave, no one can stop me. It's better like this, you are the head of the Song family, you are about the same age as me, you and I fight, the winner or the loser is determined, who will buy the land in the end, how? Song Yunqi's eyes flickered, and he understood that it was already impossible to scare Han Mei back by scare. Okay, let's decide by the victory, but I've been unwell lately, so it's inconvenient to do it, so I'll let the Song family fight with you alone. Song Yunqi said. Although he is the head of the family, his martial arts cultivation is not very powerful, Plus he has to worry about mundane things, and he has very little time to practice. If you really want to calculate it, it is not as good as his sister Song Jingxuan. Even if Song Jingxuan's cultivation was still stagnant at the level of more than 20 years ago, in his generation, Song Jingxuan's martial arts attainments were still undisputed first. Good. Wang Zhenxing nodded in agreement. Then come with me. Song Yunqi got up and prepared to lead the way. Wang Zhenxing also got up, but was pulled by Han Mei. Beware of ambushes. Han Mei whispered. The person I'm talking about, she doesn't get out of the yard easily, so we'd better go over. Song Yunqi had excellent hearing and could hear Han Mei's whisper. It's okay, you just wait here, I'll follow me and take a look. Wang Zhenxing breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the person Song Yunqi was talking about was the beautiful woman who lived in the courtyard. Just now, Wang Zhenxing has swept through with perspective, and there are no organs and ambushes in that partial courtyard, only two. One is Xiao Yu, and the other is the beautiful woman. However, for the sake of safety, Wang Zhenxing secretly pinched his fingers to divinate his fortune. Within seconds, the results were in. He's doing well today, and he's got to peach blossom. Then you be careful. Han Mei instructed. Wang Zhenxing nodded, then followed Song Yunqi's footsteps, and soon came to a side courtyard outside the Song family. Song Yunqi looked at the door of the courtyard, and then briefly explained the situation with Song Jingxuan. After Song Jingxuan listened, she asked Song Yunqi to bring someone in. The current situation of the Song family is indeed not very good. The masters of the older generation are getting older, and they are basically in a state of nurturing their lives. Among the younger generation, there are no top-notch figures in martial arts. As for Wen, the Song family has some talents. But as a family, martial arts is the root of everything. Song Jingxuan knew that there was a large part of the reasons for the situation of the Song family today. Now that the Song family has asked her to contribute, of course she will not refuse. Song Jingxuan didn't like to see outsiders, so she put on a veil. Song Yunqi quickly walked in with Wang Zhenxing. Song Jingxuan's beautiful eyes fell on Wang Zhenxing, and after a little look, her heart couldn't help but be shocked. She could be sure that this person's cultivation was definitely above her. Brother, Xiao Yu, you all go out. Song Jingxuan spoke up. Mom, I'm going to watch here. Xiao Yu couldn't see Wang Zhenxing's appearance clearly, and didn't recognize him. It's a small place, and I'll tie my hands when you're here. Song Jingxuan explained. Let's go, we'll wait outside. Song Yunqi was also a little worried, but he knew his sister's character and knew that it was difficult to change the things that this sister decided. After Song Yunqi finished speaking, without waiting for Xiao Yu to react, he pulled him out of the courtyard and closed the courtyard door. In the courtyard, only Wang Zhenxing and Song Jingxuan remained. Wang Zhenxing looked at Song Jingxuan again with interest. Just now, he heard it all. Xiao Yu called the woman in front of him his mother. I have been here for more than 20 years, and I don't know much about things outside, but I have been in contact with people from the other three major families, and your true qi trajectory is not the same way as theirs, but you are very strong. Song Jingxuan slowly spoke up and said to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this. He deliberately converged true qi, and true qi ran extremely slowly, but he didn't expect Song Jingxuan's perception to be so powerful, and he actually spied the trajectory of his true qi's operation. In order to be on the safe side, Wang Zhenxing consumed counterattack points and used a probing technique. Female match, Song Jingxuan. Qi luck value, 398. Female matching aura, 377. Combat power value, 2534. Charm value, 109. Ability Goldfinger. Autumn Water Bright Eyes can spy on the trajectory of qi and blood and true qi, predict the opponent's attack. Practice the Song family martial arts exercises. The exercises are divided into 8 layers, and are currently in the 2nd layer realm. Fortune Journey, Martial Dao Strong Luck. Song Jingxuan's information soon appeared in Wang Zhenxing's mind. Why do you also have Yin Yang Changchun Gong? Seeing that Wang Zhenxing was silent, Song Jingxuan quickly said a question of herself. She had autumn water bright eyes, and she could naturally see that Wang Zhenxing and Xiao Yu's true qi running routes were the same. This proves that Wang Zhenxing is practicing Yin Yang Changchun Gong like Xiao Yu. It's just that the difference is that Wang Zhenxing is much stronger than Xiao Yu. My exercises have been stolen by someone, you just used a. Also, who in the end would still Yin-Yang Changchun Gong. Wang Zhenxing was old and cunning, and did not answer the question, but then took action and questioned Song Jingxuan. Hearing this, Song Jingxuan couldn't help but suspect that it was her son Xiao Yu who stole the martial arts techniques of the person in front of her. Although he had just come into contact with Xiao Yu, Song Jingxuan could feel that this son, like his father, was a little lewd and sneaky. Moreover, the cultivation of this person in front of him was far higher than that of his son Xiao Yu, and it was reasonable to say that Xiao Yu stole the exercises. I don't know the man, I just met it by chance. Song Jingxuan was sloppy and refused to say anything about Xiao Yu's Yin-Yang Changchun Gong. Although she didn't like Xiao Yu's theft of other people's exercises, she had no reason to say this, which put Xiao Yu in a bad situation. It better be so. Wang Zhenxing snorted coldly, looked at Song Jingxuan with hostility, and looked at Song Jingxuan with a bit of weakness, and did not dare to look at Wang Zhenxuan. Bindu may be injured by mistake. In order to avoid injury and anger, it is better to do this. Song Jingxuan walked to the courtyard and plucked a purple jasmine. Within 30 moves, if you can snatch the flower in my hand, even if you win, otherwise, I win. The proposal is good, but the position is switched, and you come to grab the flowers in my hand. Wang Zhenxing knew that Song Jingxuan had bright eyes and could predict his attack, and it was a little difficult to snatch the flower in Song Jingxuan's hand within 30 moves. But if Song Jingxuan comes to grab it, then Wang Zhenxing can break quietly and win absolutely steadily. After Song Jingxuan listened, there was a silence. Her true qi cultivation is not comparable to the other party, and it is almost impossible to snatch the things in the other party's hands within 30 moves, even if she has autumn water bright eyes. Although Chu Shui's bright eyes can predict attacks, speed and strength are the keys to victory and defeat. Song Jingxuan knew she couldn't do it. It seems that we are destined to have a wound, so the agreement to seize the flower is abandoned, and the rule is changed to not win or lose until one side lies down. Song Jingxuan could only say, "Good." Wang Zhenxing's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he agreed with this proposal very much, and picked up a dead branch at random in the yard. He had obtained Qin Yi's superior light skills and sword techniques, coupled with true qi cultivation to stabilize pressure, and also had the killer skill of stealth ability. It was naturally worthwhile to fight with Song Jingxuan. Among the Song family's absolute learning, the mastery is the most proficient. Song Jingxuan has a palm method against the Battle King revitalization. After about 30 seconds of fighting, the victory and defeat are almost clear. Song Jingxuan knew that once defeated, it would have a great impact on the Song family, and in a hurry, she used the same death method. Wang Zhenxing's true qi is much stronger than Song Jingxuan, and he will not be injured by Song Jingxuan, but if he wants to win Song Jingxuan, he will inevitably seriously hurt her. If Song Jingxuan looks mediocre, or if it is not the protagonist Xiao Yu's mother, then Wang Zhenxing will definitely not keep his hand. Wang Zhenxing weighed very clearly in his heart, and it was definitely better to befriend Song Jingxuan than to get bad friends with Song Jingxuan, and the more benefits he would get. Stop, we might as well make a deal. Wang Zhenxing grabbed Song Jingxuan's wrist and stopped it. What deal? Song Jingxuan was angry and bloody, knowing that it would be very bad for her to fight again, so she temporarily stopped fighting to see what the other party had to say. Your martial arts exercises are flawed, and my true qi can mend the gaps for you. The Song family gives up fighting for land, and I can heal you. Wang Zhenxing fought with Song Jingxuan, glimpsed the trajectory of her true qi, and naturally found some clues. Xiao Yu could think of repairing the defects with the true qi of Yin-Yang Changchun Gong, and Wang Zhenxing could certainly think of it. You, how did you see that? Song Jingxuan's face flushed a little, and she asked in shock. You use this to manage, you just need to reply, promise or not. If you promise, everything is good to say. If you don't promise, I won't keep my hand next. Wang Zhenxing's voice was a little cold. Senior, please forgive me for being rude before. If you really it can really help me repair the defects, not to mention a piece of land. In the future, if there is a dispatch, even if it is up the Knife Mountain and down the Sea of Fire, I will do it for you. Song Jingxuan's expression softened, and she raised her hand to remove the veil on her face, showing her true appearance and showing her sincerity. Senior. Hearing Song Jingxuan's name, Wang Zhenxing looked a little strange. You should be more than 100 years old, and you can barely be regarded as a master of my father's generation, and you should also be called a senior. Song Jingxuan explained. In addition to covering up his appearance, Wang Zhenxing's voice also deliberately changed a little, sounding very hoarse, as if he was old. Otherwise, Xiao Yu would probably recognize him just by listening to the voice. There was no one else here. Song Jingxuan took off the veil, and Wang Zhenxing felt that there was no need to cover up. Under Song Jingxuan's gaze, Wang Zhenxing removed hats and sunglasses and other things that covered his face. The tall and perfect body, coupled with a mature and handsome man's face, and a strong charm that just showed the addition of super strength value, made Wang Zhenxing look particularly attractive. Women are born strong, especially women who practice martial arts. There is also a saying in the Condor that Fengling Fairy first met, and saw Yangguo for life. The charm exuded by Wang Zhenxing at this moment was no worse than Yangguo. Just at a glance, Song Jingxuan froze, her simple face instantly rose red clouds, and her heart thumped. The female partner Song Jingxuan has a favorability of +50 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 500. The protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing was not very surprised. Before coming to the Song family, he had divined and calculated that he would meet peach blossoms. What are you doing looking at me like that? Wang Zhenxing and Song Jingxuan looked at each other for a while, and suddenly said so. Song Jingxuan was shocked to realize her gaffe, and hurriedly looked away. It's just a little surprised, I didn't expect you to be so young. Then our agreement is now reached. Wang Zhenxing slowly stretched out his hand. Of course. Song Jingxuan showed a bright smile and reached out to shake Wang Zhenxing's hand. In fact, it is not difficult to heal you. With my current cultivation, it will take about 7 days, but the process will inevitably have some contact. I must explain this to you. Wang Zhenxing said. What level of contact? Song Jingxuan asked a little nervously. Wang Zhenxing swept his gaze, stretched out his finger and pointed to a hole in the wall of the yard, and said, you see that the wall in your yard is broken. If you want to repair it, you need to prepare the repair materials, and then use tools to wipe the repair materials on them, so that the holes in the wall will be plugged. It's just a metaphor. Your situation is definitely different from repairing walls, but the truth is the same. This Song Jingxuan probably understood, and suddenly hesitated. There's another way. I just heard a young man call your mother. Presumably you must have been married for a long time. Where is your husband? Wang Zhenxing said again. It's been a long time since we separated, don't mention him. Song Jingxuan's face turned cold. You're divorced? Wang Zhenxing asked. There was no ceremony at all, no marriage, and no divorce. Song Jingxuan's face was expressionless. Wang Zhenxing could catch some remorse in Song Jingxuan's eyes, so he said. Then this is troublesome. My other way is to teach you some exercises, let you and your husband practice together, and use the yin-yang changchun gong tru qi that you have cultivated to repair yourself, but this process is slower, and it is estimated that it will take at least half a year. Is it possible for you to reconcile? Nope. Song Jingxuan's tone was resolute. If that's the case, then you only have to choose the first option. I can give you 3 days to think about it, and you can reply to me after 3 days. Wang Zhenxing did not urge. Not for 3 days, I can reply now. Song Jingxuan trapped herself in this partial courtyard for more than 20 years, trying to solve the shortcomings of the Song family exercises, but in the end there was no progress. Now I finally see the opportunity, but I don't want to wait any longer. So your choice is, asked Wang Zhenxing. You help me. Song Jingxuan whispered with her eyes. Outside the hospital, Song Yunqi and Xiao Yu were anxiously waiting. Why is there no fighting? Nothing will happen to my mother, right? Xiao Yu glanced at Song Yunqi and said worriedly. Although your mother's cultivation has stagnated for many years and has stagnated, she is still a first-class master, and it is not so easy to do things. Song Yunqi still has some confidence in this sister. Then why haven't people come out yet? Xiao Yu asked. It may be that Bidu is at a stalemate, and no one can please him, so the two are discussing other solutions. Song Yunqi guessed. Xiao Yu nodded, believed it, and waited patiently. It took about 10 minutes. No, I'm going to go in and take a look. Xiao Yu really couldn't sit still, and immediately reached out to push open the courtyard door and walked in. Song Yunqi was also a little worried, so he didn't stop Xiao Yu, and also followed Xiao Yu inside. Just walked into the courtyard, but did not see any figures. Xiao Yu's eyes swept around, and then looked at a bedroom and came to the bedroom door. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Yu struggled to push the door open. There were two people in the bedroom, one was Wang Zhenxing and the other was Song Jingxuan. The two were well dressed, but Song Jingxuan's face was red and a little frightened. "How are you?" Wang Zhenxing did not cover his appearance at the moment, and Xiao Yu naturally recognized it at a glance. "Are you? Oh, it's Xiao Yu, I almost didn't recognize it." Wang Zhenxing carefully looked at Xiao Yu, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, and then pretended to recognize it. "You guys know each other?" Song Yunqi asked Xiao Yu in surprise. "I've seen it once, I'm not familiar." Xiao Yu responded, and then looked at Song Jingxuan's face, doubtful in his heart, and asked, "Mom, aren't you fighting with him? How did it come to the bedroom? Didn't your dad teach you since you were a kid to knock on someone's door when you enter someone's room?" Song Jingxuan did not respond, and reproached back. "It has been in this courtyard for a long time, and it has not been repaired for a long time. The bedroom door lock has long been broken, and even if it is closed, it can be easily pushed open. Fortunately, the treatment just happened to end. However, Xiao Yu's behavior just now was indeed very presumptuous. Mom, I'm worried that you're in a hurry to come in and take a look, why do you blame me?" Xiao Yu didn't feel that he had done something wrong. "Just forget it, in the future, without my permission, you can't enter my yard casually," Song Jingxuan said. "What were you doing in the bedroom?" Xiao Yu scanned back and forth at Wang Zhenxing and Song Jingxuan, and asked suspiciously. Song Jingxuan was silent, not knowing how to answer. "I fought with your mother and admired each other, so I decided not to fight, go to the room to discuss how to solve the conflict." Wang Zhenxing looked calm and said out loud. "Isn't there a place to sit outside? Why come to the bedroom?" Xiao Yu grunted. He and Song Jingxuan recognized each other, and the two of them talked about the relationship between mother and son, and they both sat on the stone bench outside. How can this Wang Zhenxing's treatment be higher than his own? Xiao Yu, can't you doubt what your mother and I have? Your thoughts are too dirty. Wang Zhenxing counted down with an upright face. Xiao Yu, it's not what you think, we are innocent. Song Jingxuan also echoed. There was exposure, but it was all for treatment. And during the treatment, Song Jingxuan paid attention to Wang Zhenxing, and saw that he was focused the whole time, his eyes were pure, and there were no evil thoughts. Compared with Xiao Feng back then, this is simply a heaven and an underground. Mom, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Dad has always said that you are a knife-mouthed tofu heart. Although you are disdainful of Dad on your lips, I believe you must still love Dad very much. Xiao Yu felt that Song Jingxuan didn't look like lying, so he said so. In Xiao Yu's heart, he is still willing to believe that he is the result of his parents' love, not an accident. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Song Jingxuan wanted to refute, but felt that the more she said, the worse it would be. She didn't care, but she was worried about affecting Wang Zhenxing's reputation, so she didn't say a word, acquiescing to Xiao Yu's words. Song Yunqi also felt a little puzzled about his sister's trial with someone and the result compared to the bedroom. It's just that he didn't guess wildly. Avoiding Xiao Yu, Song Yunqi asked his sister how things turned out. Song Jingxuan said about the deal with Wang Zhenxing. Song Yunqi was overjoyed after hearing this, and fully supported his sister Song Jingxuan's decision. With Song Jingxuan's cultivation talent, anyone who can normally practice the Song family's family traditions, Song Yunqi believes that she will one day become a martial arts peak powerhouse. The martial arts talents of the Song family withered and ranked at the end of the four great families. But as long as Song Jingxuan can become strong, the Song family will naturally rise with it. Martial Dao cultivation to a certain extent, through the true temperature can nourish the meridians of others to enhance the potential of martial arts. As long as there are peak powerhouses sitting in the town, there will always be some rising stars. All in all, for the Maison, strong force is the root of everything. Song Yunqi solemnly entertained Wang Zhenxing and Han Mei. Song Jingxuan broke her vow, left the courtyard, and accompanied her brother Song Yunqi to entertain distinguished guests throughout the process. At the dinner, except for Xiao Yu who always kept a straight face, it was generally happy. Han Mei was very happy when she saw that the matter was solved, but she was keenly minded, and noticed that Song Jingxuan's gaze at Wang Zhenxing was a little wrong. But she was not very jealous, the man she liked was seen, and she was a little happy. Because it proves that her vision is good enough. The men chosen are sought after. The host affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 600. The protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -60, and the host's luck value is +60 receiving. The news, Wang Zhenxing's expression was flat. According to his guess, in Xiao Yu's plot, Song Jingxuan's dilemma should be solved by Xiao Yu or Xiao Yu's father. Because of his intervention, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Yu's father and son. The plot is naturally affected. After the dinner, Wang Zhenxing and Song Jingxuan agreed to heal her tomorrow, and then left with Han Mei. The people of the Song family were immersed in joy. Xiao Yu silently walked to the place where no one was and called the landline of the village commissary. The one who answered the phone was the lady who owned the commissary. Xiao Yu asked the hostess to notify his father and let him answer the phone, saying that he had something important to tell his father. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the proprietress hummed angrily and said that there was no need to go to Xiao Yu's house. Xiao Yu's alcoholic father was in his commissary. As soon as Xiao Yu heard it, he immediately understood something. In addition to liking to drink, Xiao Feng also has a hobby, that is, he often stays in the shop of the lady of the village commissary, and wants to talk with the lady. The proprietress has been widowed for many years, and her appearance is in the city, and she can only be regarded as a beautiful woman. But in Xiao Yu's village, she is recognized as the first beauty. Xiao Feng had been thinking for a long time. The lady threw the phone to Xiao Feng. Xiao Yu immediately told his father Xiao Feng, saying that Song Jingxuan had actually been thinking about him all these years. Xiao Feng was drunk and immediately became energetic after hearing his son's words. Xiao Yu then said that there was a way to solve Song Jingxuan's cultivation problem and let Xiao Feng come to Qingling. Hang up. Xiao Feng couldn't wait to give birth to a pair of wings and quickly flew to Qingling. Kuiwa, it seems that we have no fate. I'm going to the city to find my beautiful wife, bye. Xiao Feng's face was drunk and red. With some regret, he said to the lady of the commissary. The old lady, it's best not to come back. The proprietress had long been annoyed by Xiao Feng, and after hearing him say this, she even wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. A few days later, the female partner Song Jingxuan has a favorability of +2 to the host, and the current total favorability is 60. Love. Wang Zhenxing received the news, and his heart did not fluctuate in the slightest. Just because similar news has been repeated many times in the past few days. Wang Zhenxing has become accustomed to it. Song Jingxuan sorted out her clothes and sent Wang Zhenxing away. Xiao Yu's injury improved, and the bruises on his face gradually subsided. In the past few days, Xiao Yu asked the people of the Song family to investigate Qinyi through Song Jingxuan's face, and now he has obtained the results. Xiao Yu found Song Jingxuan and told her that he was going to find Qinyi to take revenge. Song Jingxuan was not very willing to participate in the dispute, but seeing Xiao Yu's face full of hatred, he thought that if he didn't agree to him, he would definitely be pestered. For the sake of family affection, Song Jingxuan reluctantly agreed. Mom, why did Wang Zhenxing come to you every day? After finishing the matter, Xiao Yu asked curiously. He came to talk to me about martial arts. Song Jingxuan answered her son's question. Regarding the process of treatment, Song Jingxuan did not mention it to anyone. Song Yunqi knew that Wang Zhenxing was to solve the shortcomings of Song Jingxuan's practice. But how to solve it, he does not know. In this matter Song Yunqi also kept secret, and no one told it. Song Jingxuan is too critical. Song Yunqi doesn't want the news to spread and let other families obstruct it. Even if you ask for martial arts, there is no need to go to the bedroom. I think Mom, you still have to pay attention to some proportions, otherwise Dad will feel uncomfortable when he finds out. Xiao Yu persuaded. Don't mention your father. Song Jingxuan looked displeased. Xiao Yu knew that his mother was a knife-mouthed tofu heart, and he didn't take it seriously, just said casually, Mom, your birthday is coming, I prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? Song Jingxuan's expression softened a little and asked her son. Say it in advance, then it will not be a surprise. Xiao Yu sold Guanzi. The mountain where he grew up was so remote that transportation was so inconvenient that it took days to walk out of the mountain. But counting the days, on Song Jingxuan's birthday, his father Xiao Feng will definitely arrive. My handsome face is back, fortunately it is not broken. Qinyi admired his handsome face in the mirror, and said with some happiness. He can heal himself, and a few days is certainly enough to completely subside the bruises on his face. Narcissistic looked at the mirror, Qinyi gave up. Shu Yuro is doing housework. Qin Yi stepped forward to help enthusiastically, and said to his mother Shu Yuro that she should go to Wang Zhenxing's side to live for a few days. Shu Yuro was a little surprised and asked the reason. Mom, you should remember the incident when I caught the clothes thief a few days ago, right? Recently, I found strangers in the community, inquiring about our family, and I was worried that the clothes thieves would retaliate. Qin Yi said. Since that's the case, let's go hide together. Shu Yuro was a little worried. I'm not afraid of the clothes thief, why should I hide? Qin Yi had the cold support of his senior sister, and he was naturally fearless. I was just a little worried that Shu Yuro would be hurt because of this. Mom, you don't have to worry about me, I can deal with that clothes thief, you just take care of yourself. Qin Yi said again. Okay, then you stay safe. Shu Yuro saw Qin Yi's confident look, so she was not so worried. Shu Yuro simply cleaned up, left the house at night, and contacted Wang Zhenxing. After Wang Zhenxing found out, he immediately arranged for Shu Yuro to live in his own home. You just stay here, I'll go find your son and see if I can help. Wang Zhenxing said to Shu Yuro. Xiao Yi, he is very sure and will not be dangerous. Shu Yuro came to Wang Zhenxing's house for the first time, and he was ready to let him take a tour and familiarize himself with the environment. From Shu Yoru's words, Wang Zhenxing heard that Qin Yi was very light on the enemy, and after thinking about it, he said. The young man is not stable enough, I'd better go over and take a look, although he has no conscience, but he is your son after all, for your face, I definitely have to take care of it. Qin Yi has the help of cold, so he has no fear, but he doesn't know that Xiao Yu also has a helper now. Of course, the reason why Wang Zhenxing wanted to go over to see Qin Yi was of course not to help, but to watch a good show. Shu Yuro was moved when she heard that Wang Zhenxing cared so much about her son, and said softly. Xiao Yi has no conscience, it's rare that you are so generous, don't think about him, but he is not your biological after all, you don't have to be good to him, if you like children, I can be born for you. Giving birth hurts your body, how can I be willing for you to suffer this kind of suffering, this matter is better to talk about later. Wang Zhenxing was taken aback and quickly said. Shu Yuro was even more moved, and her eyes began to look a little wrong. I have something to do, go out first, just treat this as your home, just feel free. Wang Zhenxing didn't have time to deal with it now, and after saying this, he quickly left home. Sitting in the car, Wang Zhenxing thought for a while, and then went directly to the apartment of Qingling University. Since Qin Yi was prepared, he must have kept in touch with Leng Qinghan. As long as you keep the cold, you are not afraid of missing a good show. 10 o'clock at night, Leng Qinghan received a call and left the apartment. Wang Zhenxing had been monitoring her, and after discovering Leng Qinghan's actions, he quietly followed her. The other side, Qin Yi stayed at home, sensing that there was a murderous intention, and quickly divined the murderer for himself. The result is, fierce. Qin Yi frowned, thought quickly, and then jumped out of the window with a light skill, and under the cover of night, he went all the way to the Yong'an cemetery. That is, on the way to the Yong'an cemetery, Qin Yi contacted Leng Qinghan. Qin Yi's light skill was very good, and after about 20 minutes, he came to the Yong'an cemetery, in front of Han Jia's father's grave. He knew before that the coffin in the tomb had been changed, and Han Jia's father's tomb was actually buried by his father. This cemetery Qin Yi has readjusted feng shui and is now an excellent feng shui good tomb. Father, you bless me with the spirit of heaven. Qin Yi thought so silently in his heart, and immediately knelt down and worshipped. And at this moment, Xiao Yu, who was trailing, also appeared and sneered, Stinky boy, you can really run, so that I can chase all the way. Clothes thief, I knew it was you. After Qin Yi finished worshipping, he slowly stood up and stared at Xiao Yu coldly. I told you earlier, I'm not a clothes thief. As soon as he mentioned this, Xiao Yu became angry. If it weren't for Qin Yi, the bastard, then Qin Yirua wouldn't have been cut off. Dark. Leng Qinghan and Song Jingxuan have arrived. Both of them discovered each other's existence, and also sensed another subtle fluctuation of true qi. It's a benefactor, why is he here? Song Jingxuan quickly sensed who the other person was, and she had some doubts in her heart, thinking that it was not another helper that the other party was looking for. This true qi fluctuation, it's him, it's definitely him, Yin Daoren. Leng Qinghan was inexplicably a little excited. Since Fengqi Mountain parted, Leng Qinghan has no news of Yin Daoren. I didn't expect that I was actually here today and sensed the existence of Yin Daoren. Although Yin Daoren's true qi fluctuations are very different from Fengqi Mountain, Leng Qinghen's perception is amazing, and people can be distinguished by true qi. Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen looked in one direction under the dark night. Wang Zhenxing saw the gazes of the two, and his heart clicked. If it was ordinary, he could converge true qi, but just now he also rushed over with light skill, and it was impossible not to use true qi. It is also natural to be discovered by Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen. Qin Yi and Xiao Yu sighed. The two bickered and each strengthened their momentum, and began to call helpers, one calling senior sister and the other calling mother. But after the voices of the two fell, no one came out after 5 seconds. But it was Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen who were stunned because they discovered a person who had a special meaning to them, and did not pay attention to Qin Yi and Xiao Yu's voices at all. Qin Yi and Xiao Yu looked at each other in the field, and both saw some embarrassment in each other's eyes. Helplessly, Qin Yi and Xiao Yu raised their voices and shouted again. This time, Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen finally heard it and appeared one after another. Xiao Yu had been holding his breath during this time, recuperating from his injuries. At this moment, the opportunity for revenge finally came, and he immediately attacked Qin Yi. The battle in the field is divided into 2 places. One is Qin Yi versus Xiao Yu. One place is Song Jingxuan's cold and cold. The strength of Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen is between Bazong, almost 5 or 5, and no one can suppress the other side. On Qin Yi and Xiao Yu's side, it was naturally the latter who had the upper hand. Xiao Yu's cultivation was higher than Qin Yi's, and Qin Yi fell into the downwind and retreated. But at the critical moment, the surrounding air surged wildly, and a strange force poured into Qin Yi's body, allowing Qin Yi's true qi cultivation to be briefly improved, reaching the same level as Xiao Yu. How so? Xiao Yu was a little confused. Qin Yi smiled proudly, he had already expected it. This is also the reason why he came to the Yong'an cemetery to fight Xiao Yu. Although Qin Yi's combat power is not as good as Xiao Yu's, he has an advantage, but he is refined and can use luck as a help. Didn't expect that, right? Lie down for Xiao Yi. Qin Yi was already a little on top of the suppression just now, and he just wanted to kill Xiao Yu in order to eliminate this evil breath in his heart. Dog miscellaneous, don't be proud, do you think you won? Xiao Yu scolded. The quality is really poor, haven't your parents taught civility and politeness since they were young? Qin Yidao. You mother. Xiao Yu spoke up, once again showing his unparalleled quality. You can scold me, you are not allowed to scold my mother. Qin Yi was angry and launched an offensive with anger, fighting with Xiao Yu. Both wanted to kill each other, so they shot mercilessly, and both sides were in danger. Wang Zhenxing watched in the dark, feeling wonderful, and only wished that there was no small bench to sit on. Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen became nervous when they saw the situation on the other side. Song Jingxuan was concerned about her son's safety. Leng Qinghen also didn't want something to happen to her junior brother, otherwise she would be a senior sister, and I am afraid that she would not have the face to return to her master to see her master in the future. Therefore, Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen both wanted to quickly divide the victory and defeat to help the other side. It's just that the two of them cultivate to 5 or 5, and if they want to instantly divide the victory and defeat, they can only fight for their lives. When Wang Zhenxing saw Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen, he immediately couldn't sit still. Qin Yi and Xiao Yu didn't care if they beat him to death, no matter who won, there was no loss to him. But if Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen have something to do, then Wang Zhenxing is a blood loss. These two women both possess martial arts strong luck, which can benefit Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing was not watching the play, and immediately intervened to stop the two women who wanted to play with their lives, and when the two women's palms were about to bombard, they flashed and took a palm from each other, shaking the two back several steps. Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghen were first surprised, and then their hearts were filled with some joy, especially the latter, and their hearts beat wildly with excitement. Leng Qinghen cares about others, but he doesn't know what this person looks like. How can you not be excited to see it at this moment? He is more than 30 years old, tall and handsome, and he is a beautiful man praised by everyone in the rivers and lakes. Leng Qinghen still clearly remembered what Yin Daoren had said in Vaunt. But in her opinion, only people who are not good-looking will boast about themselves so much. Leng Qinghen secretly prayed, hoping that Yin Daoren would not be too old and ugly. With this emotion, Leng Qinghan slowly cast his gaze and looked at the man not far in front of him. With the cold cast his eyes. The man's tall figure and handsome appearance were also reflected in the cold eyes. Emotions such as dismay, anger, joy, shyness and so on instantly surged in Leng Qinghan's heart. He had made up the appearance of Yin Daoren in his brain and thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that Yin Daoren would look so good. No, the name Yin Daoren must have been deliberately confused by him. Leng Qinghan woke up quickly, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart, but when he was about to attack, he saw Wang Zhenxing's handsome appearance, and his anger suddenly disappeared by half. Although it is not a physical association, she still feels very happy to see her loved one look so good. Song Jingxuan had already seen Wang Zhenxing's true appearance, but she was stunned, so as not to be as excited as Leng Qinghan. But at the moment when the attention of the two shifted, the thrilling battle on the other side reached the moment of decisive victory. Qinyi and Xiao Yu used all their strength to each other and slapped each other hard. The two vomited blood and retreated, and then fell and fainted. Song Jingxuan and Leng Qinghan quickly stepped forward to check each other. Xiao Yu's meridians and muscles and bones were severely damaged, but because he was practicing yin and yang changchun gong, true qi had a certain healing effect. Although it was seriously injured, it did not hurt the fundamentals. As long as it was well recuperated, it could be recovered. Qinyi's situation on his side was much worse. The same meridians and muscles and bones were severely damaged, but because of the practice of exercises, they were not as resistant as Xiao Yu. Half of Qinyi's meridians throughout his body were broken, and his muscles and bones were also displaced in many places. However, it is miserable, and there is no worry about life for the time being. It's just that if there is no divine medical treatment, Qinyi can be regarded as wasted, let alone use martial arts in the future. I am afraid that even life will not be able to take care of itself. After Wang Zhenxing learned of these situations, he couldn't help but sigh that the protagonist's life was really hard, and both of them fought to the death, but none of them died. The host stirred up discord, causing the protagonist Qinyi and the protagonist Xiao Yu to beat each other to the point of serious injury, and obtained 50 villain aura points. The host greatly affects the plot trend. Get a counterattack point of 1800, the protagonist Qinyi Qi luck value -90, the protagonist Xiao Yu Qi luck value -90, the host Qi luck value +180. Wang Zhenxing was rewarded. Overall, tonight's scene is also quite exciting, much better than martial arts films, and at the same time there are a lot of gains. Song Jingxuan took the comatose Xiao Yu and left after saying goodbye to Wang Zhenxing. Leng Qinghan intends to reminisce with Yin Daoren, but Qinyi is now too badly injured, which is really out of place. Now that I know your identity, don't think about running away. The secret revenge, I will definitely repay. Leng Qinghan's mouth was quite hard, and after saying these words to Wang Zhenxing with a bitter look, he quickly left with Qinyi. Looking at Leng Qinghan leaving, Wang Zhenxing just smiled. His current cultivation is one level higher than that of Leng Qinghan, and he is not afraid of Leng Qinghan at all. It doesn't really matter if Leng Qinghan knows his identity. Wang Zhenxing also left here and went back to sleep. After Leng Qinghan left, he found a place to place Qinyi, and then contacted Shimon. Although he and Qinyi have not met a few times, after all, the master is from the same house. In the rules of the sect where Leng Qinghan belonged, it was also clearly written that the disciples under the disciples should be friendly and help each other. Qinyi's current situation can only be treated by a divine doctor. And in the cold division, there is the inheritance of medical Tao. Leng Qinghan explained Qinyi's situation. The Shimon side quickly replied, saying that a young disciple with excellent medical skills would be sent to Qingling as soon as possible to treat Qinyi. Leng Qinghan was surprised after hearing this. Qinyi was too badly injured and needed very clever medical skills to treat him. Among the young disciples, are there such figures? Leng Qinghan was puzzled for a while, flipped his memory, and soon thought of a person. In the division, a disciple can normally only worship one master. There is one exception. Her fairy master, along with 6 female masters, a total of 7 people, had jointly adopted a young man as a disciple. The 7 peak figures in the division jointly taught this disciple's skills. Counting the time, there are also 5 years. It seems that this demon disciple in the division should have learned something. Otherwise, according to the rules of the division, it would be impossible to send him down the mountain. After Leng Qinghan figured this out, he was relieved a lot, and spent money to find a nurse to take care of Qinyi, waiting for the master to come. Compared to Qinyi, who was lying and waiting to be rescued, Xiaoyu looked much better. After 3 days, Xiaoyu was able to act on his own, and there was no problem in daily living, but he couldn't use force for the time being. At this time, Xiaofeng was also a servant of the wind and dust, and came to Qingling. Coincidentally, today is still Song Jingxuan's birthday. Xiaoyu went out without Song Jingxuan and went to the train station to pick up his father. When he left the gate of the Song family, Xiaoyu passed by Wang Zhenxing. Xiaoyu just glanced at him and withdrew his gaze, because he was used to it. Recently, Wang Zhenxing will come to Song's house every day to see Song Jingxuan. According to Song Jingxuan, she was discussing martial arts with Wang Zhenxing. Xiaoyu did not doubt that although he did not like Wang Zhenxing, he had to admit that Wang Zhenxing was indeed very powerful. And Song Jingxuan is obsessed with martial arts, which Xiaoyu has long known from his father. When Dad came, I told my father about the yin and yang Chongchun Gong, and asked my father to talk about moving my mother to practice together, so that Dad's crippled meridians not only had a chance to recover, but my mother could also solve the problem of the shortcomings of the Song family Gong technique, which was simply a double kill. And by then, there will definitely be nothing to do with Wang Zhenxing. Xiao Yumai thought in her heart. With this euphoria, Xiaoyu arrived at the train station and came to a scruffy man covered in alcohol. After more than 20 years of absence, I finally stepped on this land again. Xiaofeng remembered the past, and couldn't help but sigh a little for a while. Dad, what's wrong with your face? Xiaoyu noticed that Xiaofeng had scratches on his face and asked curiously. Scratch yourself and scratch it. Xiaofeng explained with a smile. How can an itch be scratched like this? I see which woman you were caught by, right? Xiaoyu guessed with a strange look. It was also not the first time he saw Xiaofeng with scratches on his face, and at that meeting in the village, Xiaofeng returned from the commissary, and there were often marks on his face. Either he was scratched or he had 5-finger marks. I was bored on the train, so I wanted to chat with a girl sitting next to me, but I thought that this girl was so hot, and she actually started beating people, which was simply not polite. Xiaofeng rubbed his red nose caused by long-term drinking and complained. If it's a chat, how can the girl do it? Of course, Xiaoyu did not believe his nonsense. It's really a father mo ruozi, you just know it, you can't tell your mother. Xiaofeng smiled and instructed his son. Xiaoyu stopped a car and went to the Song house with his father Xiaofeng. On the way, Xiaofeng asked, Son, your mother should still look young now, right? This also needs to be asked. My mother is a martial arts practitioner, and her attainments are also very high, and she has a real temperature to nourish her body. If you don't know her, it is estimated that she is only in her 20s. Xiaoyu replied. That's good. When Xiaofeng heard this, his expression showed some excitement. Xiaoyu looked at his father and saw that his face was obviously wrinkled and his body was still a little sloppy. Dad, I'll take you to change your outfit. I haven't seen you in so many years. You go to see your mother like this, it's a little not good, right? No need. When I was with your mother, I was also like this, specially dressed up. Maybe your mother is not used to it. Xiaofeng shook his head and refused, and educated his son, saying, As a man, you should not be informal, don't care about dressing up, let alone care about other people's eyes, because you don't live for others. I taught you these things since I was a child, don't you remember? Of course I remember. Xiaoyu nodded. He is not slender and thick-skinned, because he is influenced by the ideas of his father Xiaofeng. The Song family. Courtyard in the bedroom. Innate vitality. I can feel a hint of innate vitality. Song Jingxuan was overjoyed and said to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing nodded. That proves that the gaps have been filled, the treatment is successful, and my task has finally been completed. Innate vitality is the key to practicing the Song family martial arts exercises. It was because of Song Jingxuan's loss of innate vitality that the realm of martial arts exercises stagnated. Now that the innate vitality has reappeared, this also means that when she practices the Song family martial arts exercises in the future, there will be no obstacles. Song Jingxuan was so excited that she didn't know how to repay Wang Zhenxing. The female partner Song Jingxuan has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host affects the direction of the plot and gets a counterattack point of 500, the protagonist Xiao Yu's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing was secretly happy, but his face remained serious, and he said to Song Jingxuan, "After the treatment is completed, I should also leave." Song Jingxuan hurriedly sorted out her clothes, and then said softly, "If you have time, you can often come to the Song family to sit. We meet each other, and helping you is just a deal, don't worry about it." Wang Zhenxing pretended to be cold and tried to fish. When Song Jingxuan heard this, her heart suddenly tingled. She had a hunch that as soon as Wang Zhenxing left today, I am afraid that it would be difficult for the two to see each other in the future. Wang Zhenxing turned around and prepared to leave. Song Jingxuan bit the corner of her lip, and then grabbed his hand. "Wait a minute, is there anything else?" Wang Zhenxing pretended not to understand and looked at her suspiciously. Song Jingxuan shy retracted her hand, and lowered her eyes. "The transaction between us, the chips are actually not equal. You don't understand that I can re-practice the family tradition. For the meaning of the Song family, I think I would like to give you another reward. I don't lack wealth, if you're going to give money, forget it." Of course, Wang Zhenxing is not dislike money, but he just wants more meaningful remuneration. It's not wealth, it is in terms of martial arts cultivation. When Song Jingxuan said this, her face was a little strangely rosy. "Is it that your Song family has powerful martial arts and the like, and you want to pass it on to me?" Wang Zhenxing asked with some expectation. The ancestors of the Song family have been taught by their ancestors, and the martial arts of the Song family must not be passed on. Song Jingxuan shook her head. "Then what are you talking about?" Wang Zhenxing was a little puzzled. "The Song family inherits the exercises. You can't get married before you reach the great completion, the reason you already know, and after the completion of the exercises, you must get married, because the innate vitality will become an obstacle, and at the same time, part of my cultivation needs to be passed on to my husband, otherwise there will be a danger of going crazy." Song Jingxuan did not dare to look at Wang Zhenxing, and lowered her head to explain slowly. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he finally understood what Song Jingxuan said in return. "Your Song family's exercises are really odd." Although the tone was surprised, Wang Zhenxing could roughly guess that the strange setting of the Song family's exercises should be to promote Song Jingxuan and Xiao Yu's father to reconcile. It's just that the original plot is too much offset. "So what do you mean?" Song Jingxuan was apprehensive in her heart and asked. She knew in her heart that when she practiced the Song family exercises, when she became a big master in the future, she must get married, otherwise she would go crazy and end up miserable. And it is impossible for her to find Xiao Feng. Since she will find such a person sooner or later, it is better to choose the one she likes. For Wang Zhenxing in front of her, Song Jingxuan was extremely satisfied in her heart. The yin and yang changchun gong you practice is a joint cultivation, which can fuse different true qi, and the Song family gong that I practice will pass on to you cultivation, which will not adversely affect you, but will be of great benefit to you. Seeing that Wang Zhenxing was silent, Song Jingxuan continued. "As a cultivator, I couldn't have refused your proposal," but Wang Zhenxing said, his tone obviously worried. Song Jingxuan agreed, and immediately said, "I understand what you mean. Of course, when I say marriage, I don't mean to let you marry me, but just to I'm sure you understand. And I also know that since you practice yin-yang changchun gong, you must have a partner, and there may be more than one. I'm not going to fight for anything, let alone fame, just hope you can be a little better, a little bit." Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing smiled. He didn't make his position clear for a long time, just waiting for Song Jingxuan to say it himself. Leng Qinghan has now discovered that he is Yin Daoren, and is still clamoring to find him for revenge. Although Wang Zhenxing knew that Leng Qinghan was a bluff, it was always a small trouble that could not be solved. Naturally, he didn't want Song Jingxuan to become a trouble. Fortunately, Song Jingxuan is understanding enough. "I've always treated people equally, and a bowl of water will be as flat as possible." Wang Zhenxing had no worries and immediately readily agreed. Song Jingxuan was overjoyed and said thoughtfully, "I will also try to get along with other people, and I won't make you embarrassed." "How long will it take you to refine the Song family's exercises to reach Dacheng?" Wang Zhenxing asked with some concern. "Over the years, although my martial arts realm has stagnated, I have been painstakingly comprehending it. The Song family exercises have a total of 8 realms. I have all understood them all 10 years ago, and I can now practice normally, there will be no obstacles, and I am confident that in about 2 months, I will practice the exercises to the 5th layer, that is, the Dacheng realm. When Song Jingxuan talked about her practice, her eyes shone brightly and she was full of confidence. This is her pride. It's only been about 2 months, which is great. I thought I would wait 3 years and 5 years, or even longer. Wang Zhenxing breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Wang Zhenxing seemed to be a little anxious, Song Jingxuan felt a little sweet in her heart, and said, "Normal cultivation takes 2 months, but if I work hard and reach the Dacheng realm in about a month, it is not impossible." After hearing Song Jingxuan's words, Wang Zhenxing nodded gratifyingly and prepared to get up and leave. Song Jingxuan was a little reluctant and asked him to stay and chat. Wang Zhenxing has all kinds of opportunities, and if he has any pure thoughts to chat, he immediately wants to refuse. But at this moment, he accidentally saw with perspective that Xiao Yu sneaked into the Song family with a scruffy middle-aged man. Wang Zhenxing understood lip language and could tell that Xiao Yu called the scruffy man dad. "Well, I don't have anything urgent anyway, what do you want to talk about?" Wang Zhenxing sat down again and asked Song Jingxuan with a smile. "That night, I fought with a woman, you suddenly appeared to stop it, I saw that the woman looked at you a little strange, you should have an what is her relationship with you?" Song Jingxuan voiced a doubt that had been lingering in her heart for several days. "It's a long story." Wang Zhenxing didn't want to say it explicitly, and responded vaguely. "Don't misunderstand, I don't want to interfere in your private affairs, I just want to ask if you have a special relationship with that woman. If so, when I see that woman in the future, I will definitely be polite, and I will not care about the grudges of that day." Song Jingxuan fought with Leng Qinghan, and they fought for their lives, which can be regarded as a bad fight. However, for the sake of Wang Zhenxing's face, Song Jingxuan can be more generous and write off the grudge. "My situation with her is complicated, but I still hope that you and her will be reconciled," Wang Zhenxing said quickly. "I see." Song Jingxuan nodded. While talking to Song Jingxuan, Wang Zhenxing paid attention to Xiao Yu's movements there, and at the same time read his lips and learned some information. "Today is your birthday, I have a gift for you," Wang Zhenxing suddenly said. "Why is it my birthday today?" Song Jingxuan was a little surprised. "I overheard your brother talk about it." Wang Zhenxing casually babbled for a moment, and continued, "You close your eyes, I have a gift for you." Song Jingxuan turned her heart and immediately closed her eyes, looking forward to the gift Wang Zhenxing said. Dozens of meters away, in the garden of the Song family. "Dad, today is your mother's birthday, you don't have any preparation, just pick a flower and give it to your mother." Xiao Yu frowned. "You kid, you don't understand this, I call this gift light and affectionate, and your mother likes the flower hibiscus very much. I will say in a while, this is what I picked from the village, you kid must cooperate." Xiaofeng said, deliberately placing the flower in his arms and flattening it, making it look like the flower had been carried for a long time. "Really learned." Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, and then smiled heartily, thinking that he would fool other girls like this in the future. "Take advantage of no one now, take me to the courtyard where your mother lives, don't let the people of the Song family see me, I can have made a poisonous oath back then, and I will not come to the Song family for the rest of my life, and it will not be good to be discovered by the Song family." Xiaofeng looked sneakily left and right and said to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded, took Xiaofeng to avoid the people of the Song family, and walked towards the courtyard. "What kind of poisonous oath did you make back then?" On the way, Xiao Yu asked his father suspiciously. "If we come to the Song family again in this life, let our father and son die without a place to be buried," Xiaofeng said lightly. "Do you dare to make this poisonous oath?" Xiao Yu was shocked after hearing this. "Manly husband, what is it to make a poisonous oath, how can you be more real? If the poisonous oath is really so useful, many men under the sky were killed by lightning." What Xiaofeng said was Tao. Xiao Yu couldn't refute it, and even felt that it was quite reasonable. Xiaofeng patted his son's shoulder and continued, "And on the way to the car, you also said that the Song family is no better than it was back then. Those masters in the past are now old bones, there is no big threat anymore, with your mother's support, no one should dare to take what I do." "That's right," Xiao Yu nodded. "But having said that, your mother and I haven't seen each other for many years after all. Don't reveal the news of my coming here to the Song family for the time being, wait for me to stay here for a few days, have a good chat with your mother, and then have a showdown with the people of the Song family." When Xiao Feng said these words, some lewd smiles appeared on his face. Continuing to walk dozens of steps, Xiao Yu took his father to the bedroom door of the courtyard. Mom, didn't I tell you the other day that I prepared a birthday surprise for you? Now I bring the surprise, you come out. Xiao Yu said to Song Jingxuan through the door. Xiao Feng thought about seeing his wife soon, and his heart was very excited, but he still pressed his voice and waited for Song Jingxuan to come out. When Xiao Yu's words fell, there was a sound of screaming ropes in the bedroom. Xiao Yu felt strange listening to it. Xiao Yu, I'm a little dizzy now, I want to rest, and I'll see your surprise later. Song Jingxuan said through the door. When Xiao Feng heard this voice, his heart suddenly swelled. I haven't seen it for so many years, but Song Jingxuan's is still the same and has not changed. I have been preparing for this surprise for a long time. Mom, you better come out and take a look now, maybe if you look at it, your head will not be dizzy. Xiao Yu said bitterly. I'm really dizzy and need to rest well. Xiao Yu, you better go quickly, Song Jingxuan said sternly. Xiao Yu heard that Song Jingxuan's tone was a little irritable, thinking that she was really uncomfortable, so he said, Mom, then I'll find a doctor to come and take a look for you. No thanks, I'll just take a break. Song Jingxuan replied. Xiao Feng waited anxiously, seeing that Xiao Yu and Song Jingxuan couldn't make sense. He couldn't help but speak, old friends come from afar, don't they come out to see each other? He deliberately pinched his throat to make his voice a little hoarse, wanting to give Song Jingxuan a big surprise when she came out to meet. Song Jingxuan and Xiao Feng have not seen each other for more than 20 years, plus the disgust in their hearts, they have long forgotten his voice, not to mention that Xiao Feng deliberately spoke in a false voice. Who are you? Song Jingxuan was confused. It's your old friend, you might as well guess who I really am. Xiao Feng sold Guan Zidao. I'm not interested in seeing you, and I don't have time to entertain old friends now. Song Jingxuan's tone was indifferent, and she directly issued an eviction order. She was just sweet, naturally unhappy to be disturbed, and the people outside the door were still pestering, of course, very annoying. When Xiao Feng heard this, he suddenly became a little embarrassed. Ah Zan, it's me. Xiao Feng no longer covered it with a false voice, and called affectionately, just like back then. In the bedroom, Song Jingxuan was stunned for a while, and then she reacted to who the other party was. Let's go, I don't want to see you. Song Jingxuan's tone was calm, not happy or angry. For Xiao Feng, she didn't have any emotions, it was just an accident back then. There is no love, and naturally there is no hate. After so many years, Song Jingxuan has long been put down. What's more, she has a heart, and she won't let him have any mood fluctuations because of the past. But Xiao Feng didn't understand this. Ah Zan, I know that you still think about me all these years, and so do I, thinking about you all the time. Xiao Feng cried with a sad face, confessed affectionately through the door, pinched a wooden hibiscus flower in his hand and walked into the bedroom with excitement. Xiao Feng walked into the bedroom and saw Song Jingxuan indoors. But before he could get excited, his face instantly stiffened. But it was Song Jingxuan who was snuggled in the arms of another man at this time. Who is he? Xiao Feng was stunned, and looked back at his son Xiao Yu with some confusion. Xiao Yu was also stunned for a moment. He thought that Wang Zhenxing had left after treatment, but he didn't think that he was still here, and he still put his arm around Song Jingxuan. Originally thinking of giving Song Jingxuan a surprise, Xiao Yu never expected that Song Jingxuan would give him a surprise in turn. Mom, what's going on? Why are you with him? Asked Xiao Yu angrily. It's hard to explain this kind of thing. Song Jingxuan originally planned to say it later, but she didn't expect to be bumped into by Xiao Yu, so she didn't bother to hide it. You're with him, what about my dad? Xiao Yu asked. Song Jingxuan looked at Xiao Feng with flat eyes. Xiao Feng is still a virtue back then, full of sloppy, but there are some differences in that Xiao Feng is no longer young now, and there are some obvious wrinkles on his face. You once swore not to set foot in Qingling again, why did you come back? Song Jingxuan said indifferently. I came to you specifically, why are you with other men? Oh, I see, you must have known that I was coming, deliberately looking for someone to be angry with me, right? Ah Zan, you are really naughty. Xiao Feng seemed to have figured it out, and couldn't help but smile. Song Jingxuan's face was expressionless. Ah Zan, I think you have thought so hard all these years, it was me who was wrong, you are so kind, you will definitely forgive me, right? Xiao Feng continued. Don't disgust me, you hurry up, don't dirty my yard. Song Jingxuan's eyes were full of disgust. Azan Xiaofeng smiled playfully and walked closer to Song Jingxuan. I'll let you roll. Song Jingxuan's face was cold. Mom, how can you treat your father like this? If you want to drive your father away, then you can simply drive me away. Xiao Yu stepped forward and tied himself to his father Xiaofeng, trying to get Song Jingxuan to change her mind. Since you have such a good relationship with your father, then you should follow him. Song Jingxuan said. Xiao Yu froze, feeling very heartbroken. This woman in front of him, but his mother, actually told him to get out so indifferently. Let me talk to your mother. Xiaofeng patted his son's shoulder to comfort him, and then said to Wang Zhenxing. Please go out. Wang Zhenxing did not speak, and ignored Xiaofeng. This is Song Jingxuan's matter, he is inconvenient to intervene, and even if he does, he will not be here. What's more, Wang Zhenxing also believes that Song Jingxuan will handle this matter well. Xiao Yu, pull him out. Xiaofeng saw that Wang Zhenxing was not moving, so he commanded his son. In his opinion, Wang Zhenxing has a small white face, and he should not be able to do anything. Xiaofeng has self-confidence, as long as he can talk to Song Jingxuan alone, then with his stalking, he will definitely make Song Jingxuan change his attitude. Dad, how about you leave first, and I'll find a chance to talk to my mother. After Xiao Yu heard his father's words, he knew that he was not Wang Zhenxing's opponent, and he felt very embarrassed, so he said so. Adults' affairs, or let adults solve it, don't worry about it. After Xiaofeng finished saying to his son, he flicked his hair, showed a smile that he thought was very attractive, and said to Song Jingxuan. Let's talk. Can't you understand people? I'll let you roll. Song Jingxuan said seriously. Okay, I'll roll to show you. Xiaofeng rolled on the ground, then got up with a smile, and said facelessly, look, I'm done rolling, now we can talk. Before Xiaofeng finished speaking, an invisible slap slapped over. But it was Song Jingxuan who couldn't stand Xiaofeng's noise, and slapped him with true qi. Xiaofeng was slapped to his feet, blood flowed out of his mouth, and every tooth was knocked out. Back then, Song Jingxuan had completely let go, but this Xiaofeng was too annoying, and it was simply begging. Mom, how can you do anything to Dad? Xiao Yu was furious. It's that I was too cowardly before, and your mother should have beaten me. Xiaofeng pulled Xiao Yu's arm, asking him to leave this alone, and after saying to Xiao Yu, he took a few steps forward. Zan, you fight, as long as you can dissipate your breath, it doesn't matter how you hit me. After speaking, Xiaofeng closed his eyes and prepared to be beaten. Wang Zhenxing saw this scene and secretly praised. In terms of the thickness of his face, this Xiaofeng is indeed a talent. No wonder he will teach an excellent person like Xiao Yu to completely ignore the eyes of others and go his own way. This heart is really not ordinary strong. The things of that year are really gone, you don't want to entangle anymore. Song Jingxuan said to Xiaofeng with some tiredness. Zan, I know you still love me, don't deny it. Xiaofeng's tone was affirmative. You really want to be beaten, don't you? Song Jingxuan knew that it didn't make sense to reason with such a faceless person, so she said. Hit, you can fight, as long as you can get angry, whatever you want. Xiaofeng's appearance of dying generously. Good. A cold light flashed in Song Jingxuan's eyes, and with a flick of her fingers, a true qi struck out and hit Xiaofeng's body. Xiaofeng howled miserably, fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, and couldn't slow down for half a day. Xiao Yu panicked and looked over, only to know what had happened. Xiaofeng's meridians were originally abolished, and now even the basic abilities of men have been abolished, becoming a complete waste. You Xiaofeng's cold sweat, his eyes looked at Song Jingxuan, the wood hibiscus in his hand had been pinched to pieces, and he wanted to say something, but because it hurt so much, you didn't have a word for a long time. However, he understood one thing, that is, Song Jingxuan really had no feelings for him, otherwise, he would not have made such a black hand. Are you satisfied? Song Jingxuan took the conversation and asked Xiaofeng like this. Xiaofeng suddenly became a eunuch, his confidence disappeared, the pain and shortness of breath directly fell and fainted. Mom, you are so ruthless. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. You just saw it, he asked for it. Song Jingxuan didn't take it seriously. I can't forgive you for hurting Dad so much, Xiao Yu said hatefully. Since that's the case, then you will follow your father in the future. Song Jingxuan saw that he was separated from herself, so she said so. She did not have much affection for this son. After all, Xiao Yu himself was an accident, and he was brought up by Xiao Feng. If Xiao Yu could listen to her mother, then she would treat this son well. But since Xiao Yu chose to stand on Xiao Feng's side, of course Song Jingxuan would not force it. Mom, 30 years of Hedong, 30 years of Hexi, if you abandon me and my father, you will definitely regret it. Xiao Yu dropped this sentence with anger, glanced at Song Jingxuan and Wang Zhenxing coldly, and then put Xiao Feng on his back. In order to deal with Qin Yi before, he came to find Song Jingxuan. Now that the crisis on Qin Yi's side is resolved, Xiao Yu naturally does not need to rely on the Song family. I'm not your mother anymore. Song Jingxuan looked indifferent. When Xiao Yu heard this, he felt heartbroken and left with Xiao Feng on his back. One day, I will come and get everything back. When he walked out of the Song family, Xiao Yu suddenly glanced back at the gate of the Song family and roared lowly. Wang Zhenxing opened the perspective and saw Xiao Yu leaving. Immediately, his heart moved, and he pinched his fingers to calculate for Xiao Yu. 30 years of Hedong Hexi or something, is a classic bridge in Shuangwen's novel. Xiao Yu left such cruel words, and it is really possible that the king will return in the future and take revenge. Wang Zhenxing wants to confirm. If so, then this hidden danger must not be left. Just after pinching his fingers, Wang Zhenxing was a little crying and laughing. Because he calculated that Xiao Yu's father and son had a bloody calamity, and a catastrophe would come. Song Jingxuan didn't know that Wang Zhenxing was divining for people, and after seeing his finger pinching, she blushed inexplicably, took a tissue and wiped his hands for him. Wang Zhenxing stayed for a while before leaving the Song family. On the mobile phone, there was a message from Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was promoted, and sent a message to tell Wang Zhenxing to share the joy. After Wang Zhenxing saw it, he immediately said to eat with her in the evening to celebrate. Yang Yuchen was naturally willing and happily agreed. And just when Yang Yuchen was happy, Yang Yuming in the number was crying at the moment. Because of stealing huge amounts of property, Yang Yuming was sentenced to squatting for several years. The number is mixed, and it is certainly not a good place. Yang Yu is young, very handsome, very popular. After crying for a while, Yang Yuming perked up and was determined to take revenge. In his normal state, his eyes cannot see, but after stealth, he can restore his vision and see everything around him. It's just that the guards here are very strict, and whoever disappears will soon be discovered. At night, the management is a little lax, but the door of the place of residence is locked. Stealth and can't go through the wall. Even if you want to sneak up to take revenge, you can't do it. Night. Yang Yuming is in a special situation and sleeps in a single room. It was time to rest, but he couldn't sleep. It's like having just had hemorrhoid surgery, which is very uncomfortable. He closed his eyes and remembered his daytime experience. The more I thought about it, the more angry I became, so I smashed things indiscriminately and vented my emotions. After stabilizing his mood for a while, he regretted it a little. At this time, noise is forbidden here. Just made a noise, someone must have come to reprimand and warn. But after waiting for a while, Yang Yuming did not notice any footsteps. Yang Yuming was very puzzled, and after waiting for a while, no one came, so he used his stealth ability to restore his eyesight. He was ready, and if someone came, it would just squeak. As long as outsiders hear the sound, they will not come in to check. Through the barred window, Yang Yuming looked out into the corridor. There was a person in the corridor, but that person seemed to have been cast a body-fixing technique, fixed in place. Have I been blessed with misfortune and awakened new powers? Yang Yuming was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly rejoiced. The other side. Wang Zhenxing invited Yang Yuchen to dinner to celebrate. During the meal and chat, Yang Yuchen said that she planned to visit her younger brother Yang Yuming. I'll go see it with you. Wang Zhenxing answered. You're so busy, I don't need you to accompany me, I'll just go see him alone. Yang Yuchen was afraid of delaying Wang's revitalization time. I can just take some time out, so I should accompany you more. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. Yang Yuming had been squatting for a long time, and he had long wanted to see how Yang Yuming was doing. It's just that there was no suitable opportunity before. Now that Yang Yuchen just mentioned this, Wang Zhenxing naturally wanted to take a look. After eating, Wang Zhenxing took Yang Yuchen to her home. The crisis on Xiao Yu's side was lifted, and Xu Yuro had already gone back and took care of Qin Yi, who was seriously injured. Early the next morning, Wang Zhenxing and the radiant Yang Yuchen set off to visit Yang Yuming. The two arrived at their destination, and Yang Yuchen went through the procedures according to the process, and then waited for the visit. Wang Zhenxing accompanied him, but after waiting for a long time, no one came. Wang Zhenxing felt puzzled, so he opened the perspective to see the situation. A strange picture soon appeared in Wang Zhenxing's field of vision. I saw that in the circular space of about 500 meters ahead, except for Yang Yuming, the other people and things were stationary. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment, and then used the probing technique to check Yang Yuming's information. It was soon discovered that among Yang Yuming's Goldfinger ability, there was an additional ability called spatial static. Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but be pleased. Yang Yuming was calamitous, and sure enough, he awakened a new ability. And this new ability still inherits the characteristic of obscenity. Let a space stand still, just move on its own. Isn't it possible to do whatever you want in this still space? Wang Zhenxing returned his attention to Yang Yuming. Yang Yuming's figure at this time was somewhat illusory. Through experience, Wang Zhenxing naturally knew that he was using stealth ability. This will be vent time. There are a lot of people on the playground. I saw Yang Yuming pick up a wooden stick, but the crowd wandered around to search, and then attacked some strong men in turn. Wang Zhenxing was puzzled for a moment, and then quickly guessed the reason. This kind of place Wang Zhenxing has not been to, but he has seen some movies with similar themes. Yang Yuming is so young and handsome, it is normal to be blocked in a corner. He is now taking revenge. Strange, why hasn't anyone come over for so long? Yang Yuchen waited a little anxiously. Maybe the process is a bit cumbersome. Wang Zhenxing answered. If it was normal, Yang Yuchen would already be able to see Yang Yuming. But because Yang Yuming used the ability of space to stand still, people and things in a space stood still. The personnel who were going to report Yang Yuming had been fixed in place, and naturally they were delayed. After continuing to wait for a while, Wang Zhenxing saw that Yang Yuming's revenge was over, and at the same time the stealth time was up, so he unlocked the spatial stillness. In a space, it returns to normal. The person who was stilled just now had a look of shock, dazedness, and doubt on his face. After Wang Zhenxing saw it, he immediately judged something. Yang Yuming's spatial stillness ability only restricts the movement of people and objects in a space, and cannot make people's thoughts and vision static. This is also the reason why Yang Yuming used the stealth ability after using the spatial stationary ability. Space stillness with stealth ability, you can act recklessly in a space, and you cannot be known who it is. Wang Zhenxing was moved by this ability. But the heroine of Yang Yuming's plot, Wang Zhenxing, currently only knows that there is Lin Yumeng. Although the ability of the protagonist can be obtained through the heroine, the ability can only be brushed once in the same heroine. Previously, Wang Zhenxing had already obtained a 5-fold stealth ability through Lin Yumeng's side. To obtain Yang Yuming's spatial stillness ability, it is a choice to search for the heroine in Yang Yuming's plot. But Yang Yuming will be locked up for several years, during which he will not have contact with the opposite sex at all. In other words, Yang Yuming should not see the heroine. Wang Zhenxing wants to cross Yang Yuming and go to find the other heroines in his plot, which is like finding a needle in a haystack. Directly giving up the idea of finding the heroine, Wang revitalized the communication system and browsed in the mall. In the system store, there is an item called Protagonist Goldfinger Ability Copy Card. Using this prop, you can directly copy one of the protagonist Goldfinger abilities. Duplicate cards are divided into multiple tiers. The system judged that Yang Yuming's golden finger belonged to an intermediate ability. Wang Zhenxing consumed 5,500 counterattack points in exchange for an intermediate protagonist Goldfinger ability copy card. After the redemption was completed, Wang Zhenxing immediately used it and successfully copied Yang Yuming's spatial static ability. Yang Yuming took revenge, solved the restrictions, and everything in the space resumed operation. Although many people are confused, they also understand what the reason is. After a while, Yang Yuming was brought over by the management to receive a visit. Yang Yuchen asked Hush Han and asked him how he was doing inside. Yang Yuming was very aggrieved in his heart, but that kind of thing was really difficult to talk about, not to mention Wang Zhenxing was present again. Saying it will only be laughed at by Wang Zhenxing. Therefore, Yang Yuming forced a smile. Xiaoming, why do you keep standing, why don't you sit down? Between the two siblings, Wang Zhenxing suddenly interjected. The host caused the protagonist Yang Yuming's mentality to be damaged and obtained 200 counterattack points. I like standing, can't I? Of course, Yang Yuming did not dare to say the reason, but just replied. Of course. Wang Zhenxing smiled and did not break. Zhao Ming, you have to be well behaved inside, don't make mistakes, if someone bullies you, you tell your sister has a way to stand out for you. Yang Yuchen has been promoted now and has certain abilities. After all, the place where Yang Yuming is staying now is also on the side of the official mansion. If Yang Yuming encounters injustice, Yang Yuchen can help. Sister, don't worry, I'm fine inside, no one bullies me. Yang Yuming didn't want her sister to worry, so she said so. With the ability of spatial rest, Yang Yuming was not afraid, and he also took revenge just now, and his heart was much more painful. If anyone dares to block the corner again, Yang Yuming doesn't mind using a wooden stick to teach them to be people. Let those bastards experience what it's like to have hemorrhoid surgery. The visit is complete. Yang Yuchen went to work at the unit. Wang Zhenxing went to Xu Yoru's house with some doubts. Yesterday, he calculated for Xiao Yu's father and son, and knew that the two were about to suffer disaster. Wang Zhenxing originally thought that the crisis came from the Song family, but after contacting Song Jingxuan, he learned that the Song family did not intend to kill Xiao Yu's father and son. Since the crisis did not come from the Song family, it was probably from Qin Yi's side. Wang Zhenxing checked Qin Yi's condition and found that he was still seriously injured, and there was no surge in his resurrection combat power with full blood. Then, Xu Yuro had no intention of talking about it. Qin Yi's senior sister was cold, and contacted the master. On the side of Master Qin Yi, he will send disciples to come to the rescue in the near future. Wang Zhenxing was a little stunned, and understood that the calamity of Xiao Yu's father and son was related to Qin Yi's master. How old is the disciple sent by Master Qin Yi, male or female? Wang Zhenxing wanted to know more information, so he asked Xu Yuro. I don't know about this, senior sister Xiao Yi didn't tell me this. Xu Yuro knew very little, shook her head and said. Wang Zhenxing thought a little, left Xu Yoru's house, and went to Qingling University, ready to inquire from Leng Qinghan. On the way to Qingling University, Wang Zhenxing encountered Lin Yumeng, who he had not seen for many days. Lin Yumeng held a few books in his arms, and after seeing Wang Zhenxing, his beautiful plain face showed joy, but then he worried about something, and quickly hung his head. Yumeng, is your father better? Wang Zhenxing's expression was natural, and he stopped Lin Yumeng to inquire. The kidney replacement surgery is very smooth, and there is no rejection reaction in the follow-up. It is almost the same as a normal person. Thank you for your previous rescue, I will definitely return the money to you with interest. Lin Yumeng was timid, raised his eyes to look at Wang Zhenxing, and then hung his head quickly in shyness. I gave you that money for free, and I don't need you to pay it back. Wang Zhenxing shook his head, and then changed the topic. I heard you say that you stopped studying before, and now you should be back to study, right? Well, yes. Lin Yumeng nodded her head, paused for a few seconds, and then added, I studied history. After saying that, she regretted it again. The reason why she added a sentence about which department was because she had some expectations in her heart, and Wang Zhenxing came to find her. But she understood that she was too extravagant and should not have such thoughts. Wang Zhenxing is a famous entrepreneur. And she. Just an insignificant poor girl. I'm a visiting professor here, if you need any help, you can come to me. Wang Zhenxing's tone was calm, side by side with Lin Yumeng, and slowly walked forward. Okay. Lin Yumeng replied softly and walked with his steps. Occasionally, taking advantage of his lack of attention, I secretly turned my head to look at him. Just walk by the river often, where there are not wet shoes. Lin Yumeng saw more and was caught peeking at the small action. I'm sorry. Lin Yumeng immediately apologized, feeling that she had done something wrong. Wang Zhenxing was a little speechless. This Lin Yumeng's mind is too sensitive, and he is too inferior. She has no self-awareness of her beauty. Don't move. Wang Zhenxing stopped, suddenly looked at Lin Yumeng, and slowly stretched out his hand. Lin Yumeng only thought that she was going to be beaten, and closed her eyes in fear. But after a few seconds, I just felt my hair being touched lightly. Lin Yumeng understood that he had misunderstood. How could he beat himself as such a good person? Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Yumeng saw Wang Zhenxing's hand pinching a leaf. Lin Yumeng then woke up and knew that there were fallen leaves on his head, and he just wanted to help him remove the fallen leaves. The two continued along the road. Lin Yumeng did not take the initiative to speak, but silently followed Wang Zhenxing's side. While walking, Lin Yumeng suddenly felt that Wang Zhenxing's pace slowed down. Lin Yumeng was puzzled, and secretly looked at Wang Zhenxing, only to see him looking not far ahead. There were two beautiful figures there, slowly walking towards this side. It was Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi. Let's go back. Wang Zhenxing took Lin Yumeng to change direction and avoid meeting Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi head-on. Lin Yumeng didn't understand why, just and didn't ask more. After turning around, Wang Zhenxing didn't take a few steps, and found a cold figure in front of him. Stopping, Wang Zhenxing was a little difficult for a while. The front is cold, and behind is Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi, which direction should this go? And in the few seconds when Wang Zhenxing was stunned, the three people before and after saw Wang Zhenxing. The three women had different expressions, but they all walked towards Wang Zhenxing at the same time. Lang Qinghan, Qin Yiruo, and Zhang Yi came one after another. Wang Zhenxing couldn't avoid it, so he simply didn't hide, and he was generous. Lang Qinghan came to Wang Zhenxing's side, but did not say anything, just paused slightly, looked at Wang Zhenxing a few times with complicated eyes, and then staggered with him. Qin Yiruo and Zhang Yi also came. Qin Yiruo didn't look as jumpy as before, looked a little shy, lowered his head and didn't speak. Zhang Yi naturally greeted Wang Zhenxing, and then looked at Lin Yumeng strangely. The two are not acquainted, but they are also strangers. Lin Yumeng's previous suspension of school, Zhang Yi knew this. However, Zhang Yi did not know the specific reason. You guys know each other? Zhang Yi looked at Wang Zhenxing and Lin Yumeng curiously, and said a little nervously. Lin Yumeng hung her head and didn't know how to answer. She is a neighbor of a friend of mine. Something happened to her house some time ago. I happened to see her just now and asked about the situation. Wang Zhenxing said very calmly. Zhang Yi nodded, didn't think much about it, just asked Lin Yumeng in a friendly way, whether the matter at home was solved. Lin Yumeng replied that she was already fine. Yiruo, you were still bouncing just now, why don't you talk sullenly now, is it uncomfortable? Zhang Yiruo saw that Qin Yiruo was a little strange, so he asked. No, I just suddenly remembered something and lost my mind. Qin Yiruo squeezed out some smiles, answered Zhang Yi, glanced at Wang Zhenxing inadvertently, and then acted like a thief, and quickly moved away. Zhang Yi felt that Qin Yiruo was a little strange. There is also this Lin Yu dream, which is also a little strange. Wang Zhenxing took in the expressions of several people and felt that it might be a little bad to continue to stay here. Moreover, Lang Qinghan actually did not go far, secretly looking at this side. Wang Zhenxing pretended that he was busy with something and left. Only then did Qin Yiruo return to his usual demeanor. Lin Yumeng is still shy, but not as nervous as just now. Evening. Wang Zhenxing was going to stay overnight in the apartment of Qingling University, intending to go to Lang Qinghan at night to inquire about things. But just about to enter the house, he found that someone was ambushing him. Wang Zhenxing smiled, opened the door and walked in. The people in ambush inside wanted to take advantage of the king's rejuvenation and hit his acupuncture points to control him. But as soon as he raised his hand, this man found that he couldn't move. The man was veiled, but his figure looked like a woman. And the figure is also excessively good. Wang Zhenxing had already seen her clearly through perspective, and naturally knew who this was, and he didn't bother to tear off her veil. This is no one else, it is the coldness that intends to treat his body in his human ways. It's a pity that she underestimated Wang Zhenxing too much. Although Lang Qinghan had already converged her breath to the extreme, she would never have thought that Wang Zhenxing had the ability to see through. No matter how well she hid, she was also invisible in Wang Zhenxing's eyes. Lang Qinghan was terrified beyond words in his heart at this moment. Wang Zhenxing didn't touch her at all, nor did he point her acupuncture points, but she just couldn't move. It was as if the surrounding space had turned into an entity that froze her. This level of means is already at the level of her master. When martial arts cultivation reaches a certain level, it can spread true qi into the air, making the space extremely solid, so as to control the enemy. Of course, Wang Zhenxing's current cultivation is far from that level. The reason why Lang Qinghan couldn't move was because Wang Zhenxing used the ability to stand still in space. The spatial stationary capability can actively control the casting range, and the maximum space within a range of 500 meters can be stationary. If the range of space stationary is extended to a radius of 500 meters, the maximum time for space to stand still is about an hour. After more than an hour, the spirit will feel particularly tired. If the range of space stationary is reduced, the time that allows space to stand still will be extended. The smaller the range of spatial rest, the longer the rest time. Wang Zhenxing now just let the space in the house stand still, and he didn't need to consume too much energy. It's no problem to let this space in the house stand still until tomorrow morning. When using the spatial static ability, you only need to move your mind, which is much faster than directly moving to the point. Wang Zhenxing sat down in the room and observed her, wanting to do an experiment. The ability to stand still in space is a bit like solidifying space to control the movement of people and things. Theoretically, not unhackable. If the strength is large enough, it is theoretically possible to break free from the shackles of spatial stasis. The cold Cambrian mastery is very good, suitable for being a guinea pig. After observing the appearance for about 10 minutes, Wang Zhenxing had a preliminary conclusion. The cold can move, but it is very subtle and almost negligible. But it also verified Wang Zhenxing's speculation. Spatial quiescence is theoretically cracked, as long as the strength is strong enough. But how much strength it takes, Wang Zhenxing can't test. But even so, Wang Zhenxing is quite satisfied with the ability of space static. If he really encountered a martial arts powerhouse with extremely high martial arts attainments, Wang Zhenxing's spatial stillness ability would still give the other party great restrictions. People in the static space, even if they can move, but when they shoot, their movements will slow down a lot. After Wang Zhenxing obtained the ability to stand still in space, the combat power value did not change. Because the calculation of combat power value is only related to the martial arts exercises and moves practiced. Stealth and spatial quiescence are not within the statistical range. But in fact, Wang Zhenxing's combat power value is much higher than that shown on the information panel. Wang Zhenxing put away the space and let Lang Qinghan resume his actions. He had some things that he wanted to ask Lang Qinghan, but if he didn't put away the spatial static ability, Lang Qinghan couldn't even speak. Your cultivation is actually on the same level as my master. Lang Qinghan regained his freedom, and said to Wang Zhenxing with a shocked face. While at the Yong'an cemetery, Wang Zhenxing stopped her and Song Jingxuan from desperately. At that time, Lang Qinghan just felt that Wang Zhenxing was only one level stronger than her, and she didn't think that she underestimated Wang Zhenxing far away. Your master will also use my means just now. Wang Zhenxing's heart moved, wanting to paraphrase her, so he asked like this. Yes, she reached this state 3 years ago. Cold and cold. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he immediately had a general judgment. With his current martial arts, coupled with the ability to stand still in space, it may mean that he has the power to fight with the cold master. You ambushed me in my house and tried to plot against me, what do you say I should do to you? Wang Zhenxing put away his thoughts and turned to the road. If you want to kill, kill it. Lang Qinghan looked lonely. Her original plan was to sneak up on Wang Zhenxing, and then make him eat a fake poison and force him to be with her. But he didn't expect that Wang Zhenxing's martial arts cultivation was actually on the same level as master. Although he practiced the Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, he knew that there was little hope of reaching the level of the master. If you can't beat Wang Zhenxing, then you can't force him. Lang Qinghan has suffered from lovesickness for a while, and now he has completely lost hope, and he just wants to be 100 and die clean. Wang Zhenxing could see that Lang Qinghan was very disappointed, but she didn't know that she had the idea of dying. When he heard Lang Qinghan's words that if he wanted to kill, he would kill, Wang Zhenxing said smoothly. If you want to die, you will die, and I will not stop you. Wang Zhenxing didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. In his cold consciousness, he was practicing the heartless Tao exercises. It is normal to say such things and appear cold. And when Fengqi Mountain, Lang Qinghan also had a cross in the neck, saying that if he wanted to kill, he would kill. At that time, Wang Zhenxing responded with similar words. But what Wang Zhenxing didn't expect was that Lang Qinghan actually slapped a palm towards her own heart. Lang Qinghan vomited blood in his mouth and fell softly to the ground. Wang Zhenxing was defenseless, shocked by her action, and hurried over to check. After checking it, Wang Zhenxing found that she was not discouraged. Lang Qinghan's determination to seek death was not enough, and he did not start to die, and there was still a faint hope in his heart. Otherwise, I am afraid that only the medical immortal can save it. Wang Zhenxing immediately treated Leng Qinghan. Yin Yang Chongchun Gong has a healing effect, coupled with Grandmaster level medical skills. Leng Qinghan quickly regained consciousness, and his injuries almost recovered. If you let me die, why do you save me? Leng Qinghan felt some joy in his heart, but his face still looked sad, and he struggled for a while, pretending to let Wang Zhenxing not stop him and let himself die. Wang Zhenxing saw through her thoughts, a little speechless, but did not coax her, maintained the indifference on his face, and said, I still have something to ask you, don't die first. Are you trying to ask? Leng Qinghan subconsciously responded, but suddenly realized something, and looked at Wang Zhenxing in surprise. The true qi cultivated by the heartless Tao exercises is almost all with the intention of killing, and the true qi you had just now has some endless feelings, which is a characteristic of the combined Tao exercises, so you have been lying to me. Before Leng Qinghan, she had practiced the sacred heart skill of the heartless Tao, and she knew the exercises of the heartless Tao too well, and she could be sure that her judgment was absolutely correct. I actually saw it by you. Wang Zhenxing also did not argue, because he really could not refute it, and simply admitted it. I have no grievances with you, why are you teasing me like this? Leng Qinghan asked aggrievedly. You might as well guess why. Of course, Wang Zhenxing will not stupidly say the reason, but sloppy eyes. I see, you have a grudge with my master. After thinking about it for a while, Leng Qinghan suddenly thought of something. She decided in her heart that Wang Zhenxing was a strong person at the level of the master, and naturally she would not think of Qinyi. Why do you feel that way? Wang Zhenxing did not admit it, nor did he deny it, but asked instead, wanting to see the basis of Leng Qinghan, and at the same time, he also wanted to probe the bottom of Qinyi and the fairy master who was cold and cold. You pretended to practice the heartless Tao exercises, secretly calculated against me, and abolished my sacred heart exercises. You must have wanted me to transfer to Zhou Tianshan Zhao Gong. You want to use me to spy on the mysteries of Zhou Tianshan Zhao Gong, and then go to deal with my master. I guessed right. Leng Qinghan made such a judgment after careful analysis of the previous matter. Wang Zhenxing was stunned to hear it. When he was in Fengqi Mountain, Wang Zhenxing had seen the brain tonic ability of cold and cold. Unexpectedly, Leng Qinghan's brain hole was even bigger than he expected. But then again, from the information he knows, this conclusion that Leng Qinghan has a certain degree of reasonableness and there is nothing wrong with it. Your master's Zhou Tian Shen Zhao Gong, what level is it now? Wang Zhenxing acquiesced to Leng Qinghan's judgment and asked. Leng Qinghan's expression was a little complicated, and he lowered his eyes and said, don't try to pry into the mystery of Zhou Tianshan Zhao Gong. There is no weakness in this martial arts exercise, and I will not betray my master. You really have to have skills, although you can go to Kunlun Mountain to find my master, but I advise you not to go. In addition to my master, I have 6 female masters. You go to only one result, that is, to seek your own death. Leng Qinghan's mood was a little complicated. On the one hand, he didn't want to betray his master. On the other hand, he didn't want to go to Wang Zhenxing to send him to die, so he deliberately revealed some information to him. Your master and I have some unpleasantness, but not to the point where you die and I live. Otherwise, I can directly kill you and your junior brother. Wouldn't this be a bigger blow to your master? Wang Zhenxing wanted her to let her guard down a bit, so he said. Could it be that you and my master have an old relationship? Or are you unsuccessful in pursuing my master, so you hold a grudge? Leng Qinghan boldly guessed. Her fairy master also entered the world to practice, and it is also possible that some stories happened with Wang Zhenxing when she entered the world. After all, this guy in front of him is indeed very attractive, and his martial arts skills are also extremely high. You have too many questions. Wang Zhenxing was noncommittal. Leng Qinghan felt that he had been hit by himself. Qinyi was injured, your division sent someone to heal. Who is that person? After Wang Zhenxing extracted some information from Leng Qinghan, he turned back to the topic and asked Leng Qinghan. In short, it's not that I'm master. Leng Qinghan hummed. Who the hell is that? Wang Zhenxing asked. My master didn't come. You were disappointed, weren't you? Cold and cold is a little sour. Answer my question. Wang Zhenxing was a little helpless. A demon male disciple in my sect named Yi Junlin. Leng Qinghan replied. Yi Junlin. Wang Zhenxing read the name. Nothing else, the name alone is enough to pretend, very protagonist. Moreover, this background is also much more faceted than Qinyi Xiaoyu and the like. Don't think about moving Yi Junlin. He was accepted as a disciple by my master and 6 masters. Not surprisingly, he is basically the head of the next generation. If something happens to him, my master and the 6 female masters will be furious, and they will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Lang Qinghen was worried that he was messing around, and reminded nervously. Yi Junlin has 7 beautiful masters. Wang Zhenxing captured some key information from the cold words. Don't worry, I won't be angry with that generation about the things of the previous generation. Wang Zhenxing's tone was generous. This Yi Junlin is probably the protagonist. Wang Zhenxing is a villain. It is inevitable to deal with Yi Junlin, but this cannot let Lang Qinghen know. If you won't be angry to the next generation, then you still secretly count me. Lang Qinghen asked rhetorically. Your cultivation talent is very good. It's a pity to cultivate the exercises of the Heartless Tao, and now I transfer to Zhou Tian Shenjiao Gong, which can just help me practice. Wang Zhenxing said reasonably. Although the practice of joint cultivation is not honorable, it is secretly in line with the path of yin and yang of heaven and earth, embracing all things, and has an excellent advantage that other exercises do not have, that is, it can be compatible with other exercises. This is something that other martial arts exercises cannot do. Make you more powerful to deal with my master. I won't promise you. Lang Qinghen has a very spineless look. This is good for you and me. If you don't agree, I will kill you now, believe it or not. Wang Zhenxing said viciously. You are shameless. After Lang Qinghen knew that he was not practicing the Heartless Tao technique, hope rose in his heart, and he no longer had the idea of seeking death, and turned his head with a hum, waiting for it to fall. The host captures the heroine Lang Qinghen and obtains part of the protagonist Yi Junlin's ability. Grandmaster level medical skills did not go against the heroine's will. Get a normal double reward. Because the host itself has Grandmaster level medical skills, the reward is automatically converted into a large number of medical skill upgrade experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining medical saint level medical skills. The host and the heroine are cold into their good deeds, blessed by the strong luck of martial arts. Their martial arts understanding has been greatly improved, and they have been evaluated as 1 in a million. The heroine's cold favorability to the host is +10, and the current total favorability is 80. Unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot trend, obtaining a counterattack point of 1700. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -170, and the host's luck value is +170. Night. Wang Zhenxing's realm of yin and yang Changchun Gong has been somewhat improved, and he has also received a wave of counterattack points and chi luck points. Why did you get Yi Junlin's luck? After reading the news, Wang Zhenxing was a little puzzled. When I was in Fengqi Mountain before, something happened with Lang Qinghen, which affected the direction of the plot. But at that time, Qin Yi's chi luck value that he had obviously obtained had now become Yi Junlin. In other words, isn't Lang Qinghen from the heroine in Qin Yi's plot to the heroine in Yi Junlin's plot? Wang Zhenxing was puzzled, inquired about the system, and quickly learned the reason. Qin Yi's loss of chi luck value is too much, and the gap with Yi Junlin's chi luck is too large, plus Yi Junlin and Lang Qinghen are in the same door, they know each other. Yi Junlin's luck has plundered Lang Qinghen into his plot, making Lang Qinghen the heroine in his plot. The villain and the protagonist are inherently antagonistic, and to some extent, the protagonist and the protagonist are also natural enemies of each other. This is also one of the reasons why when Wang Zhenxing dug a hole for Qin Yi and Xiao Yu, the two would easily form a big feud. After Wang Zhenxing learned this, he felt quite interesting, because it gave him a new direction when dealing with the protagonist. The next day, 3 poles in the day, Lang Qinghan hurriedly got up. What are you doing in such a hurry? Wang Zhenxing looked at her suspiciously and asked. My junior brother Yi Junlin will arrive in Qingling today. I am going to the airport to pick up people. Now that the time has passed, this plane will arrive. Lang Qinghen did not hide it, answering Wang Zhenxing's question. Our affairs, don't talk about it for the time being. Wang Zhenxing said. I can't beat you, I can only listen to you, but don't be proud. When my martial arts surpass you, I will definitely take revenge. Lang Qinghen pretended to be angry, and his mouth was very hard. I'll come to you when I have time. Wang Zhenxing said. You shameless. Lang Qinghen was secretly happy when he listened, but on the surface he was disdainful and said. Wang Zhenxing shook his head helplessly, not bothering to expose her. But anyone who was cold with a bit of backbone, he could at least get some villain aura points, but he didn't get any points. Aerodrome. A tall and beautiful man, waiting at the exit with his hands in his hands, looked very cold. After seeing some passers-by around, they couldn't help but cast their gazes, and they were secretly a little frustrated. Some bold young girls intend to step forward to talk to each other. But this man has a powerful aura on him, which makes people a little daunting. This man was none other than Yi Junlin, who had just arrived in Qingling from the Shimen Gate. Some vulgar fans dare to beat my idea. After Yi Junlin noticed the thoughts of some girls around him, he sneered in his heart. His vision is very high, and ordinary women can't enter his eyes. It has been said in advance a long time ago, why hasn't senior sister Leng come yet? After Yi Junlin waited for a while, he didn't see the cold figure, so he couldn't help but be a little anxious, but he didn't mean to blame. For Leng Qinghan, this senior sister, Yi Junlin's impression is quite good. To say that the only bad thing about Leng Qinghan is to practice the Heartless Tao exercises. After Yi Junlin knew Leng Qinghan's choice, he strongly opposed it in his heart. Such a beautiful woman, to practice the Heartless Tao technique, is simply a violent heavenly thing. At first, Yi Junlin's cultivation was not enough, and he had no right to speak, but now it is different. In terms of cultivation, he was already above the cold. This time to come to Qingling, in fact, was not ordered by the masters, but Yi Junlin took the initiative to come down, and with the high-sounding reason of saving the same door, he went down the mountain to see the cold. Leng Qinghan's cultivation of the Sacred Heart skill has not been considered long, and it is not hopeless. Yi Junlin is very confident in her charm, believing that she can shake the cold Tao heart and abolish her Sacred Heart skill. Of course, he is not a stalker in terms of feelings. He is a very proud and cold person, who will never pursue women, but with his charm and strong force, let women throw themselves into their arms. Yi Junlin continued to stay for more than half an hour before he saw a familiar and beautiful figure approaching. It's senior sister Leng. Yi Junlin immediately recognized it again, and at the same time, subconsciously, he sensed it, wanting to know how Leng Qinghan's current cultivation was. This is not the true qi of the Sacred Heart Gong, but Zhou Tian Shen took care of the exercises. Senior sister Leng gave up cultivating the Heartless Tao exercises. What is going on? It won't be for me, will it? Yi Junlin's cultivation is profound, his perception is amazing, and coupled with his familiarity with the exercises of this sect, he immediately judged some things. When he was practicing in the sect, he showed a demon-like talent, which made many female disciples of the same sect fall in love. It is no exaggeration to say that except for the 7 fairy masters and Leng Qinghan, who have a beautiful appearance, almost all the women in the other sects have a secret crush on him. In the years of Yi Junlin's practice, I don't know how many love letters I have received. It's just that among these people who write love letters, none of them Yi Junlin fancy them. Junior brother Yi, come with me. Leng Qinghan soon came to Yi Junlin. Although it was late, I didn't feel embarrassed by the cold. She used to practice the Sacred Heart Gong, and she had long developed an indifferent personality, and only in front of the people she liked, a variety of emotions would emerge. Yi Junlin is also a very cold person, he will not easily show a smile to people, even if he is interesting to the woman in front of him, he will hide it in his heart and will not show it. Senior sister Leng, you're almost an hour late. Yi Junlin said coldly. I have my own affairs, junior brother, you can wait in a hurry, you can take a taxi to Qin Yi's junior brother by yourself, anyway, I told you the address earlier, you don't have to wait for me. The cold tone was also very cold. Yi Junlin was dumb for a while. He had waited so long to see the cold, but this kind of words definitely couldn't be said. Hurry up and lead the way. Yi Junlin snorted coldly, but secretly said in his heart, Senior sister Leng gave up the Heartless Tao technique, it must be because of emotion, it can't be for Qin Yi, right? His qualifications are far worse than mine. I'd rather see how long senior sister Leng can pretend. Yi Junlin smiled secretly. Follow me. Leng Qinghan walked ahead. Yi Junlin followed behind, and suddenly noticed that Leng Qinghan's walking posture was slightly different from before going down the mountain, and the cold color on his face could not be stopped, replaced by a look of stunned and shocked, and stammered and said, Senior sister Leng Yu, what do you want to say? Hearing Yi Junlin's voice, Leng Qinghan turned his head in confusion. You actually have a man. The corner of Yi Junlin's eyes twitched wildly. He has Grandmaster level medical skills, and naturally he can judge whether this person has had that experience from the posture of a woman walking like Wang Zhenxing. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junline's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 200 counterattack points. Lang Qinghan saw Yi Junline's reaction, and his face changed. She is a practitioner and can use true qi to heal injuries. Although something happened last night, walking was completely normal, not like twisting your feet. But Yi Junline has excellent medical skills and eyesight beyond ordinary people. Junior brother Yi, this matter has nothing to do with you. Lang Qinghan was very disgusted by Yi Junline's abrupt behavior, and responded coldly. These words were tantamount to acquiescing to what Yi Junline said. When Yi Junline heard this, his heart ached. He had still held on to a faint hope, hoping that it was a mistake in judgment. Unexpectedly, Lang Qinghan did not quibble, and directly admitted it in disguise. The host caused the protagonist Yi Junline's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 300 counterattack points. Senior sister Lang, feelings are a taboo in cultivation. You are confused, Yi Junline said sadly. It seems that the rules of our sect do not state that it is forbidden to talk about children's private affairs, right? Lang Qinghan retorted. Indeed not, but you look at the master and the masters. In order to practice, they completely abandon the private affairs of their children and set such a good example for his disciples. You will break the master's heart like this. Yi Junline wanted Lang Qinghan to turn back and put out the facts and said. Master's sighed, I will naturally go to explain. You don't need to worry, go and treat junior brother Qin Yi. If it's late, his condition deteriorates, and you can't explain to master. Lang Qinghan did not want to talk about this topic with Yi Junline, and said instead. Yi Jun couldn't be persuaded for a while, so he kept silent, silently walked into the cold car, and went to Qin Yi's house. On the way, Yi Junline's face was gloomy. When he came to Qin Yi's home, Yi Junline treated Qin Yi. Qin Yi's situation was a bit bad, but he had Grandmaster level medical skills, plus he brought some holy medicine to repair the meridians from the door. It was not difficult to cure Qin Yi. After an hour of treatment, Qin Yi gradually regained consciousness. In order not to affect the treatment, Shuyuro and Lang Qinghan were waiting outside. Senior brother Yi, Xie, thank you for saving me. Qin Yi opened his eyes, and after recognizing the handsome man in front of him, he immediately guessed something and thanked him in a weak voice. Yi Junline and Qin Yi are about the same age, but the former started early, and Qin Yi is indeed Yi Junline's junior disciple. Hearing Qin Yi's words, Yi Junline also responded. But the response was not words, but a loud mouth. Qin Yi was already weak, and after being slapped in the face, he fainted directly. Yi Junline woke him up again. Senior brother Yi, Qin Yi's face was a little dazed, and there was some resentment in his heart, and he looked at Yi Junline with his eyes open. Want to ask me why I hit you? HMPH, being beaten into a cripple by a guy who is inferior. You simply lose the face of our sect. I am teaching you a lesson for master. Yi Junline explained in a high-sounding manner. In fact, he suspected that the cold man was Qin Yi, so he became jealous. Although this possibility Yi Junline felt very small. But Qin Yi is suspected, and it is also a sin. Yi Junline slapped out again. Qin Yi fainted again. Yi Junline was not annoyed, and woke Qin Yi up again, and then gave Qin Yi another slap in the face. This is repeated several times. Qin Yi's face was a fact. However, Yi Junline also deliberately used the topic to play. He thought about Lang Qinghan for a long time, and after learning that Lang Qinghan had a man, he was hit hard in his heart, but he couldn't attack Lang Qinghan, so he could only treat Qin Yi as a gas bag. After Qin Yi was beaten, some resentment also rose in his heart. Just as the so-called hitting people does not hit their faces, this Yi Junline is simply too much, and he specifically hit him in the face. Even if he loses the face of the master, he should be punished by the fairy master. Why did Yi Junline do it? But if he was not happy, Qin Yi still had to rely on Yi Junline, so he only dared to hide this resentment in his heart and did not dare to show it. You heal your wounds well, and take me to the person who hurt you in a few days. Yi Junline used Qin Yi as a punching bag. Just a small catharsis, but this was not enough. He still held his breath in his heart. Qin Yi is the same family, and he can only teach a little lesson. And the person who hurt Qin Yi didn't have to leave a hand on him. Yi Junline now just wanted to slash someone fiercely to calm the anger in his heart. Qingling University. Xiao Yu, who was waiting under the literature department building, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in his spine. But without waiting for him to think more, he saw Qin Yiruo's figure. Qin Yiruo also saw Xiao Yu, and immediately turned his head, pretending not to know. Mother-in-law. Xiao Yu completely ignored the people around him, waved at Qin Yiruo, and shouted. Qin Yiruo felt extremely humiliated, quickened his pace, and wanted to enter the literature department building. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately ran over and blocked in front of Qin Yiruo. Mother-in-law, what are you running? I have something to tell you. Xiao Yu said. You're going to die, can you stop calling me that? Qin Yiruo huffed and kicked Xiao Yu's leg. Xiao Yu had thick skin, and he didn't feel pain, which was completely inappropriate. I really have something to tell you, let's talk, or I will follow you and keep calling you mother-in-law. Qin Yiruo was stunned by this guy's cheekiness, afraid that he would entangle him, and said angrily, if there is something to say quickly, there is a fart to release quickly. Is it still possible for us? Xiao Yu asked expectantly. No, you go to die, and you don't want to marry my future daughter. Qin Yiruo said mercilessly. But I have a marriage contract with your daughter, how can the agreement of the elders be counted like this? You have to compensate me. Xiao Yu saw that she was resolute and knew that he probably had no chance, so he said so. Ask for money, you make a price. Qin Yiruo really felt that this guy was annoying, and if he spent some money to send him away, it would not be bad. I don't want money, I want you to introduce someone to me and compensate me for a wife. Xiao Yu said with a smile. I don't have a suitable friend to introduce you, let's give you money. Qin Yiruo would not push his friend into the fire pit, and politely refused. Don't you have a friend named Zhang Yi? I think she is quite suitable. Xiao Yu said whimsically. You give me the fuck off, and don't look at your own virtues, where is worthy of my family's Xiao Yi. Qin Yiruo struck mercilessly. Then I don't care, if you don't introduce her to me, I will pester you. Xiao Yu was anxious to cultivate the yin-yang Chongchun Gong, and when his cultivation was strong, he could go to the Song family to get justice, so he was anxious to find a target. You scoundrel, my family Xiao Yi she has a boyfriend. Qin Yiruo could only lie. Is it? I don't believe she has a boyfriend unless you call her over with her boyfriend. Xiao Yu pouted. Qin Yiruo suddenly felt depressed, and after thinking about it, he said, then you wait, I will let her bring her boyfriend over immediately. After saying to Xiao Yu, Qin Yiruo wanted to go to the side and make a call, intending to collude with his good friend Zhang Yi. Xiao Yu had thought of this a long time ago, so he followed Qin Yiruo and wanted to watch her call. Qin Yiruo glared at Xiao Yu, pretending that there was no signal on the phone, bullying him for not reading any books, so he said. Please, can you go away a little, you are blocking my signal here. Then you use my mobile phone to call, my mobile phone has a signal. Xiao Yu took out his mobile phone with a smile and handed it to Qin Yiruo. Qin Yiruo would not be fooled. If he used Xiao Yu's mobile phone to call, wouldn't he let him know Zhang Yi's number? You don't bother, or I'll give you money. Qin Yiruo said helplessly. I don't want money, I want an object, you can introduce Zhang Yi to me. Xiao Yu was entangled. I told you everything, she has a boyfriend, what do you want to do, do you want to love? This behavior of yours was placed in ancient times to dip pig cages. Qin Yiruo complained. Let you call Zhang Yi and call her to bring her boyfriend over, you push 3 and 4, it is clear that you lied to me, Zhang Yi has no boyfriend at all. Xiao Yu said firmly. Don't believe it, then do you dare to bet with me? Qin Yiruo wanted to scare Xiao Yu off. Bet on it, what don't you dare, if what you say is true, I will never pester you again in the future, and the marriage contract will be written off. Xiao Yu said. You are too shameful, even if you lose, it is estimated that you will regret it. Qin Yiruo's trust in Xiao Yu was almost zero. I can swear that if I lose, I will die without a place to die. You swear too, and I don't believe you either. Xiao Yu said. If I lose and don't admit it, let me be a little wife. Qin Yiruo said casually. Xiao Yu was surprised to hear this, and his eyes widened a little, but thinking about Qin Yiruo, such a difficult and willful person, how he was willing to be bullied as a child, this oath was still poisonous enough. Okay, then you have to call on the side. Xiao Yu said. Qin Yiruo swallowed slowly, flipped to Zhang Yi's number, and then dialed it. She believed that Zhang Yi was smart and should be able to understand what she meant from her implied words. If this Xiao Yu is not sent, this neuropathy will definitely be entangled all the time. Qin Yiruo was also out of luck, otherwise he would not have agreed to bet with him. The phone was quickly connected. Xiao Yu, this guy bet with me. I said you have a boyfriend, he just doesn't believe it. You bring your boyfriend over, let him see, I want him to lose heartily. Qin Yiruo said this, and the implied intention in his words was obvious. She believes that Zhang Yi will definitely be able to hear it and find a trust to act. But the next moment, Zhang Yiruo's reaction made Qin Yiruo stunned. Yiruo, how did you know I had a boyfriend? Zhang Yi felt that he and Wang Zhenxing were kept secret enough, and he didn't know where to show the stuffing, so he felt puzzled. I don't know, but now I know. Qin Yiruo was stunned and a little confused. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yi was speechless for a while. After getting it for a long time, it turned out that Qin Yiruo deceived her. But the words have been spoken, but they can't be taken back. Zhang Yi and Qin Yiruo's relationship is getting better and better. In fact, he also wants to find an opportunity to tell her about this. Now that I accidentally said it, it's actually nothing. So do you need me and my boyfriend to come over? Zhang Yi wanted to be sure and asked. Yes, you bring your boyfriend over, I'll bet with Xiao Yu. Qin Yiruo replied. I'm fine, but I need to ask my boyfriend's opinion, and if he doesn't object, I'll take him there. Zhang Yi also didn't want to force Wang to rejuvenate. Well, then you should quickly ask your boyfriend. After Qin Yiruo finished speaking, she hung up the phone and waited for a reply. The other side, Zhang Yi contacted Wang Zhenxing and explained the matter. Wang Zhenxing thought a little. If he only appeared in front of Qin Yiruo, he would definitely not agree. But if there is one more Xiao Yu next to him, then it is okay. Yi Junlin had already come to Qingling, and Xiao Yu was probably in danger. Wang Zhenxing wanted to take advantage of Xiao Yu's impending calamity to brush up on some more rewards. Zhang Yi got Wang Zhenxing's reply, and called Qin Yiruo again to tell him to meet in a place where there were few people. Qin Yiruo thought about it and made an appointment on the mountain of Qingling University. Qingling University has a large area, and there is a mountain with a radius of about 2 miles. The mountain is very quiet, with flowers and trees, and it is a holy place for couples to date. But at this point in time, there should be no people. Qin Yiruo guarded against Xiao Yu and let Xiao Yu go up the mountain first, while he was waiting for Zhang Yi on the road where there were people under the mountain. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Qin Yiruo saw Zhang Yi's figure. Along with Zhang Yi came Wang Zhenxing. After Qin Yiruo saw it, the whole person froze in place, and after a long while, his voice was dry and said, Xiao Yi, the boyfriend you said won't be him, right? Shish, this is a secret, don't pass it on. Zhang Yi's face was full of happiness and sweetness, and he quietly said to Qin Yiruo. Hearing this exact answer, Qin Yiruo looked ashamed and did not dare to look at Zhang Yi for a while. What's wrong? Zhang Yi saw that she was a little strange, and asked with concern. Nothing. Qin Yiruo lowered his head, not daring to revitalize Wang or look at Zhang Yi. What about Xiao Yuren? Zhang Yi asked again. In the mountains, let's go. Qin Yiruo walked along the path up the mountain and kept walking. After walking for a few minutes, he saw Xiao Yu. Xiao Yi brought his boyfriend. You lost. The grandchild marriage contract set by the elders will be cancelled from now on. Don't entangle in the future. Qin Yiruo said to Xiao Yu. Zhang Yi's boyfriend is him. I don't believe it. Xiao Yu pouted. When he heard that Zhang Yi was going to bring his boyfriend over, he was actually a little cold in his heart, thinking that Zhang Yi had a master. But what Zhang Yi brought was not Wang Zhenxing, but a strange man. Xiao Yu believed it. You're playing tricks, Qin Yiruo airway. Where did I play a trick? Zhang Yi obviously called his uncle. Don't think I don't know. Xiao Yu laid out the facts. When Qin Yiruo heard this, she did not immediately refute it, because she also had this doubt. A small part of the reason why he was so surprised just now was Zhang Yi's title to Wang Zhenxing. Yiruo, I'm sorry, I didn't know you so well before, so I didn't tell you this. I was worried about causing some bad effects, so I used another title, because he and my dad are business partners, and my family doesn't know about it at the moment, so you get the idea. Zhang Yi explained, holding Wang Zhenxing's hand. His eyes flashed brightly when he looked at him, full of deep love. Anyone who read can see the likes that Zhang Yi reveals. Looking at Zhang Yi looking at Wang Zhenxing lovingly, Xiao Yu's lips turned a little white. The host caused the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged and obtained 300 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing, since you are with Zhang Yi, why are you still half-hearted, with my mother entangled with Song Jingxuan? Xiao Yu knew that he and Zhang Yi had no chance, and he was angry and devastated. Song Jingxuan, who is Song Jingxuan? Wang Zhenxing looked confused. Are you a man, dare to do it, do you? Xiao Yu gritted his teeth. I don't know what to say. Wang Zhenxing said. He really found another woman behind your back, Xiao Yu said to Zhang Yi. Let's not talk about whether what you said is true, and even if it is, so what, this is our business, what does it have to do with you? Zhang Yi glanced at him with a frown, and then turned his head to look at Qin Yiruo on the side, only to see her hanging her head, so he said apologetically. Yiruo, it's my fault, I shouldn't hide it from you, but I won't find the right opportunity to tell you for a while. I'm sorry, you won't be angry, right? I'm not angry. Qin Yiruo lowered his head, not daring to see people. The tone of voice is not right, I see you are just angry. Zhang Yi said. I'm really not angry. Qin Yiruo slowly raised his head, with a look of shame on his face. Speaking of which, I am sorry for you, I should apologize to you. Where did you start with that? Zhang Yi didn't understand. Qin Yiruo glanced at Xiao Yu and said to Zhang Yi, you should remember what Xiao Yu taught me, martial arts, right? There is a problem with that martial art. One night the other day, I practiced so much that I felt like I was going to die. In speaking of this, Qin Yiruo paused, and his eyes secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing. And then what? Zhang Yi asked. Xiao Yu was listening, faintly guessing something, and his mouth trembled. Then I called your boyfriend and asked him to come and save me. Qin Yiruo continued. I heard you talk about it when we were eating, but what about the back? Zhang Yi asked. He saved me later, and then I'm fine. Qin Yiruo blushed and said briefly. There's nothing wrong with this. Zhang Yi was a little puzzled, but suddenly remembered that one day Qin Yiruo walked strangely. At that time, Qin Yiruo was asked, and Qin Yiruo replied that he had sprained his foot. Zhang Yi recalled it at this time, and suddenly realized. I think that when Zhang Yiruo saw Qin Yiruo for the first time, he also sprained his foot. I said, why didn't you call me? It turned out to be asking him for help. Xiao Yu's inner doubts were answered, and he couldn't help but jump to his feet. The host caused the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged and obtained 400 counterattack points. You still have the face to say, if it weren't for you, how could this happen? Qin Yiruo angrily raised his foot and kicked towards Xiao Yu, but was deftly dodged away by Xiao Yu. Zhang Yi, you heard it, he did something sorry for you, and he actually hid it from you. How can this kind of person want it? Hurry up and break up with him. Xiao Yu saw that things had taken a turn, so he added oil and vinegar to break up Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi. Xiao Yi, I was in a rage, no one will die, and people are also out of control, not intentionally. Qin Yiruo said apologetically to Zhang Yi. It's not to blame you, if you want to blame Xiao Yu. Zhang Yi glared at Xiao Yu, then took Qin Yiruo's hand, and continued, if it were someone else, I would definitely mind a little, but we are good sisters. You really don't blame me. Qin Yiruo was delighted. I don't blame you, but have you thought about what to do in the future? Zhang Yi asked. I do not know. Qin Yiruo secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing and lowered his head again. While the parties are here, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Zhang Yi's mind was sharp, and he had already guessed some of Qin Yiruo's thoughts. I just feel sorry for you, I really don't have much else to say. Qin Yiruo said. What about you? Zhang Yi looked at Wang Zhenxing. You decide, I fully respect your opinion. Wang Zhenxing walked to the side and lit a cigarette, looking a little lonely. Zhang Yi saw a little heartache, stepped forward to grab the eye in Wang Zhenxing's hand, and then stepped on it. The beloved is unhappy, and she is even less happy. Yiruo, originally I wanted to treat you as a sister, it seems that I made a lot of affection. Zhang Yi came back to Qin Yiruo and said so. Sister, I'll call you sister in the future. Qin Yiruo was not stupid, and he could naturally hear the meaning from Zhang Yi's words. I knew you were wrong before. Zhang Yi felt angry and funny. Sister, you don't want to repent, do you? Qin Yiruo was apprehensive. I will never take back what I say. Zhang Yi looked serious. Qin Yiruo was relieved, and then looked at Wang Zhenxing, but this time he did not look secretly, but went to see it in an upright manner. Wait a minute, should you ask my opinion first? Wang Zhenxing made a symbolic protest to demonstrate his integrity. You are a man who has to take responsibility, and if you run away, you will also feel uneasy in your conscience, don't you? Zhang Yi said thoughtfully. Wang Zhenxing was silent for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, Xiao Yi, you understand me." "Of course." Zhang Yi snorted proudly. Seeing their reunion, Xiao Yu's heart was about to be tied into a sieve. The host caused the protagonist Xiao Yu's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained 500 counterattack points. "It's all my fault, can you hold me accountable?" Xiao Yu wanted to save it. Fuck off. Qin Yiruo was fierce, looking like he was going to beat people. Things that have been worrying for a long time, today finally got a satisfactory result. She absolutely does not allow anyone to destroy, who dares